Konoha, 30 years later. Ninja Academy. Open the documents in front of you. You have 10 minutes to memorize. Begin, pronounced a stern middle-aged man, adorned with a Konoha headband and a long scar across his left cheek. Chun Yuan stared blankly at the documents on the table. He had been in the world of Hokage for 3 months. In his past life, he was an ordinary worker, following a predictable path of schooling, graduating, job hunting, and ultimately becoming a corporate drone. His life was uneventful, and the youthful fervor of his earlier years had gradually dulled. Occasionally, he would ponder whether he could lead a more thrilling life, but soon enough, the inertia of existence would pull him back to reality. When he awoke one day to find himself as a 5-year-old child, he was bewildered upon realizing, through fragmented memories, that he had entered the world of Hokage. He felt a surge of excitement. Had he transcended? Indeed, he had. His youth had returned. Yet, before he could fully construct visions of a life filled with adventures, he was confronted with a shocking reality. A headless figure plummeted from the sky, causing him to faint from sheer terror. He later learned that the figure was a spy from another village, who, after stealing intelligence, was pursued and slain by Konoha ninjas. Upon regaining consciousness, Chun Yuan pondered intensely throughout the day, finally coming to a realization. While Naruto was an anime brimming with passion, it primarily catered to its protagonists. For someone like him, an orphan, this world was exceedingly harsh. They were thrust into battle at the tender age of 10. Was this truly the Konoha where the will of fire flourished? It felt more like a terrifying organization. Faced with such daunting circumstances, he recognized his ordinary nature and, after careful contemplation, resolved must remain calm and survive. In the subsequent 3 months, Chun Yuan maintained a facade of tranquility while cautiously assimilating into his surroundings. He buried his original name deep within and adopted the moniker Yu Sheng Wei Ming while navigating life in the orphanage, ensuring that his every word and action aligned with societal expectations. That he successfully passed the preliminary screening, gaining eligibility for the entrance examination to the Ninja Academy. Survival was paramount, yet the mastery of ninjutsu was equally essential. In the event of an attack, he should at least be able to defend himself, right? He was currently partaking in the entrance examination of the so-called terrorist organization, the Konoha Ninja Academy. The examination consisted of 3 parts. The first involved running laps around the playground, with the examiner forbidding anyone from stopping. It assessed both physical stamina and willpower. Wei Ming exerted every ounce of effort, relying on the determination of an adult, and managed to achieve a C grade. One step away from immediate elimination. How could children as young as 5 or 6 run effortlessly for 10 laps around the playground without breaking a sweat? Is that reasonable? It is entirely reasonable, for this is the world of Hokage. Wei Ming's shortcomings stem from his orphan background. Lacking proper nutrition and specialized training, he could not compare to the offspring of prominent families, and he was significantly inferior even to ordinary children. The second part required sifting through a pile of green beans to find sand. This tested observational skills, attention, patience, and other comprehensive qualities. This time, Wei Ming obtained a B, placing him in the middle tier. Now, he faced the third portion of the examination, which evaluated memory. Opening the document, he read, "Where the leaves dance, the fire continues to thrive. The flames shall illuminate the village and nurture the budding leaves." Goodness, even before enrollment, they are already attempting to indoctrinate with the will of fire. Regardless of his distaste for such grandiose rhetoric, he needed to memorize it quickly. His entry into the Ninja Academy depended on it. With my current grades, as long as I achieve a C in this round, I can enter the Ninja Academy. Not everyone could pass the preliminary screening. Chakra is not innate power. Wei Ming speculated, based on his hazy memories, that only descendants of the ancient ninja clan possessed the potential to become ninjas, yet merely obtaining a C likely relegates one to the ordinary class. The quality of teachers and resources will be significantly inferior. Graduating at 10 means being sent to the battlefield, certainly cannon fodder. I must devise a way to enter the elite class. Wei Ming pressed his right index and middle fingers against his temple, feigning a headache as he gently tapped twice. In that instant, the world around him seemed to freeze, and his black and white vision appeared to radiate light, a refreshing sensation sweeping over his cerebral cortex. He could hear his own breath, the rustling of papers from fellow examinees, and the sound of leaves brushing against one another outside the window. An influx of information flooded his mind, rapidly categorized and assimilated as sparks of inspiration ignited, and his thoughts raced at an astonishing pace. Wei Ming scanned the document before him, his eyes gliding line by line as if he were skimming before reading, quickly flipping through the 5 A4 size pages. Then, without drawing attention, he returned to the first page and raised his right hand, lightly tapping his temple 3 times that a wave of immense fatigue instantly washed over him. Wei Ming fought against the urge to yawn, propping his head up with his left hand, squinting his eyes, and mumbling as if he were memorizing the document. In reality, in just the past minute, he had engraved the entire document into his mind. This was his benefit from crossing over his golden brain. The effect allowed him to concentrate his mental faculties for accelerated operation, unleashing bursts of inspiration and significantly enhancing his memory, akin to the legendary Epiphany. However, the aftereffects were evident. After using it, he felt extremely fatigued. During his initial attempts, he had fainted due to improper timing. Now, after 3 months of practice, he had achieved basic control. He would tap his temple twice to activate and 3 times to deactivate. The duration was limited to 1 minute. After the epiphany ended, he would be engulfed in fatigue for the entire day, just as he felt at that moment. Squinting with drowsiness that in this chaotic world, I still possess a modicum of survival capital, Wei Ming thought, a hint of satisfaction creeping in. Time is up. Turn all documents face down and begin reciting. Any instances of cheating will result in disqualification. The scar-faced examiner declared sternly. With so many reciting simultaneously, how could anyone discern? The small children exchanged glances, bewildered. Begin. The scar-faced examiner barked. The little ones shivered and immediately started reciting. Wei Ming joined in, maintaining a normal pace while occasionally glancing at his fellow examinees. Soon, he noticed a golden-haired child in front of him, reciting the content rapidly. Whenever the child hesitated, he would discreetly glance at the table, where, unbeknownst to him, peculiar markings had been drawn. Were these hints for keywords? And they were replaced with meaningless symbols? Examiner, this child is cheating. Looking up, Wei Ming noticed the scar-faced examiner had also observed the golden-haired child. Yet, a glimmer of admiration flickered in the examiner's eyes. So, it was not merely a test of memory. If nothing unexpected occurred, this uniquely creative child, using special markings as keyword prompts, would likely secure first place. But alas, he was that unexpected factor. The first place in the 3rd round was assured. 2 minutes later, the examination hall was filled with only 2 sounds. 3 minutes later, Wei Ming emerged victorious with ease, having successfully recited 3 pages of content. Yusheng Wei Ming, outstanding. Grade A. The scar-faced examiner regarded him with a peculiar expression. The golden-haired child also turned to look at Wei Ming. Their gazes met, and the golden-haired child beamed a friendly smile, evoking a sense of warmth. Having achieved an A, Wei Ming's chances of entering the elite class significantly increased, and his mood brightened as he smiled and nodded in response. The examiner called out the results one by one, instructing the examinees to wait outside on the playground for the final outcomes. Wei Ming adhered to the principle of modesty, lowering his head to blend into the crowd as he slowly exited the classroom. Today marked the beginning of his journey into the Ninja Academy. He must endure and remain inconspicuous. Being too ostentatious could draw the attention of the organization's leaders. Not to mention the ever-watchful eyes of the Akatsuki. If he stood out too much, he might be assigned to perilous battlefields post-graduation and assured demise. Thus, in any examination, competition, or ranking, he must not excel too much or fall to the bottom. A middle-tier position would be ideal. Being inconspicuous in the middle tier. Yes, I've decided this shall be my modus operandi moving forward. As he walked, suddenly, darkness enveloped him as someone obstructed his path. Unbeknownst to me, I looked up to see the very same golden-haired little figure from before. Greetings, my name is Minato Namikaze, and it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Your memory is quite impressive, the golden-haired child said with a beaming smile. What? I just defeated Minato Namikaze. Am I still in this game? Dragging his weary body, Yohara Minoru returned home. Upon opening the gate, a yard of over 100 square meters unfolded before his eyes. To the left lay a modest training ground, while to the right was a small, artificially dug pond. A pebble path meandered through the center, leading directly to the front door of the house. He felt a deep sense of gratitude towards the Yohara couple. After securing the door, he surveyed the slightly dilapidated yard with satisfaction. Both of Yohara Minoru's parents were Chunin of Konoha, who perished in the war. This yard was one of their legacies. When Minoru left the orphanage to prepare for the Ninja Academy entrance exam, the village returned this property to him. Having been neglected for years, it appeared somewhat forlorn. Nevertheless, he was now part of the homeowning class. This would be the primary domain for his future endeavors, a base uniquely his own. And he couldn't help but feel a sense of joy. In the past few days, he had been dedicating time to settling into his new home, purchasing bedding and various essential living supplies, cleaning the rooms, and commissioning craftsmen to repair the damaged doors and windows. The only task remaining was the yard, which he had yet to tend to. The training equipment was still usable. All it needed was a level surface and the removal of weeds. The pond had dried up and required the clearing of sludge from the bottom, along with the replacement of clean pebbles and fine sand to maintain clarity once refilled with water. After surveying the entire yard once more, Minoru stepped inside the house, feeling satisfied. Today, however, he was too exhausted to continue. He would leave it for tomorrow. He hastily consumed a few leftover seaweed rice balls from breakfast, took a shower, and nestled into his soft bedding. His newfound abilities were indeed remarkable, albeit somewhat draining. While awaiting results at the Ninja Academy, had it not been for the reminders from Namikaze Minato, he might have dozed off. Speaking of which, there was Minato, the future fourth Hokage. His wife was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. How had he come to know such an esteemed individual? Sighing, he resolved to keep a safe distance to avoid being entangled in any troubles. As he pondered various thoughts, Minoru's consciousness began to fade, and he quickly fell into a deep slumber. The next morning, he awoke to the melodious chirping of birds. After a night of restful sleep, he felt invigorated. Following his morning routine, he skillfully prepared breakfast. Along with the house, he had also inherited a portion of the Yohara couple's savings and pension, or else he would lack the funds to renovate the property. With limited finances, dining out for every meal was not feasible. He also needed to purchase clothes, other living essentials, training supplies such as shuriken and kunai, and ensure proper nutrition. Thus, Minoru decided to cook for himself. As a member of the culinary empire, he had always possessed a passion for food in his previous life. Unfortunately, he lacked the motivation. After one or two unsuccessful attempts to recreate the flavors he imagined, he quickly abandoned the endeavor. It was evident that mastery in cooking was a skill honed over many years of practice. However, now he possessed the insight of a culinary genius. Soon, 6 sesame seaweed meat floss rice balls were ready, accompanied by 2 fried eggs, a handful of cherry tomatoes, and 2 bottles of milk. This constituted both his breakfast and lunch. He packed half of it into a transparent glass container and began to relish his morning meal. The rice balls, which he had crafted through his newfound understanding, were what he looked forward to most. The depth of sesame roasting, the precise ratio of seaweed to meat floss, the ideal moisture of the rice, and the appropriate amount of salad dressing, all were perfectly balanced. With a delightful bite, the dry rice, fresh seaweed, subtly sweet salad dressing, and the moderately salty sweet meat floss create an enchanting symphony of flavors that dance upon the palate. Truly delectable. It is indeed a culinary delight earned through a moment of profound insight. After enjoying breakfast and tidying up the utensils, Wuming, holding his lunchbox, stood before the full-length mirror. Adjusting his attire, he wore a white printed t-shirt adorned with the emblem of the Hidden Leaf Village. Ah, splendid. This is a popular item from the Leaf Clothing Store, a sign of widespread appeal, indicating conformity and the essence of the ordinary. His lower half consisted of black cargo shorts, another staple of fashion. Among the children of the Leaf, 6 out of 10 donned similar attire. With a high nose bridge and narrow chin, he possessed a pleasing yet unassuming appearance. Quite nice. However, regarding his jet black hair, one could say it resembled the flamboyant hairstyles of the legendary form Madman. Dyed blonde, it could easily impersonate Goku from Dragon Ball. When he pressed it down with his hand, it would spring back the moment he released it, prompting Wuming to exhale with relief. Fortunately, it was only a couple of inches long. Any longer, and it would have been far too conspicuous. Just look at those who sport such hairstyles. Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Sasuke, Kakarot, Jeffulus, and even the father-son duo of Minato and Naruto, each more dazzling than the last, destined to be the protagonists, a stark contrast to his understated style. After school, he planned to purchase a pair of plain glasses to obscure his eyes when entering a state of enlightenment, adding a touch of sophistication to temper his audacious hairstyle. Yes, that has settled then. Wu-Ming conducted a final check, discovering no issues, and donned a smile that conformed to societal expectations before bouncing off to school. He aced the first exam, performed moderately in the second, and ended up at the bottom of a physical assessment. Nevertheless, Wu-Ming successfully entered the elite class. Upon arriving in Class A, he found more than 10 small figures already seated. He chose a spot in the middle by the window, placed his lunchbox down, and lifted his gaze to the textbooks on the desk, the God of Ninjas and the Will of Fire. Good heavens, the relentless indoctrination. He internally scoffed while outwardly displaying a respectful curiosity as he tentatively flipped through the pages. The opening featured the familiar declaration of the Will of Fire. And as he turned 2 more pages, he encountered tales of the Leaf S family, self-sacrifice, and dedication to the village for the sake of peace. Numerous accounts of ninja lives illustrated the village's significance from various perspectives. Ignoring the unabashedly provocative language within, the narratives were quite engaging. Wu-Ming read attentively, absorbing not just the stories, but also various profound quotes. He even activated his moment of enlightenment, memorizing the entire book. It was essential for the exam. Closing the book, Wu-Ming exhaled contentedly. The imagery presented in the text was captivating, yet when contrasted with the grim reality of 10-year-old children on the battlefield, the harshness of the world of Hokage became painfully evident. It was said that in earlier times, graduates of the ninja school were merely 8 years old. During the era of the God of Ninjas, 6-year-old children were commonly dispatched to the battlefield. So, does that mean he was living in a fortunate era? Nonsense. For Wu-Ming, who once thrived in a stable and prosperous society, this place felt exceedingly perilous. Wu-Ming, feeling lethargic early in the morning. Could it be that his excitement from the previous night deprived him of restful sleep? A gentle voice interrupted the silent musings of the protagonist. With golden hair, azure eyes, and a pure smile, he looked towards the vacant seat in the front row, then glanced at the cheerful little fellow beside him, who was eagerly flipping through the textbooks. What are you doing here again? This can't be right. You are Namikaze Minato, the future Hokage and the top student in the entire school. You should not be mingling with the crowd like me. The front row is where you truly belong. You rascal. Indeed, I didn't sleep well last night. Class is about to start. I must muster my energy, the energetic boy with golden hair encouraged. Rest assured, with you by my side, I can be fully alert. I absolutely cannot let this guy draw me into any trouble. As the class bell rang, a young man in his 20s, with an unremarkable appearance and brown hair, entered the classroom. He surveyed the room with a satisfied nod and said warmly, "Hello everyone. My name is Ishii Saburo. For the next 4 years, I will be your teacher. First, congratulations on passing the test to join Class A. Now, please introduce yourselves in order so that we can get acquainted." The protagonist anticipated this. In his previous life, self-introductions were a customary part of school and work whenever one entered a new place. But among the myriad of words spoken, only names truly mattered. The little ones obediently introduced themselves, sharing their names, hobbies, and future dreams, with at least half expressing a desire to become Hokage. Soon, it was Namikaze Minato's turn. "Hello everyone, my name is Namikaze Minato." He stood up, smiling shyly, and stated, "My aspiration is to become Hokage." It was nothing extraordinary, even resembling the introduction of a certain little fellow before him. However, only the protagonist knew that Minato thought this way, acted on it, and most importantly, succeeded. "Hello everyone. I am Uchiha Minami. My hobbies include reading and sleeping. My dream is to become a doctor who saves lives." Minami maintained a shy smile that aligned with everyone's expectations, delivering an utterly ordinary introduction. A doctor, or rather a medical ninja, was indeed his aspiration. Medical ninjas seldom found themselves on the front lines. They typically remained at the camp, healing the wounded. The legendary medical ninja Tsunade had once stated, "The offensive capability of a medical ninja is secondary. The most crucial aspect is to avoid attacks and protect oneself. Isn't that simply about preserving one's own life?" Well, since going to battle was inevitable, he might as well be a composed medical ninja. although there existed more stable roles, such as the sealing class that remained stationed in the village. Sealing techniques were advanced knowledge that he had no means to learn. With the self-introductions concluded, the first class at the Ninja Academy officially commenced. The subject matter was the god of ninjas and the will of fire. Despite the content being rather monotonous and having memorized the textbook completely, Minami remained alert and listened attentively. He could not show the slightest hint of impatience or disdain. Instead, he nodded occasionally in agreement and aspiration. Oh, this is what one might call political correctness. The morning class was indeed tedious. As for the mystical chakra, they hadn't even finished the god of ninjas and the will of fire, so how could they possibly teach the methods of chakra refinement? However, in the afternoon, the physical training class generously imparted the fundamental body exercises. For the scions of illustrious clans like the Uchiha and Hyuga, this was mere common knowledge. For the orphaned yet aspiring Wuming, this was a treasure trove of invaluable knowledge to enhance his abilities. He meticulously documented his findings, experimenting bit by bit. His deskmate, the prodigious Minato Namikaze, similarly cherished this knowledge, tirelessly practicing in the expansive training grounds of the Ninja Academy, honing his skills at an astonishing pace. Oh, genius truly reveals itself in such remarkable adaptability. In contrast, Wuming's aptitude for physical techniques left much to be desired. After merely half an hour of practice, he found himself gasping for breath, no longer needing to disguise his limitations. His lack of physical prowess was indeed evident. That night, in his study, Wuming sat at his desk clad in a loose bathrobe. His residence was spacious, boasting a vast living room alongside 5 additional rooms. He had deliberately converted the western room of the living area into his study. A pair of black-framed glasses rested at the corner of the desk, while a notebook in the center detailed fundamental physical training methods. Ninjas are agile assassins, and the muscles they develop are characterized by both explosive power and endurance, compact yet exceedingly functional. The nuances of movements, the frequency of repetitions, and the unique rhythm of breathing are all experiences accumulated over years of ninja training. With diligent effort and perseverance, one could attain a physique that meets the standards of a genin by graduation. However, such rigorous dedication is no easy feat. Few possess the resolve to undertake a strict regimen of self-discipline, especially after years of sedentary work that has dulled one's already fragile willpower. It would be ideal if there existed a less strenuous training method. Wuming pondered, pressing his fingers against his temples. It seemed, perhaps, not entirely impossible. With a moment of epiphany at his disposal, he could indeed devise a personalized training regimen. He opened his notebook to record his thoughts. The first entry, to gather as many foundational physical training methods as possible, which is inherently a proven strategy. The second, to compile knowledge related to human anatomy and physiology, ensuring that he does not injure himself in the process. The third, to seek out any unique training techniques that may exist, as there might already be methods akin to what he envisions. Excellent. This is the way forward. Tomorrow, he shall immerse himself in the library. This aligns perfectly with his persona, average in physical techniques, an avid reader, and aspiring to be a doctor, truly perfect. At the Ninja Academy, the students of Class A were bustling with activity, running, doing push-ups, striking sandbags, and kicking wooden posts, all while expending shuriken. Wuming cast a glance at the target, deftly hitting the bullseye with a kunai, then exhaled a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. Huh, Wuming, you really need to practice more, chirped a plump little fellow, beaming with pride after he had just hit the 7-ring target. For them, having only learned to throw a few days prior, it was indeed a commendable achievement. I can't keep up, my physique is too weak, Wuming replied, pushing up his glasses with a resigned expression. You keep practicing. Yuan Tai, I'm going to rest under that tree. With that, he stowed away his kunai and strolled leisurely to the shade of a tree, leaning against its trunk. After cooling off for a moment, he retrieved a book from the pouch strapped to his waist. This was a volume he had borrowed from the library, discussing the techniques of breathing during exercise and combat. The insights it provided were highly enlightening, and he found himself engrossed in its contents. Wuming, I've noticed you've been slacking off again today. A voice suddenly broke his reverie. As the sun began its descent in the west, I lifted my gaze, realizing that the day was drawing to a close. Is it time to leave school already? At last, I can return home. When did our relationship become so amicable? You ought not to pay so much attention to me. There are numerous young girls in our class vying for your attention. Why do you always gravitate towards me? You are well aware of my lack of physical prowess. I cannot compete with you in combat techniques. Nor can I match the throwing skills of Yuan Tai and the others. However, I understand that my strength lies in my intellect. By accumulating knowledge now, I can aspire to be a better doctor in the future. With a gentle push of my black-framed glasses, I smiled, concealing my thoughts within. Do not deceive yourself, remarked Naruto Uzumaki, winking playfully. I know the truth. The reason you hit the target is simply because you wish to. Damn it. How did you uncover my secret? I exclaimed, incredulous at his perceptiveness. I have always had my eyes on you, you know, he replied, grinning contentedly as he observed my stiff expression. During the entrance examinations, Naruto had scored 3 A's, yet he had been bested by me in the 3rd round. Since that day, he had taken a keen interest in his desk partner. The more I observed him, the more I realized just how extraordinary he was. Due to my poor physical condition, I struggled in tests of endurance. Yet when it came to technique, my desk partner was second to none. For instance, when it came to throwing shuriken, I could perfectly hit the target. But he could adjust his aim to score exactly what he desired. Such skill must surely place him at the top of our class. After meticulously clearing the last remnants of silt from the small pond, I laid down a fresh layer of river sand, followed by a sprinkling of specially cleaned pebbles. I gazed with satisfaction at the newly restored pond. Beside it, I had installed a water supply device, a bamboo tube of considerable girth propped on a beam. A slender bamboo pipe connected it discreetly to the underground water supply. I activated the hidden switch, and soon the small pipe began to drip water, filling the larger tube. Under the force of gravity, the large bamboo tube tipped over with a resounding thud against the stones by the pond, allowing the clear stream to flow into the water. Indeed, this setup exudes a certain aesthetic charm. Having traversed realms, I felt compelled to acquire such a sophisticated contraption, reminiscent of those seen in anime. In my study, I found myself troubled by Naruto's keen observation skills. Thankfully, I had managed to distract him with my aspiration of becoming a doctor. I felt a sense of relief wash over me, hoping that no further complications would arise. With a murmured thought, I redirected my focus to the notes laid out before me. The notebook, a testament to my diligence, was filled to the brim with information. Nearly a month into the new school year, I had spent each day gathering data and organizing it upon my return home. My fingers gently tapped against my temples, a cooling sensation enveloping my mind as ideas began to materialize before me, sparks of inspiration igniting. A path, once vague, now grew increasingly clear. After a minute, I tapped my temples thrice to conclude my moment of enlightenment. Eureka! I've done it. Despite the pounding in my head, I couldn't suppress my laughter. After a month of relentless research and numerous moments of insight, I had finally devised a training regimen that required no strenuous exertion or gritting of teeth. As long as one masters the rhythm of breathing and the subtle manipulation of muscles, one can engage in slow yet resolute training during any activity, be it standing, walking, sitting, or even while sleeping. Let us call it breathing technique 10. With an air of satisfaction, I adjusted my breath and guided my muscles into a gentle rhythm. The moment of enlightenment not only endowed me with profound comprehension, but also equipped me with the ability to learn exceptionally well. By the time I devised breathing technique 10, I had already fully grasped it. Much like the art of throwing a kunai, that very night after Professor Ishii Saburo's demonstration, I had mastered it through insight. As long as I did not exceed my physical limits, I could throw as many rings as I desired. A slight warmth coursed through my body, reminiscent of the post-exercise rush of blood to the muscles. The breathing technique was beginning to take effect. Waves of fatigue washed over my mind. I languidly entered my bedroom and nestled into the soft, sun-kissed bedding, surrendering to a deep slumber accompanied by rhythmic breaths. At the Ninja Academy, during noon, I downed the last sip of milk, my stomach in mild distress. The breathing technique is indeed beneficial, yet it seems to require considerable nourishment. The rice ball and milk set was no longer sufficient to meet my nutritional needs. I felt an urge for more protein. Simply put, I craved meat. Should I find a way to earn some money? The thought barely surfaced before being extinguished. I was not cut out for business. Even if I recalled certain classic cases through insight, I lacked the courage to act. A 6-year-old orphan possessing the secret to wealth? That would invite trouble. Fishing appeared to be a reasonable option. I recalled a river not far from home. Its name eluded me. Who cares what it's called? The river flowed from the high mountains, meandering through Woodleaf Village. Being a fisherman sounded quite appealing, I mused happily. Habitually, I pulled out a book to peruse. With breathing technique 10 in hand, I grew increasingly dismissive of the foundational body training exercises. Regardless of what I did for 24 hours, the breathing technique would be honing my physique. While others busied themselves with physical training, I sought refuge in the shade with my book. Naruto. A doctor must maintain a good physique. You cannot solely focus on reading. You must train appropriately, urged Minato Namikaze, who was beside me. He did not oppose my desire to study medicine, but firmly believed that, as a ninja, one must possess a certain level of physical fitness. Seeing my indifference, Minato hesitated for a moment before resolutely declaring, Naruto, I must tell you some unfortunate news. Please do not take offense. Fearing to provoke my pride, he cautiously leaned closer and said, some classmates have secretly dubbed you a bookworm. Embarrassed, yet motivated, I aim to ignite my friend's ambition. Reading is fine, but you must not devote all your time to it. Look, now they are even giving you the nickname of bookworm. Someone calls me a bookworm. What a delightful notion. I rejoiced. A physically unfit, yet medically adept bookworm. Wasn't he that a splendid persona to embody? Minato was astonished. How can that be considered delightful? Watching me immerse myself more deeply into my reading, he felt a bit bewildered. This was not what he had anticipated. Shouldn't I be downcast? With him cheering me on, ultimately finding the motivation to train diligently? Why was I becoming even more engrossed? I paid no mind to the bewilderment of the blonde little guy beside me. I had often claimed to enjoy reading in my past life. But that was merely for show. Reading? At most, I would skim through some online fan fiction. Traditional literature, popular series, specialized knowledge, books that require mental engagement. Managing to read one in a year is already commendable. He genuinely enjoys it now. Once he reads attentively, a moment of enlightenment at home can imprint the entire book in his mind, allowing him to distill its essence. If he possessed such an ability in his past life, attending prestigious universities would have been a mere formality. This time, everyone performed admirably, with the top scorer being Minoru Yuhina. Ishii Saburo regarded Yuhina with approval, to which Yuhina responded with a shy smile. The god of ninjas and the will of fire, indeed, was on the examination list. The second place went to Namikaze Minato. Ishii Saburo looked at Minato with a sense of satisfaction. You still haven't surpassed me, Minato muttered, scratching his head with a hint of frustration. Not at all. I merely possess this small talent. In physical training, you leave me far behind, Yuhina humbly replied. The third place was Uchiha Shana. Ishii Saburo continued to announce names. Yuhina quietly conversed with Namikaze Minato, noting the latter's strong competitive spirit. Should he allow him to win and swiftly send him on his way? Yuhina thought to himself. Strength is indeed commendable. With you around, I feel even more motivated to advance. Minato's face brimmed with determination. We agreed. Neither of us shall let up. Huh. How did he perceive my inclination to ease up? This is troublesome. Minato cast a glance at his troubled desk mate, a smug smile spreading across his face. Yuhina, you are truly intriguing. Despite your remarkable prowess, you remain humble and unassuming, diligently studying every day. Minato, this is a role model. You must strive even harder. Just as Yuhina pondered how to extricate himself from Minato's persistence, he suddenly sensed an unfriendly gaze. Casually, he glanced over. Uchiha Shana, the red-eyed, straight-haired little girl was glaring at him. That is Shana. She has been eager to challenge me after school. However, we have only been in training for just over a month. A duel would hold no significance. Minato leaned in, expressing his distress. Thus, I declined her challenge. But she never gives up. Feeling entangled? Frustrated? Today it's your turn. Yuhina thought gleefully. Who told you to excel in physical training? You, a commoner. Topping every aspect of martial arts training, while the esteemed Uchiha clan of Konoha ought to maintain their dignity. If you manage to avoid confrontation with the Uchiha, consider yourself fortunate. Just endure for a few months. I've heard there will be practical classes later on, where you can openly compete, and she won't bother you anymore. Yuhina feigned concern. I said the same. Minato shrugged helplessly, but Shana refuses to listen. Huh, that's precisely the point. Yuhina felt an inner joy bubbling up, though he maintained a furrowed brow, feigning sorrow for his friend. Fortunately, the matter had been resolved. Minato grinned mischievously. He leaned closer to Yuhina, whispering, I told her I'd be tutoring you in physical training after school, so I wouldn't have time. Once your skills improve, I'll challenge her. Let her wait. Damn, Yuhina exclaimed. In the study, he removed his glasses and placed them on the right corner of the desk, opening his notebook with a grave expression. utterly devoid of motivation to read further. Namikaze Minato, the future Hokage, such a demanding temperament. Having only recently become acquainted, he found himself entangled with the Uchiha. Observing the little girl's gaze, he felt a premonition that she might confront him after school. No, he could not remain passive. With a serious expression, he opened his notebook to a fresh page, picked up a black fountain pen, and inscribed a bold title, The Art of Evasion. In an instant, a flurry of ideas rushed to him, each meticulously recorded. He frequently rose to peruse books from the shelf behind him, drawing from a collection of notes refined through moments of epiphany. Under his tireless supplementation, the grand bookshelf now boasted over 40 similar notebooks, providing him with a wealth of theoretical support. It was time to reveal his true technique. With his right hand, he deftly tapped his temple with his index and middle fingers. A familiar chill enveloped his mind. The mechanics of leg propulsion, the human visual blind spots, the interplay of environmental light and shadow, the texture and sound of shoe soles, the nuances of walking posture and air resistance. All these pieces of knowledge collided and fused within him. A minute later, he exhaled deeply, adjusting his gait and changing his shoe sole's material to harmonize with the ambient light, rendering his steps nearly silent while evading detection and concealing his movements. This was the specialized evasion technique he had developed after school, the shadow step. I shall run after school, unnoticed by anyone. Who could possibly obstruct my path? He mused with satisfaction. The shadow step could not only be employed for discreet exits after school, but could also serve to diminish his presence in daily life. Perhaps he could even rival the unique abilities of the oil girl's family, who possessed an extraordinary talent for remaining inconspicuous. Amidst the crowd, he thought, if I remain silent, no one will notice my presence. Such a talent is indeed enviable. I should have invented it sooner. As the sweet chirping of birds filled the air, he rolled around in his blanket and, after stretching luxuriously, rose from his bed. Today was a rest day, free from the burdens of school. What joy! After preparing a delicious breakfast, Johanna Unmei grabbed a small stool, carried a wooden bucket, and hoisted a bamboo pole, setting out from home with excitement. Upon stepping outside, he immediately activated the shadow step. Already walking along a less frequented path, he became even less conspicuous. Nodding in satisfaction, he distanced himself from the residential area and ventured into a small grove. Before long, a river, approximately 4 to 5 meters wide, appeared before him. Through the clear water, he could see the pebbles at the riverbed. Bathed in sunlight, the water sparkled beautifully. Unmei settled beneath a large tree by the riverbank. Setting down his stool and bucket, let the fishing commence. With bait attached and line cast in one fluid motion, he confidently took his seat on the small stool. I solemnly pledge, a fisherman shall never return empty-handed. For he was a fisherman blessed with moments of clarity. His knowledge of fishing techniques, bait preparation, and optimal fishing spots was extensive. Unmei was convinced that no one in the hidden leaf could match his understanding of the art of fishing. Sure enough, within a quarter of an hour, he had caught a small fish measuring the length of his finger. Excellent. A few more, and I shall prepare a delightful pan-fried river fish. He thought with contentment, continuing to cast his line. Thanks to the unique bait and his skilled technique, he found himself catching fish continuously. What a splendid location I have chosen. Unmei reveled in his choice, having spent several days selecting this very spot. Not only is the water flow smooth, making it suitable for fishing, but it also offers a discreet and safe environment. Encounters with others are rare, thereby avoiding entanglements in troublesome affairs. Venturing upstream leads into increasingly secluded surroundings, where one may encounter spies from neighboring villages or fierce beasts lurking in the woods. Conversely, heading downstream brings one closer to the heart of Konoha, increasing the likelihood of meeting villagers or even ninjas from Konoha. This particular spot is perfectly situated, neither too far from residential areas nor too close to treacherous wilderness. It occupies an ideal safe zone. Here, the probability of encountering wild animals is nearly zero, and the chance of meeting others is less than 10%. Perfect. Young man, you seem to have quite the catch. A voice suddenly pierced the silence. Unmei froze, turning in bewilderment. It was Pineapple Head, with slanted eyes, Narashikaku. At once, he recognized that this was no benign character. Indeed, it was the brain of the first generation of the boar, deer, butterfly team, Narashikaku. As the strategist of the ninja coalition during the Fourth Great Ninja War, he was surely a master of cunning. How unfair the heavens are. I had accounted for 90%, yet you were the one I overlooked. Unmi struggled to suppress his discontent, forcing a smile that conformed to societal expectations. Hello. I am Uchiha Unmi. Are you here to fish as well? Ah, no. I merely sought a place to rest, Nara Shikaku replied, squinting as he scanned the area, taking in the presence of his peer. This was his carefully chosen sleeping spot, fresh air, ample light, and devoid of disturbances. He hadn't anticipated encountering anyone else. Judging by the traces of movement, this individual appeared to be a student from the Ninja Academy. His knuckles bore only slight calluses, indicating he had likely just enrolled this year. No threat, he mused. I am Nara Shikaku, a grade above you. Pay me no mind. Please continue with your fishing. With that, he yawned and sidestepped to the east side of a large tree. Finding a patch of grass in the shade, he reclined, resting his head on his hands, squinting up at the dappled light filtering through the leaves, and slowly drifted into slumber. Unmi exhaled a sigh of relief. I must leave quickly. I must leave swiftly. Yet, he admonished himself. No, I cannot rush. That would seem too deliberate. I must catch a few more fish. With renewed focus, his fishing prowess flourished. And within a quarter of an hour, he had successfully reeled in a hefty 3-pound fish. That will suffice. There was no time for joy. With his right thumb pressing against the fish's head, he exerted force, crushing its skull to sever its nerves and prevent any sound. He then gently placed the fish into his wooden bucket, hoisted his bamboo rod, and stealthily slipped away, disappearing without a sound. Once he returned home, Unmi finally relaxed. Who could have anticipated an encounter with Nara Shikaku? That location was now off limits. Further visits could lead to more than just Pineapple Head. Regretfully, he glanced into the bucket filled with his bountiful catch, his earlier discontent swiftly replaced with delight. Just a few more eggs and some milk. And I can plan my meals for the week, ensuring adequate protein intake. Poached fish slices, pan-seared fish fillets, clear fish soup. What should I prepare? At 2 in the afternoon. As the sun began to shift westward, the temperature rose even higher. Yet in the wilderness, a refreshing breeze weaved through the trees, making the shade particularly soothing. A leaf danced in the cool wind before gently descending to the ground with a soft thud. Nara Riku awoke, stretching luxuriously as he rose from his slumber. The rest he had enjoyed was truly delightful. Indeed, it was only by evading both Dingzwa and Hai that he could experience such tranquility. How was the fishing, Brother Wuming? Riku inquired lazily, supporting his back with both hands, his gaze unfocused. Has he left? He mused, instinctively furrowing his brow, realizing he had sunk too deeply into his sleep. Rising, he brushed the blades of grass from his trousers and inhaled deeply, resolving to return to this serene spot for rest once more. He wondered if he would encounter that quiet fellow again. A smile graced Riku's lips as his eyes scanned the surrounding leaves, suddenly freezing in place. It seemed the sound of a leaf falling had roused him. Could Brother Wuming's departure have been quieter than that? Riku's mind began to analyze. Hanyu Wuming? It appeared there was no Hanyu family in the village. After all, he was merely a year below him. Such a silent ability to move was indeed remarkable. Surveying his surroundings, Riku shrugged. Safe, peaceful, undisturbed. It seemed Brother Wuming had chosen his fishing spot with care. Could this be a fortuitous coincidence? He pondered. It appeared he must refrain from returning here, as he was averse to disturbances. Riku mused to himself, considering his aversion to trouble and the desire not to inconvenience others. The following day, in Class A of the Ninja Academy, a new week began, with last week's test scores indicating a successful adaptation to academy life. Ishii Saburo spoke with a gentle smile. From now on, your curriculum will gradually intensify, and you will add a new subject. The little ones immediately lamented in despair. It seemed Ishii Saburo had anticipated such a reaction, raising his hand to quell their outcry, and calmly announced, "This new subject is called ninjutsu." A wave of excitement surged among the students. It was no easy feat, if these few were to fail again. Who knew when they would have the opportunity to learn ninjutsu? Wuming cast a sidelong glance at a few boisterous, stout classmates, questioning, why the sudden introduction of ninjutsu? The answer lay in last week's examination of the God of Ninjas and the Will of Fire, which the entire class had passed, including those burly fellows at the back. Wuming wore a broad smile, yet internally scoffed. All right, everyone quiet down. Next, we will delve into the most crucial aspect of ninjutsu, the hand seals. Ishii Saburo seized the moment, eager to educate the spirited children on the complex and tedious hand seals. Why not teach us the chakra refining method? Is there to be another assessment period? Wuming thought, bemused by the meticulousness of this training regimen in the so-called terror organization. While he grumbled, he diligently followed Ishii Saburo's instructions for forming the seals. To be fair, what genuine ninja employs seals? Most just clap their hands and summon whatever they desire. Unfortunately, for a considerable time to come, he would not evolve into a proper ninja. Seals and ninjutsu were nothing to scoff at. Even Yatagami and Snake Uncle relied on hand seals. Now, everyone, follow my lead, Ishii Saburo exclaimed, clapping his hands to gather everyone's attention. Including Wuming, the entire class instinctively turned to Ishii Saburo, mimicking his gestures with their hands. The first seal, the second seal. Ishii Saburo carefully controlled the illusion, intently observing the entire class of students. Through a mild illusion, he guided the students to smoothly form the seals, hastily enabling them to perceive chakra, a common pedagogical method in the Ninja Academy. Class A comprised elite students. After preliminary practice and further guidance through illusion, most students were able to seamlessly execute 5 seals in one breath. However, from the 6th seal onward, some faltered and stumbled. The 8th, the 10th, the 11th, excellent. Maintain your focus. As long as they could consecutively form 12 seals in one breath, there was a significant probability of refining chakra. The key lay in the rhythm. A fluid and harmonious flow. Keep going. Just one seal away. So the continuous execution of 12 seals from start to finish was the enlightening path to refining chakra. That restless energy within me must indeed be chakra. This isn't so difficult. It feels as though pressing my thumb down to complete the final action of the 12 seals will immediately ignite the chakra. Just as Saburo said, the emphasis is on rhythm. Hey, our breathing technique 10 is all about rhythm. I assent it? Wait, hold on. To ignite and awaken chakra immediately? No. That won't do. How could I refine chakra on my first attempt? That contradicts my low-profile persona. At the very least, I must wait until half the class completes it. Focus, Ishii Saburo shouted, suddenly amplifying the illusion's power, delivering a jarring wake-up call. The meager consciousness of awakening was swiftly suppressed. My right thumb instinctively bent and pressed down. Buzz. It felt as if electrified. My entire body tingled and trembled. It was akin to touching a static ball, each hair standing on end. Bang! A force erupted from within, causing my loose garments to billow as a deep, resonant sound echoed. Wow! Everyone look! Classmate Hain Omami has successfully refined chakra. He is the first and the only successful student. Let us applaud. Omami, who am I? Where am I? Why are you all staring at me? Noticing the envious, astonished, begrudging, and jealous gazes around him, Omami felt a prickling sensation on his scalp. Omami, congratulations. I knew you were a genius, exclaimed Namikaze Minato, clapping his hands enthusiastically, his eyes brimming with ambition. Oh no, this kid is really challenging me. He soon sensed another overwhelming gaze of discontent. Without needing to look, he knew who it was. Uchiha Shana, the petite girl with long black hair. Omami forced a smile that was more painful than tears, gazing fixedly at the beaming Ishii Saburo, wishing he could leap up and pummel him into a pulp. Saburo has deceived me. A black pen glided across the paper, sketching a symbol resembling rippling water in his notebook. Omami tapped his temples 3 times, shutting off the moment of enlightenment. In recent days, Ishii Saburo had been teaching information encoding and decoding, and the notes were insights from relevant library texts. Rising, he returned the notebook to the 3rd shelf of the bookcase behind him, where 5 similar notebooks already resided. Thanks to Omami's efforts, the bookcase behind him was gradually being filled. Another week filled with fruitful gains. Omami appreciated this gradually enriching life. If only the incident involving chakra extraction had not occurred, everything would have been perfect. Unbeknownst to me, my teeth grind in frustration. Who would have thought that Ishii Saburo would resort to illusion techniques for teaching? With such prominent brows and large eyes, I never expected such cunning. Out of the blue, he strikes with this technique. Is it not said that those who undergo possession and rebirth possess formidable mental strength? Shouldn't immunity to illusions be a fundamental skill? Why was I so swiftly defeated? I must arrange to grasp the art of illusions at the earliest opportunity, Wuming pondered anxiously. Naruto, also known as the Legend of Eyes, features characters with crimson eyes, each a master of illusions. With my meager willpower, Ishii Saburo could easily outwit me, not to mention that group of Uchiha with their red-eyed prowess. It is indeed my own negligence. I have heard that next week we will learn the body flicker technique. I must ensure that I do not draw unnecessary attention this time. Wuming sternly admonished himself. Following the chakra refinement incident, Wuming has held himself to stringent standards. Every action is considered with care, diligently crafting the persona of a theoretical genius while hiding the fact that he is practically useless in practice. After a week of hard work, others gradually overlooked the chakra extraction incident, reverting to their previous perceptions of Wuming, a cause for celebration. Reflecting on today's actions, he confirmed there was nothing inconsistent with his persona, and he contentedly nestled into bed. Tomorrow, he hoped to catch more fish. In a daze, Wuming contemplated saving a bit of money to purchase shurikens and smoke bombs. Yes, it feels unsafe to venture out without some weaponry. On Sunday, he arrived at Konoha River, a name he had coined himself. He had inquired with Minato, who was equally unaware of the river's name. So he simply named it on a whim. He could not return to that previous location. Wuming carried a small stool and a large bucket while shouldering a fishing rod, meandering along the riverbank. What if he encountered that pineapple-haired individual again? Should he greet him? Should they converse? The pineapple-haired family was quite clever. What if he said too much and drew their attention? Fortunately, I had a backup plan, Wuming thought with a smirk. During his last reconnaissance of fishing spots, he had identified 3 locations in one go, precisely to avert such situations. Navigating through a thicket, he stepped into a patch of sunlight filtering through the leaves. Arriving at the riverbank, there lay a long, flat stone, perfectly shrouded in dappled shadows from the trees. What a splendid spot! Wuming leapt onto the stone, set up his stool, and expertly prepared his bait and line. With his special bait and adept technique, foolish fish soon took the hook. Wuming was at ease, even finding time to ponder chakra. Rather than merely refining chakra, it is more akin to perceiving chakra. Ninjas inherently possess chakra. Much like physical strength, it exists. But one must discover and utilize it. By forming seals, one can draw forth chakra, allowing students to sense its presence. Once perceived, the awareness remains for a lifetime. The body flicker technique is the only ninjutsu taught at the Ninja Academy. Other ninjutsu must be learned post-graduation from a leading ninja, strictly controlling access to advanced knowledge, requiring one to toil in missions to learn. What a clever strategy. Medical ninjas, on the other hand, have different tasks at this stage, primarily focused on healing. In the future, Tsunade will train a considerable number of medical ninjas, who will then form teams to participate in combat. Take for instance Minato's future student, Rin Noera, or Sakura Haruno from the Shippuden series. Indeed, being a medical ninja is a stable path. Indeed, Tsunade is an anomaly. Mastering medical ninjutsu requires an exceptional level of chakra control. Uninformed, yet contemplative, today's moment of enlightenment seems yet to be allocated. With the index and middle fingers of his right hand pressed together, he gently taps twice on his temples. The familiar chill sweeps through his mind, amplifying his sensory perception, allowing him to perceive the flow of chakra with remarkable clarity. The influence of mental guidance, the correlation between chakra output and control, the authentic sensation of climbing trees and treading water. A plethora of information floods his consciousness. As the minute concludes, he hastily ceases his meditation, stifling a great yawn, taking a while to regain his composure. Should I give it a try? Although meditation can simulate practical feedback, it ultimately lacks the essence of real experience. Securing his fishing rod firmly within the crevice of a stone, he rises to survey his surroundings. Across the river lies a dense forest, devoid of any human presence upstream and downstream, with the path behind him equally desolate. Excellent. This place can serve not only as a fishing spot, but also as a clandestine training base. He turns and ventures into the thicket, locating a sturdy tree that 3 people could barely encircle. The trunk stands tall and unbranched, with a soft patch of grass beneath, ensuring a gentle landing should he fall. Pressing his right foot against the trunk, he envelopes the contact surface with chakra. With his core tightened, his left foot swiftly ascends towards the trunk, balancing himself securely atop it. The moment of enlightenment remains remarkably dependable. Before long, he ascends approximately 5 or 6 meters up the tree, even managing to hang upside down from a branch. A nest perched in the fork of the tree, a gray bird's head peeks out, tilting in confusion as it regards him. What kind of lunatic is this? Oh ho! With a loud shout, he startles the gray bird into flight, instantly elevating his spirits. Just as he revels in his joy, a sudden murmur of voices catches his attention. Is someone there? Rugio, do you really think there are fish to catch in that spot? The voice is filled with anticipation. Uninformed, his heart leaps. An unsettling premonition washes over him. Well, whether you catch fish depends on your angling skills, a languid voice responds. Pineapple Head, how could it possibly be you again? No, I must not allow him to discover my tree climbing practice. Climbing trees and treading water are advanced techniques. Only the scions of prominent families can learn from the future leading instructors. As an orphan, I could never possess knowledge of such training methods. If Pineapple Head were to witness me, what could he possibly think? Perhaps a mishap while climbing to snatch a bird's egg? That shall be my plan. Immediately, he withdraws the chakra from his feet and prepares for a fall. Whoosh! A shadow darts from the thicket, catching the airborne uninformed, leveraging the tree trunk to rebound multiple times before landing steadily on the ground. Bird eggs are not so easily plundered, chuckled a chubby boy with squinty eyes, proudly holding the nest under his arm while clutching Uninformed with the other hand. I am Yamabuki Uninformed. Thank you for the rescue. Uninformed steadies himself, feigning a look of shock while cautiously sizing up the portly boy through his glasses. Akudo Doza, the future meat shield of the pig-deer butterfly trio, exceptionally powerful. Though merely a year older, he towers over Uninformed by a significant margin. No need for thanks. This bird egg is mine. The chubby boy beams with delight as he cradles the nest. Of course, it belongs to you, Uninformed replies, feigning a look of regret. Oh, is that not the esteemed Mikanai? Nara Roku exclaimed in surprise. Roka-senpai, what a coincidence to meet you again. Mikanai scratched his head, quickly donning a bashful smile that conformed to societal expectations. Indeed, it is quite a coincidence, Roku remarked with a playful expression. He had chosen this tranquil and secure place precisely for its solitude, never expecting to encounter Yahane Mikanai here. This serendipitous meeting felt almost like fate's design. Moreover, that peculiar way of falling earlier did not seem indicative of merely gathering bird eggs. Roka squinted in contemplation. This infernal twist of fate, Mikanai thought, was almost causing his smile to stiffen. Anxiety began to creep into his heart. That pineapple-haired fellow's gaze seemed awry. The fish, slightly charred, was ready to be flipped. Mikanai deftly shifted the fish skewered on a stick, his eyes fixed on the glowing red embers of the grill, ensuring that every part of the fish was evenly cooked. The perfectly proportioned blend of spices mingled with the fish's freshness, accompanied by a fragrant haze of smoke that wafted enticingly through the air. Gulp! The chubby boy beside him swallowed audibly. Mikanai, can we eat now? He asked, stealthily extending his hand. Smack! Mikanai unceremoniously swatted the boy's pudgy hand away. Hold on. Senior Fatty, deliciousness requires patience, Mikanai declared with a serious expression. All right, I shall wait, the chubby boy replied, his face full of sycophantic smiles. Senior Fatty? How dare he call Ding the Fatty? Yamamoto Hachi, sporting a golden ponytail, leaned closer to Roku and whispered, only to be taken aback moments later. Ding, didn't he even hit him? Well, which gourmand would despise a chef? Roka glanced at Mikanai's shoes. They appeared to be specialized ninja footwear, seeming modified to reduce noise while walking. Yet, it was still insufficient to evade my ears. Does he possess some unique movement technique? Roku remained troubled by how Mikanai had departed silently last time. Furthermore, that previous landing posture, the angle of his head and feet was far too pronounced. It didn't resemble a horizontal drop from a tree branch. Rather, it resembled a bat hanging upside down. Was he engaged in some clandestine training? Truly remarkable. The aroma is nearly overwhelming. Hachi swallowed hard, fidgeting with anticipation. Indeed, the extraordinary Mikanai, Roku remarked with a knowing look. A mere commoner harbored capabilities that eluded his understanding, sparking Roku's curiosity. Let us hurry over. We might miss out on the fish if we linger. Hachi nudged Roku with urgency. Nara Roku snapped back to reality. Well, today is a day of rest. Why ponder such matters? Observing the fishing spots chosen by Mikanai, it was evident that he was someone who preferred to avoid trouble, leading Roku to resolve not to pry into other secrets. Just in time, let us eat. Mikanai clapped his hands to summon attention. First come, first served. Ding the Fatty's hands moved like lightning, and 4 grilled fish promptly vanished. Ding, that's too much. Leave some for me. Hachi hurriedly snatched 2 grilled fish from the grill. The last one was quietly claimed by Nara Roku. Mikanai, would you like one? After much hesitation, Ding the Fatty reluctantly offered Mikanai a skewer of grilled fish, a pained expression on his face. Senior Fatty, please eat. I will grill another batch. Mikunai said with a bashful smile, waving his hand in refusal, and then swiftly resumed grilling. Dings would generously prepared grilled fish for Wei Ming, who was so astonished that he nearly forgot to remove the fish bones. The plump member of the Chiu family harbored an alarming obsession with food. Only the closest friends were privy to their culinary treasures. After all, it was indeed Wei Ming's fish that Lu Jiu was savoring with such delight. Why, you may ask? It was simply because Ding Zhua had been utterly captivated by the exquisite flavors and yearned for more culinary delights. Wei Ming took a moment to bait his hook before turning to tend to the charcoal, subsequently grilling the fish. He wore a pleasant smile, indicative of the joy in making new friends. Yet internally, he lamented the unexpected turn of events. How had matters escalated to this point? After being rescued from a false fall, offering a few fish as gratitude seemed reasonable, yet the other party had invited him to join a picnic. Although Wei Ming's heart was set on declining, a firm rejection was out of the question, with time to spare for gathering bird eggs. How could he possibly refuse a barbecue in the great outdoors? Such peculiar actions would surely leave a lasting impression. Should they encounter each other again, he might find himself unduly scrutinized due to that initial impression. With his understated persona at stake, Wei Ming felt compelled to partake in the outdoor grilling event, hoping to finish quickly and return to his own abode. Thus, he volunteered to share the grilling techniques he had recently acquired, aiming to satiate the group promptly. Yet, how could this rotund fellow consume so much? You already had 2 fish in hand. Why were you still gazing at me? With the arrival of a new week, Wei Ming meticulously adjusted his attire before a full-length mirror, attempting to tame his wild, jet-black hair, ultimately conceding defeat. Habitually donning his black-framed glasses to temper his flamboyant hairstyle, he emerged from his home clad in the ordinary garb of a young Konoha citizen, carrying an oversized glass lunchbox. The lunchbox was a recent purchase, as the previous one no longer sufficed. The breathing technique he had learned was indeed efficient, yet his appetite was a cause for concern. Thankfully, his master-level fishing skills would prevent him from going bankrupt due to his voracious hunger. Reflecting on his serendipitous encounter with Zhu Lu Dai the day prior, Wei Ming felt a sense of unease. It seemed he would have to change venues yet again. The days at the Ninja Academy rolled by uneventfully. Wei Ming diligently maintained his low-profile demeanor. Class A, renowned for its elite status, had seen all members complete their chakra-sensing refinement by the final day of the previous week. In addition to continuing lessons on intelligence gathering, interpretation, and disguise, Ishii Saburo had begun teaching transformation techniques, which could also be aptly termed concealment techniques. A significant portion of the curriculum was devoted to various methods of hiding oneself in different environments, with only a small fraction dedicated to transformation jutsu, an art that employed chakra to achieve optical illusions. Concealment techniques seemed to merge seamlessly with the silent movement practice, enhancing the subtlety of his actions. As he pondered the integration of these techniques, a wave of disorientation washed over him. "Everyone, follow my hand seals," Ishii Saburo exclaimed enthusiastically. "What the?" Wei Ming exclaimed, pinching his thigh sharply as he shot a cold glare at Ishii Saburo. "You little rascal, are you attempting to ensnare me with another illusion? I, Yu Sheng Wei Ming, shall not stumble over the same stone twice." With a solemn expression, Wei Ming expertly formed the hand seals, while internally he precisely controlled his chakra, triggering a minor disruption that rendered Ishii Saburo's deceptive illusion ineffective. With both hands raised in anticipation, a low exclamation heralded the transformation technique. "Wow! Everyone look! Classmate Minato Namikaze has successfully executed the transformation technique. He is the first and the only student to have achieved this feat." Applause erupted. Saburo Ishii, ever the dramatic one, reacted with exaggerated surprise. Wei Ming maintained a sincere facade of feigned enthusiasm, clapping fervently. Indeed, this was the script as it should be. The spotlight ought to shine upon Minato Namikaze, while someone like me, merely coasting along, should humbly applaud from the sidelines. As Minato dispelled the jutsu, he playfully ruffled his golden locks, revealing a bashful smile. Noticing Wei Ming's inexplicable cheerfulness, Minato subtly leaned closer, keeping his expression unchanged while casting a sidelong glance at Wei Ming, whispering in a tone audible only to the two of them. "I just saw you pinching your thigh." Wei Ming retorted, "You must have mastered it too. You are the true genius. I am not. I haven tea." "Don't say such things." After school, Minato waved a quick goodbye and dashed off. claiming he was heading to the third training ground to diligently practice and surpass Wei Ming as soon as possible. Why do you keep staring at me? You are already impressive enough. Wei Ming complained. However, upon reflection, perhaps this was for the best. If Minato, the little dynamo, worked hard on his training, it would alleviate the constant pressure on me to keep up. Was I finally free? How delightful. I could only ponder what this fellow was thinking. While proclaiming his desire to outdo himself, he also monitored my training. Wei Ming found himself with little time to genuinely immerse in his studies. He had to repeatedly feign weakness, pretending to practice for a while before halting to catch his breath, skillfully evading rigorous training. Johanna Wei Ming. A cool, authoritative voice resonated from behind him. Who is that? Wei Ming instinctively turned, his body freezing in surprise. Long, straight black hair, large eyes, and an oval face emanating an air of authority. Trouble. It was the infamous Uchiha with the crimson eyes. So that's why Minato rushed off. He was avoiding the battle-hungry members of the Uchiha clan. Other than himself and Minato, this little girl had already bested all the boys in Class A. Was she finally extending her claws toward me? Should I just collapse on the ground and hope to avoid her wrath? No, absolutely not. I feared this tempestuous little girl could very well annihilate me. Uchiha-san, do you need something from me? Wei Ming adjusted his breathing rhythm, his facial muscles subtly contracting as the blood retreated, rendering his complexion pale and frail. Uchiha glanced at the boy before her, slightly hunched over. TCH, what a feeble boy. There is no merit in engaging with someone like you. A ninja must first understand themselves. Otherwise, they will harm both themselves and others, the little girl declared sternly. Huh. You are more suited for intelligence work rather than aiming for the front lines, she continued, her tone growing increasingly brusque as she noticed Wei Ming's bewilderment. Intelligence work? Isn't that just being a desk clerk? Perfectly suitable. This cold-faced little girl had won me over. Do not waste excessive time on taijutsu, Uchiha admonished with severity. Yes. Everything Uchiha-san says is absolutely correct. Wei Ming nodded vigorously. Uchiha Shana observed as Yuhi Minato accepted the suggestion, his expression easing slightly. Tell Namake's Minato to cease his evasion and embrace my challenge like a true man. Causing trouble for Minato? Huh. How delightful that would be. Uchiha Shana had long desired to confront Minato. That fellow had the audacity to fabricate lies, brazenly using Yuhi Minato as a shield, claiming he was too occupied with tutoring to practice after school. Astonishingly, the entire class believed him. What a sunny-faced scoundrel, deceiving others without remorse. Little did they know. The petite girl with long black hair had devised a cunning plan. Hee, Minato, today I shall turn the tables. Minato sheepishly scratched his head and smiled, saying, I have already delayed Minato for far too long. My aspiration is to become a doctor, and I do not require exceptional combat skills. Uchiha Shana's eyes suddenly sparkled. Indeed, that was the fiery spirit he sought. Minato had invited him to the third training field, but he had to decline due to an exhausting taijutsu class scheduled for that afternoon. Minato smiled innocently, as if it were unintentional. Young lady, I have been quite clear. Hurry and deliver a decisive blow to Namake's Minato. Uchiha Shana's eyes gleamed with excitement. This was a golden opportunity to complete the challenge and prove that the Uchiha clan was indeed the strongest. Shana, it's time to head home, a gentle voice interrupted. Not far away, a girl with long flowing hair beckoned. Uchiha Makoto, Shana's deskmate, and the future mother of Itachi and Sasuke. She is destined for greatness. All right. Uchiha Shana rarely displayed a smile. He then turned to Minato, his expression quickly becoming serious as he prepared to take his leave courteously. Yuhi-san, thank you, huh? Where did you go? Yuhi Minato, who had been standing nearby, had vanished without a sound. Uchiha Shana's eyes widened in confusion. A living person had silently slipped away, and he had not noticed at all. If he were to be attacked, Uchiha Shana froze. It would be disastrous. The following day, Minato arrived early at the classroom, awaiting Namake's Minato. Regardless of the outcome, as a member of the Uchiha clan, their encounter would not end without consequence. Would he bear panda eyes or sport sunglasses? The eyes are a customary target for Uchiha Shana. The entire class of boys could attest to that. A flash of brilliant gold passed by the window. Here he comes. Minato's gaze followed the golden-haired figure. At the classroom entrance, a seemingly unscathed Namake's Minato approached calmly. This was unexpected. Had he truly triumphed? This was the future Hokage? Even at such a tender age, he was already remarkable. Why are you staring at me? Namake's Minato scrutinized him from head to toe. clad in a white hooded sweatshirt and grass-green cropped pants. With his shoes properly worn, everything seemed in order. Uchiha Shana is quite formidable, isn't he? Minato asked teasingly. Even if he were to win, it would certainly require considerable effort. After all, Minato was still just a little squirt, not yet the legendary Yellow Flash. Ah, yes, quite impressive, Namikaze Minato replied, a look of distress crossing his face. Things have become increasingly troublesome lately. I feel that using you as an excuse has grown stale. If I hadn't run swiftly after school yesterday, she would have blocked my way. What does that imply? From what I gather, you haven't crossed paths since then. The third training ground is off limits. I heard from Yuan Tai that yesterday, a certain Uchiha classmate was lingering near the third training ground. While tidying up his desk, Kakashi Hitaki murmured with a hint of trepidation, "Thank heavens I didn't go. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous." You didn't go to the third training ground? Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, I was practicing shuriken at the fourth training ground. Kakashi regarded Naruto with curiosity, puzzled by his intense reaction. Didn't you mention that you'd head to the third training ground? A sudden sense of foreboding washed over Naruto. Oh, wasn't it yesterday that Teacher Mitsui was discussing information protection and misdirection? Kakashi, feeling apologetic, retracted his neck and said, I was contemplating the practical applications of that knowledge and inadvertently mentioned the third training ground. My apologies, Naruto. I didn't intend to deceive you. Kakashi scratched the back of his head, donning an awkward smile. At that moment, Naruto sensed an intensely malevolent gaze. His neck twisted as though rusted. Turning toward the classroom door, only to meet the cold, piercing eyes of a small girl with long black hair. This is bad. As the bell rang, Naruto swiftly closed his notebook, stuffed it into his waist pouch, and turned to escape through the back door. He stealthily merged into the crowd, using his height to conceal himself, and darted out of the school, disappearing without a trace. Sprinting away after class had become his routine for the week. He couldn't fathom what Uchiha Shana was thinking. Instead of confronting Kakashi, she was preoccupied with blocking his path. But that was not my fault. Kakashi deceived me. And it wasn't my intention to mislead you. Indeed, those from the Uchiha clan are undeniably obsessive. At the entrance of the ninja school, Uchiha Shana stood coldly, with no one daring to approach within 3 meters of her. Still no sign of him. Uchiha Makoto playfully draped her arm over Shana's shoulder. I was the first to arrive at the entrance, yet I have yet to see Yuba Naruto. How did he leave? Confusion clouded Shana's eyes. Is it not merely a single deception? You've been blocking him for 5 days now, Makoto chuckled softly. At this moment, he is either still hiding in the school or has climbed over the wall to escape. Impossible. Shana frowned. She had observed the vicinity for a week. Yuba Naruto's life was remarkably routine, oscillating between home and school. He would return home after school, and it was implausible for him to be hiding within the school. Could he have truly scaled the wall? Let us not be stubborn. We should head home. Makoto gently took Shana's hand and suggested, how about we go shopping together tomorrow? We shouldn't always train. A balance between work and relaxation is essential. Shana nodded absently, allowing herself to be led back. Her thoughts drifted back to that Monday. The silent manner in which he had slipped away lingered ominously in her mind. A sudden thought flashed through her mind. Could he have snuck out right under my nose? Impossible. I am an Uchiha. Even without activating my Sharingan, my dynamic vision surpasses that of ordinary people. No one can slip away from my sight. Absolutely not. On a day of leisure, Yuming was not in a hurry to go fishing. Having received a sum of 500 taels for living expenses yesterday, coupled with his frugal lifestyle recently, he found himself in possession of a small fortune. He took out 300 taels and tucked them into his faded second-hand weapon bag, striding out of his home with a sense of pride. Making a concerted effort to ignore the dazzling array of products lining the commercial street, he headed straight for the weapon shop. In less than a minute, he exited, wearing an expression that was both pained and relieved. The 300 taels had been spent entirely. In return, he acquired 10 throwing darts and 2 smoke bombs. Quite costly. Yet, the feeling of having weapons at his side was undeniably reassuring. However, it was still not enough. Yuming solemnly contemplated the need to continue saving. With explosive talismans priced at 200 taels each, he needed to gather at least a dozen to feel secure. Yuming, you must strive harder. Aim to catch more fish and save more money. With this thought, his pace quickened, and he executed the newly revised stealth technique, vanishing from sight in a mere flicker. At a corner of the commercial street, Uchiha Shana stood listlessly at the entrance of a clothing store. Inside, Uchiha Meichin was selecting garments with two classmates. Hearing the chatter of the trio, Shauna rolled her eyes in boredom. It was merely clothing. What was there to choose? The family uniform was perfectly fine, fitting, and practical. It reduced wind resistance and noise during movement. Just as she was pondering, her peripheral vision caught a familiar figure. Yuming? This fellow was shopping too. Her focus sharpened, but by the time she looked again, he had vanished from sight. Where did he go? Uchiha Shauna felt a jolt of alertness surge through her. Channeling the concentration she had honed during battles with family instructors, she scanned her surroundings with acute awareness. She found him. At a T-junction. Uchiha Shauna spotted Yuming once more. In the next instant, a similar figure emerged from Yuming's form. In the blink of an eye, two Yumings appeared at the street corner. One merged into the crowd ahead, while the other turned left into an alley. Another blink, and both figures were swallowed by the throng, disappearing entirely. Uchiha Shauna's pupils constricted sharply. This was no coincidence. The other party always managed to elude her sight in inexplicable ways. It was certainly not mere happenstance. Yuming. Uchiha Shauna stood frozen in place. Indeed, he was the first to sense chakra. How could he possibly be incompetent? Everyone had been deceived by him, judging by that bizarre technique. No one in Class A could match him. And what of herself? Shauna found herself rendered speechless. By the familiar riverside boulder, Yamamoto Hachi was clumsily flipping slices of meat, awkwardly sprinkling seasoning. Hachi, flip it over quickly, it's going to burn. Akimichi Dingzu urged anxiously. Come on, you do it. Yamamoto Hachi retorted in exasperation. Last time, Yuming had cooked it perfectly. How could this time result in charred meat? If only Yuming were here, Akimichi Dingzu sighed nostalgically. He had just burned a piece of meat in his attempt. I told you, he wouldn't come here, Nara Shikaku remarked, sitting cross-legged on the grass, leisurely chewing on a blade of grass. Shikaku, you're so clever. You should have learned how to barbecue by now. Dingzu suddenly squinted at Nara Shikaku. As Nara Shikaku suddenly found himself struck by a moment of clarity, he gazed at the solemn-faced Akimichi Choza, his entire being shuddering. Was it truly necessary to treat a mere piece of grilled meat with such gravity? Although he possessed some culinary skills, his proficiency certainly paled in comparison to that of Yumino. Moreover, preparing enough meat for 3 individuals would undoubtedly consume a considerable amount of leisurely time. Contemplating this, he unexpectedly began to reminisce about their previous fishing excursion. Shall we seek out Yumino? Yamashiro Kai tossed his failed attempt at grilling into the trash bin, raising his hands in resignation. Let us find him. Nara Shikaku replied with a knowing smile. He found the prospect of inconveniencing Yumino far less appealing than troubling himself. Do you know where Yumino lives? Choza inquired briskly while tidying up the barbecue utensils. Yamashiro Kai shrugged, indicating his ignorance. Follow me to a certain place. He is likely to be there. Nara Shikaku remarked with a playful grin. The two serendipitous encounters had led Shikaku to understand Yumino's habit of fishing on his days off. He had already discerned the logic behind Yumino's choice of fishing locations. If Yumino had not visited this place, then he would not be at the site of their initial meeting either. The only remaining location that fit the criteria was by a broken wooden bridge, where Yumino sat serenely, donning a straw hat. This spot was indeed an excellent fishing site, yet the dense aquatic vegetation posed a risk of snagging fish hooks, causing the few nearby anglers to quickly lose interest. For reasons unknown, the area also had a rather high mosquito population. However, all these concerns paled in comparison to the mastery of his fishing technique. His exceptional casting skills allowed him to deftly avoid the aquatic plants. As for the mosquitoes, Yumino glanced at the palm-sized hollow metal sphere beside him, from which a faint wisp of smoke was wafting through the holes. This was a makeshift device crafted from a damaged smoke bomb casing obtained from the ninja tool shop, with some cutting, perforating, and infusing it with specially designed incense. He had created a portable insect-repelling marvel. Regarding its efficacy, Yumino could only declare, in moments of enlightenment, the divine essence flows eternally. With this ingenious insect repellent, a locale that others shunned became his personal sanctuary. Haha, at last, I can fish in peace. Yumino, indeed, you are here. A booming voice erupted with excitement. Yumino turned, bewildered. The wooden bridge creaked underfoot as Akimichi Choza rushed toward him like a gust of wind. Come on, let us eat grilled meat together. Grilled meat, you say? Ah, Yumino, what a coincidence, we meet again. Nara Shikaku's head popped up over Choza's shoulder, a teasing grin plastered across his face. Yumino retorted, Pineapple head, Squinty eyes. You are undoubtedly no good. On Monday, Yumino entered the classroom with a heart filled with trepidation, bracing himself for Uchiha Shana's chilling gaze. Unexpectedly, the latter indeed fixated on him, yet the expression was peculiar. Yumino feigned ignorance, pretending not to notice. Namake's Minato began to showcase his innate talent, swiftly absorbing the curriculum at the Ninja Academy and finding ways to apply it practically. With such diligent study and training, his abilities naturally flourished at an astonishing rate. Meanwhile, Yumino continued to take a more laid-back approach. Upon completing the requisite training, he began to indulge in leisure, often retreating to the shade of trees to immerse himself in books. Within the library, he had already exhausted the medical literature available. To delve into advanced knowledge, a visit to the Konoha hospital was necessary. However, he deemed it premature and decided to take a step back. Unconsciously, he sought to steady his hand. Moreover, he realized that the more information he acquired, the greater his moments of enlightenment became. Such epiphanies were not conjured from thin air. Rather, they were founded upon the knowledge he had amassed, allowing for imaginative conjectures and deductions. He set a modest goal: to thoroughly explore the library of the Ninja Academy first. With utmost confidence, he pondered this. After school, he swiftly blended into the crowd and slipped away. This time, Uchiha Shana did not come to intercept him. How delightful! With the red-eyed clan not obstructing him and Minato Namake's preoccupied, he merely needed to be cautious of Ishii Saburo's fervent teaching techniques to remain undisturbed. On a sunny day during the weekend, beneath a large tree by the river, he gazed at the shimmering water's surface, feeling quite elated. The week had passed in serene tranquility, were it not for the presence of Chakra, reminding him that he was in the world of Hokage. He might have believed he had returned to an era of peace. What did this signify? It indicated that his low-profile persona had been firmly established. He felt a swell of pride. Successfully transforming into an inconspicuous figure, life had indeed become placid. With splendid weather and no disturbances, it was an ideal day for fishing. He decided to change his fishing spot, moving closer to the village center, where he might encounter other fishing enthusiasts. However, compared to the trio of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi, he preferred the chance of meeting unfamiliar anglers. Surely, they would not find him this time, right? Today, he aimed to catch more fish, as his appetite continued to grow. Just as he began to effortlessly bait his hook and cast his line, a cheerful voice rang out from behind him. Naruto, you really are here. Without turning around, he rolled his eyes skyward. How could he possibly evade them? Striving to compose himself, he donned a facade of surprise and turned to face the trio. How did you find me? He inquired, eyeing Akimichi Choza, who was carrying a bag of ingredients. Shikaku said you'd be here, and here you are? chimed Yamashiro Kai, who approached with a barbecue grill, beaming with delight. Hello, Naruto. Nara Shikaku peeked over Choza's shoulder, grinning broadly. His smug expression clearly conveyed to Naruto that he had anticipated his presence. Naruto remarked, if you could guess I would come here, then surely you could deduce that I sought refuge from you all. Why on earth did you bring others along? Maintaining a facade of sincerity, he spoke through gritted teeth. You are quite clever, Nara-senpai. Ah, it's merely a coincidence, entirely by chance, Nara Shikaku replied, still smiling. What brings you here? He had initially intended to find a tranquil place to nap. Little did he know that before he could even leave his home, he would be cornered by two companions clamoring for barbecue. How can I relax and enjoy fishing when you're so intent on grilling? Upon arriving, Nara Shikaku couldn't help but find Naruto's exasperated, yet feigned surprise utterly amusing. In a flash, their eyes locked in a playful exchange. Yamashiro Kai set the grill down and nudged Choza with his shoulder. What's the deal with those two? Two slanted eyes, adorned with broad smiles. Yet an invisible tension lingered in the air, sending shivers down his spine. Dings was stood immobile, his countenance stern as he declared, if you still wish to savor grilled meat, ignite the fire swiftly. Do not even think about slacking off. I will be watching you. What was the matter with them? With our combined intellect barely surpassing theirs, how could I possibly fathom the situation? Yet, one thing Dingswa was unequivocally certain of. No one could delay his opportunity to feast on grilled meat. Hachi swiftly began to prepare the grill. If Dingswa were provoked, not a morsel of meat would be left for him. At the Uchiha estate, near a small artificial lake, two figures danced through the air, their movements interweaving in a flurry of sound and sparks. After a considerable time, they separated. Uchiha Shana labored to control her rapid breaths, her eyes darting around in search of her opponent. In the next instant, her hands moved with lightning speed, launching a flurry of shurikens in all directions. Bang! A sudden explosion erupted on her left, enveloping the area in a cloud of white smoke as a wooden plank fell to the ground. A substitution technique. Uchiha Shana's eyes narrowed as she lunged forward. Yet, she was a moment too late. A wooden kunai was already poised against her neck. Fiake, Shana. Take a break and enjoy some watermelon, called Uchiha Makoto from the nearby corridor, setting down a plate of chilled, sliced watermelon. All right, I'm coming. Uchiha Fiake replied, sheathing his kunai and patting Shana on the shoulder. Let us call it a day for now. Together, Shana and Makoto settled down, gazing vacantly at the tranquil artificial lake before them. Shana's progress is remarkable. That last shuriken almost hit its mark, Uchiha Fiake remarked with admiration. Given how hard she is working, her rapid improvement is entirely expected, Makoto replied with a smile. I noticed that the trajectory of Shana's shuriken throw seemed deliberate, targeting as many nearby threats as possible, Fiake mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Indeed, Shana conceded with a glance at Fiake. It's a commendable strategy. Fiake's face lit up with approval, but he soon added, however, I still prefer precise strikes. Otherwise, we would be wasting our keen eyesight. What if we cannot perceive the opponent's movements? Shana suddenly interjected. Impossible. At our level, no one can evade the Uchiha's gaze, Fiake asserted confidently. Once the Sharingan is activated, even those of a higher tier cannot escape our sight. Is that so? I'm not so sure. Yuho Minoru managed to evade my vision. She replied, if I cannot see them, how can I execute a precise strike? After observing for a while, she became convinced that Yuho Minoru possessed some extraordinary skill, silent movement, visual deception, and cloaking invisibility. That fellow had indeed slipped out of the school right under my nose. Shana's fists clenched involuntarily. In retrospect, her foolishness in standing at the school gate seemed rather amusing. That guy must be laughing at her behind her back. A vivid image flashed in her mind. Standing at the doorway with wide, glaring eyes, a serious expression fixed upon each and every student, I felt a scornful gaze from behind. They are not far off. Yushin Mimin was smiling condescendingly at me. Damn it. With a swift motion, I crushed the watermelon rind in my hand. What is going on? Uchiha Fugaku scratched his head, puzzled. Haha, Shana must be thinking about Yushin-kun. Uchiha Makoto stifled a laugh. Is this Yushin student really that impressive? Uchiha Fugaku inquired with genuine interest. His cousin, known for her aloof demeanor, only remembered those who possessed great strength. It was said that he had bested all the boys in class, garnering admiration within the clan. He certainly can run. Uchiha Makoto chuckled even more heartily. Shana has been trying to catch him for a week without success. No wonder she had been in such a foul mood. It turned out there was a peer she could not catch. Uchiha Fugaku smiled softly, but then paused. Could Shana's diverse attack strategies be tailored for this Yushin student? Is there truly someone who can elude the Uchiha gaze? Uchiha Fugaku raised an eyebrow in intrigue. In the Ninja Academy library, Mimin retrieved a book thick enough to require 2 fingers to hold, titled Survival in the Wilderness, authored by Kimichi Tsuji. The book discussed how to procure sustenance in the wild, detailing which ingredients were edible, how to prepare delicious meals, and methods of cooking without conventional cookware. Mimin sat cross-legged on the floor, perusing the tome. While labeled a book, it felt more akin to a personal notebook. According to Dingswa, it appeared to be a compilation of experiences from a retired Akimichi ninja during his teaching tenure at the academy, a collection of unexpected insights from his ninja career. While others summarized mission experiences and techniques for combat, this Akimichi elder had created a culinary guide for ninjas. It was no wonder that it lay neglected in a corner. After all, a ninja's life was either about killing or preparing for it. Who had the time to peruse a cookbook? Yet Dingswa had actually read it. Could this be considered a continuation of a lineage? Suchong pondered curiously as he leisurely turned the pages. For a time, the library was filled only with the sound of pages turning. So that's the chakra wind technique, Mimin mused after a lengthy contemplation. With hands positioned oppositely in the air, he formed 2 bowl-shaped chakra membranes in his palms. He then pressed the 2 chakra bowls together, creating a chakra air sac. By controlling the timing of the openings at both ends, along with the rhythmic squeezing and relaxing of his hands, he achieved the desired wind-blowing effect. Additionally, by applying pressure, he could generate a powerful gust. In the wilderness, this technique would save considerable effort compared to blowing with one's mouth. If sufficient pressure was applied and a steel ball was placed at the opening, Mimin's eyes brightened. Wasn't this akin to a chakra-powered air cannon? The inspiration struck him when he observed a Kimichi Dingswa employing this wind technique. Who would have thought this glutton could yield such unexpected delight? After reviewing the wind technique once more, Mimin returned the book to its original place. Today's moment of enlightenment seemed to have yielded a promising project. That night, at the Yushin residence, Mimin sat at his desk, 5 sheets of blank paper spread out before him. The aforementioned passage reflects 3 concepts related to the chakra air gun. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Wuming pressed his right index and middle fingers against his temples, tapping twice. A chilling sensation enveloped his mind. Drawing upon the depths of his knowledge with ease, he quickly filled in the 3 concepts. A minute later, Wuming rubbed his temples wearily, realizing he had failed. His preparations had been insufficient. He had underestimated the complexity of chakra transformations. However, it was not entirely fruitless. With an odd expression, Wuming made his way to the courtyard. The small training area on the right side of the yard had been refurbished. Standing on the neatly trimmed grass, he suddenly began to stomp the ground repeatedly. Bang! A thunderous explosion of air erupted, resembling a muffled thunderclap. The lawn burst open, creating a large pit with dirt and grass flying everywhere. Wuming abruptly vanished, appearing instantaneously at the entrance, over 10 meters away. What was this? A chakra version of Soru? Soru is a skill from the anime One Piece, categorized as a high-speed movement technique within the Navy's 6 styles. It is said to require a rapid series of stomps on the ground within a brief span to utilize the reaction force for swift movement. Wuming had attempted it, only to conclude that Oda understood nothing of pirates. The true principle remained elusive, but Wuming's version of Soru evolved from the chakra-blowing technique. By creating 2 cavities beneath his feet and controlling the air intake, he continuously inhaled and pressurized through rapid stomping. When the pressure in the cavities built up sufficiently, Wuming would suddenly unleash it, propelling himself like a cannonball. With the discovery of more effective means of pressurization, he might even develop a chakra version of the moon step. Wuming mused with delight. It was all propelled by air. The failure to ascend merely indicated that the jet pressure was inadequate. Uchiha Fugaku strolled along the street, casting a glance at a particular shop. The security team had recently confirmed that the shop's owner was a spy. They had refrained from taking action, intending to cast a wide net for a bigger catch. Having just graduated, Uchiha Fugaku had been reassigned to the security team for training, tasked with missions under the guidance of a family jonin to gain experience. Monitoring the spy was his current assignment. How tedious. Uchiha Fugaku felt a lack of enthusiasm. He yearned for thrilling combat, hoping to engage directly in battle. That was where the Uchiha could truly shine. Could that Yuhuan classmate really evade the Uchiha's scrutiny? Fugaku was skeptical. Just a rookie who had just entered school. What capabilities could he possibly possess? As he pondered, his peripheral vision caught movement, and his pupils dilated in shock. That individual had vanished. He had been standing in the street. It was impossible for them to blend into the crowd. Was there a hidden door at the back of the room? Pursue. The guilt of losing the target propelled him to act faster than his thoughts, and he chased after them alone. Wuming ambled along the riverbank, carrying a small stool, a large wooden bucket, and a fishing rod. The ninja school curriculum proceeded methodically, and Wuming continued to grow stronger unnoticed. However, the trio of Inuzuka, Nara, and Yamanaka was somewhat bothersome. Although Dingswa had been a great help, it was best to maintain a distance. Wuming primarily avoided Nara Shikahiza. That guy was too clever, and he could easily become a victim of his own traps. No, he already had. He was almost a dedicated barbecue chef. This time, he decided to venture farther away. Having been discovered 3 times in succession, the young ninja, Unmei, had already discerned the logic behind his choices. This time, he resolved to deviate from the norm. As he ventured deeper into the wilderness, he soon found himself in a small grove, quickly arriving at the site of his first encounter with Narashika. Without pausing, Unmei continued to ascend the riverbank until he entered a dense thicket, ultimately stopping at a relatively open area along the riverbank. This locale, distant from the center of Konoha, was lush with vegetation and bore clear traces of animal paths, indicating the presence of various small creatures, resembling a wild sanctuary. With a cheerful disposition, he cast his line and, to his astonishment, within less than an hour, he had caught 7 or 8 fish. Rising to his feet, he stretched lazily beneath the dappled sunlight filtering through the trees, exclaiming, "Ah, splendid." Just then, His peripheral vision caught sight of a peculiar pattern on a tree across the river, resembling a natural scar, yet its shape was eerily familiar. What could it be? Having spent countless hours immersed in the library of the Ninja Academy, his mind was filled with an array of information. Upon closer inspection, his pupils dilated in realization. It was an intelligence symbol specific to Sunagakure, dating back 7 or 8 years. Cryptography had always been a part of the curriculum at the academy. In addition to classroom studies, Onmei had scoured the library for books, memorizing a plethora of symbols from various villages. This particular mark seemed recent. Something was amiss. He quickly gathered his fishing gear, hoisting the wooden bucket with intent to flee. Just as he turned, he spotted a stout, unassuming middle-aged man clad in gray emerging from the woods. "Uncle, are you here to fish as well?" The portly man inquired, his face beaming with a hearty smile. Onmei's expression was rigid with a forced smile. "No, I'm merely out for a stroll." The middle-aged man chuckled. "How's the catch? A stroll? In this remote wilderness? Quite excellent." Onmei replied, his heart racing, while feigning a self-satisfied demeanor as he raised the bucket for the man to see. "Uncle, enjoy your stroll. I must be heading home." With a buoyant step, he prepared to depart. In that fleeting moment as they crossed paths, the middle-aged man lunged at Onmei, ensnaring his neck with a stout arm and tightening his grip with his left hand. Onmei's form flickered, suddenly appearing to the left of the stout man. The figure held captive seemed to dissolve like a mirage upon contact. "Remarkable, you managed to evade me." The middle-aged man straightened his posture, fixing an intense gaze upon Onmei. "You're a student from the Ninja Academy, aren't you? Truly a prodigy." Onmei remained silent, discarding his fishing gear while moving laterally, leaving behind a series of phantoms, before dashing into the depths of the thicket. "Little one, you cannot escape," the middle-aged man said nonchalantly, his hands hanging low as 2 dark shadows suddenly surged forth from the voluminous sleeves of his garment. Spiderwebs. The shadows advanced swiftly, overtaking Onmei in the blink of an eye, as a semi-transparent, intricately woven net descended upon him. "A puppet of the spider? So, you are indeed a spy from Sunagakure." Onmei's eyes narrowed, his expression darkening. With a swift motion, a loud bang resonated, and Onmei vanished from sight, reappearing 10 meters away in an instant. Such speed! The stout man gasped in astonishment, his expression swiftly turning sinister. "Then I shall ensure you do not escape." With hopeful hands raised, 2 shadowy figures surged towards Wuming like lightning. Spider needles. A flurry of black needles descended upon Wuming like a torrential downpour. Bang! With a resounding explosion, Wuming vanished once more from the spot. Swish, swish, swish. The black needles embedded themselves into the trunk behind him, tiny holes immediately hissing with corrosive sounds. Wuming, still haunted by the near miss, gazed at the pockmarked tree trunk. Had he not evaded those deadly projectiles, he would have been reduced to a mere pincushion. This man was resolutely intent on ending my life. Just that morning, he had been contemplating a tranquil existence within the confines of the Shinobi Academy, indifferent to the tumultuous world outside. In the blink of an eye, he found himself embroiled with a sand ninja spy who sought his very life. The sword remained unsharpened, yet he had already stepped into the tumultuous realm of the martial world. "I wish not to perish. Thus, I must ensure your demise." Wuming inhaled deeply, aligning his right index and middle fingers, and struck his temples twice with fervor. Since he was not yet mentally prepared, he would compel enlightenment to forcibly ready him. A refreshing coolness swept through his mind. The pangs of fear were suppressed, replaced by a chilling clarity of thought. Enlightenment was immensely powerful, but Wuming had never attempted to prolong its duration. In that state, he resembled an emotionless machine, perceiving a person's life as no different from that of a mere mosquito. His eyes, starkly contrasting in black and white, regarded the short, stout middle-aged man with an icy calmness. 2 puppet spiders lunged from midair, their abdomens opening to reveal a row of intricate holes. Wuming dropped 2 smoke bombs to obscure the vision, simultaneously executing a series of rapid footfalls, propelling himself out of the spider's attack range like a cannonball. As he regained his footing, he swiftly produced shurikens, launching them with precision through the gaps in the smoke, targeting the vital points of the stout man. 10 shurikens descended in quick succession, enveloping all potential escape routes. The stout man hastily retracted the puppet spiders, his hands moving rapidly, creating sparks in midair. Meanwhile, his peripheral vision remained fixated on Wuming. Wuming, with his hands cupped in a spherical shape before his chest, swiftly joined, and then spread them apart, repeating this 3 times, until a silver ball the size of a walnut materialized between his palms. He then thrust his hands towards the stout man with great force. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, a stream of bright silver orbs erupted from his hands, each the size of a mung bean. Without a glance back, Wu Ming compressed his hands and thrust forward once more. Bang, 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 bang. A series of 5 explosive sounds erupted, startling a flock of birds from the thicket. Wu Ming calmly observed the middle-aged man, riddled with wounds and lying in a pool of blood, before retrieving a relatively intact puppet spider. He collected the nearby wooden bucket and fishing rod, employing a stealthy gait, leaving behind a trail of fleeting shadows as he silently melted into the dense forest. Uchiha Fugaku scanned his surroundings, striving to gather every trace of movement. His figure darted swiftly through the woods. This individual must not vanish beneath his very gaze. Yet, the opponent was exceedingly cautious upon entering the thicket. He quickly lost track of him. Had he failed the mission? Uchiha Fugaku's heart brimmed with dissatisfaction. He should not have allowed himself to be distracted. He could already foresee the disappointment and reprimands from the senior members of his clan. As he found himself in a state of despair, a series of thunderous sounds reverberated through the forest. An opportunity. He sprinted towards the source of the noise without a moment's hesitation. In the secluded woods, where few dared to tread, any unusual commotion was likely linked to the missing spies. With remarkable swiftness, he navigated through the dense thicket. The leaves whirled past his ears as Uchiha Fugaku landed on a branch, only to behold a short, portly middle-aged man lying motionless on the ground. Dead. Who could have done this? He glanced up and caught sight of a fleeting, ethereal figure in the distance. Halt! He hastily pursued, his gaze fixated on the indistinct shape before him. A leaf was caught by a gentle breeze, darting past him in a flash. Instinctively, Uchiha Fugaku blinked, and in that instant, he froze on the branch. He had lost track of the figure. Lowering his gaze to the ground, he observed dewdrops clinging to the damp grass, devoid of any signs of passage. A profound emptiness washed over him, accompanied by an immense sense of disappointment. He had lost the trail. Plop! A pebble, no larger than a peanut, splashed into the water, sending ripples across the surface. Unmi leaned against a pillar in the corridor, clad in a loose bathrobe, lost in thought. Blood has been shed. Oddly, he felt no nausea or urge to vomit. On the first day of his rebirth in this world, he had encountered a headless corpse, which had not only made him retch, but also faint. Yet, upon encountering death once more, he adapted more swiftly than he had anticipated. However, despite being forewarned about the violence, the abrupt intrusion into his life still left him trembling. Knock, knock, knock. Unmi, are you home? A series of knocks echoed. Unmi lazily rose, meandering along the pebble pathway to open the door. It was Doza. Come in, he greeted with a hint of annoyance, ushering the 3 inside. Are you unwell? Nara Shikaku inquired, his expression momentarily clouded. Just feeling a bit off, Unmi replied, his pallor betraying a hint of illness, thus sparing him the trouble of further explanation. The 4 gathered in the expansive corridor leading to the living room, seating themselves cross-legged on cushions around a small rosewood table. Unmi prepared some juice and snacks for his guests, while he himself sipped a cup of herbal tea, engaging in casual conversation. They began discussing the Ninja Academy, then transitioned to the ongoing war at the front lines, and meandered through various trivial matters in the village. Before they knew it, the afternoon had quietly slipped away. As evening approached, Unmi invited them to share dinner. Take care of your health. How about a barbecue in the wild next week? The gluttonous Akimichi Doza, surprisingly, declined. All right. See you next week, Unmi readily agreed. Nara Shikaku cast a puzzled glance at Unmi, but ultimately refrained from commenting. He noticed the fishing rod leaning against the edge of the pond, seemingly bearing traces of fresh soil. Unmi's illness was rather peculiar, inferring his whereabouts through leisurely clues. Observing his exasperated reactions had been a rare source of amusement for him. Yet today he had failed. Initially thinking Unmi had remained indoors due to his illness, the signs now seemed inconsistent. Oh well, never mind. It's best not to dwell on such troublesome matters, he mused. However, it appeared that the joy of seeking out Unmi would be lost to him in the future. After bidding farewell to 3 individuals, Wei Ming sat alone in his study. Having meticulously adjusted his mindset, the projectile weapon he had devised was ready for use. After a week of profound revelations, he had finally formulated a plan for a chakra air gun. The unfortunate fate of a Sand Village spy had already succumbed to the steel pellets emitted from this weapon. However, the name projectile gun seemed somewhat incongruous. Initially, Wei Ming had aspired to develop a mid-range offensive ninjutsu akin to a handgun, which would have integrated seamlessly into the six-path series of techniques. Yet, due to the complexities of manipulation, he was only able to create a shotgun variant, which necessitated the use of both hands to operate, consequently shortening the attack range. Fortunately, its striking force and area of effect remained formidable. He envisioned a future adaptation that would allow for single-handed operation, although some concepts remained unrealized. He decided to name it Thunderclap, inspired by the thunderous sound accompanying its discharge. After all, he had no intention of utilizing it as a stealth skill, thus foregoing any efforts to muffle its sound. Turning around, he retrieved a wooden box the size of an A4 sheet from the bookshelf. Inside lay today's spoils, a puppet spider, curled up and no larger than 2 fists. Wei Ming had encountered the activated form of a spider before, which was at least the size of a watermelon. It was remarkably intricate. Armed with a screwdriver and tweezers, he began to carefully dismantle the puppet. Each leg of the spider was a razor-sharp blade, and its abdomen concealed a series of toxin dispensers. On its back was a cavity, likely containing a semi-translucent web. He also extracted a sealed pouch from the mouth, presumably a venom sac. He meticulously stored the pouch away. With bladed legs, poisonous needles in the abdomen, a web on its back, and a venom sac in its mouth. This diminutive puppet was a veritable arsenal adaptable to various tactics. Wei Ming's initial impressions of the Sand Village's puppet brigade began to form. During combat, a ninja could wield a maximum of 8 shurikens at once, and once thrown, they could not be immediately retrieved. However, the art of puppetry offered a controllable repository of weaponry. A well-crafted puppet could possess an inventory of weapons numbering in the hundreds, poisons, hidden weapons, lethal traps, and even techniques that could be combined with sealing arts, such as the famed 3 treasures of the Chikamatsu. The most formidable were the human puppets of Sasori, which could utilize the jutsu they possessed in life. Wei Ming pondered the intelligence surrounding the red sand Sasori. This was a true individual capable of single-handedly commanding an army. Having transformed himself into a human puppet, with a bit of effort, he could indeed annihilate a small nation. He yearned to learn such skills, but regrettably, there were no avenues available for such education. Having tidied up the spider puppet, Wei Ming securely locked the wooden box away. This artifact must remain hidden from prying eyes for the foreseeable future. Had he inadvertently left any traces of his presence at the scene? Once again, he mentally reviewed the recent events. Shurikens and smoke bombs were standard weapons, easily obtainable from any ninja tool shop. The techniques of Shave and Thunderclap were uniquely his. No one else was privy to them. The steel pellets posed a minor concern, as they were not commonly purchased, and he wondered if they might attract scrutiny. Oh, it seemed he could use the steel pellets to create weighted bags, which should allow him to pass unnoticed. After all, he was merely a novice at the Ninja Academy. How could he possibly be linked to espionage? Teacher, is there truly anyone capable of evading the gaze of the Uchiha? Uchiha Fugaku appeared bewildered. Uchiha Izuna furrowed his brow, reprimanding words rising to his lips only to be swallowed back down. It was permissible to scold, but not to shatter one's confidence. As the young head of the Uchiha clan, one must cultivate sufficient character. Adopting a gentle expression, Uchiha Jin kindly inquired, "Are you still pondering the individual who eliminated the spy? The adversary slipped away right beneath my nose," Uchiha Fugaku lamented. "That is because you have yet to awaken your Sharingan," Uchiha Jin replied with pride. A revelation dawned upon Uchiha Fugaku. His feelings of despair stemmed merely from a series of frustrations following the failure of the mission. The individual's ability to conceal themselves was formidable, yet they could never evade the gaze of the Sharingan. I caught a glimpse of their silhouette. They appeared quite youthful, Uchiha Fugaku rationally assessed, furrowing his brow. Uchiha Jin looked on with satisfaction as his disciple swiftly recalibrated his thoughts. "Fugaku, let us put this matter to rest. A youthful individual skilled in stealth. There is only one place in the village that would breed such an assassin." Uchiha Jin's expression darkened. "Do not provoke the members of Root. They are tools of murder, devoid of past or future, and are exclusively the instruments of Danzo." Root? Uchiha Fugaku's countenance soured. No one harbors affection for those lurking in the shadows, especially when such individuals harbor malice towards the Uchiha. As the young clan leader, Fugaku possessed the authority to access family intelligence and was aware of a distinct faction within the village that targeted the Uchiha. He had not anticipated it would be them. Prepare a mission report afterward to bring this matter to a conclusive end. You must proceed with your next training, Uchiha Gen instructed. Yes. Uchiha Fugaku respectfully bowed before departing. Sighing, Uchiha Fugaku reflected on the fact that, regardless of the circumstances, the mission had ultimately failed. On his desk lay all the materials related to the mission, documenting the discovery of the adversary's spy identity, the intricate web of their connections, the ensuing prolonged surveillance, and the abrupt demise that followed. He meticulously reviewed and organized the events of the mission, drawing lessons from the experience. One particular list captured his attention: the inventory of weapon purchasers provided by the ninja tool shop. Shuriken and smoke bombs were consumables, purchased by numerous individuals. A mere cursory glance sufficed before setting it aside. Uchiha Fugaku focused on the steel balls instead. The sand ninja spy had perished under a barrage of these very projectiles. Upon realizing that the individual might have ties to Root, Uchiha Fugaku held little hope for this information. Root had its own channels and would never permit a ninja to procure tools themselves. Then, a familiar name suddenly caught his eye: Yuho Minoru. A cold visage materialized in Uchiha Fugaku's mind. Is that the same classmate who embarrassed Shana? A smile crept upon Uchiha Fugaku's face as he recalled Mikoto's description. Curiously, he glanced at the list of shuriken and smoke bomb purchases. Yuho Minoru. Is this merely coincidence? A shadow of doubt flickered in Uchiha Fugaku's mind. No. As Elder Gen said, this must be the work of Root. How could it possibly be Yuho Minoru? They are just a newly enrolled child. For 2 weeks, Minoru experienced a tumultuous array of emotions. The village remained unchanged, and he had not been seized by anyone. It seemed as though everything had faded into the past. The short, stout spy had abruptly appeared, only to swiftly vanish from Minoru's life. Apart from a spider puppet that he occasionally disassembled for inspection, nothing else had changed. The life at the Ninja Academy was uneventful, as Ishii Saburo sequentially taught transformation and substitution techniques. However, Namikaze Minato, displaying an innate talent, quickly mastered the body flicker technique and visibly improved his physical skills. Even before engaging in actual combat, he had already instilled a sense of dread in many. On their day off, Minato, along with Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi, gathered by the river for a barbecue, which had become a customary gathering for the four. The trio provided tools, meat, and condiments, while Minato supplied fresh fish and took charge of the preparation. His recently acquired grilling skills thoroughly impressed his companions. After indulging in their feast, Shikaku reclined on the grass to play chess with Inuzuka, while Minato sat by the riverbank, continuing to fish, preparing a week's worth of protein for himself. Simultaneously, his left index finger touched the ground, chakra seeping from his fingertip into the earth. Minato, are you engaging in some sort of training? Inquired Dingzwa, who was nearby assisting Minato with baiting the hook. I found a secret technique in the library, Minato replied, squinting as he casually explained. It is said to allow one to sense vibrations in the ground through chakra. What purpose does it serve? Dingzwa scrutinized Minato's finger. It can be used to detect earthquakes and flash floods, among other natural disasters. But that is merely its primary use. Doesn't seem very practical, Dingzwa hesitated. They are ninjas, skilled in combat. Such auxiliary ninjutsu appears to hold little value for an average ninja. It can be beneficial for practicing chakra control, aiding in the mastery of transformation techniques. This was not an idle fabrication. He had discovered this method in a book titled Essentials of the Body Flicker Technique. My transformation technique is not particularly good. What is the name of this secret technique? Dingzwa expressed interest. Nearby, Inuzuka cast a glance at Dingzwa and whispered to Shikaku. What does poor transformation have to do with chakra control? It's just that he is too heavy. Anyone would look plump in his transformation. Why don't you speak up? Shikaku teased. I don't want to get hit. Inuzuka rolled his eyes. Until now, only Minato had called Dingzwa fatty without suffering any repercussions. He had no desire to test the waters. Its original name is the vibration sensing technique, but I've given it a new name. Listening attentively, Minato adjusted his black-framed glasses and smiled. Would you like to learn? I can teach you the vibration sensing technique, but the true listening attentively is beyond your grasp, Dingzwa. Listening attentively is a sensory ninjutsu that allows one to detect enemy movements through sensing ground vibrations. He had derived this perception technique based on the vibration sensing technique. combining it with his formidable chakra control abilities, and had spent a week contemplating its intricacies. Minato couldn't help but think, I must avoid unwittingly encountering spies again. At the Habun residence, Minato closed the door and locked it. After bathing, he donned a comfortable, loose robe and sat at his desk. His left index finger instinctively touched the ground, chakra dispersing into the floor. Listening attentively, all vibrations within a radius of 170 meters surged into his mind. What is that? Minato rose and opened the door. In the training area to his right stood a wooden training dummy, emitting a rhythmic vibration. A dark figure materialized before Minato. A cat? Noticing the absence of attention, the black cat let out a soft meow as it leapt down from the wooden post, effortlessly scaling the wall with the aid of a nearby Araucaria. After casting one last glance at the unobservant figure, it gracefully jumped down from the wall and vanished from sight. Where did this wild cat come from? Time slipped away unnoticed, and a year passed, transforming the once naive student into a second year at the Ninja Academy. The curriculum covered fundamental physical techniques, projectile weaponry, kunai combat, chakra refinement, and ultimately, the elusive shadow clone technique. All essential combat skills that the ninja school could impart had been taught. The students were now required to hone these techniques into instinctual abilities, applying them with agility to become competent ninjas. The time for practical combat between the students had officially commenced. On the expansive training ground, the young ninja, with a wooden kunai in hand, focused intently on the figure before him. A year had passed, and Yuan Tai had grown increasingly robust. After a brief exchange of glances, the two charged at each other. The sound of their kunai clashing resonated through the air with a dull thud. Fists and feet flew, creating a cacophony of strikes. After a prolonged bout, they both leapt back, gasping for air. Unmi appeared particularly worse for wear. His pallor stark and his breath labored, as if he were a deflated bellows. I concede, he called out, noticing Yuan Tai preparing to advance once more, and quickly gestured to Ishii Saburo, the referee. Very well, I declare Yuan Tai the victor. Following this, the two exchanged a reconciliation seal. Ishii Saburo regarded Unmi with a sense of satisfaction. Habu, while your stamina leaves much to be desired, you've displayed commendable progress. He had always been aware of Unmi's frail constitution, and to have fought to a mid-tier loss was indeed a remarkable achievement. As Unmi regained his breath, scratching his head with an embarrassed grin, he made his way towards the crowd. Acting is far more challenging than I anticipated. He had been diligently controlling his strength, fearful that he might inadvertently knock Yuan Tai unconscious. This was merely the beginning. 3 more years lay ahead. Would he need to gain insight into his acting skills too? In the throng, Namikaze Minato approached, scrutinizing Unmi with a mix of curiosity and suspicion. What's the matter? Unmi replied, bewildered. Nothing, just finding it a bit peculiar. Minato said, glancing at Unmi once more. Despite his overt fatigue, the state of his muscles beneath the skin seemed somewhat off. You're not pretending, are you? Minato inquired suddenly. Come on, my acting isn't that poor, is it? Unmi's heart skipped a beat. Rather than concerned for him, Minato should focus on himself. He ought not to be pummeled into a pulp by Uchiha Shana later. Unmi feigned annoyance, rolling his eyes and deftly changing the subject. Evading the topic, are we? Unmi, you're not being forthright, Minato remarked with a playful glint in his eye. He was well aware that this eccentric classmate relished concealing his true self. Not being forthright. My foot. Look, Uchiha Shana is watching you. Unmi dared not engage further. Upon hearing this, Minato abandoned his scrutiny of Unmi, turning instead to observe Uchiha Shana, who had just effortlessly dispatched her opponent. Why do I feel as though she is looking at you? Minato remarked, regarding Unmi with a quizzical expression. Why do you think she is looking at me? That irritates me, Unmi retorted. This was the same individual who had used him as a shield, leaving him cornered for quite some time by that cold-faced little girl. Though the pressure had lifted, she still occasionally cast her gaze upon him. The eyes seemed to possess an innate sense of direction, following wherever he ventured. This compelled him to frequently utilize moments of insight to enhance his stealth. Upon hearing this, Namikaze Minato awkwardly scratched his head. Oh, come now, let us not dwell on trivialities. Both Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Shinai possessed formidable strength, rendering their fellow students mere shadows in comparison. It wasn't long before they clashed. You from the Red-Eyed clan, do lend a hand. Give that golden-haired scoundrel a thorough thrashing, whooming encourage from the crowd, secretly cheering them on. Throughout a year at the Ninja Academy, Minato had often caught him off guard with sudden attacks, nearly exposing his true prowess on several occasions. This had even attracted the attention of the little girl from the Red-Eyed clan. Had he not wished to conceal his capabilities, he would have relished the opportunity to confront Minato himself. The intensity of the battle was as anticipated. Compared to their classmates, the duel between the two transcended dimensions. Despite both relying on fundamental physical techniques, they moved with such swiftness that they appeared to leave afterimages in their wake. After a series of confrontations, Minato was struck by Shinai's shuriken in a move akin to a celestial maiden scattering flowers, marking his defeat. Oh, don't be disheartened. You're not the only one who has faced a beating from Shinai. Wuming feigned consolation, his grin nearly reaching his ears. The Red-Eyed clan really isn't pulling their weight. If only we could give that golden-haired pretty boy a pair of panda eyes, it would be perfect. Indeed, you're the last among the boys in class. Minato remarked softly. Do you think she might achieve a grand slam? Wuming froze momentarily. Surely not. With my performance in combat, there's no need for that battle maniac to target me. Lost in thought, he suddenly sensed a familiar gaze upon him. Curse it. Without needing to look, he knew the cold-faced little girl was glaring at him again. She wouldn't really come to confront me, would she? Wuming cautiously shifted his feet, stealthily hiding behind Minato. With a mischievous grin, Minato teased, Don't be shy. It's merely swapping out clear lenses for sunglasses. After all, you're not the only boy who has been on the receiving end of Shinai's wrath. What is there to fear? Get lost. After school, Wuming dashed out of the building, returning home with a sigh of relief. The members of the Red-Eyed clan were indeed fierce. The moment he exited the classroom, he felt someone watching him from behind. Fortunately, he had managed to escape quickly, leaving him with a lingering sense of dread. He prepared himself a generous serving of clear broth fish balls, along with some pan-seared fish, complemented by a medley of grain and vegetable salad. Perfection. Setting the meal on a small wooden table in the corridor, he basked in the evening breeze, absorbing the last rays of the setting sun. Wuming took a deep breath, relishing the moment. Habitually, he pressed his left index finger to the ground, releasing chakras swiftly. Listen. All vibrations within a radius of 210 meters instantaneously coursed into his mind. Tilting his head towards the pine tree, he remarked, You're quite punctual. Amidst the dense foliage, a shadowy black cat lay quietly concealed. If not for a closer inspection, it would have easily gone unnoticed. He retrieved a small porcelain dish he had prepared earlier, placing 5 fish balls within. Tapping it gently with his chopsticks, he called, Come down. About half a year ago, this cat had suddenly appeared in his home, showing no fear of humans. After he had attempted to feed it a couple of fish balls, the black feline had decided to take up residence with him, arriving punctually for meals every day. Every day, I find myself sharing my meals with an unexpected guest. Do you still remember how to catch mice? Taking advantage of the moment when the black cat was engrossed in its feast, I swiftly stroked its fur. Ah, delightful. Unable to resist, I reached out once more. However, as I prepared for a third stroke, I was met with the cat's stern gaze. Very well. Let us enjoy our meal. Sated and content, I sat in the corridor sipping tea and enjoying the breeze, while the black cat curled quietly on a cushion beside me. I wondered which household this cat belonged to. As it spent its days eating and sleeping here, doesn't its owner worry? I tilted my head and mused. Perhaps I should just keep it here permanently. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Habitually, I placed a hand on the ground and listened intently. One person? Who could it be? I donned my glasses and approached the door. Upon seeing the figure outside, I froze. Oh no, why has this person followed me home? Shinai? It's late. Let us have a duel. The cold voice of Uchiha Shinai pierced the air. I concede, I immediately surrendered. Shinai, with her emotionless gaze, pushed past me and strode into the courtyard. Oh dear, why must she be so obstinate? Just after a hearty meal, I now had to engage in a duel with her. Let's hope it doesn't disrupt my digestion. Unleash your full strength, Shinai declared as she took her position in the small training area to my left. There's no need. I cannot match your prowess, I protested, making one last attempt to evade the confrontation. Shinai remained unyielding. Enough. Stop treating this lightly. Oh, she seems quite serious. If you do not approach this duel with sincerity, I will inform the security team of your secret possession of sand ninja puppets. A wave of dread washed over me. How did she find out? Did Uchiha have connections within the security team? What else did they know? Had my actions regarding the sand ninja spy been exposed? I absolutely could not be interrogated. There are too many forbidden techniques that can pry into one's heart. If my identity as a traveler were to be revealed, it would mean certain death. I quickly crouched down, my hand touching the ground. Listening closely, I pondered, is it only Uchiha Shinai? Does she believe she can handle me alone? Discarding my glasses, I fixed my cold gaze upon her. I stepped forward, and dozens of figures materialized within the courtyard. The proud Uchiha, the arrogant Uchiha. A soft voice enveloped the entire area. In the next moment, I appeared behind Shinai, my kunai pressed against her neck. Shinai had not anticipated my swift reaction or the peculiarity of my attack. Feeling the kunai's presence, she instinctively elbowed towards my ribs. Crack! Her elbow was easily caught. Shinai's expression shifted as she struggled, realizing my grip felt as if it were forged from steel. Despite her utmost efforts, I remained immovable. Ultimately, it was the Uchiha without a head. I leaned close to Shinai's ear, a glint of cold light flashing in my eyes. I cannot remain in Konoha. I must not be questioned. A single illusion could unveil my greatest secret. What should I do about this little girl? Do I need to eliminate her? Stop it, Munin-kun. A languid voice suddenly rang out behind me. When did someone arrive? How could this happen? My listening technique had failed. My expression changed dramatically. A thunderous crash reverberated. And alongside Uchiha Shana, he suddenly appeared at the doorway. It was just in time for him to catch a glimpse of the training ground. What he beheld left him momentarily stunned. A black cat? The cat speaks. Is this a summoned beast? In an instant, he cast his gaze downward at the little girl, who had been rendered dizzy and disoriented by the rapid turn of events. It seemed that Uchiha had a close relationship with the feline clan. He had never anticipated this black cat, which had thus witnessed his research on the puppet spider. Consequently, a misunderstanding arose. Observing the pale-faced little girl, his head swam with confusion. What should he do? It was his own impatience that had led to this predicament. Earlier, the little girl had threatened him, stating that if he did not engage her with full effort, she would report him to the security team. This implied that, at present, the security team remained unaware of his ties with the Sand Ninja spy. He had not exposed himself. This situation had escalated unnecessarily. What could have been a mere performance had spiraled into a revelation of his identity. In the corridor, Uchiha Shana leaned against a pillar, unconscious. He sat solemnly at a small wooden table, fixated on the black cat. You eat my food, sleep in my space, and divulge my intelligence. How can you justify your actions? He reprimanded sternly. Meow? The black cat, licking its paw and cleaning its face, gazed at him with a look of utter bewilderment. It could not comprehend his words. Feigning ignorance? Attempting to evade responsibility? How shameless. He seethed with anger. If you do not confess, I shall confiscate your fish snacks. He threatened fiercely. The black cat froze, sensing the young human's anger. The fish snacks are in peril. It thought. Well, nothing major has occurred. Let us not dwell on the details, it replied lazily, stretching its limbs and feigning nonchalance. Were it not for your scrutinizing gaze, I would have believed you truly did not care. Now, what shall we do about this matter? He sat upright, his demeanor serious as he fixed his gaze upon the black cat. Unless you provide me with a satisfactory answer, you shall not receive even a single fishball from me. Or perhaps we could simply forget today's events, as if they never transpired? The black cat suggested tentatively. Then you could continue to enjoy fishballs and sleep on cushions, correct? What a naive thought. I might agree to forget, but can she? He shot a sidelong glance at Uchiha Shana, who had already awakened and was feigning unconsciousness. With such poor acting skills, did she think she could deceive him? I can certainly forget. The black cat raised a paw, solemnly swearing. He could not help but roll his eyes. My concern is not for you. I fear the Red-Eyed Clan will truly report me. If I were to be captured by the security team, the Red-Eyed Clan would immediately cast a genjutsu on me. If I were to inadvertently reveal the truth about being a time traveler, it would be catastrophic. What if I were to monitor her? Just as Shauna had me keep an eye on you, I shall now keep watch over her. The black cat's ears perked up excitedly as it gazed at him. As long as you engage me in a serious battle, I will not report you. Uchiha Shana opened her eyes, looking discontentedly at him. Is my character truly that tarnished? In the realm of comradeship, where familiarity breeds understanding, would I truly report you merely for possessing a puppet from the Sand Village? The long-standing conflict between Konoha and the Sand has led many a ninja to acquire a collection of puppets, for the art of puppetry is indeed a formidable ninjutsu, one that piques the curiosity of all. Aside from the somewhat dubious origins of the puppet in Yumen's possession, there was nothing amiss. Her intention was merely to frighten Yumen a tad. Even if the security team were to inquire, A simple explanation regarding the puppet's origins would suffice. After all, Yumin's parents were Chunin from Konoha, and it is quite reasonable for them to leave behind a unique inheritance. Little did she anticipate Yumin's extreme reaction. Wait, could it be that the origin of the spider puppet is truly problematic? Are you, perchance, a spy from the sand? Uchiha Shana furrowed her brows as she gazed at Yumin. Is this girl foolish? Her life rests in my hands. Yet she dares to question so brazenly. Should I be a spy from the sand? With just this utterance, I could bring about your demise right now. Thus, it is settled. Come, let us sign the contract first. The black cat, with a swift paw, struck the ground, and a series of black runes unfurled from beneath her touch. Boom! A plume of white smoke ascended, revealing a scroll as thick as a bowl and nearly as long as an arm, appearing before Yumin. The black cat deftly unfurled the scroll and eagerly pointed to a vacant space, urging, sign here, with your blood. Once you do, you shall be able to summon me at will, even to gather Shauna's intelligence. How presumptuous! You decide for me before I even consent? Yumin rolled her eyes, deftly slicing her finger to sign her name and press her handprint in one fluid motion. This is indeed a summoning scroll. As a mere novice, I cannot fathom when I might encounter a summoning beast of my own. With this scroll before me, it would be foolish not to sign. Joy abounds. Yumin, do hasten and procure some fish treats. We must celebrate this momentous occasion. The black cat scampered to Yumin's side, its paws incessantly tapping her thigh in encouragement. Momentous? You merely wish for fish treats. Yumin retorted with annoyance. Go fetch it yourself, you know where it is. In an instant, the black cat vanished. Yumin, while I could forego discussions about puppets, you must engage me in battle, Uchiha Shana stated, her expression unyielding as she fixed her gaze upon Yumin. How obstinate you are. Truly, this is futile. Yumin languidly leaned against a pillar in the corridor. Do you look down upon me? Uchiha Shana's gaze grew ever colder. Huh? Can you even discern my location? Yumin suddenly sprang to her feet, and at that moment, multiple copies of herself appeared along the corridor. Uchiha Shana's eyes widened in surprise, and she leaped into the air, her gaze darting about as she scrutinized and analyzed the myriad of figures. I may not distinguish them apart, but I can strike all the clones simultaneously, Uchiha Shana proclaimed with confidence. She had diligently practiced her shuriken techniques, merging them with the Uchiha's unique throwing style to devise a method of projectiles that could effectively obstruct any approaching adversary. But what of the present moment? A voice suddenly emerged behind Uchiha Shana. The icy blade of a kunai pressed against her neck once more. Just as before, the chill of death brushed past her, causing Uchiha Shana to freeze in place. In a fleeting moment, the figure of Wei Ming shimmered, and the numerous phantoms in the corridor vanished without a trace. When they reappeared, Wei Ming had returned to his previous position, as if he had never moved at all. A year had passed, and his breathing techniques had remained uninterrupted. His strength, speed, and reflexes had significantly improved. The extent of his enhancement was unclear to him, yet he knew that he could easily overpower Yuan Tai, the strongest in Class A, with a single punch. With his formidable physical prowess complemented by his upgraded stealth technique, if he chose to evade, not a single person in Class A could catch even a glimpse of his clothing. After a considerable pause, Uchiha Shana regained her senses, her gaze complex as she regarded Wei Ming. Ever since she failed to contain him initially, she had been observing, increasingly convinced that he was concealing his true capabilities. Consequently, she had been training relentlessly, considering the elusive Wei Ming as her hypothetical adversary, even going so far as to secretly dispatch her summoning beast, a ninja cat, to gather intelligence. Following her triumph over the fourth Hokage, she felt prepared to challenge him, carrying the momentum of being the top of Class A. However, upon their first clash, she was swiftly overwhelmed. Her strength was still woefully inadequate. With her fists clenched tightly, Uchiha Shana cast a final, complicated glance at Wei Ming before turning to leave the corridor. Wait, Wei Ming suddenly called out. Rest assured, I will not disclose any of your information. I, Uchiha Shana, am a person of my word, the petite girl replied, tilting her head slightly, her peripheral vision fixed on Wei Ming with cold disdain. Actually, I was merely inquiring if you could teach me summoning techniques. Wei Ming scratched his head awkwardly, suddenly recalling that he indeed did not possess the ability to perform such techniques. What was the point of having a summoning scroll if he could not utilize it? Oh, Wei Ming, you cannot perform summoning techniques? Uchiha Shana turned back, a smile involuntarily tugging at the corners of her mouth. It seemed that Wei Ming was not as invincible as he appeared. After all, he had grown up an orphan, with all his knowledge of ninjas derived solely from the Ninja Academy, while she had the entire Uchiha clan backing her. A sense of superiority washed over her. So what if he couldn't perform summoning techniques? It wouldn't affect her in the least. If you weren't an Uchiha, you probably wouldn't be able to either. Wei Ming couldn't help but roll his eyes, responding with irritation. Not being able to perform summoning techniques doesn't mean you can defeat me. The little girl's smile faltered, her expression once again turning indifferent. I can teach you, but when I challenge you, you cannot evade the battle. Of course, for the sake of your peculiar mystique. I won't challenge you in public. That would be pointless. Wei Ming, not one to refuse, thought it inconsequential since his abilities had already been uncovered. You cannot employ any bizarre movement techniques, nor can you use that high-speed body flicker technique. We will only engage in direct combat. Uchiha Shana's eyes sparkled with determination. Direct confrontation? She sought to refine her taijutsu through their encounter? Very well. Wei Ming reluctantly agreed, knowing it wouldn't require much effort. It's settled then. Shortly. I will have Yotsuba bring you the summoning scroll, Uchiha Shana said, a slight smirk gracing her lips. With lightning speed, she concealed her expression and exited Wei Ming's home. Shortly after Uchiha Shana's departure, the black cat Yotsuba appeared, clutching a bag of dried fish as it leapt onto the wall. Wei Ming, ensuring that no one was nearby, swiftly rose to tidy up his belongings. Money, weapons, precious notes, and ready-to-eat food were all hastily stuffed into the backpack. Scaling the wall and leaping from home, he followed the direction in which Uchiha Shana had departed, employing the art of stealth to vanish like a specter into the night. Outside the Uchiha clan grounds, he perched on a sturdy tree trunk, its girth requiring two people to embrace, squinting towards the Uchiha residence. He hoped that nothing would go awry. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to flee Konoha. Having spent the night without closing his eyes, he saw no one leaving the Uchiha compound at midnight. As dawn broke, he spotted Uchiha Shana exiting her home to attend school. Only then did he descend from the tree and quietly follow her, maintaining a facade of nonchalance while keeping a vigilant eye on her from the corner of his gaze. Should he detect even the slightest hint of unease in her demeanor, he would flee immediately. After a day of cautious observation, he was relieved to find that all remained tranquil. As evening approached, he returned home, weary and without delay, employed his heightened senses to assess his surroundings. Without even unzipping his backpack, he stuffed in 2 more soldier pills, which he had reluctantly purchased after school. The backpack was strategically placed near the entrance, ready for a swift escape at any moment. 3 days passed without incident, and only then did he feel assured that Uchiha Shana had indeed kept his secrets. A sigh of relief escaped his lips. He was grateful that he need not run. While Konoha did not guarantee safety, the world beyond its borders was fraught with peril. If he could avoid fleeing, it was certainly for the best. His heart eased slightly, but he resolved to refrain from brazenly experimenting with his spider puppet techniques in the future. Thank goodness Shana, the little girl, was trustworthy and kept her silence. Had she carelessly mentioned anything to her family, it would have spelled his doom. How he wished for a secret hideout. He pondered, stroking his chin. Digging a basement? That seemed impractical. What tools would he use? How large would it need to be? Where would he dispose of the excavated earth? How could he ensure it wouldn't collapse? He was no civil engineer, and the thought of creating a poorly constructed basement that compromised the integrity of the house was daunting. Perhaps he should set that idea aside for now, he mused. Feeling somewhat resigned, at the Uchiha residence, 2 figures descended from the air. Shana, as expected, was the top of her class, Uchiha Fugaku remarked with admiration. After their usual sparring session, Uchiha Makoto had prepared refreshing herbal tea, inviting the two to rest. The trio sat in the corridor, enjoying the breeze and conversing while gazing at the lake. Shana, how are your practical results with that Hayabusa classmate? Uchiha Fugaku inquired nonchalantly. The memory of a mission gone awry 6 months prior lingered in his mind, the doubt never fading. Why was Fugaku so concerned about Hayabusa Munin? Ranked 29th. Uchiha Shana replied, her eyes darting briefly to Uchiha Fugaku, her tone devoid of emotion. You still remember him? Uchiha Makoto remarked with a curious glance towards Fugaku. He's not doing too badly, actually. Given his frail constitution, achieving almost mid-class performance is quite commendable, she added. Indeed, Fugaku echoed with a cryptic tone. What brought him to mind? Do you recall the spy mission from 6 months ago? Fugaku replied with a wry smile. The spy perished. And while I was at the ninja tool shop investigating the weapon, I came across Hayabusa's name. As the conversation unfolded, Uchiha Fugaku shrugged in disbelief. How could that be? Uchiha Mikoto immediately countered. Hyugakuin's constitution is so frail. Indeed, how could it be possible? He is merely a newcomer. A spy? That puppet spider? Uchiha Shana narrowed her eyes. Is that spy from the Sand Village? Yes, indeed, a Sand Village puppet master, Uchiha Fugaku remarked, casting a curious glance at Shana. How did you deduce that? I heard there have been ongoing minor skirmishes at the front with the Sand Village, Uchiha Shana explained. A puppet master? The spider puppet. No wonder the reaction was so pronounced. In times of turmoil along the front lines, everything is prioritized for war. Once intelligence and espionage are involved, one is bound to face rigorous, even harsh, interrogations. However, a shadow flickered in Uchiha Shana's heart. Could Emir Chunin have been eliminated 6 months prior? Am I still capable of holding my ground? No, I must be able to prevail. As long as I awaken my Sharingan. Could it be that Hyuga Minoru truly harbors some issues? Uchiha Fugaku observed his cousin Shana with a composed demeanor. What does Shana know? Could it genuinely pertain to that Hyuga classmate? As the new week commenced, Minoru did not depart immediately after school. He held a file, a mere finger's thickness, and knocked on the door of Ishii Saburo's office. Hyuga-kun, is there something you need? Ishii Saburo inquired, surprised. He held a deep admiration for this student of common origins. Though physically weak, his intellect was remarkably sharp, and his diligence was commendable, resulting in a solid foundation of theoretical knowledge. Even if he could not dominate the battlefield in the future, he could undoubtedly become an exceptional intelligence operative. Sensei, here is the battlefield emergency medical information I have compiled. Minoru shyly presented the file to Ishii Saburo. This was a synthesis of his insights after perusing the medical books in the library. Although it contained no groundbreaking revelations, it consolidated previously scattered and miscellaneous information into a coherent volume. It could serve as a theoretical framework for aspiring battlefield medics. Ishii Saburo hesitated momentarily. What are your intentions? Hyuga-kun, I wish to study more medical knowledge at the Konoha Hospital. I've heard they have a library dedicated to medical techniques, Minoru said, his face alight with eagerness as he looked at Ishii Saburo. The library at the Ninja Academy was rather modest, and he had thoroughly exhausted its resources. Thus, he urgently sought new avenues for knowledge. Simultaneously, he aimed to connect with Konoha Hospital to lay the groundwork for a future as a medical ninja. Very well. I will inquire on your behalf, Ishii Saburo replied, looking at Minoru with a sense of satisfaction. However, I cannot guarantee success. You must be prepared for that. The training for doctors at Konoha Hospital is not aligned with that of the Ninja Academy, and it is uncertain if it will come to fruition. Thank you very much, Minoru said with a respectful bow. In the crystal-clear waters of the river, a small fish, about the length of an arm, gently swayed its tail. Its mouth and gills opened and closed rhythmically as it leisurely glided along the pristine riverbed. Suddenly, a morsel of food, the size of a soybean and exuding an unusual allure, fell into the water. The fish circled the food, noticing a line above it. Something seemed amiss. Just as it was about to heed its instinctual warning and swim away, that soybean-sized morsel unexpectedly darted into its mouth. In the next moment, a surge of force propelled the fish into the air, and with a splash, it landed into a large wooden barrel. Minoru, your fishing skills are becoming increasingly impressive. Dingzwa firmly grasped the large fish within the barrel, skillfully removing the hook before reattaching the bait. Practice makes perfect. With a bit of effort, one could certainly master it. Wei Ming adjusted his spectacles with a gentle push of his right hand, a smile gracing his lips as he withdrew his left index finger from the ground. The prerequisite, however, was to learn the art of attentive listening. Utilizing this skill to locate the fish allowed for precise control, enabling the hook to pierce directly into its mouth. He could catch fish even without bait. Glancing at the thrashing fish in the wooden barrel, Wei Ming chuckled with satisfaction. Within the range of my cast, all is truth. Once I master the puppeteer's control threads, I won't even need a hook. Alas, the lack of resources was a lamentable hindrance. Wei Ming sighed. He had studied the puppet spider numerous times, aspiring to create a protective puppet mechanism. Carrying a personal arsenal that could both attack and defend would be utterly reliable. After spending several moments of enlightenment, he endeavored to grasp the puppeteer's control threads, yet the results were unsatisfactory. There must be a secret technique involved, one that pertains to a transformation of certain properties. Pure chakra, when distanced from the body, dissipated rapidly. However, a puppeteer's control threads could extend for dozens of meters. The likes of Sasori could even command a horde of puppets from over 100 meters away. Fortunately, he had not left empty-handed. Wei Ming glanced at his right hand, clutching the fishing rod. A delicate layer of chakra enveloped the inner palm, securely adhering to the rod. Utilizing the rod as a framework, it continuously extended upward. It was this ability that allowed him to deliver the bait directly to the fish's mouth, combining masterful fishing techniques with chakra manipulation. Steel wire served as the skeleton, while chakra formed the exterior, a unique form of puppetry thread. A plume of smoke wafted through the air. Akimichi Dingswa savored a piece of roasted meat followed by a bite of grilled vegetables, his mouth glistening with grease. Take your time, Dingswa. No one is competing with you. Heya interjected, his hands deftly snatching a piece of meat while Dingswa was occupied with chewing. At last, he had secured a morsel. Dingswa's face radiated happiness. What have you all been busy with this month? Wei Ming inquired, curious, as their last gathering had been a month prior. The clan has arranged special training, Rujo replied, devouring a piece of char-grilled mushroom. Are they imparting clan secrets? Wei Ming pondered. The Akimichi clan's expansion technique, the Nara clan's shadow technique, and the Yamashiro clan's heart-turning technique. The first generation of the boar deer butterfly was taking shape. Wei Ming cast a glance at the three. Aren't you curious? Rujo chuckled, then seemed to contemplate. You appear to know about our clan's techniques? Wei Ming's heart skipped a beat. This fellow was too perceptive. He had come across such information in the library. Nonchalantly adjusting his glasses, Wei Ming replied, You know me. I have a few hobbies, and I finally garnered some insights. Is that so? Rujo responded ambiguously. Suddenly, he recalled something and remarked meaningfully. We haven't yet begun learning the clan's secrets. We've only undergone some special training. Would you like to know? I have no desire to know. Wei Ming thought to himself, sensing the probing nature of the inquiry. Is it convenient? He feigned curiosity, then expressed regret. Perhaps it's best not to. Convenient? How could it be inconvenient? Rugio's smile grew increasingly peculiar. Heya glanced at Dingswa, his eyes signaling. What sort of riddle were these two concocting? Dingswa eyed the pair of squinting eyes and winked at Heya. How would I know? Wei Ming braced himself to continue the banter. For instance, gathering bird eggs? Rugio raised an eyebrow, his face filled with teasing. The expression on Wei Ming's face darkened instantly. This was their second encounter. Wei Ming had just achieved enlightenment and was experimenting with his tree climbing skills. To avoid exposure, he deliberately fell from the tree, concocting an excuse about collecting bird eggs. This was clearly a way of signaling, I've discovered something. Is that so? You must be cautious. Don't fall to your demise. Wei Ming replied nonchalantly, seemingly resigned to his fate. Huh. Rugio nearly burst into laughter. Wei Ming's flustered expression was simply too amusing. In the Yuhua residence, within the study, Wei Ming performed hand seals, pricked his finger, and slapped his palm onto the desk. Spirit summoning technique. Bang! A cloud of white smoke erupted. A black cat emerged from the mist, carrying a palm-sized scroll. Its demeanor serious as it approached Wei Ming. Fishballs. Wei Ming grinned as he picked up a small porcelain dish tucked beneath the desk. The black cat nodded in satisfaction, tossing the scroll to Wei Ming before lowering its head to relish its meal. Wei Ming unfurled the scroll, revealing the method for crafting explosive tags. It seemed the ninja cat had ventured into the realm of ninja tools. He owed his gratitude to the little lowly, Shauna. Without her, he would have never been able to forge a contract with the ninja cats. Is it difficult to learn how to make explosive tags? The satiated black cat, licking its paw while washing its face, regarded Wei Ming with skepticism. Can you learn it? Wei Ming removed his glasses, and with his right hand's middle and index fingers, he simulated massaging his temples, tapping lightly twice. A wave of coolness swept through his mind. Special paper, chakra-conducting ink, sealing symbols, hand seal sequences. Chakra variations. The information inscribed on the scroll flooded his consciousness in an instant. His prior knowledge connected rapidly, allowing him to overcome each challenge swiftly. A minute later, Wei Ming gently tapped his temples 3 times, concluding his moment of enlightenment. As agreed, I'll only provide you with 20 practice materials. If you can't master it, you'll have to purchase the subsequent materials. The black cat, named Yuya, licked its paw. That should suffice. Wei Ming chuckled confidently. With at most 2 more moments of enlightenment, he would fully grasp the art of explosive tags. He intended to create at least 100 or 80 for himself. How prudent. In the Yuhua residence's study, Rolls of special paper, thick as a bowl's rim, were piled against the wall, while over a dozen dark ceramic jars occupied the left side. Scattered across the floor were dozens of explosive tags. Dipping a brush into chakra-conducting ink, he completed the final stroke on a blank explosive tag, forming hand seals. A surge of restless chakra manifested in his palm. Wei Ming skillfully pressed the chakra into the center of the blank tag. Buzz! A faint ripple appeared, and the chakra disappeared into the paper, revealing the character for explosion at the center. The lines were clear, and the circuit stable. It was a success. Casually tossing the explosive tag into a box, Wei Ming stretched widely. After 3 consecutive days of enlightenment, he had finally mastered the crafting of explosive tags. He rose to gather the tags scattered on the floor, neatly placing them into a wooden box on the shelf behind him. There were already 3 similar wooden boxes, all filled with finished explosive tags. The room was overflowing with materials. Wei Ming opened the door for ventilation, glancing at the cluttered supplies with dissatisfaction. If only I had a base. Shall you assist me in excavating a basement? Asked Yumming, who had just finished petting the black cat beside him. Shirya stared at Yumming in shock. You want me to dig a hole? I am a cat, you fool. Really? Are cats not capable of digging? Yumming teased with a serious expression. Do you take me for a mouse? Utterly useless. You are even inferior to a rodent. Do you believe I will confiscate your fish treats? Meow? Huh. If only I could master sealing techniques. I could store these items in batches and retrieve them only when necessary. The ninja cats possess sealing scrolls, and the items in the room were brought over by Shirya using such scrolls. Perhaps some ninja cats could seal them back, but Shirya could not. Learn from the ninja cats? The cost seemed rather steep to Yumming, who pondered this with reluctance. His learning of explosive tags came with conditions. He was to manufacture them at a discounted rate to repay the ninja cats. After all, that was a significant expense. Clang. The kunai clashed against each other, sending sparks flying. Uchiha Shana exerted force upon her kunai, attempting to overpower Yumming on the opposite side. Yet no matter how hard she pressed, the 2 kunai screeched under pressure, unable to budge the other an inch. Have I failed? As her concentration wavered, the force before her suddenly vanished. Uchiha Shana reacted too late, stumbling forward several steps before regaining her balance. Is that it? Yumming exhaled, standing straight with a smile. Winning the physical combat against the top of the class felt rather satisfying. Do not become too proud. I will eventually defeat you, Uchiha Shana declared, her brow furrowed, her large eyes fixed intently on Yumming. Well, let us discuss that after you manage to best me. Yumming shrugged nonchalantly. Huh. To see this cold-faced little girl at a loss truly brightens my mood. In the corridor, Yumming and Shana sat across from one another at a small mahogany table. Upon the table rested a woven basket that served as a bed for the sleeping black cat, Shirya. Yumming reclined lazily against the pillar, contentedly watching the hues of the setting sun. Why? After a prolonged silence, Uchiha Shana suddenly spoke. Why what? This girl spoke so ambiguously. You employed merely basic physical techniques. Why could I not prevail? Uchiha Shana pondered with a furrowed brow. Because my dynamic vision surpasses yours, and my neural response time is swifter, Yumming explained. The constant practice of breathing techniques had elevated his physical capabilities. The moment you launched an attack, I could anticipate your trajectory and respond accordingly. Thankfully, the little girl had not awakened her Sharingan. Otherwise, without employing body flicker or shadow steps, it would have been uncertain if he could defeat her. How might I conquer you? Uchiha Shana inquired suddenly. Ask me. Yumming's expression was one of bewilderment. Allow me to instruct you on how to defeat me. I have heard you promise to create explosive tags for the ninja cats at a reduced price in exchange for the manufacturing methods. Uchiha Shana cast a glance at the black cat. Shirya, with indifference. How dare you? Yumming nearly swatted the sleeping black cat off the table. You have divulged my secrets. I can impart to you some advanced ninjutsu knowledge. Uchiha Minato's lips curled slightly. This is merely a result of relying on physical prowess. Once you awaken your Sharingan, your dynamic vision will naturally improve. Minato felt a twinge of resistance within. The frequent interactions with those afflicted by the red-eyed curse could potentially invite trouble. Yet, advanced ninjutsu? How about the Uchiha clan's sealing techniques? Uchiha Shana cast a fleeting glance towards the room on the right side of the corridor. That was Minato's study. According to Yatsuba, it was filled with an array of explosive tag materials. The other party had recently been troubled by how to discreetly store those items. I can only assist you in designing a training regimen that can enhance your neural response speed and dynamic vision to a certain extent. Well, it is merely a set of training methods. It should not pose any trouble. The specific effects remain uncertain. You must perceive them yourself. It turns out that it is not talent, but rather a special training method. This implies that one could replicate or even surpass Minato. Can't you teach me your methods? Uchiha Shana's eyes sparkled. I would very much like to impart them to you, but I doubt you could grasp them. Minato shrugged. The breathing techniques involve meticulous control of both breath and the entire muscular system, each tailored to the varying demands of standing, sitting, and lying down. The comprehensive daily breathing regimen encompasses control techniques so intricate that they could bewilder the mind. Were it not for the moments of enlightenment aiding the learning process, Minato himself would struggle to master them. And how about the palm healing technique? I heard you wish to learn medical ninjutsu. Uchiha Shana glanced at Minato. An increase in price? Does this girl still harbor doubts? The palm healing technique is an unequivocally high-level medical ninjutsu. I wish to learn it. Minato couldn't help but roll his eyes, exasperatedly stating, first, you must master 37 distinct breathing rhythms and 81 muscle movement schemes. You must also gain effortless control over each muscle to realize these rhythmic patterns. Most crucially, you must adapt your breathing and muscle movements according to various daily activities. A slight miscalculation renders the entire effort futile. A multitude of errors could even lead to debilitating consequences. Minato teased, observing the little girl's astonished expression. Still want to learn? Are you deceiving me? Uchiha Shana's eyes widened in disbelief. Given the complexity of what you just described, is it truly achievable for a human? Trust me, I desire your success even more than you do. He yearned to master the palm healing technique. When will you provide me with the training methods? Uchiha Shana remained skeptical. I estimate next week, but I also need to conduct a full body examination. Minato contemplated the scheduling of the enlightenment period. A full body examination? What do you intend to check? Uchiha Shana glared at Minato with a frosty expression. Strength, speed, endurance, flexibility, what more could there be? Minato replied with bemusement. You had better not harbor any peculiar thoughts. Uchiha Shana's small face turned serious. Minato, what thoughts should I have then? Early the next morning, Minato stood before the full-length mirror, instinctively adjusting his hair before donning his black-framed glasses. Another ordinary day. He cast a reassuring glance at the study. Last night, Uchiha Shana had sent over the sealing techniques via Yotsuba. The study had once again regained its previous neatness and spaciousness. Once an entire room was cluttered with items. Now only 3 or 5 scrolls occupy the bookshelf. The sealing technique, a remarkable treasure, suggests that I must devise a suitable plan for the young girl. Mused Wuming with satisfaction. I recall the battle between the 2 pillars in the Wind Chronicles, where one of the brothers skillfully bound a sealing bracelet around his wrist. He could effortlessly draw shurikens while throwing them, resembling a human machine gun. That item seemed to be a modified application of the sealing technique. If I could develop a similar set, it would be foolproof. My previous research on puppetry was precisely aimed at creating a personal arsenal, and now with the sealing technique. I must make it happen. Filled with excitement, Wuming stepped outside, swiftly concealing his presence, moving like a shadow, joyfully heading towards the Ninja Academy. At Ishii Saburo's office, Wuming knocked on the door with a hint of apprehension. During class, Ishii had specifically asked him to meet after school, presumably to discuss the results of his medical studies. The high-level ninjutsu restrictions in Konoha were quite stringent. He wondered if he would be able to enter the training system of Konoha Hospital. I apologize, Wuming, Ishii Saburo said with a look of regret. A chill ran through Wuming. It seemed the material he submitted was not highly regarded. Was he expected to disclose further information? Wuming narrowed his eyes in contemplation. With the insights gained from his previous life and the time for epiphany, he had deduced numerous updated techniques based on existing emergency medical practices. Nevertheless, he decided to prioritize caution and prepared to take his leave. As a second-year student at the Ninja Academy, he still had 2 to 3 years to strategize. Your material is commendable, but unfortunately, most medical ninjas are deployed to the front lines, making it impossible for me to find you a teacher, Ishii Saburo lamented. Wuming possessed an excellent memory, a calm demeanor, and a keen interest in medical ninjutsu, making him highly suitable for the field. The village acknowledged the material he submitted. Yet medical ninjas in Konoha were exceedingly scarce and lacked the time to mentor students. Every Wednesday and Friday afternoon, you may go to the hospital for practical training and also have access to the hospital library for self-study. Ishii Saburo smiled. Such a fortunate opportunity. But what was the meaning of your earlier apology? Wu Ming exclaimed joyfully, as this far exceeded his expectations. He had merely intended to access the hospital library. A multitude of medical ninjas had been dispatched to the front lines. Thankfully, there were no teachers available. Wu Ming's heart raced at the thought. If he were assigned a teacher, he might find himself on the battlefield prematurely. A narrow escape indeed. In his eagerness to learn medicine, he had forgotten that they were amidst a war, where doctors were urgently needed. He must remember this lesson and proceed with greater caution in the future. Thank you, Sensei, he expressed gratefully. Here is your temporary identification card. Please go to the hospital tomorrow afternoon and find Chunin Fujimura Taiga. Ishii Saburo handed Wu Ming a work badge. Rest assured, I have made arrangements. Taiga and I are old acquaintances. Ishii Saburo winked conspiratorially. He will assign you an experienced nurse to guide you. Thank you, Sensei, Wu Ming exclaimed with delight. Ishii had even provided him with a small favor. Having a familiar Chunin to assist him would save him considerable effort. Ishii was indeed reliable. The following day, Wei Ming rose early. He prepared breakfast and lunch, then selected a new outfit to wear. Although it was identical to his usual attire, it was fresh, a white t-shirt paired with black trousers. The owner of the ready-to-wear shop had mentioned that this combination was the most popular, prompting Wei Ming to purchase 3 sets in one go. Typically, he alternated between 2 sets, but today he opted for the last new one, as he was to report to Konoha Hospital in the afternoon. Entering a new environment for the first time, it was essential to present himself neatly. He inspected his reflection in the full-length mirror, ensuring there were no discrepancies, and donned the black-framed glasses resting beside it. Gripping his oversized lunchbox, he cheerfully exited his home. At the Ninja Academy, in Class A, his classmate Minato Namikaze observed him curiously. What is the occasion? You seem particularly cheerful today. How did you notice? Wei Ming replied, rolling his eyes in exasperation. This guy was always so observant. Aren't you supposed to be focusing on your training as the future Hokage? You're still getting beaten up by that little girl with red eyes, after all. And you even wore a new outfit for the day. Minato's curiosity deepened. Do tell. I wear the same clothes every day. How could you even tell the difference between new and old? Wei Ming glanced sideways at him. Minato, as if sensing his thoughts, chuckled shyly. Teacher Ishii said that a ninja must be observant and aware of their surroundings, always vigilant to detect any changes in the enemy. You truly embody the spirit of a future Hokage, constantly honing your skills and applying what you learn. No wonder your abilities are soaring. Despite studying the same materials, Minato stood out among their peers, rivaling the Uchiha clan for the top spot. There was a reason for that. Doesn't it tire you out to observe so closely in a class of so many? Wei Ming mused, unable to endure such scrutiny himself. That was why he had developed a breathing technique, transforming enlightenment into instinct, minimizing the pain of practice but extending the time required to reap rewards. Were it not for the sophistication of his breathing method, he doubted his physical prowess could rival Minato's. Well, I'm just observing a few of you. Like you and Shauna, Minato replied with a smile. Wei Ming quipped, so I'm just a lab rat for you, huh? You all are rather special, Minato admitted, scratching his head awkwardly. Analyzing you brings greater insights. Shauna Uchiha ranks first in our class and has undergone Uchiha training, showcasing exceptional ninja qualities. By observing her, I can look for changes and weaknesses, significantly enhancing my own observational skills. He then regarded Wei Ming with intrigue. The most surprising is still you. Your attire, your movements, your breathing rhythm, all appear the same daily, yet there are subtle variations. However, all changes seem to oscillate within the same range. Wei Ming sighed, as if dealing with Nara Shikaku isn't enough. Now I have you watching me all day. I feel like my strength might be exposed at any moment. Do I really need to improvise some acting skills? I thought you weren't attending the combat training this afternoon, Minato frowned, concerned. Now is indeed the time to lay a solid foundation. Lacking exercise may lead to increasingly widening gaps in the future. Was my taijutsu not already lacking? Unmei adjusted his glasses nonchalantly. After all, he did not rely on that meager foundation of taijutsu to enhance his strength. It was just the right opportunity to pursue my dreams, Unmei declared joyfully. I have taken another step closer to becoming a medical ninja. Is that so? Minato regarded Unmei with suspicion. Well, never mind, as Unmei said. Being a doctor is his dream. However, is Unmei truly deficient in taijutsu? He had urged Unmei to train for nearly a year. His physical strength and endurance did appear subpar, yet there was an unsettling feeling that something was amiss. At the Konoha Hospital, Unmei, adorned with a pass. Followed Ishii Saburo's instructions to locate Chunin Fujimura Taiga. Excuse me, I apologize for the intrusion. I am Unmi Hain. He bowed respectfully. Ah, hello, Ishii has mentioned you. Rest assured, I will take care of you, Fujimura Taiga said with a broad wave of his hand. Unmi quickly expressed his gratitude. I will find someone to show you around shortly. We will begin with the basics of wound cleaning and bandaging, gradually introducing you to medicinal herbs, pharmacology, and other medical techniques. A doctor requires a vast amount of specialized knowledge. There is a large library on the first floor to the left, where you can find information on battlefield first aid, human anatomy, and herbal properties. Many classic case studies are also available. You can borrow them with your temporary work permit. If you encounter anything unclear, jot it down and come to see me every 2 weeks. I will clarify them for you. Yes, thank you very much. Is this what it feels like to have someone backing you? Just having arrived, everything was arranged so clearly for him. The first step towards becoming a medical ninja was indeed quite secure. As always, Saburo is reliable. Come, I will find you a dependable nurse. Fujimura Taiga led Unmi to the emergency room on the first floor. The nurse I found for you is not very old, but her skills are remarkable. Fujimura Taiga said with a smile. She excels in battlefield first aid. She has also reviewed the materials you submitted and gave them a very high evaluation. It seems she is discerning. Unmi nodded in satisfaction. With this mutual understanding, even if he displayed a hint of talent, he would be met with comprehension. This would allow him to naturally request to learn more, hastening his growth to become a medical ninja. The future is indeed bright. Fujimura Taiga approached a cheerful girl with glasses. Unmi-kun, let me introduce you to the best nurse at Konoha Hospital, the pharmacologist Nanoyu. Unmi, is this the same Nanoyu I know? The most formidable spy under Danzo? Oh no, I have unwittingly plunged into the very depths of Danzo's watchful gaze. Saburo, you have led me astray. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Unmi returned home, weary. Pharmacologist Nanoyu was warm in her demeanor, her medical skills proficient, her teaching thorough and patient. If one overlooked her identity as a root ninja, she was truly an excellent teacher. Unfortunately, Unmi had spent the entire afternoon anxiously playing the role of a somewhat talented novice. Had it not been for his sudden enlightenment regarding breathing techniques, which assisted in stabilizing his emotions, his heart would have surely leapt from his chest. Walking on a tightrope, it is indeed perilously thrilling. No matter what, I must elevate my acting skills. The future persona I have crafted is that of a moderately gifted doctor. What if I cannot perform and catch the eye of Danzo? Suddenly, a shadow darted into the courtyard, casting a puzzled glance at the sweaty figure of Namikaze leaning against the door. Namikaze, what troubles you? The black cat, Yatsuba, queried with curiosity. Have you encountered a mouse? Offer me 2 bags of dried fish, and I shall assist you in capturing it. Encounter a mouse? Do I fear rodents? And dried fish? Dream on. Namikaze retorted. Have you prepared the explosive tags? I must take them to Granny Cat. Yatsuba nuzzled against Namikaze's pant leg and gracefully leapt onto the corridor. Hurry, hurry. You are a cat. Why the impatience? Namikaze exclaimed in exasperation. Turning back into the house to retrieve a bag of dried fish, tearing it open and pouring it into a small porcelain dish. Even in this new world, I am still bound to the fate of a laborer, and a child laborer at that. It seems yet another sleepless night awaits me. I am but 8 years old. Granny Cat mentioned that business has been thriving lately, with goods flying off the shelves. Yatsuba savored the dried fish contentedly, lazily explaining, the arms trade is not doing poorly. Is it? Namikaze rolled his eyes. It appeared that battles on the front lines were fierce. Even explosive tags had become a hot commodity. By the way, where is my salary? Namikaze suddenly realized. He had been so focused on delivering the goods that he had forgotten about his own wages. Salary? What salary? Yatsuba asked, ears drooping in confusion. Seriously? This bunch of cats intends to renege on their debts. Namikaze thought. I recall Granny Cat asking me to bring you some paper scraps. Those items are heavy and foul-smelling, and I didn't bring them, Yatsuba replied nonchalantly. Paper scraps? Heavy? Foul-smelling? That is my salary. Hand it over immediately, or I shall confiscate your dried fish. Namikaze declared, his face a mask of frustration as he stroked the black cat. In the future, the pharmacist Nanoyu would become the most exceptional spy under Danzo's command, having also served as the director of an orphanage and adopted the pharmacist Kabuto. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, Kabuto played a pivotal role, utilizing the reanimation jutsu to summon deceased ninjas, his strength rivaling that of several ninja villages combined. How did she end up under his command? Namikaze had initially planned to gradually unveil his talents to pave the way for learning medical ninjutsu. However, he feared attracting Danzo's attention. What to do? The first thought that crossed his mind was to hide, to masquerade as an inconspicuous presence, enthusiastic yet talentless. But if he failed to become a medical ninja, he would be sent to the front lines as cannon fodder upon graduation in 3 years. At present, Nanoyu was merely a girl. She had likely not yet joined Root, Namikaze suddenly realized. Furthermore, her future as a spy did not entail becoming a medical ninja. Even if he displayed his medical talents, it should not pose a significant issue. A flicker of hope surged within Namikaze. Root primarily executed tasks involving intelligence gathering and assassination, grimy work that required spies and skilled fighters. A medical ninja would be of no use to them. With this thought, Namikaze felt enlightened. One must not let fear hinder one's learning. If I allow Danzo to obstruct my studies, I might regret it far more if I fail to become a medical ninja and end up as mere cannon fodder. Determined to swiftly master the art of medicine, I resolved to temper my ambitions slightly compared to my previous plans. With a balanced mindset, I would no longer dwell excessively on my worries. On Friday afternoon, I navigated the familiar paths to Konoha Hospital, where I found the apothecary, Nanao, tending to a patient's wound. I began to learn the fundamental techniques under her guidance. Although she identified herself as a nurse, her medical expertise was quite remarkable, complemented by her proficiency in medical ninjutsu. However, such techniques, akin to precious commodities, were not employed frivolously. They demanded exceptional chakra control and considerable energy, thus imposing restrictions on their application. This rendered the medical system in the Naruto world particularly fascinating. Ordinary individuals utilized conventional medical methods, while only those dealing with shinobi or significant figures resorted to medical ninjutsu. Contemplating this, I recognized that I could initially become a conventional physician, much like the doctors of my past life, and transition into a medical ninja at an opportune moment. With this plan in mind, I diligently immersed myself in learning the medical arts. Setting aside any suspicions regarding Nanao's potential affiliation with the Root organization, I found her to be a gentle and approachable individual. Despite my vigilance around her, the warmth of her character gradually endeared her to me. This affability, I mused, likely contributed to her prowess as a top-tier information operative. At Konoha Hospital's library, upon entering, I was greeted by the rich aroma of ink, which almost overpowered the sharp scent of disinfectant. This was a treasure trove for me. I could hardly contain my excitement. I resolved to thoroughly explore the library's collection. In my previous life, it was said that medical students needed to memorize a plethora of information, often to the point of exhaustion. Yet, I possessed a unique clarity of thought that allowed me to absorb knowledge with far greater efficiency than the average person. Just wait. This entire room of books will become a part of my intellect. On my day off, I unusually refrained from fishing by the river, for I had come into some money. Although the explosive tags sold to the ninja cats were at cost price, they were still part of the shinobi arms trade, ensuring a steady demand. With my first paycheck secured, my life became notably more comfortable. I no longer had to fish for my meals. This is what you wanted. Hurry and cook me fish balls, cried the black cat, Yatsuba, as she leapt down from the wall, tossing a scroll nearly as large as herself at me. All right. You can nibble on some dried fish first, and I'll prepare your fish balls shortly, I replied eagerly as I took the scroll. I want tea. If you don't give me fish balls, I want to help you buy things next time, Yatsuba insisted, her claws poised, fixating intently on me. Such a little creature, always causing a fuss. I playfully ruffled Yatsuba's fur, placing the scroll on the table before heading to the kitchen to prepare her fish balls. A short while later, a delicate fragrance wafted through the air as I returned with a small bowl. Quick, give it to me, Yatsuba urged, tugging at my pant leg and bouncing with impatience. It's hot. Can you eat it? Let it cool first. I placed the fish balls on the table, one hand pressing the black cat down while I retrieved the scroll with the other. Yatsuba, pinned beneath me, struggled in vain before resigning herself. Lying on her back with all four paws in the air, gazing up at the white steam rising from the mahogany table with a disgruntled expression. Why should I assist you in procuring these items? It's quite a hassle. The black cat expressed its discontent. As a lone child of the Leaf Village, surviving on the meager stipend provided by the village, how could I possibly afford such extravagant household appliances? One must maintain a low profile, you know? With that, Namikaze cheerfully unsealed the package. Bang! A puff of white smoke dispersed, revealing two brand new devices alongside a large parcel. An automatic dishwasher and an automatic washing machine. This will save me ample time for reading. Namikaze exclaimed joyfully. Reading? It seems you simply wish to avoid doing the dishes. How lazy. The black cat, Yatsuba, looked on disdainfully. What of laziness? It is the very impetus behind human technological advancement. If people were not lazy, who would invent such conveniences? Namikaze argued persuasively. The technology in the world of Hokage is exceedingly peculiar. In remote areas, the impoverished struggle to find enough food, and their living conditions resemble those of feudal times. Yet, in flourishing regions, clothing and daily necessities already exude a modern essence reminiscent of my past life. Just like the dishwasher and washing machine before me. The quality of life has suddenly improved. All right, the steam has dissipated. It's time to eat. So let me go. The black cat sprang from his palm. Namikaze, undeterred, reached beneath both machines and effortlessly lifted the hefty devices, steadily walking into the kitchen. He placed them in the space that had already been cleared and turned back to bring the large parcel into the kitchen. Inside were various meats he had requested the ninja cats to procure. Finally, he could enjoy something other than fish every day. The recipes he had discovered made the fish delectable, but wouldn't it be delightful to vary the flavors? Beef, lamb leg, pork knuckle. Several new recipes need to be devised. As he stuffed the items into the fridge, he pondered potential new dishes. When the next paycheck arrives, I shall replace this small refrigerator, he thought with a hint of dissatisfaction, eyeing the overstuffed appliance. It was an old relic left behind by his parents. Small in capacity and wasteful in energy. In the evening, Namikaze languidly savored a freshly cooked pork knuckle stew, a look of bliss adorning his face. Just as he was relishing his meal, a knock echoed from the door. Uchiha-kun, please come in. Perhaps he has come to collect a debt. Luckily, I prepared a training plan in advance. Otherwise, I would be in dire straits. Have you eaten? Would you care for a bite? Namikaze awkwardly greeted, adhering to the customs of his former life. This was an old-fashioned way of greeting. In his past life, Namikaze had been quite the recluse, bordering on social anxiety. He had never employed such greetings. Once, an elderly individual had greeted him in this manner, and Namikaze had earnestly replied that he had not eaten. Reflecting now, what a socially mortifying moment that was. Gulp. He swallowed hard, and Uchiha Shana flatly declined with an expressionless face. I have already eaten. Right. This is merely the standard way of greeting. It's just a formality. He attempted to brush it off. No need to dwell on the past. Social faux pas. Thinking about it only deepened his embarrassment. However, was there not a peculiar sound just now? Please wait a moment. I will fetch the training plan for you. Namikaze gestured for Uchiha Shana to take a seat while he walked into his study. Uchiha Shana was not visiting the Yuhua family for the first time. Perched at the edge of the immaculate corridor, her legs dangled over the brown wooden platform, her large eyes vacantly fixated on the training ground to her right. A peculiar aroma wafted through the air, infiltrating her nostrils. Shana maintained her impassive expression, slowly shifting her gaze to the small wooden table beside her. What was that? It was bright red and glistening, emanating a tantalizing scent. This was the first draft of a plan. She instructed him to practice according to its contents, causing Wei Ming to momentarily freeze. With a serious demeanor, Uchiha Shana knelt before the small table, her eyes locked onto the braised pork elbow with unwavering intensity. What was the matter? The little girl glanced back at Wei Ming, her expression growing more solemn as she focused on the dish. Is there something wrong with this braised elbow? Wei Ming hesitated, unable to contain his doubts. Was someone attempting to poison him? Could it be Danzo, seeking to control him with some drug? Had Yano informed the root about his existence? No, the elbow hadn't left his sight for a moment. Even Tiding hadn't noticed anyone else around. How could they poison him? Uncertainty clouded her thoughts, and the little girl said with gravity, Is there a way to confirm this? Wei Ming immediately adopted a serious demeanor. His life was at stake. There could be no room for carelessness. As a prestigious clan, the Uchiha must possess some arcane techniques unknown to others. Hadn't they depicted such scenarios on television? Even ancient emperors used silver needles to test for poison. In a world filled with bizarre ninjutsu and toxins, it was plausible that these noble families had developed their own secret techniques. One must taste it to confirm, the little girl remarked coldly, casting a glance at Wei Ming. Are you suggesting I test the poison on myself? It wouldn't harm you, would it? To his surprise, the little girl from the Uchiha family displayed such loyalty. She regarded Wei Ming curiously. It should be fine. At most, you might experience indigestion. Oh, thank goodness. So it's only a digestive issue. Wait, indigestion? Are you serious? Shauna? Wei Ming rolled his eyes. If you want to eat, just say so. This whole situation startled me. I thought Danzo was trying to drug me. Wei Ming shot a disgruntled glance at the still-cold little girl before turning back to the kitchen to fetch her some utensils. Observing Uchiha Shauna, who silently and swiftly consumed her meal, Wei Ming was filled with odd thoughts. She was just like Yatsuba, a true foodie. Was it destined for him to play the chef on his days off? Previously, he had grilled meat for Dingzu and the others. Now, on his rare day of respite, he found himself catering to the little Uchiha girl. Well, it was better to have someone to share a meal with. He couldn't eat it all alone. At the Konoha hospital, Wei Ming meticulously cleaned the wounds, replacing the contaminated medicinal powder and wrapping them with gauze that had been prepared with a special solution and dried. All done. He gazed with satisfaction at the neatly bandaged injuries. The patient before him was Kazama Hirokatsu, who had been in a state of unconsciousness since his arrival at the hospital, his body marred by multiple grievous injuries, a sight most pitiful. No matter how one looked at it, these were not ordinary wounds. Wei Ming maintained a facade of nonchalance, though a sense of unease stirred within him. It resembled the aftermath of severe torture. He methodically gathered his belongings and prepared to leave. This individual was likely not a ninja, otherwise medical ninjas would have already attended to him. In the world of Naruto, those possessing healing techniques were best equipped to handle external injuries. Cleansing the wound. With a flick of his hand infused with mystical prowess, it healed instantaneously. Rising, he could immediately rush towards the battlefield, roaring with fervor. Whether it was the rescued Leaf Village denizens or those from other factions subjected to interrogation by the Leaf, each presented a nuisance. It was best to avoid prying or expressing curiosity and to keep a safe distance. Unmei endeavored to maintain his composure, treating the situation as if he were tending to an ordinary patient. Exiting the infirmary, he prepared to attend to the next individual when he chanced upon Yano Yu emerging from the adjacent ward. You've been a tremendous help, Unmei-kun. I've completed the remaining tasks. That's all for today. You may indulge in your reading now, Yano Yu said with a squint and a beaming smile. I should be the one expressing gratitude. Without your assistance, I could not have practiced as swiftly, Unmei replied, his face brimming with appreciation. It is primarily due to your exceptional talent and rapid learning, Yano Yu observed, looking at Unmei with satisfaction. No wonder you could draft that battlefield first aid protocol. Your innate abilities coupled with diligence make you a true gem. Thank you for your kind words, senpai. I shall now return to my studies, Unmei said, his bashful smile betraying his shyness as he retreated. Yano Yu remained, a smile gracing her face, her gaze curiously following Unmei's hasty departure. What a delightful expression, she mused. At the ninja school, the weekly practical examination commenced anew. Unmei fought valiantly, yet ultimately succumbed once more to Moto Tai. Unmei, your progress is remarkable, Moto Tai exclaimed, breathless and flushed. You're not lacking either, Unmei gasped. His complexion pale as parchment, his breath labored and voice slightly altered. Moto Tai's eyes sparkled, embodying the spirit of a worthy rival. Unmei, equally defiant, displayed unwavering determination. Moto Tai advances. Unmei falters. Splendid, let us seal it with a resolution mark. Both students performed admirably. I witnessed their indomitable fighting spirit. Everyone should learn from them. Let us applaud. Ishii Saburo interjected, offering his enthusiastic encouragement. Unmei, basking in the admiration of his peers, shyly made his way back into the crowd, expressing his gratitude to each classmate. How insincere. Uchiha Shizuku, having appeared beside Unmei unbeknownst to him, remarked with a stoic expression, her lips parting slightly. So powerful, yet still feigning weakness. Devious. Had Unmei not possessed a robust physique and acute hearing, he might have missed her words entirely. He remained fixated on the duel unfolding before him, seemingly engrossed in absorbing tactical insights. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the cold-faced little girl. What does this young lady understand? This is called subtlety. Is the second plan ready? Uchiha Shizuku questioned, failing to grasp the concept of modesty. Were it not for Unmei's insistence, she would not be speaking so clandestinely, as if engaged in a covert rendezvous. Have you completed the first exercise? Unmei queried, astonished. So soon? It's only been a little over half a month. Truly, The Uchiha are blessed with exceptional talent. I will collect it this Sunday afternoon, Uchiha Shizuku stated plainly. There's no need. I shall have Yatsuba deliver it to you, Umii replied, preferring to limit his interactions with Uchiha. I have matters to delegate to Yatsuba, Uchiha Shizuku remarked, casting a glance at Umii. Very well, I shall await you at home, Umii conceded with a sigh. A couple of encounters should pose no issue. It was time to arrange a moment of enlightenment and advance the schedule. In a moment of contemplation, it was Uchiha Shana's turn to take the stage. The ordinary classmates were no match for her. Soon, she encountered Minato Namikaze. His reflexes were astonishingly swift, a testament to his significant progress. Uchiha Minato raised an eyebrow. Recognizing him as the future Hokage, his innate talent coupled with relentless effort was impeccable. It was precisely due to his exceptional reflexes that he had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, making it a regular offensive ninjutsu, allowing him to strike swiftly after teleportation. However, he was unfortunate to face Shana, who had a training regimen tailored specifically for her, resulting in remarkable advancement. Their reaction speeds were surprisingly comparable, yet Shana's dynamic vision surpassed his. Minato, those panda eyes of yours are unavoidable. She laughed heartily. The thought of having contributed to his predicament filled Uchiha Minato with joy. After all, he always had his gaze fixed on her. I may not be able to fight you myself, but I can train someone to take you on. After an intense exchange, the sounds of clashing echoed. Ultimately, Minato was unable to retaliate and received a panda eye from the little girl Shana. What a pity. Uchiha Minato approached him, feigning comfort. Shana has made remarkable progress. I will continue to strive, Minato declared, still brimming with determination. It's truly unfortunate that Shana only gave you one panda eye. It was yet another Friday afternoon. Uchiha Minato adhered to his routine of replacing medication for Kazama Hirata. This world was imbued with an abundance of natural energy. Even ordinary individuals possessed superior physical attributes compared to his previous life. Kazama Hirata, nearly devoid of healthy flesh, had made significant recovery after just half a month. However, it remained uncertain whether his brain had suffered injury, as he remained in a deep unconscious state. Initially worried about potential complications, Minato was relieved to find that tranquility had prevailed over the fortnight. Each visit involved meeting with the pharmacist Yano, which kept him on edge. Perpetually concerned about maintaining his disguise, fearing that Danzo might take advantage of him. After assisting the doctors, Minato habitually retreated to the first-floor library. Merging theoretical knowledge with practical application, alongside moments of enlightenment, he felt prepared to handle some basic external injuries. At 5:30 in the evening, at the Yuho residence, he placed the borrowed books in the study, preparing to whip up a dinner for himself. Boiled beef seemed a delightful choice, a recipe he had grasped in just half a minute of enlightenment the previous day. Setting his glasses on the table beside the full-length mirror, Minato instinctively pressed his left index finger to the ground. Listening intently, he dispersed his chakra into the earth. Vibrations within a 240-meter radius reached him, presenting a familiar three-dimensional image in his mind. This was a minor application of his listening technique. By combining memories with vibrations, he constructed a spatial map of his surroundings. Upon arriving in a new location, however, he needed to memorize the environment anew. As he habitually withdrew his finger and rose, he suddenly froze in place. How could there be someone atop the tree, 173 meters west of his home? Minato immediately pressed his hand to the ground again. Listening. Indeed, a stranger had appeared nearby. His expression shifted dramatically. Were they approaching him? He resides amidst ordinary people, being the sole student from the Ninja Academy in his vicinity. Perhaps I am mistaken. An hour later, the figure remains motionless, concealed within the branches of a tree. Who is he? What are his intentions? What should I do? Should I flee? First, I must communicate with the black cat, instructing it to return, and then reverse the summoning to whisk me away. No, time is of the essence. Once I initiate the summoning technique, he will instantly become aware of my actions. With the speed of a ninja, he could reach me in no more than 5 seconds. There is no time. Should I venture out in search of help? I cannot run. I must proceed slowly. The journey to the Hokage building would take at least 10 minutes, and the security department would require 7 or 8. Even if I managed to escape, I would inevitably face interrogation. Who is this person, and why is he fixated on me? Could he be the Sand Ninja spy from last time? That was the first life I took. How did he find this place? The puppet. Impossible. I have never taken the puppet outside my home. It is currently sealed within a scroll. Ah, the poison pouch. Suddenly, I turned to glance at my study. The toxin within that pouch may possess some volatile properties that sand ninjas could trace using their special techniques. I cannot afford to wait any longer. The later it gets, the more perilous my situation becomes. Grabbing my wallet, I fixate on the encroaching darkness as I step outside. Feigning a shopping trip while heading towards the village's bustling commercial street, I deliberately choose the main thoroughfare, ensuring that I am not alone on the path. Midway, I crouch down to tie my shoelaces, using my left index finger to probe the ground. Indeed, he is following me. My expression darkens. If he intends to lie in wait, risking an interrogation, I must reach the Hokage building to report this. I must move towards populated areas, especially taverns, where I might encounter fellow ninjas and seek assistance. Casually, I rise, quickening my pace slightly. Just as I pass an intersection, my heart jolts. Before me lies a narrow alley flanked by residences. Traversing this path will lead me to the commercial street. Yet, this street is devoid of life. Suddenly, a shadow descends from above. A figure cloaked in gray, with a black cloth wrapped around his head, materializes behind me. A kunai pierces the air, ruthlessly aimed at my neck. A silent step? Too swift. There is no time at all. Instinctively, I raise my hand to block. Bang. Huh. The gray-clad figure furrows his brow. He possesses considerable strength to have thwarted my attack. His right hand twists, transforming the kunai's thrust into a slash aimed at my carotid artery. Crack. Just as he moves, his hand is unexpectedly seized. The sand ninja's heart races, and he attempts to withdraw his hand. I had anticipated that even if he clung on, I would easily shake him off midair. Yet, I remain utterly still. This is bad. A surge of immense force courses through me. A sharp pain radiates from my arm, and my balance falters, propelling me into the air. It seems he can fight. I squint at the airborne gray figure. My left hand opens wide, and I swiftly lash it towards him. 5 semi-transparent threads, like whips, cleave through the air, wrapping around his limbs and head with precise accuracy. Just as the gray figure steadies himself, he suddenly perceives a flicker before his eyes. A slight sensation tingles at his forehead, causing his eyes to involuntarily roll upwards. Familiar chakra lines came into view, puppet lines. The child's thoughts had yet to coalesce when an immense force surged from the bundle, unexpectedly yanking him into the air. With a swift motion, his legs struck the ground repeatedly, sending dirt and stones flying, and he suddenly found himself in the embrace of the figure clad in gray. Expressionless, he extended his right hand and pressed it against the gray figure's chest. Thunder. Boom. A multitude of blood droplets erupted from behind. His left hand flung outward, the puppet line connecting to a nearby utility pole. With a vigorous pull, he was propelled like a projectile released from a slingshot, soaring into the air. His body instinctively coiled and turned, his right hand aiming at the gray figure's head. Thunder. Boom. A thunderous explosion resonated once more, and the gray figure's head instantly transformed into a wreckage of chaos. Utilizing the recoil from the thunder, he catapulted over 10 meters. Subsequently, he continued to unleash his left and right hands. The puppet line executed the same maneuver, and in just a few moments, he vanished into the dim night. A gentle breeze stirred the leaves, leaving only the gray figure sprawled in a pool of blood on the silent street. Onmiai's silhouette darted through the air, traversing several streets before landing in a desolate alleyway. Spirit summoning. Bang. A cloud of white smoke erupted, revealing the lethargic black cat, Yatsuba, lounging about. Are you hungry, Onmiai? Yatsuba stood, stretching its back and legs. Yatsuba, return home immediately. Use reverse summoning to take me back, Onmiai commanded solemnly. Is there danger? Yatsuba's demeanor shifted to one of alertness. Not for the moment. To avoid any potential tracking, I cannot return home directly. He maneuvered with the puppet lines, leaving no trace upon the ground. However, he feared that someone might be able to detect his scent. Reverse summoning? You're really putting it to use, Yatsuba remarked in surprise. I'll head back as quickly as possible. With that, it leapt onto the wall, transforming into a shadow and vanishing rapidly. Thankfully, his cautiousness had compelled Yatsuba to master reverse summoning. Otherwise, navigating the current predicament would have been arduous. Onmiai felt a sense of relief as he treaded softly, swiftly departing the alley and stealthily making his way towards the dense woods in the eastern suburbs. He aimed to distance himself as much as possible, misleading any potential pursuers. Just as he reached the riverbank, a sudden pull swept over him. Bang! A cloud of white smoke burst forth, and Unmei lifted his gaze to see Yatsuba collapsed on the ground, its face a picture of anxiety as it stared at him. Thank you. Unmei lifted Yatsuba, placing it gently within its woven cat nest. I want steak. Well done. The black cat yawned while laying down its demands. Can you even chew that? Unmei rolled his eyes. I'm worried there might be bugs, Yatsuba replied, its expression filled with concern. You worry too much. Fine, when you wake up, I'll prepare whatever you desire. Reverse summoning was no simple feat. Yatsuba's chakra was insufficient, draining its energy each time and leaving it drowsy. Gently stroking Yatsuba's soft ears, Unmei smiled and quickly entered the study. In contrast to the panic he had felt when eliminating the Sand Ninja spy, Unmei was now able to respond with composure. The poison pouch must not be left behind. He retrieved a sealing scroll. Properly storing the poison pouch he had detached from the spider puppet, Unmei swiftly bathed and changed clothes. Holding the discarded garments and shoes, he took out the scroll, preparing to seal them away, intending for Yatsuba to dispose of them in the wilderness once it awoke. What is this? In the corner of the white wall, a black spot the size of a peanut caught the attention of Wuming. Upon pressing it, a faint ripple of chakra emanated. A sealing technique mark? Wuming's expression darkened immediately. When had it been planted? It could not have been at the Ninja Academy, nor at home. He had not directly interacted with anyone on his way back. It was even less likely to have been from the ninja he had just slain. The Konoha hospital. That was where he had encountered the most strangers. Wuming's heart raced. Kazama Hichiro, the patient who had been interrogated, identity unknown, lying unconscious. Was Yano Yu at the hospital solely for this person? A sudden realization struck Wuming. If Yano Yu was already a member of the Root, an exceptional spy lingering in Konoha Hospital, then her target must be within those walls. Most likely, it was Kazama Hichiro. That individual had awakened and stealthily marked him with a sealing technique. Tonight, that person was after the sealing mark. It might contain classified information. Damn, seal it all away. I will have Yatsuba take it and burn it all. However, should I still continue to change Kazama Hichiro's bandages on Friday? Wuming suddenly felt burdened by troubles. Uchiha Fugaku's hands flashed as countless shuriken were hurled towards Uchiha Shana. Shana's expression was stern, her hands gripping kunai tightly, her movements creating nearly imperceptible afterimages. The shuriken were deflected one after another as she charged directly at Uchiha Fugaku. Clangs of metal sparked, and within 3 breaths, the two had clashed their shuriken 19 times continuously. Uchiha Fugaku's face grew grave, the pressure on him intensifying. Shana's combat skills had markedly improved. It was unclear how she had trained. Bam! A momentary lapse in focus resulted in a punch landing on his abdomen. He immediately refocused. After a considerable time, they ceased their sparring. Fugaku exhaled, gazing at his younger cousin, whose face remained cold and breath hurried, filled with astonishment. Shana, your combat skills are no longer inferior to mine. No, my stamina is lacking, Shana replied expressionlessly. Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but roll his eyes. After all, I am 5 years older than you. If my stamina were inferior, that would be quite pathetic. Among our peers, no one has better stamina than you. It's a limitation of age. There's nothing to be done about it, Fugaku counseled. He did not wish for his exceptionally talented cousin to become disheartened. With such martial skills, it was sufficient. She could allocate her energy towards learning ninjutsu. Engaging with Uchiha Fire Release sooner would enhance her combat capabilities quickly. Truly, Shana, the top of the class. Even Fugaku struggled to keep up. Uchiha Mikoto smiled warmly at Shana. Uchiha Fugaku was equally impressed. At his age, he had not possessed such strength. Limitations due to age? The top of the class? That is not necessarily true. Uchiha Shana's expression remained impassive, her heart filled with unwillingness. Even so, she still could not defeat that individual. Suddenly, a shadow appeared before the trio. Huh, Tsubasa, is there an urgent mission from the security department? Uchiha Fugaku's expression tightened. A corpse was discovered in an alley next to the commercial street. Uchiha Tsubasa stated solemnly. The deceased had been riddled with steel pellets. Steel pellets? Uchiha Fugaku was suddenly taken aback. Is it that person? It must be the one you have been keeping an eye on. The ground bore a conspicuous crater, reminiscent of that individual's mode of movement. Uchiha Tsubasa continued. The neighboring residents also heard a thunderous sound, ventured outside, and subsequently discovered the corpse. Let us proceed. Uchiha Fugaku's interest was piqued. Could this be the handiwork of the Root? Why would they commit murder without covering their tracks? Who is this individual wielding steel balls? Fugaka was still troubled by his previous failed mission. Uchiha Makoto sighed helplessly. Steel balls? Could it be that person? Uchiha Shana's expression remained unchanged, though a flicker of contemplation crossed her eyes. Why commit murder within the village? A spy? Does he hold a special position? In an instant, a multitude of questions flooded Uchiha Shana's mind. In the Havahani residence, Wuming sat at his desk clad in an oversized bathrobe. His left hand supported his chin while his right index finger lightly tapped the surface of the table. The gray-clad figure struck with lethal intent, targeting only the ceiling mark. If he were to appear safely once again in the hospital, Kazama High-Rate might assume the mark's transmission had failed. It was highly probable he would risk another attempt. He must distance himself from Kazama High-Rate. There was no guarantee he wouldn't plant another mark. Wuming's eyes narrowed slightly. Furthermore, it would be best to ensure he remains in a perpetual state of unconsciousness. Should the individual awaken and be interrogated again, it could potentially implicate him. As for the Yamashiro clan, they possessed the ability to probe the mind. They would undoubtedly uncover the fact that he had been marked with a sealing technique. And a thorough investigation would be unavoidable. Should he resort to poison? No, if he were truly poisoned, all those in contact would be scrutinized. He could not risk being outsmarted by the apothecary, Nanao. In retrospect, Nanao seemed to frequently appear around Kazama High-Rate's hospital room. Nanao is indeed a root ninja. He must not only keep his distance from Kazama High-Rate, but also devise a means to render him perpetually unconscious or dead. An exploration team, perhaps? Wuming's eyes brightened. This is a rather intriguing department. It resembles the radiology department of hospitals in a past life, tasked with detecting internal maladies. In that previous existence, instruments were employed, utilizing rays and sound waves for examination. Here, they rely on ninjutsu, a form of technique often underestimated in value. It involves controlling chakra fluctuations, infiltrating the body, and using chakra feedback to observe internal ailments. Kazama High-Rate undergoes examinations weekly. Initially believed to be for treatment, it now appeared to be a means of determining the speed of his recovery, preventing him from fleeing. There exists an opportunity to discreetly manipulate during the examination. The exploration technique, it seemed, was something he had encountered in the hospital's library. This technique holds little value for ninjas, particularly on the battlefield. More effective are healing techniques, hemorrhage control, and rapid treatment ninjutsu for external injuries. Most members of the hospital's exploration team are retired ninjas due to injuries. The exploration technique requires exceptional chakra control. Retired ninjas from the battlefield possess commendable chakra control, making them quite suitable. His right hand's middle and index fingers gently tapped twice against his temple. He had intended to showcase a modicum of talent to expedite his medical studies. The exploration technique appeared to be an excellent choice. A familiar, refreshing sensation enveloped his mind. The sequence of hand seals, the fluctuations of chakra, the output of chakra in abundance or scarcity, and the feedback information flooding into the mind. This all intriguingly involves a slight transformation of the yang release nature. Upon tapping my temple thrice, I straightened up and grasped the moment of enlightenment. Upon further contemplation, it indeed resembles a medical ninjutsu, utilizing a modicum of yang release transformation to convert chakra into a form harmonious with the human body, thus enabling the penetration necessary to investigate the internal condition. I reached out to stroke the black cat, Yatsuba, and a faint green luminescence flickered from my palm. Skin, bones, internal organs, blood circulation, nerve conduction, a dual-hued three-dimensional tableau emerged vividly in my mind. Was there a hint of white eye in sight? I remained unperturbed. Regrettably, it was merely somewhat intriguing. During the examination, chakra must be infused into the patient's body. As long as one possesses sufficient control, a slight disruption to the cerebral nerves could render them eternally unconscious. In moments of realization, when it comes to chakra control, I harbor no fears. Is it time to eat? Yatsuba rose, stretching languidly and yawning widely. I retrieved the beef morsels I had prepared earlier, not overly cooked, merely boiled, and thus easy to chew. Later, take these 2 scrolls with you, I instructed, pointing to the sealed scrolls on the table. One contains poison, simply bury it anywhere. The other contains my clothing. You must witness their incineration in full. I emphasized earnestly. I understand, you're quite bothersome. Yatsuba grumbled in dissatisfaction. Exercise caution, and you shall not err. I chuckled lightly, stroking the cat's head. The effort I had expended previously to teach Yatsuba the reverse summoning technique proved fortuitous now. A steady hand is always beneficial. On Friday afternoon at Konoha Hospital, I reported punctually, initially assisting Nanaka Yu with simple cases. Subsequently, with Nanaka present, I aided Kazama Hirokazu in changing dressings. Is there something concerning you, Namikaze-kun? Nanaka inquired gently upon exiting the ward. Have you noticed? I feigned embarrassment, saying, I wish to observe the investigation class. However, I am unsure to attend the investigation class. One must be adept in investigative techniques, Nanaka explained with a smile. I have learned it. I merely wish to give it a try. I pretended to display urgency, adding, I can demonstrate right here. Really? Nanaka gazed at me in astonishment. The investigative technique demands an exceptionally high level of chakra control. Of course, I replied with utmost confidence. It is not impossible, Nanaka said with narrowed eyes, but it requires permission from Chunin Fujimura. Judging by his expression, he seemed to be serious. I shall seek out Senior Fujimura at once, I declared, turning to dash off, feigning impatience. Let us go together. I hold great faith in your abilities, Namikaze-kun. Nanaka said with a warm smile. Have you truly mastered the investigative technique? Although often overlooked as a medical ninjutsu, its learning curve is unexpectedly steep. If I have indeed self-taught this skill, my chakra control must be quite formidable. Upon hearing that I wished to demonstrate the investigative technique, Fujimura Takahiro hesitated momentarily before consenting. He had heard of my modest talent in medical arts and saw this as an opportunity to assess my abilities, especially as I was a student of his esteemed friend, Ishii Saburo. It would not be difficult to extend some consideration. In the exploration class, a middle-aged man clad in white sat in a wheelchair, performing the art of examination. Hey, is there something amiss? The man bore a prominent scar across his forehead, a testament to a near-fatal injury that nearly dislodged his crown. Leontion, this is Sanling's student, Yuhong Minming. He wishes to try his hand at the art of examination, Day introduced. Wow, Sanlang indeed has an expansive circle of friends. Yuhong Minming, our hospital's little prodigy. Day jested heartily. Minming feigned shyness, scratching his head. The persona of a medical prodigy had been effectively crafted. Come, give it a try, Leontion said, maneuvering his wheelchair back to create space. Minming approached the hospital bed, where a man in his 40s lay. The patient, intrigued by Minming's presence, watched with keen interest as he began his examination. With a series of hand seals, chakra surged into Minming's right hand. Examination technique. A soft green glow enveloped his hand as he gently pressed it against the patient's chest. A black and white three-dimensional pattern materialized in his mind. There appeared to be signs of fibrosis in the lungs and a slight shadow on the liver. Only one kidney? Minming withdrew his hand, astonished. Remarkably accurate, Leontion commended. With a bit more anatomical knowledge, you could easily work here. Sanling has an excellent student, Day added with a smile. Minming, you shall study in the examination class. Come to me if you wish to explore new techniques. Thank you, Senior Day. Why does it feel like everyone suddenly became so enthusiastic? After Day offered further encouragement, Minming left, elated. Yenu watched throughout with a gentle smile, his gaze calm and warm. Yet, Minming sensed an oddity, a nagging feeling of exposure. His performance that day had indeed been unusually lively. Never mind. I must first distance myself from Kazama Haichiro, he thought. Minming, do not hesitate. Feel free to ask me anything you do not understand, Leontion said amiably. Thank you, Senior. This middle ninja exuded warmth. Perhaps Sanling had quite the knack for friendship. After 2 more examinations, Leontion's enthusiasm grew as he proactively shared operational insights with Minming. Before long, the door swung open. Yenu entered, pushing Kazama Haichiro. Thank you for your assistance, Senior Liang and Minming, Yenu spoke softly. Come, Minming. Having just mastered the examination technique, you should practice more, Leontion suggested. An opportunity had arisen. Minming endeavored to maintain a composed expression, feigning the nervousness of a novice. He formed hand seals, channeling chakra, as the familiar pattern flooded his mind. Methodically, he examined from head to toe, articulating his findings aloud. A thread of chakra, unnoticed by Yenu and the others, seeped into Kazama Haichiro's mind. Examine, touch, sever. A soft sound seemed to echo in his ears. Minming's heart raced, yet his countenance remained unchanged. It worked. At the entrance of the examination class, Minming assisted Yenu in wheeling out the hospital bed. Minming-kun, You truly possess exceptional talent. You have the potential to become a medical ninja, Yenu remarked with a smile. Medical ninja? Minming feigned ignorance. Doctors and medical ninjas are two entirely different matters. The number of medical ninjas is rather scarce. Even within the vast library on the first floor, he found no definitive records pertaining to medical ninjas. Indeed, they are a breed requiring exceptional chakra control skills. Unnamed Kuan has displayed a remarkable talent for self-learning in the art of exploration, noted Yanoyu with admiration. Both Chunin Fujimura and Chunin Kinoshita hold you in high regard. Unnamed, feeling bashful, scratched his head while a knot of apprehension tightened in his chest. Why did Yanoyu say such things? On the surface, she appeared to be merely a skilled nurse. Do you wish to learn medical ninjutsu? Yanoyu suddenly inquired. I do, he replied, but I cannot learn from you. Wouldn't that mean I'd be ensnared into the root? No. Could this be a summons from the root? Unnamed Kuan is not being forthright. Yanoyu chuckled. What do you mean? Your expression clearly indicates that you are reluctant to learn. Unnamed felt a chill run through him. Does Unnamed Kuan seem to be genuinely afraid of me? Yanoyu leaned closer to whisper in his ear. From the moment you first saw me, you've been apprehensive. Is there a hidden agenda? Unnamed's heart raced with anxiety. Haha. I'm just teasing you. Yanoyu straightened up. Her interest piqued as she observed Unnamed. As a ninja, you must learn to master your expressions. She advised with a knowing tone, for sometimes subtle facial cues can betray one's true thoughts. With that, she gently nudged Kazama Hirate and departed. Phew. Unnamed felt as though he was drenched in sweat from the tension. Subtle expressions, true thoughts? Can Yanoyu discern the innermost feelings through micro-expressions? This must be why she excels as a top intelligence officer. Have I unwittingly exposed myself from the very beginning? Yet, Yanoyu seemed disinterested in delving deeper. Nor did she intend to recruit me into the root. What exactly does she want? Unnamed remained in a state of unease as he endeavored to maintain composure until the end of his shift. Upon returning home, he utilized sealing techniques to pack his belongings. Stuffing a backpack full of scrolls that he placed by the door, he even called forth Yatsuba, ready to dispel the summoning at the first sign of trouble and hastily complete the reverse summoning. After a night of restless vigilance, no disturbances occurred. The following day was equally tranquil. On the third day, while feigning casualness as he passed by the Konoha hospital, he encountered Yanoyu. She was accompanied by two individuals carrying a stretcher, which bore Kazama Hirate. Upon spotting Unnamed by the roadside, Yanoyu offered a gentle smile before turning to follow the stretcher away. Is this a transfer for Kazama Hirate? Seizing the opportunity, Unnamed slipped into the hospital to inquire and received news that allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. Kazama Hirate's family had come to take him home, and they had employed Yanoyu as a dedicated nurse. So she has left. How much does she truly know about me? Will she still seek to trouble me? Unnamed pondered in confusion. Indeed, I must not be too reckless. Just a hint of medical aptitude, and I immediately encountered Yanoyu, an expert in micro-expressions. Unaware of how much I had revealed, I must exercise greater caution. With a countenance filled with bewilderment, Unnamed returned home, removing the clear glasses that obscured his eyes. Leaning against a pillar in the corridor, he quietly watched as the bamboo tube filled with water thudded against the stones. Yanoyu discerned his differences, but chose not to delve deeper. Unmei, sensing a hint of benevolence, gradually relinquished her chaotic thoughts. Let this be a lesson. One must never underestimate anyone, nor indulge recklessly. Shedding her facade and dismissing the myriad disputes of the ninja world, Unmei languidly reclined in the corridor, allowing her thoughts to wander freely. Time slipped away, and she was eventually jolted awake by a knock at the door. Let us spar. Uchiha Shana stated flatly upon entering, her expression devoid of emotion. Unmei could not shake the sensation that within Shana's calm, large eyes lay a flicker of anger. I haven't provoked you, have I? If you wish to fight, so be it. Debts must eventually be settled. With a whoosh, Shana struck without mercy. Unmei, quick on her feet, countered with agility, even managing to ponder what to have for dinner that evening. Such audacity to think of distractions. Shana, her face a mask of fury, charged towards Unmei, her movements blurring almost to the point of creating afterimages. Unmei felt the strain, no longer daring to let her mind wander. After all, Uchiha Shana was a progeny of the Red-Eyed clan, possessing remarkable martial prowess. Shana had been diligently training, and her peculiar techniques momentarily granted her the upper hand. Faced with these new tactics and her rapid assault, Unmi's lack of battle awareness finally became apparent. At one point, she nearly found herself sporting a black eye from Shauna's relentless blows. It was only through her physical resilience that she managed to endure until the end. In the corridor, the two sat across from each other at a small rosewood table. Uchiha Shauna gazed vacantly at the courtyard. No one could fathom her thoughts. Suddenly, she broke the silence. Are you a spy? Unmi rolled her eyes. If I were a spy, would you still be alive? An operative? Shauna pressed on. This was becoming increasingly absurd. I am merely myself. An ordinary student of the Ninja Academy. Do not suspect that I am a root member. Why can't I defeat you? A flicker of anger reappeared in her eyes. This girl was exceedingly competitive. Even Uchiha Madara could not claim invincibility. Why was she so fixated on victory? Unmi, exasperated, advised, besides, you are already the top of our class. Shauna fell silent, contemplating for a long moment before stating, your battle awareness is weak. As long as I am swift enough to throw you into disarray, victory is mine. Oh, now you've really engaged me in a battle of wits. Unmi contemplated how to persuade this girl otherwise. Perhaps she could intentionally lose a match next time? Do not purchase steel balls in the village. The security department has begun to monitor their source. What on earth? Unmi gasped, nearly leaping from her seat. What do you know? Shauna cast a sidelong glance at the anxious Unmi, a glimmer of mischief sparkling in her eyes. Guess. Unmi retorted, what do you mean by guess? What exactly do you know? Anxiety gripped her. Shauna's lips curled into a slight smile as she propped herself on the wooden floor of the corridor, playfully leaping down. Figure it out yourself. With that, she strode away confidently. Unmi lamented, aren't you just toying with my emotions? How does she know so much? Has she secretly cast an illusion on me? Unmi felt that fortune had turned against her. It seemed she had encountered nothing but misfortune lately. In her study, she sighed deeply. Life must go on, step by step. One must navigate through it. The Konoha hospital has temporarily settled into a state of stability. From here on, it suffices to rotate through the various departments and gradually learn the art of medicine. He experiences moments of enlightenment, rendering years of foundational work unnecessary. The Ninja Academy offers no new insights, yet attendance remains obligatory. He must dutifully play the role of an ordinary individual. At present, he is merely a second-year student at the Ninja Academy and must refrain from any outlandish behavior. Despite his resolve to remain inconspicuous, his life has become rather exhilarating. Engaging with Sand Ninja spies and surviving assassination attempts, he finds himself entangled with the clan afflicted by the red-eye disease. Not to mention his near encounter with the enigmatic Nanayayu. Life is indeed thrilling, and my heart struggles to endure such excitement. I must not leap into further chaos. Slowly, he reflects and meticulously plans for the future. Nanayayu has vanished entirely from his life, like a fleeting specter. After weeks of anxiety, life gradually returns to a semblance of calm. He remains just another face among the tens of thousands in Konoha. His proficiency in the art of reconnaissance grows steadily. Through moments of insight, he has long mastered the techniques. What he lacks is merely experience. While adept in reconnaissance, his understanding of human organ pathology remains limited. Fortunately, the hospital's library is replete with resources. Continuous exploration and comparison, coupled with the careful guidance of Kinoshita Ryota, enable him to rapidly catch up to Ryota's skills. I might soon find myself out of a job, Ryota quips playfully. Unwittingly, he responds with a shy smile. Before long, he seeks out Fujimura Taiga to request a change of department for further learning. As Ryota suggested, he can no longer enhance his skills in the reconnaissance class. At the Konoha Ninja Academy, he rests his chin on his left hand, eyes half closed in a languid manner. Moments of insight allow him to swiftly grasp various techniques. Yet the mental fatigue lingers unrelieved. During the majority of his days at the academy, he finds himself half asleep, eyes barely open, while his thoughts scatter. His pencil idly sketches symbols on the draft paper, intelligible only to him. How might one enhance combat awareness? The young girl, Shauna, possesses an overwhelming competitive spirit. Despite repeated failures, she relentlessly challenges herself. Crucially, he feels the pressure. He cannot rely on the confusion of shadow step or the swiftness of body flicker in straightforward duels. He finds himself increasingly strained. The root of the issue lies in his combat awareness. In his past life, he was merely a diligent corporate drone, devoid of any sense of battle instinct. Must he cultivate this through life and death encounters? Such a notion is absurd. He has no desire to endure the hardships of physical training at the Ninja Academy. To risk his life in combat is but a dream he dares not entertain. Perhaps a methodical yet simplistic approach could suffice, he muses. In his prior life as a corporate worker, he had indulged in numerous anime. Isaac Netero stands out as a figure he deeply admires. Hailing from Hunter x Hunter, he is a formidable character. Netero's fervor for martial arts, his unwavering practice and prayer over a decade, and his relentless self-challenges reflect a spirit he yearns to embody. Netero's ultimate technique, the 100-type Guanyin, represents the pinnacle of his lifelong martial journey, amalgamating countless attack forms and adapting to various adversaries with distinct hand positions. I can utilize moments of enlightenment to continuously refine my techniques, enabling me to counter various forms of attacks with distinctive hand gestures. Such moments of insight are not mere fantasies. I must not miss any opportunity during practical combat sessions in class. This endeavor is destined to be a long-term commitment, an art of martial prowess that perpetually evolves. Beginning to accumulate knowledge from the Ninja Academy is indeed a commendable choice, alongside the little girl from the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha combat techniques, forged through the trials of the Warring States period, are skills honed to perfection. A pleasant surprise, indeed. I initially thought that engaging in combat with Shana would be a troublesome affair, yet it has instead allowed me to realize my potential. Let us call it the heart source style. Having had my passion dulled by the rigors of life in my previous existence, finding a spark of fervor here is quite gratifying. This name shall serve as a tribute to that. How can I become faster and stronger? The thoughtful Mu Ming pondered, only to be roused from his reverie by the voice of Minato Namikaze. As you grow, your physical capabilities will naturally improve, allowing you to become swifter and more powerful. Mu Ming casually retorted, your physical prowess has nearly reached the limits for your age. If it weren't for your special training with Uchiha Shana, and her use of secret medicines to enhance her physical condition from a young age, you might have already claimed the top spot in the class. Why does Shana's background concern you? Minato inquired, perplexed. Because she is of the Uchiha clan. Mu Ming rolled his eyes. The Uchihas are endowed with innate talent and are abundantly equipped with resources and secret techniques to enhance their physical attributes. This implies that methods to augment physical capabilities do exist, which piqued Minato's interest further. Of course they do, Mu Ming replied languidly. My breathing technique is one such secret method that can strengthen all the muscles in the body and significantly elevate physical fitness. However, others cannot practice it. Even if they were to find it, they would be unable to obtain it. He sighed, acknowledging that both he and Minato hailed from common backgrounds, lacking the means to access such medicines and methods. Perhaps we could create our own, Minato suggested thoughtfully. Create our own? That is a splendid idea, Minato. Relying solely on oneself for innovation. No wonder you managed to rise to the position of Hokage. I've discovered that chakra has other applications, Minato exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. What have you uncovered? Mu Ming inquired with curiosity. Chakra should be able to enhance strength, Minato explained, pulling a sheet of paper into his palm and concentrating intently on it. Suddenly, the paper levitated an inch, seemingly propelled by an invisible force emanating from his hand. Goodness! You've truly uncovered something remarkable. This is actually the fine manipulation of chakra, akin to the technique known as body flicker. One involves propulsion, while the other channels chakra. However, if not controlled properly, the resultant force is minimal and a considerable amount of chakra is wasted. Moreover, without specific secret techniques, such enhancements are limited. Thus, I do not place much significance on it, but it could greatly amplify your strength. How about it, Mu Ming? Help me develop this secret technique together, Minato eagerly invited. Me? Mu Ming exclaimed in disbelief, pointing at himself. Why would you think of me to assist you in developing a secret technique? In the realm of theoretical knowledge, you, Namikaze Minato, have achieved the highest accolades, having perused every tome within the Ninja Academy's library, thereby cultivating a profound theoretical foundation. It is evident that Minato has long harbored this intention. Nami, present your proposal, and I shall undertake the experimentation, he declared confidently. Despite being merely second-year students, we are certain we can devise a technique suited to our needs before graduation. However, Nami instinctively declined. No, I lack the ability. Nonsense, Nami, you possess it, Minato insisted. No one can review the entire library of the Ninja Academy in just 1 year. No one possesses a photographic memory. Do not underestimate yourself. Nami, he said earnestly. Why does it seem that you have more faith in me than I do? Nami pondered, still wishing to refuse. During this period, he had grown increasingly composed and low-key, remaining unperturbed whether in the hospital or at the academy. He was not inclined to stir up any trouble. Nami, war is upon us. Our time is limited, Minato said, firmly grasping Nami's shoulders. We must amass sufficient strength before we step onto the battlefield. Your clarity is commendable. Once we successfully develop this technique, utilizing chakra amplification will undoubtedly compensate for your physical shortcomings. My aspiration is to become a medical ninja, and I have no desire to be on the front lines. Regardless of Minato's arguments, Nami remained resolute in his refusal. At that moment, Ishii Saburo abruptly entered, accompanied by a little girl with striking red hair. Why is her hair so vividly red? Nami mused, observing her round face reminiscent of a tomato. Indeed, she resembles a tomato. Classmates, I mourn for you, he quipped. Tomato? No, this is a blood-red chili pepper, a harbinger of violence. Prepare for your doom. He pondered the misfortune of this cohort. First with Uchiha Shana, and now with this fiery redhead. Uzumaki Kushina, Minato's future bride and host of the Nine Tails, was here. Surely, this vicinity was not already surrounded by ambushes. Meanwhile, Minato remained oblivious to the newcomers, continuing to implore Nami. Stop. I concede. Cease your discourse. Nami interjected, promptly retrieving a book, adjusting his glasses nervously, and adopting a studious demeanor. Splendid. Minato exclaimed with excitement, only to be momentarily halted by the sight of the red-haired girl. I am Uzumaki Kushina, and my dream is to become Hokage, she declared. Laughter erupted among the boys, led by Mototai. Silence, Kushina retorted, puffing out her cheeks in mock ferocity, which only incited further laughter from the small crowd. Ishii Saburo was powerless to intervene. You are disturbing me. A cold voice suddenly broke through. Instantly, the class fell silent, as if gripped by an unseen force. Kushina gazed in astonishment at Uchiha Shana's impassive countenance, marveling at his commanding presence. How impressive! She naturally gravitated toward Shana's side. Nami sighed, glancing at the raucous Mototai and his companions. Alas, two harbingers of chaos united. You are truly blessed. The days ahead promise to be challenging. Jushinai is destined to become the future Jinchuriki, and ever since her arrival in the village, she has attracted considerable attention. Perhaps there are hidden observers from the Umbu lurking nearby. If I were to inadvertently reveal something, it would spell disaster. In the study of the Hanyu residence, Wuming completed the final stroke of his drawing, forming hand seals as a surge of turbulent chakra manifested in his palms. He swiftly pressed the chakra onto the center of a blank explosive tag, which rapidly took shape. After conducting a thorough inspection, he placed it into a nearby box, counting the quantity before sealing it and tidying up the ink. Task accomplished. Each day, he produces 10 explosive tags, and once he accumulates enough for a week, he sells them at a modest price to the ninja cats. The income from these tags has significantly improved Wuming's life. Unlike a year ago, when he had to fish for meat, his current fishing excursions are more about barbecuing outdoors with Dingzwa. Fortunately, the training regimen of the Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans has intensified, leaving Dingzwa and his companions little time to spare. Previously, they gathered every weekend. Now, a monthly reunion is a notable achievement. The specter of war looms ever closer. Wuming recalled the words of Minato Namikaze from yesterday. The heightened training of the younger generation within the three clans indirectly indicates the ongoing tension at the front lines. Rising to properly store the explosive tags, Wuming stretched languidly. He exerted himself to the utmost in his drawings, managing to produce up to 21 tags in one sitting before needing to replenish his chakra. With financial stability no longer a concern, such exertion seemed unnecessary to him. In the early days of mastering explosive tags, he fervently produced them to build his reserves. Eventually, he established a personal limit, settling on 10 tags per day. Over the course of a week, he could create 70 tags, reserving 20 for himself and selling the remaining 50. Now, he had amassed nearly 300 explosive tags. He touched a small box beside the bookshelf, filled with explosive tags, and smiled with satisfaction, secure. All that remained was to master the sealing technique. Retrieving a notebook from the shelf, Wuming returned to his desk. Since acquiring the sealing technique, he had been experimenting with innovation. Knowledge of sealing techniques is rare and invaluable, and he possessed only one version of the sealing method. Without other foundational references, Wu-Ming could only rely on moments of enlightenment to forge ahead. The ordinary sealing technique allows for the storage and retrieval of an equivalent amount of items, but it is a one-time operation. What he needed was a method that permitted batch storage and retrieval, akin to a magazine. This conundrum had troubled him for some time until recently, when inspiration struck. He owed a debt of gratitude to Hirakae's high rate, who had unknowingly implanted a sealing technique marker within him. Though the marker's function is simple, its minuscule size is advantageous. If a sealing technique can only store and retrieve one item at a time, then reducing the size of the seal allows for multiple sets of seals on the same container. For the past few days, he had been researching the miniaturization of the sealing technique and had begun to see the semblance of success. After reviewing his notes once more, he inhaled deeply. Aligning his middle and index fingers, he lightly tapped his temples twice. The familiar cool sensation enveloped his mind as the intricate sealing technique disassembled and merged within his thoughts. A minute later, Wu-Ming concluded his moment of insight. Success. He eagerly retrieved a scroll. Ignoring the fatigue that weighed upon his mind, he channeled chakra to inscribe the intricate seals upon the canvas. A multitude of symbols intertwined, gradually forming a circular void at the center. Casually placing the brush within the blank space, he swiftly formed hand seals. Seal. With a resounding bang, the brush vanished without a trace. A minuscule black dot, no larger than a peanut, materialized near the center of the void. Undeterred, he positioned his notebook in the blank area once more. Seal. A cloud of white smoke unfurled, revealing another black dot near the center. Suppressing his excitement, he retrieved various small items from his study, sealing them one by one into the scroll. The number of black dots increased, gradually coalescing into a vortex-like array. The success or failure hinged upon this moment. Drawing a deep breath, he extended his right index finger towards the void at the vortex's center. A surge of chakra permeated the air, gently making contact with the second black dot. Release. With a resounding bang, a notebook materialized out of thin air, while one black dot vanished from the vortex. Success. Elated, he leaped into the air. Could this be considered the ninja world's version of a storage ring? Incredible. I am truly remarkable. Haha. Ignoring the protests of Shirya, he hoisted her front legs and spun her around several times before setting her down. Henceforth, it shall be called the Sumeru seal. Now, he needed to find a suitable vessel, lightweight, durable, impact-resistant, and capable of channeling chakra. Such items were rare. If only there were a way to channel chakra into metal. However, those materials were rather expensive. With his meager savings, he could scarcely afford anything the size of a fingernail. Perhaps he could persuade the little lowly, Shauna, to part with something? But with Kushina sitting beside her, he could no longer risk exposure at school. He would wait until the weekend. The new sealing technique was ready. Only the vessel remained, and it would only take a few days. Moreover, he must ensure Shauna did not come directly over. She might have caught the attention of the Umbu. Pondering with his chin in hand, he recalled how Kushina had sat beside Shauna upon her arrival. The village was already wary of the Uchiha clan. With the future Jinchuriki seated alongside Shauna, who could they possibly monitor if not her? He resolved to have Shirya use reverse summoning to bring her over. He genuinely wished to limit his interactions with Uchiha Shauna. She had given him far too much. One sealing technique had granted him a storage ring, and there were countless high-level jutsu yet to uncover. As a mere commoner, he aspired to become a medical ninja in the future, undoubtedly leading a team of medical ninjas. He lacked the channels to acquire more jutsu. The Uchiha clan presented an excellent opportunity, as long as no one discovered his ties to them. With a bit of caution, he should encounter no significant issues. After all, this was not yet the time of the Shippuden. Danzo had not yet evolved into the Hokage, and the situation was not so dire. Most importantly, he had the Black Cat, Shirya. The two could engage in clandestine dealings through summoning techniques, entirely unconcerned about being discovered. It was akin to a simplified version of the Flying Thunder God technique. With further contemplation, he might truly unravel its secrets. As he entered the Ninja Academy, Minato approached him, extending a notebook. Unspoken, these are some of my musings. Do take a look. We shall discuss them together shortly. And notes? It seems this intent has been brewing for quite some time. Indeed, after being bested by that little lowly time and again, how could one not ponder a reversal of fate? As he opened the notebook and read intently, after a while, Unspoken lifted his head. What do you think? Asked Minato, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The concepts are commendable, but can you actualize them? Unspoken inquired. That is precisely my source of distress, lacking the means to bring them to fruition. Minato replied, scratching his head in resignation. In my view, the inability to achieve this stems from insufficient control over chakra, unspoken stated directly. Such chakra amplification techniques are generally mastered by many shinobi, and even some mid-tier ninjas adept at chakra manipulation can employ them. First, practice your chakra control, unspoken proposed. Minato immediately appeared contemplative. Do you have any effective methods? After pondering for a while, Minato shook his head in defeat. The only thing I can think of is to improve control through persistent practice of the body flicker technique. The method is viable, but it could benefit from additional supportive techniques. Unspoken discreetly handed Minato a piece of paper. Climbing trees and walking on water? Minato exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement. Do not underestimate these two simple techniques. They are sufficient for you to master your skills. Unspoken smiled warmly. Take climbing trees, for instance. Once you have perfected it, you can apply the same method to ascend cliffs, and later, even carry weights while doing so. Similarly, walking on water can also evolve in complexity, from a basin of water to a calm pond, then to a turbulent lake, flowing rivers, and ultimately, even attempting to scale waterfalls. Practice, Minato, enhance your chakra control, and all your aspirations will materialize. Unspoken, you surely are concealing your true capabilities, Minato remarked, his face brimming with certainty. Think as you will, Unspoken rolled his eyes nonchalantly. This fellow observes him daily, akin to a spy. He had sensed abnormalities more than once. Unspoken did not believe he could keep this charade for long. It was better to reveal a bit, lest this fellow continue to scrutinize him incessantly. Unspoken, have you already begun to amplify your strength with chakra? Minato suddenly asked, brimming with enthusiasm. Unspoken could only nod in resignation. He preferred to avoid entanglements with such perceptive individuals. Even the slightest hint would prompt the other to discern much more. No wonder Shana treats you with such distinction, Minato said, a look of realization dawning on his face. Distinction? I was unaware. In the entire class, you are the only boy who has approached Shana without resorting to aggression. What do you pay attention to every day? Have you managed to defeat her? Minato's eyes sparkled with intrigue. What are you plotting? He suddenly felt a tinge of unease. That fiery gaze of yours should be directed at Uchiha Shana instead. Why are you looking at me? Unspoken Kuin, let us engage in a duel. Get lost. Weekend, Yuhang's residence. The four-leaf claw struck the ground with a resounding thud. Bang. Uchiha Shana materialized abruptly on the wooden corridor. Why must I resort to such means? Uchiha Shana's face was cold, her eyes filled with displeasure. I fear complications. What complications? Shana inquired, thoroughly perplexed. Your new deskmate is quite the troublesome character, Unspoken remarked meaningfully. Kushina, the young girl frowned. This friend resonates with her. And within mere days of acquaintance, they have already become close companions. It was only a matter of dealing with a few boys. What trouble could that possibly bring? Unbeknownst to her, a roll of the eyes followed. So it was you who instigated it. Uzumaki Kushina has begun to throw punches, sparing none who dared to mock her. Unlike Shana, who preferred targeting the eyes, she relished in striking the nose. Yuan Tai's nose was fractured, leaving him in a pitiful state of tears. When he encountered her in the hospital, he could barely suppress his laughter. Perhaps it would be wise to exercise caution moving forward. Several ninjas have consistently trailed behind her. A subtle reminder from Minato. He had once discreetly employed his dodo to investigate, and indeed uncovered traces of the Umbu. A future Jinchuriki walking alongside an Uchiha would certainly attract heightened scrutiny from the Umbu. In the future, should you wish to visit me, it must be through reverse summoning. Is there an issue with Kushina? Shana furrowed her brow. She was quite pleased with this new friend and saw no reason to suspect her. Is it merely due to her being from another village? Shana found it hard to comprehend. It is due to her surname, Uzumaki, Minato casually remarked. Those with the Uzumaki lineage are prime candidates for becoming Jinchuriki. This one is indeed a future Jinchuriki. Uzumaki. Such matters are best left unexplored. Sometimes, the more one knows, the more burdensome the troubles become. Minato refrained from elaborating further. Should he reveal the other's identity as a Jinchuriki, there was a risk that Shana might inadvertently disclose it, alerting the Umbu and potentially leading to unforeseen troubles for her. Should I distance myself from Kushina? Displeasure flickered in Shana's large eyes. No, let things unfold naturally. Being overly deliberate may only draw unwanted attention. As long as you do not directly associate with me, it will suffice. Minato thought of Namikaze Minato and added, especially at school, avoid any interaction. In the Ninja Academy, he and Shauna had barely exchanged a few words. Yet Namikaze Minato had taken notice. That fellow was determined to showcase his concealed strength, insisting on a duel, which became increasingly bothersome for Minato. Your future bride is here. Why not seize the moment? Why are you constantly fixated on me battling? Fighting is out of the question for now. I must delay it. If all else fails, I'll increase my visits to the hospital. After all, I have learned most of what I needed at the Ninja Academy, Minato mused to himself. Come, let us spar. After much deliberation, Shauna resolved to stop overthinking. She firmly believed that all her troubles stemmed from her insufficient strength. This time, Minato offered no resistance, for he still relied on Shauna to enhance his Shinkage-style combat techniques. As they engaged in their usual sparring, Minato found himself navigating with newfound ease. He had organized his insights, establishing a preliminary foundation for the Shinkage style, with previous techniques now catalogued. Even when Shauna deliberately accelerated her attack speed, Minato countered with a methodical strategy, repelling her strikes one by one. You have grown stronger. In the corridor, Shauna, her expression devoid of emotion, stared blankly into the courtyard. There is still much distance to cover, still much distance to cover. Minato feigned humility, yet internally he felt a swell of pride. As an ordinary worker, he could contend with an Uchiha using combat skills. The thought of potentially facing even more formidable opponents in the future filled him with a sense of accomplishment. I desire the final training regimen. Shauna shot a cold glance at Minato. It has already been prepared for you. With urgency, Wei Ming dashed into the study and retrieved a palm-sized scroll. I specially prepared braised pork knuckle today. Would you care to try it? Wei Ming inquired, a hint of apprehension in her voice. Gulp. A momentary flicker of surprise crossed Shauna's face as she caught Wei Ming's gaze. What do you wish to convey? After spending considerable time together, she had grown accustomed to Wei Ming's mannerisms. Typically, after a sparring session, he would be eager to dismiss her. Yet this time, he had gone out of his way to cook for her, serving her favorite dish, braised pork knuckle, which she had enjoyed once before. Clearly, there was some premeditated intent behind this. By the way, do you possess any chakra metal? Wei Ming asked, somewhat bashfully. Do you have the funds to purchase it? Shauna retorted. If I had the money, I would procure it myself. Wei Ming suppressed the urge to roll her eyes. What would you offer in exchange? Can you teach me that secret technique of yours? Shauna's expression remained impassive, but her large eyes sparkled with an unmistakable glimmer of intrigue. Allow me to show you something. Wei Ming, unperturbed by the revelation of her intentions, retrieved another scroll from the study. Unrolling it, she pressed her finger against the spiral-shaped blank center. Release. Boom. A puff of white smoke erupted, revealing a footbath before them. My apologies, I grabbed the wrong one. Let us try again. She pressed down on the blank area again. Release. Boom. A half-broken bowl appeared in her hands. It was once Yatsuba's rice bowl. What on earth did I seal last night? A single scroll could store multiple items and allow for sequential retrieval. Shauna's eyes brightened. Isn't it marvelous? I can craft one for you. What is the specific capacity? Can it hold shuriken, explosive tags, and military rations? Can it sustain a high-intensity battle? It would be best to adjust its size for practical use. Wei Ming remarked with an eye roll. Incredibly, your first thought is to carry weapons. Although, admittedly, my initial intention was also for that purpose. But imagine carrying a tent, a camping set, and a collection of seasonings. Such mundane missions would suddenly become vibrant. Yet, that was insufficient. Chakra-conducting metal is costly. A mere scroll would not suffice to exchange for chakra scrolls. I require chakra metal to manufacture such storage devices. Your earlier requests can all be fulfilled, and they can be reused, Wei Ming asserted confidently. How much do you need? Shauna pondered thoughtfully. If it can be used for an extended period, its value would significantly increase. Not much, just a thin layer to channel the chakra would suffice. Perhaps a piece about the size of a walnut, Wei Ming said, her eyes lighting up with excitement. I shall have Yatsuba deliver it to you shortly, Shauna replied readily. Just that little bit of metal, I can still manage to find. As Wei Ming entered the classroom at the Ninja Academy, she immediately noticed Yuan Tai's panda-like eyes. What happened? Didn't you just break your nose a couple of days ago? Now you have a pair of shiner eyes. Upon closer inspection, she realized several classmates bore injuries to varying degrees. I told you not to provoke Kushina. Looks like karma has caught up with you. Wei Ming quietly settled into her seat and diligently focused on her book. Such matters were best left untouched. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared before her. Wei Ming looked up. Kushina, what does she want? Don't leave after school. Kushina stood with her hands on her hips, her large eyes fixed intently on Minato. Good, she said. You know your place. Satisfied, Kushina swaggered back to her seat. The blood-red chili is even more extreme than classmate Shikamaru. You can't escape it either. Behind them, Yantai looked at Minato with sympathy. Take care. Thank you. You take care too, Minato replied, his expression one of shared understanding. Before long, Minato's mentor, Minato Namikaze, approached him. I heard Kushina asked you not to leave after school? He whispered. Yes. Did you agree? Minato Namikaze looked astonished. She clearly intends to fight you. I know, Minato replied calmly. Then why aren't you willing to fight me? Minato Namikaze complained. I had no intention of fighting her, Minato said nonchalantly. Didn't Kushina tell you not to leave school? Minato Namikaze queried, perplexed. Oh, I'm going to the hospital at noon. I don't plan to stay until school ends, Minato said, his expression unchanged. Is that so sly? Aren't you only supposed to go to the hospital on Wednesdays and Fridays? That has changed. I added Mondays, Minato replied mildly. He had no desire to engage in any conflict with Kushina. The method you told me about, I tried it, and it worked, Minato Namikaze said excitedly. Of course it works. If you practice diligently enough, you might even develop the ability to perform the giant strength technique, which is Tsunade's signature ninjutsu. With one punch, you could shatter stones, let alone harm a person. Contemplating this, Minato recognized the potential in the meticulous control of chakra. At the hospital, Minato switched departments once again, marking his fourth change. Naturally, not everyone he encountered was as enthusiastic as Ryokan Kinoshita. Some treated him as just a helper and taught him little. Yet, Minato had moments of enlightenment. By observing procedures and correlating them with cases from the library, he couldn't be hindered from learning. Perhaps before mastering medical ninjutsu, he should first explore the modern surgical system. Surgery encompasses numerous specialties, and Minato realized he couldn't master them all. Even with moments of insight, years of accumulation were necessary. The injuries ninjas typically suffered were primarily from blades, fractured bones, explosive tags, and various ninjutsu-related harm. Thus, he decided to focus primarily on treating bone injuries, muscle lacerations, and skin damage. Methodically, he began to reveal his talent. He could now enter the operating room, albeit merely as an observer. However, he would soon be able to participate. At the Hyuga residence, a loud bang erupted, and Uchiha Shikamaru appeared with an indifferent expression, tossing a scroll to Minato. Here is what you wanted. Minato fumbled to catch it. I want braised pork knuckle, Shikamaru stated bluntly. No problem, Minato replied cheerfully, wholly unconcerned with Shikamaru's attitude. After all, she was a significant benefactor. Without her support, how could he manage his storage devices? Just one meal of pork knuckle was trivial. He could manage 10 or 8 of them. With a decisive bang, he quickly unsealed the scroll, revealing a piece of wood as thick as a calf and as long as an arm, along with a walnut-sized piece of dark metal. This wood was capable of conducting chakra and was resilient and durable. However, it is unsuitable for weaponry and serves no purpose in the household. I shall give it all to you, Shauna remarked lightly. Can wood transmit chakra? Could it be a fragment of the divine tree? That seems unlikely. Such an entity is imbued with vitality and cannot merely conduct chakra. It is indeed a fine material. A plan suddenly formed in Wuming's mind. While it may not serve well as a weapon, it could certainly function as a vessel for the Sumeru seal. I shall prepare the meal. Wuming turned and entered the kitchen. Unexpectedly, there was a delightful surprise. He must reward the young lady handsomely. He brought forth all his culinary skills, elevating his recently acquired braised pork technique to its zenith. You stood up, Kushina, Shauna remarked suddenly after they had eaten. I had matters to attend to in the afternoon and couldn't stay until school was over. How could that be considered standing her up? Wuming retorted, maintaining a stoic demeanor. Are you not afraid she will confront you tomorrow? Shauna scoffed. Why should I fear? We bear no grudges. Kushina would never resort to violence without just cause, Wuming replied. Nonchalantly, will you defend yourself? Shauna was certain that Kushina's fiery temperament would surely lead her to pummel Wuming into a pulp. I have faith in Uzumaki's character. She would never act irrationally, Wuming asserted with conviction. Such nonsense. Shauna dismissed his claims entirely. This fellow must surely be concocting some nefarious scheme. Truly, I do not deceive you. She would not harm me, Wuming insisted confidently. The following day, Shauna arrived at the classroom early, her expression devoid of emotion as she sat in her seat, occasionally glancing toward the entrance. Before long, An irate Kushina burst through the door, her gaze immediately locking onto a particular spot in the back. All was well. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Shauna's eyes. Wooming, will you reveal your strength or feign weakness and suffer a broken nose? Shauna pondered with anticipation. Kushina settled beside Shauna, lamenting her grievances and vehemently denouncing Wooming's lack of integrity and poor character, declaring her intention to teach him a lesson. Shauna remained silent, only nodding slightly when Kushina mentioned the desire to give him a thorough thrashing. Given Wooming's enigmatic nature, he would undoubtedly prefer to endure public humiliation rather than reveal his capabilities. Could I, perhaps, publicly administer a beating to him? Shauna could not suppress her excitement at the sudden notion. Time passed, and as class began with Ishii Saburo entering the room to inspire the students with fervent rhetoric, Wooming still had not appeared. Is he avoiding class out of fear of being beaten? Do I truly possess such power? Kushina exclaimed incredulously. Shauna suppressed the urge to roll her eyes. Do you think your reputation as the fiery red pepper is unfounded? However, it was not fear of being struck that kept him away. Rather, he was avoiding the complications that might arise from interacting with her. No wonder he had been so confident yesterday. This seems rather underhanded. Without an encounter, it is impossible to strike him. Shauna realized she needed to reassess her perception of Wooming. In truth, Wooming had not skipped class. He was in the operating room of the Konoha hospital. The previous afternoon, he had requested leave from Ishii Saburo through Fujimura Takahiro, for he was to step onto the surgical stage today. Though he would only be assisting, helping with the hooks throughout the procedure, it marked a promising beginning. Despite his youth, he had already entered the Konoha hospital system. Xiao Weiming, would you care to try your hand at skin suturing? Dr. Agawahara, the lead surgeon, suggested with a smile, clearly pleased with Weiming's assistance. Their collaboration had been seamless, marked by steady movements and a commendable composure. Most notably, Weiming was a student from the Ninja Academy, destined to potentially become a medical ninja in the future. Dr. Agawahara, though an exceptional physician himself, would always remain subordinate to the medical ninjas. Surely, establishing a good rapport now would be advantageous. Very well. I would be grateful for your guidance, Weiming replied, feigning excitement as he accepted the needle holder and proceeded to suture with a slow yet steady hand. Quite impressive, Doctor. Agawahara nodded in approval. Your senior's guidance has proven beneficial. Indeed, your instruction has been invaluable, Weiming acknowledged sincerely. Dr. Agawahara had been remarkably supportive, allowing him to take on hands-on tasks today. This marked the beginning of Weiming's formal involvement in the Konoha Hospital's medical system, largely due to his diligent and eager nature. Dr. Agawahara chuckled. With such suturing skills, you are more than adequate. Further practice is unnecessary. Next time we encounter a simpler procedure, I shall let you take the lead. Thank you, Senior. Weiming exclaimed, visibly elated. Is my suturing skill sufficient? Is further practice unnecessary? He pondered, contemplating the realm of medical ninjutsu. Indeed, mastering the healing technique was akin to possessing a cheat code, while conventional surgeries demanded suturing. The healing technique could mend wounds in mere minutes, rendering suturing obsolete. However, the healing technique had its limitations. A medical ninja's chakra was finite, and the number of times one could employ the technique in succession was restricted. Thus, the integration of standard surgical techniques with the healing technique represented an optimal synergy. Relying solely on medical ninjutsu for every wound would be a reckless expenditure of resources. Therefore, it was prudent for Weiming to master the conventional medical practices of this world before fully mastering the healing technique. As an aspiring medical ninja, he aimed for excellence. Otherwise, he risked being dispatched as mere cannon fodder. He intended to survive steadily, not to conceal himself like a mouse in the ground. On Wednesday, at the Ninja Academy, Weiming arrived as usual, quietly sitting down to read. He had yet to complete his modest goal of exploring the hospital's library. Before long, a figure appeared before him. Upon looking up, he was met with the furious countenance of Kushina. I'm sorry. Weiming immediately stood and offered a decisive apology. Is this person really so cowardly? I was hoping to teach him a lesson. Why did you deceive me? Kushina exclaimed. Vortex Kushina, it is my fault. I forgot that I had to intern at the hospital on Monday afternoon, Weiming admitted, his face flushed with shame. Previously, I only had Wednesdays and Fridays. But starting this week, I must add Mondays as well, and I inadvertently forgot. I apologize. And what about yesterday? Kushina pressed. There was a patient in urgent need of surgery, and the hospital was short-staffed, so I had to assist. I sincerely apologize, Wei Ming replied earnestly. Fine, fine. Do you still have to go to the hospital this afternoon? Kushina asked, her impatience evident. I am truly sorry, Wei Ming reiterated. All right. But you must not run away after school tomorrow, Kushina said, half skeptical but unwilling to confront him further, glaring at him before establishing a new agreement. Rest assured, I will keep my promise this time, Wei Ming vowed seriously. Very well, Kushina replied, somewhat disinterested, returning to her seat. Why didn't I just confront him? Uchiha Shana's expression remained impassive, yet a glimmer of disappointment flickered in her large eyes. Kushina remarked, this sister is exceedingly irritable. Indeed, he is more cowardly than my fist is swift. After much contemplation, Kushina delivered this assessment. Shana responded, can I say this was to be expected? Fear not. Upon the conclusion of school, I shall surely succeed in delivering a blow to him. Instantly, Kushina's spirits were lifted, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I maintained my skepticism, pondering that perhaps he might flee once again. Shana's gaze was filled with disbelief. On Thursday, the morning was dedicated to intelligence coding, followed by physical training in the afternoon. In class, Narumi exhibited an unusual diligence in her training. Minato looked at Narumi peculiarly, commenting, previously, under my supervision, you hardly practiced. Why the sudden enthusiasm today? Narumi replied, panting, oh, Kushina asked me not to leave this afternoon. I suspect she intends to strike me, so I thought I might as well practice a bit more. Minato retorted, do not jest. Narumi, with utmost seriousness, stated, this is merely a case of sharpening one's skills at the last moment. Even if it is not swift, it is still light. Moreover, I possess a secret technique that will surely astonish her. Narumi appeared grave. A secret technique. Minato gasped, having long suspected Narumi's exceptional prowess. Perhaps even surpassing Shana, who was deemed the strongest in class. Furthermore, Narumi could provide him with chakra control training methods, indicating her formidable strength. It was possible she was indeed preparing some secret technique. Minato glanced at Kushina with concern. After school, Minato, feeling uneasy, stealthily trailed behind Narumi. In the small park adjacent to the school gate, Kushina awaited her arrival. Narumi approached, pale and breathless, saying, Uzumaki, did you summon me for something? If not, I might need to visit the hospital. Trembling, with a pallid complexion and gasping for breath, I worried that with such a frail physique, a single punch from me might lead to dire consequences. You should go, Kushina expressed her concern. I'll be fine. Narumi managed a strained smile before limping away from the school gate. Minato, concealed behind a large tree at the park entrance, rolled his eyes in exasperation upon witnessing Narumi's exit. Is this your secret technique? He mused. No. Then what is it? Minato inquired, puzzled. Uzumaki. Narumi wishes to challenge you to a duel, Narumi announced, pulling Minato into view and turning to shout at Kushina. In an instant, she disappeared, executing a swift maneuver. Later that evening, at the Yuho residence, a loud crash resonated as Shana emerged from a cloud of smoke. I'm here, Narumi calmly stated, seated on the corridor, sipping tea. Kushina mentioned that the coward fled. Coward? Minato chuckled. Shana, seated at a small wooden table, shot a sidelong glance at the merrily grinning Narumi and coldly remarked, shameless. Thank you for the compliment, Narumi replied, beaming with pride. Minato's strength was formidable, and Kushina was no slouch either. Once the two became entangled, it would surely be a protracted affair. Kushina, however, had no time to spare for him. Here, this is yours. Narumi pushed a wooden box toward Shana. Upon opening the lid, one discovers a scroll approximately the length of a hand, a rectangular iron plate the size of half a playing card, and 6 wooden plaques of the same dimensions as the iron plate. The scroll contains the Sumeru seal, a complementary sealing technique for the confinement of objects. The cards serve as storage devices, while the iron plate is crafted from chakra-infused metal, and the wooden plaques are derived from a particular branch. The protagonist, Unmei, possesses an identical set of equipment. Both types of wooden plaques can accommodate 12 sets of items, though the iron plate has the capacity for larger objects. Within the iron plate, each set can hold items the size of a human skull, while the wooden plaques can only contain half that. I have tested the wooden plaques, and each set can approximately hold 10 shuriken or 6 kunai. As for explosive tags, the quantity is abundant. 100 to 180 tags are no issue at all. Sean immediately picked up the iron plate and scrutinized it. The silver-white rectangular plate bore intricate black patterns along its edges. The central area featured a circular void, reminiscent of a sun or a blazing fireball. Will the items inside undergo any deterioration? Sean pondered aloud after a prolonged gaze at the iron plate. Deterioration? The kunai are metallic. How could they deteriorate? The explosive tags are not so fragile. They can be preserved without issue for 2 to 3 years. What do you intend to store inside? Unmiai inquired with curiosity. Braised pork knuckles, replied Unmiai with a hint of mischief. You certainly have some ideas. The following day, upon the arrival of the esteemed Minato Namikaze, he regarded Unmiai with a countenance laden with grievances. Is this how you choose to deceive me? How can this be considered deception? I am merely assisting you in completing your training, Unmiai declared unabashedly. Keep spinning your tales, Minato retorted skeptically. Isn't Kushina's strength commendable? Unmiai pressed on earnestly. Indeed, Minato replied with a nod of affirmation. But you have no desire to engage her, correct? Unmiai winked knowingly. After all, she is to be your future bride. I dare you to try. To evade the entanglements of this formidable classmate, one must indeed surpass her in capability, Unmiai advised earnestly. Quite right, Minato contemplated thoughtfully. Our secret techniques may not be suitable for actual combat, but they could serve well in a spar with the capable Kushina, providing an excellent opportunity for validation. Unmiai struck his right fist against his left hand, radiating confidence. You make a valid point, Minato conceded. Indeed, Unmiai replied with satisfaction. Yet, I remain skeptical. I see you are not easily swayed, Unmiai remarked. You are aware of my frail constitution, he continued to persuade. If Kushina were to deliver a beating, it may very well land me in the hospital. Unmiai feigned a pitiful demeanor. You should have seen how badly Yuan Tai fared when she struck him. He was in tears when I visited him at the hospital. I did not cry. Yuan Tai interjected nervously from a diagonal position behind. Very well, you did not cry. It was merely my misinterpretation, Unmiai hastily reassured him. He then turned to Minato, gesturing subtly towards Yuan Tai. Did you witness that? How tragic. Minato scratched his head awkwardly. Kushina's strikes were not that severe, were they? You were fortunate to have escaped. The blows did not land upon you. With my slight frame, should she strike me and cause me to weep, that would be utterly humiliating. Minato appeared uncertain. No, she could never best you. You are attempting to deceive me again, Minato asserted with a knowing glare. This is no easy feat to persuade, Unmiai countered. They had been desk mates for over a year. No matter how well he concealed it, Naruto Uzumaki sensed something amiss. Naruto, listen to me. Minato still wishes to struggle a little, he said. Imagine if I were to inform Kushina that you were merely pretending in the park yesterday. What do you think would happen? Naruto chuckled as he gazed at Minato. What would happen? With that fiery temper of red-hot chili pepper, wouldn't she be confronting me every day? Come on, what do you truly want? Minato rolled his eyes, appearing as indifferent as a pig indifferent to boiling water. Let us have a match. Naruto laughed. Is that it? I swear, are you all battle maniacs? Always thinking about fighting. No wonder the ninja world is rife with war. With such tempestuous natures from childhood, it's a miracle if peace ever reigns. Minato silently complained, lazily resting his head on the desk. Fine then, he thought, abandoning his pretense and struggles. Rather than attracting Kushina's attention, it would be far more worthwhile to give Naruto a good thrashing. Wait, thrashing Naruto? ISNT, that like fighting the future Hokage? The thought excited him. After school, let us shake off Kushina and then sneak over to my house, Minato whispered. No problem. Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. Finally, he could engage in a brawl with Minato. He was eager to discover just how formidable this peculiar desk mate truly was. After school, as was his custom, Minato prepared his own meal, spicy beef slices, pan-fried fish fillet, multi-grain rice with vegetable salad, and a bowl of green vegetable fishball soup. Not many fishballs left. I've decided. I'll go fishing on the weekend. Ever since he began crafting explosive tags to enhance his lifestyle, Minato's fishing frequency had significantly diminished. The techniques he honed for cleaning, marinating, and seasoning with ease enabled him to prepare multiple dishes simultaneously in an orderly fashion. Just then, a knock resounded at the door. Eager to be beaten up. Are we? Minato dried his hands and grumbled as he approached the door. Have you managed to evade your classmates from the Uzumaki clan? He cracked the door open, peering out cautiously. Rest assured, I climbed over the wall to get out of school, Naruto replied confidently. Impressive indeed, Minato said, letting him in. Take a seat for a moment. I'll finish cooking, and then we can talk. Minato paid little heed to Naruto's eagerness. After all, there was nothing more paramount than a good meal. With no choice but to wait, Naruto sat patiently in the corridor. A quarter of an hour later, Minato laid the food on a small wooden table and prepared a set of utensils for Naruto. He then emerged from the kitchen carrying a tray, which held a steaming towel and a glass of water. "What is this?" Naruto asked, bewildered by the items placed beside him. "You'll find out shortly," Minato replied with a knowing smile. "Let us go." After setting everything down, Minato rose and headed to the training ground. "Naruto, you really don't need to fight me. Isn't Sasuke a perfectly good opponent?" Minato genuinely wished to avoid a brawl. He simply wasn't cut out for fighting. "I want to see the difference between us," Naruto declared earnestly. "Very well." In that instant, Minato's figure flickered, and amidst the play of light and shadow, numerous figures suddenly materialized. In the next instant, as if by teleportation, he found himself before Minato Namake's. A fist struck sharply against Minato's nose. He felt a flash before his eyes, and the blow landed unexpectedly on his face. A wave of soreness and numbness surged through him, prompting tears to stream down his cheeks. His vision blurred, and he hastily leaped backward. Just as he was airborne, a sudden blow to his abdomen caused his stomach to convulse violently. He nearly retched his bile. "Hey, is there no special feeling in striking the future Hokage?" Inwardly smug, Naruto stepped forward to assist the half-squatting Minato, who was gagging. "It's all right. I controlled my strength. You just reacted a bit too strongly. You won't feel it in a moment." Naruto helped Minato to a corridor. At this point, Minato understood the purpose of the hot towel and the cool water. It was merely for rinsing his mouth and wiping away tears. "So, you intended to make me cry and vomit from the start, did you?" After a while, Minato regained his composure. His stomach no longer hurt, and tears had ceased to flow. Were it not for the lingering soreness in his nose, he might have believed the earlier beating was merely a figment of his imagination. He then gazed at Naruto, who was leisurely eating. "What are you looking at? You brought this upon yourself. It's not my fault," Naruto retorted defiantly. "Hurry up and eat." "Fine." Minato chewed thoughtfully and began his meal in silence. As food touched his tongue, his eyes brightened. Naruto's culinary skills were quite impressive. After finishing his meal, Minato sat in the corridor, lost in thought. How long did it take for Shui to endure? He asked, conflicted. "How long?" Naruto pondered, recalling how he had been promptly dazed upon their first encounter. "Probably about the same as you." Minato let out a long sigh of relief. It seemed his skills were not lacking. Rather, Naruto was simply extraordinary. "I've gained some insights into the training that enhances chakra speed and strength. Once I perfect it, I will stop." "Don't come bothering me," Naruto quickly interrupted. Dealing with one Uchiha Shui was already enough to give him a headache. "Then why do you frequently spar with Shui?" Minato countered. Naruto rolled his eyes. "Why? Because he paid his tuition." "Huh. How did you know I often fought with her?" "This should be quite a secret." "I figured it out," Minato replied with a mischievous grin. "Regardless of what you think you know, I'm not fighting with you. First, defeat Shui, then we can talk." Naruto flatly refused, rolling his eyes again. "Then it's settled. Once I beat Shui, I will come find you," Minato said with a smile. As Naruto had mentioned, Uchiha Shui was indeed a formidable opponent. Despite her being ranked first, the gap between them was not insurmountable. "Just wait, Naruto. Once I complete my enhancement technique training, I will defeat Shui and then seek you out." "All right, do as you please. Just don't come disturbing me." Naruto waved dismissively. Finally, he had pacified Minato and simultaneously quelled Kushina's entanglements. His life would soon return to a state of tranquility. How delightful! On a tranquil day by the river, Wei Ming arrived early to indulge in fishing. It wasn't long before Dingzhua and two others appeared, bearing a barbecue grill and an assortment of ingredients. They hadn't seen each other for quite some time. The previous day, at the Ninja Academy, Dingzhua had sought him out for a meal, and since Wei Ming had intended to fish by the river, he readily agreed. As in the past, Wei Ming took the initiative to prepare the barbecue while the other three assisted in gathering the ingredients. Before long, the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air. "I heard the war is about to cease. Is that true, Hakushi?" Heya, while savoring the grilled meat, asked with a mouthful. "It is likely to come to an end. We have gained the upper hand on the battlefield. It's said that even the legendary Orochimaru and Tsunade have returned to Konoha. I believe large-scale conflicts will not erupt again." Hakushi pondered, holding a grilled mushroom thoughtfully. "How delightful it is to be free from battle," Dingzhua remarked blissfully as he swallowed a piece of meat. "Free from battle? How could that be possible?" Wei Ming, focused on grilling the meat, remained silent. After the death of the Great Pillar and until the birth of Naruto Uzumaki, the ensuing 30 years were tumultuous and unending. There had hardly been a few years of peace. Even if there were a ceasefire, it would merely mean the absence of major wars, while minor skirmishes continued endlessly. I envy Lord Orochimaru and the others for having achieved the esteemed title of the legendary Three Ninjas. I wonder when we might attain such accomplishments, Heya expressed with admiration. Wei Ming cast a glance at Heya. That fame is not all it seems. It was merely Hanzo's deliberate compromise to let the three of them go for the sake of the Rain Village. If it had come to a real fight, the legendary three might not have survived. Are you not envious of their renown? Hakushi keenly detected Wei Ming's indifference. Why would I be? I certainly admire them. Wei Ming replied while flipping a grilled fish, a smile gracing his face. But with my slight stature, admiration is all I can manage. There's a saying, admiration is the farthest distance from understanding. Wei Ming held no regard for the fame of the legendary three. In fact, he sought to avoid it. The triumph of one general often comes at the cost of countless lives. The legendary three's current status is stained with the blood of many. Wei Ming, now unafraid of bloodshed, would not hesitate to eliminate anyone who dared disturb his life. Yet, to serve Konoha, he would refuse even under duress. After all, to Wei Ming, Konoha remained a terrifying organization. I am a pacifist at heart, he mused, wishing only to diligently enhance his abilities and enjoy his simple life. The following week, tranquility prevailed. Wei Ming continued his studies at Konoha Hospital. Recently, the influx of patients had increased, leaving the doctors and nurses overwhelmed. Due to the shortage of personnel, Wei Ming was afforded numerous practical opportunities. With moments of enlightenment, he had even begun to perform some straightforward surgeries. It seemed the front lines had indeed quieted down. Exiting the operating room, Wei Ming noticed a number of injured ninjas, leaning on crutches and wrapped in bandages, coming in for treatment. These were the wounded returning from the battlefield. The large-scale withdrawal of ninjas for recuperation indicated that the war in the Land of Rain was gradually coming to a halt, allowing for a period of stability. Yet, this bears no relevance to me, Wei Ming thought indifferently, turning to enter another operating room. In truth, the reduction of hostilities at the front lines did affect Wei Ming. At the Ninja Academy, in Ishii Saburo's office. In the village, an elective course on medical ninjutsu is set to be established. The third Hokage has requested us, the instructors, to recommend students. Ishii Saburo, with a beaming smile, declared, I have recommended you. Thank you, sensei. Wanming exclaimed with joy. Previously, he had contemplated learning conventional medical techniques first, gradually revealing his talents, and then finding a way to integrate into the Konoha hospital system to study under a medical ninja. If that failed, he would seek to exchange medical ninjutsu from his classmate Shauna's family. If all else failed, he would have to wait until graduation to see if he could catch the attention of the leading ninjas. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. It was said that Tsunade had proposed this elective course to the third Hokage, hence its establishment, explained Ishii Saburo. No wonder the development of medical ninjutsu owes much to Tsunade's vigorous promotion. Wanming was astounded to learn that Tsunade had already begun her advocacy. He quickly filled out the form and handed it to Ishii Saburo before excitedly dashing back to the classroom. Now he could openly aspire to become a medical ninja. After graduation, even if the front lines were to erupt in war again, he would be cared for due to his identity as a medical ninja. The following morning, Wanming arrived early at classroom 311 on the third floor, the designated location for the medical ninjutsu course. Upon entering, he found a few individuals waiting. Seemingly familiar faces from the adjacent class of Class A. Habitually, he chose a seat in the middle by the window, retrieving a book from his waist pouch to read quietly. As more students arrived, by the time the class bell rang, only about 20 students were present. The turnout was rather sparse. He also noticed that the majority of the students were slender, with more than half being girls. At this time, the higher-ups in Konoha had not yet placed significant emphasis on medical ninjas, Wanming realized. Were it not for Tsunade's insistence, the existence of this class would have been uncertain. To showcase a certain level of talent is essential, yet one must maintain a steady pace. Tsunade had only recently risen to prominence, and the status of medical ninjas was still low, with the Konoha leadership not giving them the attention they deserved. This room full of students presumably lacked considerable talent. Otherwise, they would not have been directed towards studying medical ninjutsu. A slight display of skill could easily secure a leading position, while excessively showcasing one's abilities might invite trouble. Wanming established his course of action. Just as he was pondering, the door of the classroom was suddenly thrust open. A beautiful female ninja appeared at the entrance. adorned with a forehead protector, her light yellow ponytail swaying, and her brown eyes scanning the room. It was Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage and one of the legendary three. Tsunade surveyed the class, her eyes momentarily reflecting displeasure, soon replaced by a sense of resignation. She advocated for the expansion of the medical ninja ranks to provide timely assistance and save lives. However, to the village's higher-ups, the value of a combat ninja far exceeded that of a medical one. She could immediately discern that most of the students exhibited mediocre talent. For a fleeting moment, Tsunade felt disheartened, but she quickly regained her composure. Regardless of the outcome, having more medical ninjas was always beneficial. The fate of these students now lay in her hands. Should they fail to grasp medical ninjutsu and hinder their training as proper ninjas, their prospects on the battlefield would be uncertain. I am Tsunade, and from today onward, I shall teach you how to become medical ninjas. Tsunade collected her thoughts and began the lesson earnestly. In addition to medical ninjutsu, you must also learn first aid knowledge. The tasks are demanding, and there can be no negligence. Tsunade warned with seriousness. Immediately after, the instruction on battlefield first aid commenced. The students were momentarily taken aback, while Naruto listened intently, captivated by the discourse. Tsunade did not merely present dry theories. She elaborated on detailed case studies from the battlefield, each technique accompanied by several real-life examples. The information was accessible and accompanied by clear operational procedures. Naruto was drawn in by the instances, unknowingly becoming engrossed in the lesson. Finally, Tsunade announced, "Now, I shall teach you a ninjutsu, the healing technique." She set aside her teaching materials, seriousness etched upon her face. Only by mastering this ninjutsu will you earn the right to become a medical ninja. The students snapped back to attention, their expressions brightening with excitement. Compared to the monotonous medical practice, the allure of ninjutsu invigorated their spirits. Naruto shared in this enthusiasm, immediately focusing intently on the lesson. At the podium, Tsunade explained the benefits of the healing technique while demonstrating the hand seals. The technique could accelerate cellular division, swiftly staunching blood flow and hastening recovery. It could be utilized for the initial treatment of severe injuries and for rapid care of minor wounds. She emphasized the importance of chakra control, insisting it must be delicate and gentle. Though her demeanor was serious, Tsunade harbored concerns. The students' foundational skills and talents were lacking, leaving her uncertain about how many medical ninjas would ultimately emerge from this cohort. The Ninja Academy offered battlefield first aid training, but the students possessed only theoretical knowledge without practical experience. After an entire class, they were left in a daze. Tsunade contemplated arranging for this group to intern at the Konoha hospital. If they cannot master the healing technique, at the very least, they should acquire adequate battlefield first aid skills. The healing technique involved the manipulation of yang release, which was challenging to learn. Yang release corresponds to the physical body, while yin release pertains to the soul. Every living being possesses the potential for both. However, some individuals exhibit outstanding talent and quickly learn medical ninjutsu, while others struggle. It seemed necessary to devise a strategy to guide these students. With narrowed eyes, Tsunade made a decisive choice. The sensation of chakra transformation was akin to that of the exploration technique. Naruto had already mastered the exploration technique to perfection, while others found the healing technique incomprehensible. He was captivated, his eyes gleaming with understanding. With just a couple of attempts, he would grasp it, saving valuable time in the process. His prior efforts were yielding rewards, a culmination of diligent practice. "Come, everyone, follow my hand seals," Tsunade gently instructed. She deliberately slowed her movements, allowing a special rhythm to permeate the room. Intentionally amplifying the chakra transformation rhythm, she enabled the students to experience it firsthand. The students in the classroom gazed intently at Tsunade, as if her hands possessed some magical quality that held their eyes captive. Unconsciously, their hands began to follow Tsunade's rhythm, forming the seals. Naruto, too, entranced, fixated on the podium, his hands moving involuntarily. Chakra trembled within him, and an astonishing transformation began to unfold. Suddenly, a burst of green light radiated from his palm. Naruto jolted awake, abruptly raising his head to find himself locked in a gaze with Tsunade's astonished eyes. What a surprise, he thought. What on earth is going on in Konoha? One after another, they're all using Jinjutsu in class. Is this some sort of trap? What is your name? Tsunade asked, her expression one of delight as she regarded Naruto, astonished to have encountered such a promising talent. Senior Tsunade, I am Uchiha Naruto, he replied earnestly as he stood. Excellent. You possess considerable aptitude for learning medical ninjutsu, Tsunade praised without reservation. This is not the first occasion wherein she has successfully administered healing techniques upon others. To achieve success in a single attempt surely indicates an extraordinary talent. At the very least, her mastery over chakra control surpasses that of the average individual, making her inherently suited for the intricate manipulation required in medical ninjutsu. Today's lecture concludes here. The course will resume the day after tomorrow morning, at which time I shall assess your understanding of today's lessons. Class dismissed. Tsunade cast a final glance at Naruto before turning to exit the classroom. Throughout the session, Naruto maintained a bashful smile, though internally he was wrought with anxiety, particularly due to Tsunade's lingering gaze. It appears he has caught her attention. This could lead to unforeseen complications. He sighed, acknowledging that the training to resist Jinjutsu must be prioritized. Being so easily subdued by an illusion was troubling. Should he find himself on the battlefield, a mere Jinjutsu could spell his end. He pondered whether Tsunade's interest was a blessing or a curse. Over the past few years, her fortunes seemed to have waned, her brother's untimely death, followed by the loss of her beloved, and now she grapples with hemophobia. A medical ninja afflicted by such a phobia would find their capabilities severely diminished. After a decade of silence, she re-emerged during the Wind Era, ascending to the position of the fifth Hokage. Would being closely associated with Tsunade invite misfortune upon him? Naruto was skeptical of the idea of bad luck, yet he preferred to maintain a certain distance. The truth is, he had no control over Tsunade's thoughts. Resigned, he decided to take things one step at a time. At least he was on the path to becoming a medical ninja. A sense of determination surged within him. For the next 2 decades, the ninja world remained tumultuous, with wars erupting one after another. Inevitably, he would find himself embroiled in these conflicts. Medical ninjas are among the most survivable categories of ninja, and the thought of becoming one offered him a modicum of solace. In the Shinobi Academy, within Ishii Saburo's office, Lady Tsunade, Ishii Saburo exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Although Tsunade was younger than him, she was a jonin, renowned as one of the legendary Sannin. It was akin to a fan encountering a celebrity, and Ishii Saburo could hardly contain his enthusiasm. Yes, Ishii Chunin, allow me to introduce Haruno Naruto, Tsunade replied, her expression unchanging. Since returning from the land of rain, she had encountered this expression before. Initially resistant, she had since grown accustomed to it. Haruno-kun? Ishii Saburo queried, quickly recalling Tsunade's identity as a medical ninja, which filled him with renewed vigor. Surely, Lady Tsunade had recognized Haruno-kun's aptitude in medical arts. Haruno-kun excels academically, displaying exceptional talent, consistently ranking first in all subjects, Ishii Saburo stated proudly. Oh, with such remarkable talent and grades, why was he recommended for medical ninjutsu training? Tsunade inquired with a smirk. It's just that his physical constitution is somewhat lacking, Ishii Saburo replied sheepishly. Tsunade nodded in understanding. A weak constitution would undoubtedly hinder his combat abilities. For a freshly graduated student from the academy, combat prowess is primarily demonstrated through physical techniques. Haruno-kun began interning at the hospital quite early. The doctors speak highly of him. He is now capable of performing appendectomies, Ishii Saburo added hastily. He can perform surgeries? Tsunade's eyes widened in surprise, revealing her interest. To master healing techniques in a single attempt and possess a foundation in medical skills marks him as a promising candidate for a medical ninja. Compile a dossier for me, Tsunade instructed, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Initially, I had presumed the students would be rather ordinary, yet I was pleasantly surprised. Indeed, Ishii Saburo was overjoyed. Within the confines of Hanyu's abode, in the study, Unmei, clad in a flowing bathrobe, sat before his desk, where a notebook lay open. With a fountain pen, he inscribed the last stroke, nodding in satisfaction. He was recording insights on the essence of yang release transformations. Both the body exploration technique and healing arts pertain to yang release transformations, distilling their quintessence, and he had finally arrived at a missing piece of a prior conception. It should be feasible to actualize. With his middle and index fingers poised, he tapped twice on his temple. Instantly, a refreshing sensation enveloped his mind. The principles of the exploration technique, the transformative nature of yang release, the discernment of human organs, and the chakra diffusion scheme. Each challenge was illuminated in a moment of sudden enlightenment. Various hand seals continuously morphed, dispersing and reassembling. After a minute, Unmi tapped his temple thrice, concluding the moment of insight. At last, it was accomplished. Unmi pressed his palms together, and a surge of chakra radiated from his hands, swiftly expanding into the surroundings. A vivid black and white, three-dimensional image materialized within his mind. With his hands as the nucleus, the entities within a 100-meter radius were instantly unveiled. He decided to test the transformation. Narrowing his eyes slightly, the hemispherical exploration zone rapidly twisted and contorted. Ultimately, it morphed into an irregular wall, an intangible barrier towering over 10 meters high and extending 500 meters long, swiftly rotating around Unmi. Like a radar scan, the wall spun, revealing everything and everyone within a 500-meter radius with crystal clarity. This was his newly developed reconnaissance ninjutsu, a fusion of the listening technique and the exploration technique. Should it be called observation color hockey or mind web? Perhaps it would be best to simply call it the listening technique. Unmi gleefully manipulated the formless wall, observing every movement around him. What was that? He paused the listening technique and turned his gaze toward the bookshelf, where a round log, about the length of a forearm, rested. The new version of the listening technique utilized the transformative nature of yang release, allowing for the precise detection of living entities. Something on the shelf was amiss. In the realm of his perception, this object was alive, not in the manner of mere vegetation, but akin to an animal or even a human. Could it be a branch of the divine tree? Unmi felt a rush of unexpected fortune. It should not be. The branches of the divine tree were not so unremarkable. However, it undoubtedly bore some connection to the divine tree. The divine tree is both a tree and the 10 tails, possessing animal characteristics, much like the branch before him. He wondered if it could still grow. Most of the branch had already been transformed into storage cards, leaving only a piece the size of a fist. Why not attempt to plant it? An idea sparked in Unmi's mind, and he acted on it without hesitation. He took the wood fragment to the poolside in the yard. Digging a hole, watering it, and burying the soil, he planted the majority of the fist-sized tree segment underground, leaving only a fingertip exposed. Without any additional means, this entity would likely perish. Unmi pondered thoughtfully. This segment originated from the Uchiha clan, known to conduct chakra. If it could be planted, it would have already been done. However, from his instantaneous observations, it appeared that the Uchiha did not possess a significant amount of such timber. What if he employed a healing technique? A glimmer of inspiration flashed in Unmi's eyes. Under the scrutiny of the listening technique, the tree segment exhibited characteristics of a living organism, implying it bore yang release traits. Perhaps he could stimulate the tree's cells through the healing technique, facilitating the regeneration of the branch. With a silent incantation, Unming formed hand seals. A soft green luminescence emanating from his palms as chakra surged forth and pressed against the branch. As the yang release chakra penetrated the wood, it was as if a gentle rain had fallen upon the parched earth, instantly absorbed without a trace. This is promising. After a moment, Unming retracted his hand, slightly breathless. It seemed his chakra reserves were rather modest. As a traveler from another realm, shouldn't he possess an overwhelming chakra capacity? This was indeed his first time fully unleashing a ninjutsu, and the outcome was clear. His chakra levels were merely average. Peering down, he observed the branch, unchanged. He joined his palms together. Listen, a hemispherical field of vision emerged, revealing that the branch beneath him radiated an even more vigorous vitality than before. It worked. With a few more attempts, he might truly revive it. Unming fixated on the brown branch on the ground, marveling at its capacity to be healed. Exhibiting traits reminiscent of an animal despite its botanical nature, he increasingly believed that this branch was somehow linked to the divine tree. Unming's eyes sparkled with excitement. The chakra coursing through the entire shinobi world actually originated from the divine tree itself. Before Kagaya Otsutsuki planted the divine tree, this world was devoid of chakra. Practitioners then honed their skills using natural energy. It was the divine tree that absorbed natural energy and transformed it into chakra. Perhaps he could glean some secrets from this branch. Unming's breath quickened in anticipation. Tsunade returned to the Senja mansion, clutching her documents. Perhaps I could take him as my disciple. This thought flickered through her mind. Orochimaru had taken her brother as a student, and Jiraiya was teaching 3 young ones in the Land of Rain. Could she not also take on a disciple? Although, his physique leaves much to be desired. Tsunade felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. The documents indicated that Unming possessed ample talent for medical ninjutsu. His performance today demonstrated his ability to learn the healing technique in one go. With diligence, he could likely inherit her medical ninjutsu, aside from a few specialized techniques. However, her formidable strength would be wasted on a frail body. Tsunade hesitated, contemplating his limited chakra reserves. "Sister, I'm back." A boisterous voice interrupted her thoughts before the figure was even visible. A smile broke across Tsunade's face at the sound of that mischievous voice. Just as she stood to open the door, a boy burst in, enveloping her in a warm embrace. "Get off me, you're all dirty." Tsunade laughed, feigning disdain. He Shoju scratched the back of his head, grinning. Tsunade's expression softened. "Was the mission successful? Did Orochimaru give you trouble? If he bothers you, just let me know, and I'll handle him." The mission went smoothly, and Orochimaru-sensei was quite kind. He then launched into an enthusiastic recounting of the mission. Tsunade maintained a warm smile, nodding in agreement intermittently. After a lengthy and animated narration, he finally noticed a photograph on the table, looking puzzled. "Who is this?" "Oh, just a talented young lad, particularly suited for learning medical ninjutsu," Tsunade replied with a cheerful grin. "Are you going to take him on as your disciple?" Shoju asked, intrigued. "His practical performance is rather average," Shoju remarked, flipping through Unming's report card. "His exam scores are decent, but I hope he is not just a bookworm." Then, a glint of mischief sparkled in his eyes. "Sister, how about I test him? Don't act recklessly," Tsunade admonished, gently pressing down on Shoju's head. "Do not act recklessly. I merely wish to ascertain whether he possesses the qualifications to be my sister's disciple," Shoju remarked, arms crossed, with a huff. "Look at your lofty demeanor." Tsunade did not intervene. After all, it was merely paper documentation. A real assessment was still necessary. In the kitchen, Unmei was busy preparing a meal. A loud bang echoed from the corridor. Unmei poked her head out, surprised to see Shauna. "Today isn't the weekend. What brings you here?" "I have something to discuss," Shauna replied, as taciturn as ever. "Very well, please wait a moment while I prepare another dish," Unmei said, noticing Shauna's expression, which suggested there was no urgency. Shauna hesitated, her large eyes fixed intently on Unmei. Unmei sighed. "Forget about the braised pork knuckle. There isn't enough time." A fleeting glimmer of disappointment crossed Shauna's eyes. "However, we do have crystal knuckles available for cold consumption. Would you like to try?" Unmei suggested with a grin. Shauna's throat moved slightly. Then she shot Unmei a cold glance. "Just a moment, I'll be right back." Unmei darted into the kitchen. This little girl should not be trifled with. The young lady was supported by a powerful benefactor, and Unmei hoped to acquire potent ninjutsu from Shauna in the future. "Brother Fugaku is suspicious of you," Shauna remarked, swinging her legs over the corridor's edge as she sipped her juice. "Suspicious of what?" "I have no dealings with Uchiha Fugaku," Shauna retorted, casting a sideways glance at Unmei. "He suspects you of using steel balls to commit murder." "I did not kill anyone," Unmei immediately refuted. Shauna gave Unmei a cold look, as if to say, "Have we known each other for so long, and you still choose to act?" "Fugaku remembers your first purchase of steel balls," Shauna added. "I bought the steel balls to create weighted sandbags. I did nothing else," Unmei insisted, refusing to concede. "Besides, many people buy steel balls. Ultimately, without concrete evidence." He would deny any accusation. Shauna smirked, uninterested in further discussion. In truth, she too was puzzled. She couldn't fathom why Fugaku had begun to suspect Unmei. Typically, Fugaku would subtly probe for information about Unmei, but after a period of silence, he had resumed his scrutiny for reasons unknown. "Be cautious," Shauna advised before vanishing with a loud bang. Unmei flicked her right index finger. The cup that had been falling through the air abruptly halted, as if an invisible hand had gently placed it on the table. The puppet strings could not only manipulate puppets, but could also serve as a third or fourth hand. This was a recent technique that Unmei had been developing. During surgery, two hands could only handle two types of instruments at most. With the addition of puppet strings, she could simultaneously control 10 different tools. Even a single individual could function as a team. The key lay in mastering the art of multitasking. After pondering for a moment, Unmei decided to set aside her thoughts. The reasons behind Uchiha Fugaku's suspicions were not as significant as ensuring he could not seize any incriminating evidence against her. Was his inquiry merely a roundabout approach, lacking tangible proof to directly accuse her? Thus, it was unnecessary to take any superfluous actions. As long as she did not expose Raime, Uchiha Fugaku would continue to harbor doubts. With clarity in her mind, Umi felt a sense of relief wash over her. However, it has also resolved to exercise greater caution moving forward. It is best to dutifully assume the role of a medical ninja apprentice. Turning to enter the study, he must, as per routine, reflect upon and organize the materials he has reviewed today to avoid forgetfulness. At the entrance of the Ninja Academy, Shinshu sits on a swing in the small park, absently gazing at the academy gate. His sister is one of the 3 legendary ninjas. Not just anyone can casually become her apprentice. He muses internally, clutching a photo, comparing it to the students emerging from the academy. He decides to observe for a few days, then inquire with his classmates, and ultimately engage in conversation. He must ensure that the individual demonstrates exceptional skill. An ordinary student is unworthy of being his sister's disciple. That one isn't it, nor is this. The one with the spiky hair isn't wearing glasses in the photo. Shinshu, puzzled, lowers his gaze to the image and then looks up again. Where did he go? He clearly saw him moments ago. Could it be a trick of the eyes? Yes, he must have misjudged. The spiky-haired individual was indeed wearing glasses earlier. Yet they are absent in the photograph. Shinshu reassures himself with a flicker of hope. He ceases to swing and fixates intently on the academy gate. As the sun begins to set, painting the sky a vibrant crimson, and the academy remains devoid of life. He realizes he has not spotted a single suitable candidate with spiky hair. Thus, was his surveillance a failure? How will he explain this upon returning home? With a heavy heart, Shinshu trudges home. How did the test go? Tsunade inquires curiously, noticing her brother's discontent. His expression certainly suggests something amiss. What test? Shinshu feigns ignorance. How could he admit that he was waiting at the entrance, only to let the person slip away? That would be utterly embarrassing. You didn't go find Yuhong Weiming, did you? Tsunade looks at him quizzically. Her brother is known for his impatience. He had mentioned wanting to test Yuhong Weiming yesterday. Yet today he hasn't gone, which piques her curiosity. Oh, him? I went for training today and forgot. I'll definitely go tomorrow. Shinshu scratches his head and chuckles awkwardly, attempting to evade the situation. You didn't go? Tsunade's expression grows skeptical. Why does it seem as though her brother is lying? Shinshu feels a wave of anxiety wash over him, quickly retorting, I will go tomorrow for sure. All right then. Just be mindful. Yuhong is not in great health and is only a second-year student at the academy. Do you understand? Tsunade cautions. Understood, Shinshu replies promptly. Just wait. Tomorrow he will surely catch him. Today, he has learned to be prudent, committing the photograph to memory. He fixates his gaze on the entrance to the hospital, fully prepared, knowing that Wei Ming will be interning there this afternoon. Spiky hair, black-rimmed glasses? He is indeed wearing glasses. This time, I will see where you run off to. Shinshu immediately follows suit, intending to observe his daily routine and social circle, and to gather information from his friends. As he watches the figure turn a corner, he quickens his pace to keep up. Upon rounding the corner, he looks up. Where did he go? He has lost sight of him. On the first day, he failed to track anyone. On the second, he finally found someone, only to lose them again. How will he explain this at home? Indeed, one must never underestimate anyone. Shinshu clenches his fist, urging himself onward. Tomorrow, he must keep a close watch on him. On the third day, Shinshu arrived early at the small park. Seated on the swing without swaying, his eyes fixed intently on the entrance of the Ninja Academy. Yesterday, he had returned home without properly eating, fearful of his sister's inquiries. To lose track of a second-grade ninja student was utterly humiliating. With his spiky hair and black-rimmed glasses, it had to be you. Without hesitation, he followed closely behind. His gaze locked onto Minoru. Maintaining a discreet distance of 50 to 60 meters, he trailed him at a leisurely pace, thinking to himself that there was no escape for his target. Just then, a figure emerged from the adjacent street corner, and they collided unexpectedly. Shinshu paid no mind to whom he had bumped into and quickly lifted his gaze. The person he had been following moments earlier had vanished without a trace. Once again, he had lost his quarry. Anger surged within him as he turned to glare at the individual who had interrupted him. Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku frowned deeply, a grim expression on his face as he regarded the youth before him. Trouble, from the Senju clan. Recently, the third Hokage had made a clear statement. The murderer using steel balls was not a leaf ninja. The culprit might be a lurking spy, and the security department had been alerted. Fugaku's thoughts drifted back to the enigmatic Minoru, but his suspicions lacked substantiation. No one would believe that a second-grade ninja student could eliminate a sand ninja spy. Thus, he kept his investigation discreet. Today, he had intended to follow Minoru, hoping to uncover something of significance, but the Senju clan's interference thwarted his plans. Humph. The two exchanged disdainful glances, simultaneously snorting in annoyance before turning away. Not long after their figures faded from view, Minoru emerged from the street corner, hands gently pressed together. Listen. A vivid black and white, three-dimensional image materialized in his mind, rendering the surroundings within a 200-meter radius crystal clear. They left? How intriguing. Besides Uchiha Fugaku, there was another person tailing him. Who could that be? Squinting thoughtfully, Minoru was certain he did not recognize the individual. He seemed to recall seeing him yesterday. Nevertheless, it mattered little if he wished to follow. Let him do so. There was nothing clandestine about it. With the ability to listen, the prospect of covert surveillance was futile, just like before. Shifting his perspective slightly had caused Shengshu to collide directly with Uchiha Fugaku. Aware of the pursuit, Minoru's daily life remained unchanged. He attended classes at the Ninja Academy in the morning, engaged in reading, and volunteered at the hospital in the afternoon. His routine was stable and unperturbed. That afternoon, Minoru ambled home as usual. Upon reaching his doorstep, he spotted a familiar figure. Wasn't he this the person he had just evaded? Goodness. This time he wasn't merely following. He was blocking his path at the entrance. The other party wore an expression of deep resentment as he gazed at him. Who are you? Minoru feigned ignorance. You are Hayabusa Minoru, aren't you? Shengshu interrupted with irritation. Indeed, Minoru nodded in acknowledgement. Tsunade is my sister. Shengshu wasted no time. Stating plainly, do you think you are worthy of being my sister's disciple? I do not, Minoru replied earnestly. That is not correct, is it? Shengshu countered. Shouldn't you be indignant at being underestimated? Shouldn't he have been unable to resist the urge to charge at me? This certainly left Shoju bewildered. That. Unmi smiled softly as he circled around the dazed Shoju and proceeded to open the door to his home. Bang! The sound of the door slamming shut jolted Shoju back to reality. Did this mean he had completed the test, or not? Certainly not. He turned around and began to pound on the door. Unmi opened the door with a cheerful smile, looking at Shoju. Is there something you need? The imposing presence of the divine tree momentarily faltered. No, can we have a spar? Shoju asked with eager anticipation. He had reviewed Unmi's information and noted that the latter indeed possessed a talent for medicine. However, his physical condition was poor and his combat prowess uncertain. Shoju needed to ascertain his sister's disciple's capabilities. The strength of his sister's student must not be lacking. Upon hearing this, Unmi nodded and smiled slightly. I cannot. Bang. Shoju stared at the door, nearly crashing into his nose, utterly perplexed. Inside the Hyuga residence, Unmi clasped his hands together. Listen, he chuckled softly as he observed Shoju, who had been torn between indecision and ultimately had to leave. Such carefree and light-hearted individuals are truly rare in this harsh world. Shoju. He shook his head and ceased to ponder further. Tsunade actually wishes to take me on as a disciple? Unmi felt a twinge of concern. It seemed that his display of healing techniques that day had indeed caught Tsunade's attention. She must still harbor some hesitation, otherwise she would not have sent Shoju to test him. It appeared that his persona of being physically weak was serving its purpose. Unmi thought with a slight sense of relief. After all, the world of Naruto is one that values strength. Tsunade is primarily a ninja and only secondarily a medical ninja. Her first disciple would undoubtedly be expected to possess a certain level of personal strength. While his medical skills may meet her standards, his individual prowess does not. Tsunade is still young and not particularly eager to take on disciples. This is good news for him. While others seek to align themselves with the legendary Sannin, Unmi is reluctant to do so. This world is not as bright and spirited as one might find in a shonen anime. The reality of the Naruto world is rife with power struggles and intrigue. Tsunade, being from the Senju clan, inherently possesses a complex background. Getting too close to her could potentially embroil him in troublesome affairs. Tsunade's brother and lover have both met tragic ends. While the brutal nature of war is a factor, there may also be dark conspiracies at play. It is best not to engage from the outset. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, Unmi furrowed his brow and glanced toward the other side of the street. There, another figure lurked. Uchiha Fugaku frowned as he observed the firmly shut wooden door. Trouble from the Senju clan. Is Tsunade really planning to take Unmi Hyuga as a disciple? He had heard no prior whispers of this. Uchiha Fugaku sensed that matters were becoming complicated. If Unmei were truly to become Tsunade's disciple, he could no longer follow him so clandestinely, as it would lead to misunderstandings. Would the Senju clan truly accept an individual with questionable background as a disciple? Uchiha Fugaku could not help but wonder. In retrospect, even if it was Unmei who had committed the act of killing, it was not particularly significant. The third Hokage suspected that the individual was a spy. However, Uchiha Fugaku knew that Unmei was a native of Konoha and could not possibly be a spy. At most, he could be considered someone hiding their true abilities. Even if it is confirmed to be him, it serves no purpose. Uchiha Fugaku let out a self-deprecating smile, still haunted by the mission from long ago. Perhaps it is best to let it go. Uchiha Fugaku felt no desire to continue the investigation. He decided to merely keep an eye out in the future. The method of killing with steel balls was exceptionally unique. He could not believe that such a powerful technique was not employed by the other party. If it were indeed used, it would confirm that the individual in question was the one he suspected. Regardless of the truth, he chose to proceed as such. He did not wish to instigate a conflict with the Senju clan due to his personal reasons. Shaking his head, he turned to leave. However, it seemed that Shana was walking unusually close to him. Uchiha Fugaku's thoughts were tumultuous. Finally, he had departed. Unmei released his grip and instinctively walked to the edge of the pond. With hands forming seals, chakra surged forth. Healing technique. A pale green light infiltrated the dark brown wood. Administering healing techniques to this wooden segment had become a daily ritual for him. If you wish to follow, then do so. It will not cost me anything. Unmei's mindset remained calm. He simply needed to rely less on stealth from now on. Two lower ninjas consistently trailing a second-year ninja academy student would only serve to reveal their own shortcomings. Hey, the salary for this month is about to be issued. There isn't much beef at home. I should send Yatsuba to procure a batch and perhaps acquire a large refrigerator as well. While pondering what to have for dinner, he was inadvertently drawn to a delicate yellow sprout. Has it begun to germinate? Unmei curiously gazed at a seed-sized sprout emerging from the brown tree segment. To his surprise, his impulsive idea had indeed brought it to life. A delightful surprise. In classroom 311 of the Ninja Academy, after completing the theoretical lesson, Tsunade commenced with the practical application of healing techniques. Although only 3 students had mastered the healing technique, she felt it necessary to teach it nonetheless. Those who had learned could utilize it, while those who had not would still benefit from a foundational understanding. Producing a selection of injured live fish, Tsunade explained the intricacies of healing while attending to the unconscious fish. Now, you all give it a try, Tsunade concluded, placing 3 fish upon the table and inviting the 3 students, including Unmei, to step forward. Unhurriedly forming seals, Unmei confidently employed the healing technique, enveloping the fish in a pale green glow. The active chakra gradually mended the wounds within the injured fish. It was only through practical application that he realized the healing technique required not only exceptional control, but also consumed an immense amount of chakra. After a considerable duration, the once motionless fish began to leap energetically, while Unmei found himself gasping for breath. This was not feigned. He genuinely felt exhausted. His chakra reserves were indeed limited. Glancing at his 2 classmates, he noted their pale faces and labored breaths, while the fish lying on the table had succumbed entirely. Very well, Tsunade remarked, casting a regretful glance at Unmei. His talent for medical ninjutsu was commendable, yet his physical constitution was inadequate. Indeed, his chakra was significantly low. Certain wavering thoughts began to solidify. Tsunade suppressed her musings and turned to explain the reasons for failure to the other 2. Unmei feigned attentive listening, yet his thoughts drifted elsewhere. His chakra reserves were scant. Relying on medical ninjutsu to treat ailments would only lead to his own exhaustion without effectively healing many. However, if it were merely to provide initial wound recovery, it could greatly conserve chakra. He aspired to merge medical ninjutsu with conventional surgery, employing ordinary medical techniques to treat injuries while utilizing medical ninjutsu solely to assist in the initial healing of wounds. Acting on impulse, he ventured into the hospital that very afternoon to conduct an experiment. After suturing a patient's wound, he first employed a healing technique to stimulate preliminary cellular regeneration before proceeding to bandage the injury. Once the anesthesia wore off, the patient experienced a significant reduction in pain. In the subsequent days of observation, the patient exhibited an astonishingly rapid recovery, requiring only 3 days of hospitalization instead of the anticipated 2 weeks. This promising outcome invigorated him. Mastering surgical techniques combined with healing jutsu to accelerate recovery meant that, even with insufficient chakra, he could swiftly save lives. This was the path he envisioned for his future as a medical ninja. In the practical training at the Ninja Academy, Naruto found himself breathless, narrowly defeated by Yuantai. After exchanging fervent declarations of camaraderie, he slipped into the crowd. "What do you want?" Minato, the fourth Hokage, approached him with an exasperated expression. "What did you say?" "I didn't understand." Naruto feigned ignorance earnestly. "Is this amusing to you?" Minato rolled his eyes in response. "Watching you get pummeled by Kushina is certainly entertaining." Naruto remarked nonchalantly. "Isn't it all your fault?" Minato replied, visibly distressed by the relentless confrontations with Kushina that had left him frazzled. "Why don't you just tell her the truth?" Naruto retorted confidently. Minato had long been at odds with him, always eager for a chance to spar. He would never betray Naruto for the sake of a duel. "Want to fight me? You must first defeat Shana," Naruto chuckled. "You're on." Minato raised an eyebrow. "So confident? You must have completed that chakra amplification training," Naruto responded in surprise. Minato remained silent, his face beaming as he observed the matches among their classmates. It wasn't long before he faced Uchiha Shana, and their battle was as thrilling as ever. The two figures danced through the arena, their techniques flawlessly executed with the Shadow Clone Jutsu. The duel reached a stalemate until Minato's speed surged dramatically, allowing him to breach Shana's defenses and catch her off guard with a kunai poised at her neck. The boys in the class erupted in cheers. "Minato, take her down," Yuantai shouted excitedly. "Give her those panda eyes." Naruto chimed in from behind Yuantai, catching Shana's attention with a sudden yell. She turned sharply, her icy glare freezing Yuantai in place, hands raised in protest. "It wasn't me," he stammered, nearly in tears. Naruto discreetly melded back into the crowd, thoroughly amused by the boys who were now quaking at Shana's intimidating presence. Observing her frosty demeanor, he felt a sense of smug satisfaction. "Huh, the tiger-s might still reign." Minato sidled up to Naruto with a grin. "Naruto, I won." "I saw." Naruto rolled his eyes, unimpressed by Minato's bravado. It seemed this fellow had indeed completed the chakra amplification secret technique. The proficiency in chakra control he must have attained was formidable, explaining his potential to become the future Hokage, an exceptional blend of talent and diligence. "I am eagerly anticipating another match with Minato. I believe today is the day. I shall return home early after school." With an air of confidence, Minato eagerly seeks a confrontation. "Is it merely a stroke of luck that you triumphed in that fleeting moment? Look at your arrogance," he declares. "The outcome remains uncertain." Minato retorts, brimming with determination. "Is that so?" Minato responds noncommittally. "Shall I perform a little magic for you?" Minato looks perplexed as he forms hand seals. Bang! In an instant, he transforms into Yantai. "Kushina," Minato proclaims you the Crimson Chili Pepper. Minato exclaims, "That is rather cruel." Upon returning home, Minato, as usual, bestows a healing technique upon the little divine tree. He surmises that the branches might be connected to the divine tree. Thus he names it the Little Divine Tree. This little divine tree grows at an astonishing rate. What once was a mere sprout has now reached his knees. Under the scrutiny of his discerning eye, the little divine tree flourishes with vitality. The air surrounding it seems to be more refreshing than elsewhere. Grow quickly, Minato hopes for it to reveal more of its extraordinary nature. A series of knocks resound from outside the door. Minato immediately brings his hands together in prayer. "Is that you, Minato?" An enraged Kushina cannot be contained. "Could you not wait just one more day?" Minato opens the door, pulling Minato inside, his expression one of exasperation. "Have you shaken off Kushina?" "No. She has gone to confront Yantai." Minato responds with a peculiar look. "Let us mourn for Yantai." "No worries. He can take a beating," Minato chuckles. "Let us commence. The sooner we begin, the sooner we can return home." Minato strides directly to the training ground. "Wait." Minato suddenly halts. "I demand equal treatment as Shinai." "What?" "She hails from the Red-Eyed clan. Who do you think you are to seek the same treatment?" Minato waves his hand impatiently. Not only does he find Minato bothersome, but he also has no desire to compete with Shinai anymore. As long as he is recorded by the heart source flow, techniques are of little use to him. The Uchiha clan's martial arts have nearly been exhausted by him. Fighting Shinai would only serve as practice. "If you do not agree, I will inform Kushina about the nickname you gave her," Minato asserts confidently. "She was already called the Crimson Chili Pepper. Did I need to name her?" Minato responds nonchalantly. "Who told you she was called the Crimson Chili Pepper?" Minato looks bewildered. That nickname was originally mine. Minato realizes, oh no. Kushina and Minato rarely engage with boys from their class. The boys from Class A, fearing a beating, have learned to avoid provoking Kushina. For a time, it seems Kushina coexists peacefully with her classmates. This nickname is being uttered for the first time. It is no wonder Minato disregards everything else and chases after Yantai after school. Poor Yantai is destined to suffer. Oh dear. Let us hope he doesn't end up in tears again. Alright, let me see how well you have practiced this chakra amplification technique. Minato dismissively gestures. With the chakra control he has attained through his insights, Minato can master simple chakra amplification techniques without a teacher. Without the aid of secret techniques, his limits are merely average. Thus, he holds little regard for it. However, for Minato to achieve it is truly remarkable. Even the graduated genin may not stand a chance against him. We agreed that it must not be like last time, Minato emphasizes once more. According to his observations, Uchiha Shana had sparred with Minato more than once. If he were to be defeated in one fell swoop, the match would hold no significance. It was evident that Minato was required to restrain his own hands and feet. He resolved, with unwavering determination, to ensure that he received the same treatment, even if it meant being shameless. Fortunately, Minato seemed to harbor a palpable fear of Kushina. Boifeng Minato, in a moment of self-satisfaction, contemplated the strength of Minato. A subtle surge of chakra flowed into his feet, a secret technique he had mastered that allowed for an explosive burst of speed in an instant. During the afternoon practical class, he had successfully caught Shana off guard with this very technique, securing his first victory. With a swift motion, he drew a wooden kunai from his waist. Be careful, Boifeng Minato called out, preparing to lunge towards Minato. Suddenly, he noticed a drastic change in Minato's expression. As if he had encountered a ferocious beast in the mountains, his entire demeanor transforming into one of shock. An ominous feeling surged within Minato. In the next moment, Minato vanished from sight. A jolt of excruciating pain coursed through his body, rendering him momentarily rigid. A fist struck him squarely, causing a sharp sting in his nose, and tears streamed down his face. Before he could comprehend the situation, his vision blurred, and he found himself seated cross-legged on a wooden corridor. Through his tear-streaked vision, he discerned a small mahogany table before him. 2 cups of tea emitted billowing white steam, and in the center lay a game of Go in disarray. From a distance, it appeared as though 2 young boys were seated opposite each other, engaged in a game and savoring tea. Only Minato understood that his body was in excruciating pain, unable to move. After a considerable time, the agony subsided, and he regained control of his body. Just like last time, aside from the lingering ache in his nose and tears streaming down his face, he bore no physical harm. Wasn't he it agreed upon? Minato thought, his expression one of deep grievance. How could I be taken down so swiftly? No matter what, he could not reverse the game. He needed to act promptly. Minato's face was grave, yet his eyes subtly darted towards the wall behind Minato. A round-faced child with a head of red hair was stealthily observing them. Who else could it be but Kushina? Minato's reliability was in question. Hadn't he gone after Yuantai? How could he have found his way here? Had it not been for his constant vigilance, he might have been caught off guard. At this moment, his senses detected 2 adult ninjas lurking not far away. Watching them closely, this was before he had even become a Jinchuriki, and yet he was already under scrutiny. What would happen once he became a Jinchuriki? Minato was bewildered. What was he to do? He had no idea how to play. Before he could ponder further, an invisible force suddenly lifted his right hand, placing a black stone in a corner. A good move, Minato remarked, admiration evident in his expression as he raised his hand to place a white stone. Boifeng Minato stared in shock at his own right hand, watching helplessly as it moved again, placing another black stone. It was as if an invisible thread controlled his hand, guiding his moves. Impressive. You can even discern this tactic, Minato praised, placing another stone. Boifeng Minato gazed at him in disbelief. At that moment, he realized that something must have transpired, forcing Minato to feign and perform theatrics. However, playing against oneself and still complimenting oneself seemed absurd. He sat there bored. For half an hour, enduring Minato's compliments for the same duration. At last, he had the chance to leave. With a careless release of his hand, the chess piece clattered onto the board, as Wuming leaned back languidly against the pillar. What transpired just moments ago? Minato began to stretch his neck and limbs, feeling the strain of sitting idle. What happened? Did you not say that Kushina was pursuing Yuantai? How did she end up at my house? Wuming replied irritably, gesturing with his chin towards the wall behind Minato. She had been perched on the wall just now. Minato turned to glance, scratching his head in embarrassment. If you bring her again next time, do not expect to compete with me, Wuming warned. He had genuinely startled those two Umbu operatives. My apologies, my apologies. Minato quickly apologized, then curiously inquired. Wuming, what was it that controlled my right hand just now? Oh, you mean that? As he spoke, he raised his right hand, and a translucent thread shot forth from his index finger. Immediately, a surge of chakra swiftly spread along the thread. With a flick of his finger, a teacup was ensnared by the chakra thread and gently floated before him. I invented a makeshift version of the puppet thread. Isn't it marvelous? Wuming chuckled with pride. Puppet thread? Is it akin to the Sand Ninja's puppet technique? Wuming is truly a genius, Minato mused, marveling at his formidable strength, medical ninjutsu, the ability to develop puppet threads, culinary skills, and even chess prowess. Chess? I cannot play chess. But just now, you were boasting about your extraordinary moves, exclaimed Minato, eyes wide in disbelief. Oh, I was just fabricating that, Wuming replied. Minato retorted, if you cannot play chess, then what was all that self-praise about for half an hour? Commending myself for my fabrications? After seeing Minato off, Wuming had just tidied up the remnants of the chess game when the black cat, Yatsuba, suddenly leaped down from the wall. Can you shake people? Yatsuba glared at Wuming. Wuming, understanding, clasped his hands together. Listen, confirming that no one was eavesdropping, he nodded. Reverse summoning technique. With a puff of white smoke, a frowning little girl stepped forth. By this time, Yatsuba had already been swaying and rolling on the ground. Her chakra reserves were still too meager. Is there any other way to enhance physical prowess? The little girl, Shana, unceremoniously took a seat at the wooden table, fixing her large eyes upon Wuming. If the Uchiha clan cannot manage it, what can I do? Wuming shrugged helplessly. Having been defeated by Minato, Wuming had long anticipated that Shana would be unable to resist. Despite her expressionless face, she was undoubtedly seething internally. Minato seemed to be amplifying his speed with chakra. Shana implied, I do know methods and can share them with you, but the efficacy? Wuming shook his head. The chakra amplification technique is quite simple. Yet to wield it effectively requires exceptional chakra control. Minato possesses a greater aptitude in this regard. Even if Shana were to practice similarly, she might not catch up to him. You would be better off focusing on developing the Sharingan. Once you awaken the Sharingan, your dynamic vision will greatly enhance. Minato's modest amplification would be utterly inadequate against the observant eye of the Sharingan. At that point, you could wait effortlessly for your opponent to walk into your trap. Do you think I do not desire that? Shana shot Wuming a glare. Wuming shrugged in exasperation. Indeed, the Sharingan is not akin to the Byakugan. Its awakening necessitates both time and opportunity. Are there truly no alternative methods? There are, though they are limited. Unmei furrowed his brow in contemplation. Having perused numerous texts, he had gleaned some insights. Certain elixirs, sealing techniques, and treasures possess the capacity to transform the body to a degree, enhancing physical prowess. However, most available options come with adverse side effects. The ones devoid of repercussions are unattainable. As Unmei spoke, his gaze drifted towards the small divine tree in the yard. He pondered whether this entity harbored any extraordinary abilities. If it could wield mystical arts, it might also improve physical capabilities, he mused. Mystical arts? Shana's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Do not entertain such thoughts. Your ancestor, Uchiha Madara, could not master them. Where would you acquire such knowledge? Unmei rolled his eyes in exasperation. Is there truly no other recourse? Shana was unwilling to concede defeat. Unmei, feeling helpless, noted the spirited competitiveness of the young girl. At the Yuharu residence, Unmei had procured a rocking chair and reclined comfortably beneath the small divine tree. Over a month had passed, and the tree had grown rapidly, its canopy surpassing the wall. What accounted for such swift growth? Unmei had been pondering this matter lately. Rapid growth typically correlates with a softer wood texture. Yet the small divine tree's hardness rivaled that of iron. A kunai, when thrust into it, would only leave a minuscule dent. Its vitality was also unusually robust. In his perceptive vision, the small divine tree resembled a flame, continuously radiating life energy. From where did it derive its nutrients? This was a point that puzzled Unmei. The fertilizer he applied was not superior to that used on the nearby pine tree. Was it truly natural energy? Unmei dared not make assumptions. If the divine tree had the capacity to absorb natural energy, perhaps the small divine tree did as well. He had spent several moments of enlightenment on the small divine tree, yet the results were less than satisfactory. Suddenly, Unmei realized that it was not the tree that lacked extraordinary qualities, but rather his inability to perceive them. His eyes were incapable of detecting natural energy. Thus, he resolved to alter his method of observation. Unmei decisively abandoned further fruitless endeavors. With his right hand, he aligned his index and middle fingers and tapped his temples twice. A refreshing sensation enveloped his mind. The probing technique, which he had mastered long ago, emerged in his thoughts. Starting from the fundamentals, Unmei swiftly began to enhance and develop this technique. While ordinary eyes could not discern any anomalies, he aimed to craft a pair of sharper eyes for himself. After a minute, Unmei tapped his temples 3 times, concluding his moment of enlightenment. One session of insight would not instantly elevate his probing technique, yet he felt no urgency. After all, he had the opportunity for enlightenment each day. Sooner or later, he would fully comprehend this newly envisioned probing technique. Rising, he plucked a vibrant green leaf, intending to take it to the hospital the following day to examine its structure under a microscope. Employing a dual approach would surely yield some clues. In his study, Unmei retrieved a small wooden box from beside the bookshelf. Inside lay over 100 explosive tags. He meticulously shaped each tag into a ball and secured them within the holes of shuriken. The explosive tags were too light. Combining them with the shuriken would enhance their throwing distance. After crafting 10 explosive shuriken, Unmei produced a sealing wooden plaque. It already bore 2 black dots, indicating the storage of 2 sets of items. With both hands forming seals, chakra surged within him. Susumu seal. Bang. 10 explosive shurikens were stored within a wooden plaque. Unming patiently repeated his previous actions, sealing 100 detonating talismans entirely within the plaque in one breath. Rising, he retrieved a wooden box of 16 open sizes from the bookshelf and gently placed the plaque within. Having gathered 5, he felt a sense of satisfaction, yet knew he must continue his efforts. Unming nodded slightly in approval. He had never ceased in his creation of detonating talismans, consistently stockpiling his arsenal. In total, he had prepared 60 sets, amounting to 600 explosive shurikens. He dreamt of possessing as many detonating talismans as Conan one day. At the Konoha hospital, Unming emerged from the operating room, greeted by the admiring gazes of numerous doctors and nurses, a smile adorning his face. He had once more combined healing techniques with general surgery to swiftly complete a high-risk operation. As his skills accumulated and his insights deepened, Unming's medical expertise flourished, earning him a respectable reputation within the entire Konoha hospital. Thus, his path to becoming a medical ninja seemed firmly established. As he smiled and nodded to passing doctors, Unming pondered his future. Following graduation, it was highly probable he would directly join Konoha Hospital. The higher-ups had not intensified their efforts to cultivate medical ninjas, believing that combat ninjas held greater value. However, the demand for medical ninjas had never waned. With his skills growing stronger and his mastery of healing techniques, Unming had embarked on the path of a medical ninja, and Konoha Hospital would undoubtedly welcome him with open arms. Changing his attire and sanitizing himself, Unming pocketed a small leaf from the divine tree, preparing to head to the laboratory to borrow a microscope. Just as he stepped outside, he encountered a familiar figure, Lady Tsunade. Unming greeted her with respect. Although he wished to maintain a distance, her teachings had profoundly benefited him, earning her his utmost respect. "I just observed your surgery, young man." "Well done," Tsunade proclaimed, hands on her hips, her expression one of admiration. "Thanks to your excellent instruction," Unming replied, scratching his head with a bashful smile. "Do not be modest. Your classmates lack your abilities," Tsunade remarked, shaking her head. Unming smiled but refrained from responding. "Come with me, young man. Today I shall teach you something new," Tsunade said, nodding in satisfaction at Unming's composed demeanor. Something new? Unming's interest was piqued. With ample time for insights, he had thoroughly grasped healing techniques and yearned for more advanced medical ninjutsu. The two arrived at the hospital's pharmaceutical laboratory. On an operating table lay an injured fish, gasping for breath, teetering on the brink of death. "Pay close attention. I will demonstrate high-level medical ninjutsu, the healing palm technique," Tsunade announced, deliberately slowing her hand seals. Chakra surged forth, enveloping her palms in a vibrant green glow. She pressed her hands against the injured fish, allowing the green light to seep in. In just 10 breaths, the fish, once on the verge of death, sprang back to life, vibrant and lively. Bang! Tsunade delivered a swift punch, causing the newly revived fish to faint once more. Is it truly that violent? Unming questioned, perplexed. Why not give it a try? Tsunade encouraged, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. Must I conceal my skills? Unming pondered, torn. After witnessing Tsunade's healing palm technique, a spark of understanding ignited within him. He could replicate it. In the realm of medical ninjutsu, Unming had experienced numerous epiphanies, and the principles of yang release had become crystal clear to him. Though the palm sage technique is classified as an A-level ninjutsu, it remains a manifestation of the yang release. Understanding the hand seals allows one to comprehend its execution. The crux lies in the decision to utilize it. Do not fear. Attempt it repeatedly. Failing to grasp it is inconsequential. First, familiarize yourself with the hand seals and the transformation of chakra. Tsunade's voice was gentle, imbued with a soothing power that calmed the heart. Very well. Unmei instantly felt a surge of clarity within. The turmoil in his heart dissipated, leaving behind a serene mindset and a languid smile upon his face as he skillfully formed the seals. Palm sage technique. A resonant hum emanated as a vibrant green light enveloped his palms. Unmei, with a flicker of wit, gazed at his hands, feeling a sense of disillusionment. Could you not conjure something more novel? More illusions? Splendid. Tsunade could not help but exclaim in delight. Mastering the healing technique in a single attempt indicated modest talent. To master the palm sage technique at once, however, signified extraordinary aptitude. Tsunade's thoughts of taking on an apprentice reignited. Yet, the boy's physical limitations were alarmingly significant. In her 20s, Tsunade, proud and ambitious, despite being a medical ninja, was also a formidable warrior. She wished for her disciple to possess considerable strength. Nonetheless, Unmei's remarkable talent in medical ninjutsu was undeniable. He could certainly inherit her formidable skills. Tsunade found herself in a quandary. Having already revealed his abilities, Unmei decided to cease concealing them. He attentively engaged with the palm sage technique, integrating it with his medical knowledge, swiftly reviving an injured fish. Done. 3 minutes later, Unmei halted, breathless. The efficacy of the palm sage technique was indeed rapid, albeit taxing on chakra reserves. Tsunade observed the lively fish and then glanced at the panting Unmei, her internal conflict deepening. How could fate bestow such exceptional medical talent, yet grant him such a frail constitution? In the Yushin residence, a sudden bang resounded as Shauna emerged from a cloud of white smoke, her expression stern. Speak quickly. I have training to attend to, she declared impatiently. Recently, she had been engaged in intense rivalry with Minato Namikaze, each striving for supremacy. A moment's complacency on her part would allow the other to swiftly catch up. I made braised pork elbow. Would you like some? Unmei inquired, a sycophantic grin on his face. What do you want me to do? Shauna asked, expressionless, as she took a seat at the small table. Her large eyes filled with disdain for Unmei. She was all too familiar with him. If there were no matters at hand, he would prefer to avoid her completely. Initially, Shauna assumed Unmei disliked her, only to later realize he was simply reluctant to engage with any Uchiha. Recently, she discovered that her new friend Kushina seemed to receive the same treatment, as if they were a considerable nuisance in the eyes of others. Given your words, could you possibly provide me with some illusions? Unmei boldly requested. He had successfully defended against Saburo Ishii's illusions, but found himself ensnared by Tsunade. He could not afford to ponder aimlessly. He needed to first learn a couple of illusion techniques to understand them better before devising defensive strategies. In the realm of illusions, among the clans of the Naruto world, the Uchiha were second to none, and thus, this meal was a necessary concession. Very well, Shauna mused before nodding in agreement. But you must find a way to enhance my strength. Unmei could not suppress an eye roll in the presence of the young lady before him. Reminiscent of the spirited Naruto, a relentless desire for combat seemed to pervade the air. Rather than seek his counsel, it would be prudent for her to consult the elders of her clan, suggested Weiming. The Uchiha clan, after all, held the deepest understanding of their own. When questioned, Shauna expressed that the clan's elders advised her to temper her training regimen, for her prowess had already surpassed that of her peers, even leaving Fugaku increasingly challenged to surpass her. The Uchiha feared that excessive exertion might stifle her growth potential, hence they recommended a balance between diligence and rest. Weiming understood. Yet it was evident that the Uchiha elders had not provided Shana with a satisfactory response. I believe you ought to heed the wisdom of your clan's elders, he remarked. But can you cease stockpiling explosive tags? Shana retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Wei Ming. Absolutely not, he exclaimed, his brows furrowing in protest. Given the chaos in the ninja world, what harm is there in keeping a few explosive tags? The more I have, the greater my sense of security. Very well. I comprehend. Wei Ming sighed in resignation, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward the small divine tree in the courtyard. Perhaps there was a solution yet to be discovered. He stroked his chin in contemplation. Shana looked up at Wei Ming, her large eyes glimmering with anticipation. Observe that tree. Wei Ming pointed towards the diminutive divine tree by the pond. When did you transplant it? Shana queried, puzzled, as she regarded the tree as merely that, a tree, without apparent significance. It sprouted from the branch you gifted me. Wei Ming replied with a broad smile. Is it truly of use? Shana frowned. It can merely transmit chakra. It is but a curious object. Of course it is useful. Wei Ming chuckled. Mastering the art of sage techniques will deepen my understanding of the transformation of yang release. With just a couple more insights, I could completely upgrade my probing technique and uncover the secrets of the small divine tree. Perhaps therein lies a method to enhance our strength. Under the expansive canopy of the divine tree at Johanna's residence, Wei Ming gazed upward in wonder. If it continued to grow at this pace, it would soon overshadow the courtyard in less than 6 months. Its growth was astonishingly rapid, with roots encroaching upon the pond. He hoped the Umbu would remain oblivious to this development. In Konoha, such rapid growth could attract unwarranted attention, evoking memories of wood release. The prowess of the great pillars wood release was legendary, leaving the higher echelons of Konoha yearning to reclaim such power. Reveal your secrets to me, Wei Ming whispered, tapping his temples twice to activate his newly acquired probing technique. A gentle green luminescence emanated from his left hand as he pressed it against the trunk of the tree. Suddenly, a vibrant, kaleidoscopic realm unfolded before his eyes. The small divine tree appeared to come alive, radiating an overwhelming vitality. A deep, resonant breath echoed in his ears, prompting Wei Ming to look skyward at the tree's crown. The lush, verdant leaves swayed rhythmically, resembling a breath in motion, as glimmers of white light were absorbed into the foliage. Each leaf, in turn, engaged in this rhythmic dance, creating a collective, heavy breathing. With every inhalation and exhalation, it was as though the little divine tree was being inflated with life itself. This is your secret, Wei Ming marveled, filled with awe. From this vantage point, the small divine tree resembled a living deity, teeming with vigor. In the training area of Johanna's estate, Wei Ming donned his glasses, casually standing amidst the expanse. A shadow danced around Wu Ming, leaping to attack repeatedly. Yet, with each collision, the opponent was effortlessly sent flying. After a quarter of an hour, as the shadow lunged towards him, Wu Ming suddenly thrust out a finger. Time seemed to freeze as his fingertip effortlessly pierced through the opponent's dual-handed defense, landing squarely on their forehead. In an instant, Minato appeared, collapsing to the ground as if electrified. Wu Ming retracted his finger, nodding in satisfaction. By employing the yang release chakra to stimulate the opponent's nerves, he induced rigidity, pain, and trembling, swiftly concluding the skirmish. With an increasing understanding of medical ninjutsu, these minor applications had become clear insights. In the corridor, Minato gulped down the juice in his cup, his face reflecting a sense of resignation. Another defeat, he lamented. I told you, S.H. Sun is your greatest rival, Wu Ming remarked, adjusting his glasses. The two were evenly matched, aware of their disparities while simultaneously motivated to progress. Their continuous duels had already propelled their abilities far beyond their peers. Battling Wu Ming was indeed more challenging, eliciting a bright smile from Minato as he scratched his head. Wu Ming smirked, finding both of them to be combat enthusiasts. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the small divine tree in the courtyard, causing him to squint. You both seem to relish the fight while I merely bear the burden, gaining nothing. Wu Ming feigned impatience in his complaint. I might as well lounge in a chair and take a nap. Next time, I won't participate. He lazily leaned against a pillar, his eyes half closed, glancing at Minato from the corner of his eye. Don't say that. Minato immediately panicked. You can't just quit. Wu Ming was indifferent. If you refuse to fight, I shall inform Kushina of the nickname you bestowed upon her. Minato chuckled teasingly. Wu Ming, I never would have guessed that you, with those thick eyebrows and big eyes, could become so shameless. A nickname? What nickname? I don't recall. Wu-Ming feigned sincerity. Don't try to evade the truth. I distinctly heard you call her blood-red chili pepper, Minato boasted proudly. Is that so? That was Yuan Tai's idea. It has nothing to do with me. Wu-Ming laughed heartily. Minato continued. Well, here I am, waiting for you. I wondered why you insisted on transforming into Yuan Tai that day. Now tell me, what do you want me to do? Minato wore an expression of someone who had seen through Wu-Ming's intentions. Hehe, do you wish to enhance your strength? Wu-Ming tempted. Is there such a good opportunity? Minato replied, somewhat skeptical. The chakra amplification technique was still accomplished with Wu-Ming's assistance. His inherent strength was formidable, and Minato did not doubt Wu-Ming's ability to possess secret methods for enhancement. However, something about Wu-Ming's demeanor gave him a sense of foreboding. Just say whether you want it or not. Wu-Ming raised his voice. All right then, Minato conceded, genuinely wishing to improve his strength. Wu-Ming was instantly elated. Wait here. He quickly rose and dove into the kitchen. Moments later, he emerged with a wooden basin, placing it on the small square table. The basin contained a substantial amount of a pale green solution. This is a special potion I have developed, Wu-Ming exclaimed with enthusiasm. Upon activating his newly acquired sensory technique, he discovered that the tender sprouts of the divine tree were exceptionally vibrant. The life force acquired through mysterious breathing had primarily been used to nurture these sprouts, giving rise to the potion before him. The hand seals were an essential component of a ninja's strength. Unperturbed, Wu-Ming remarked. If you can form 6 hand seals in 1 second, your attack speed will surpass that of your opponent, enabling you to effortlessly vanquish your enemies. As for this potion, Minato was perplexed. He submerged his hands into the liquid, practicing the seals within the potion. Wu-Ming elaborated. The resistance of the potion is akin to weighted training. It intensifies the burden of seal formation, thereby enhancing your speed. Most importantly, the potion renders your hands supple and facilitates rapid recovery from injuries. The synergy of both elements will significantly accelerate your sealing speed. Wu-Ming gazed intently at Minato. Come on, give it a try. Is the potion truly safe? Minato queried. Still uncertain. Rest assured, it is entirely safe, Wu-Ming insisted, adjusting his glasses and patting his chest confidently. All right, I shall proceed, Minato declared, gritting his teeth. After a brief warm-up, he plunged his hands into the potion. I can feel it. After merely 3 attempts, a look of delight illuminated Minato's face. His hands felt icy, yet their sensitivity had heightened. In just a moment, he sensed a marked improvement. His control was becoming increasingly fluid, the chill racing up his arms, eventually reaching his head. Wu-Ming, you are remarkable, Minato exclaimed, tears streaming down his cheeks. Why are you crying? Wu-Ming inquired. All right, I understand you are thrilled, he mused, feeling quite proud of his concoction. Look, you've been moved to tears. I can't help it, Minato lamented, his tears flowing like a burst dam. Side effects? Wu-Ming questioned. Didn't you say it was safe? Minato, now hiccuping between sobs, replied, I didn't anticipate the side effects would be so trivial. At the Konoha hospital, Wu-Ming had just completed another high-risk surgery. His mastery of healing and sage arts had grown considerably, earning him a formidable reputation. The most noticeable change was the warm greetings he received from everyone he encountered, be they doctors or nurses. Even some of the jonin greeted him with friendly admiration. Eager to seamlessly integrate into Konoha Hospital as a medical ninja, Wu-Ming unabashedly showcased his medical prowess. Upon changing into his attire, he encountered Tsunade, arms akimbo. Oh, you have arrived, sensei. Wu-Ming feigned surprise. If there is a side effect of showcasing my abilities, it is likely her presence. The more talent he revealed, the more conflicted she appeared. Recently, she had taken to observing every surgery he performed whenever she had the opportunity. I witnessed your surgery earlier. It was quite impressive, Tsunade genuinely praised. The more she observed, the more she felt drawn to the idea that Wu-Ming could master the entirety of her medical techniques. Thank you for your kind words, sensei. It is all due to your excellent teaching, Wu-Ming replied, adjusting his glasses and scratching his head with a bashful smile. Would you like to learn even more advanced medical ninjutsu? Tsunade bit her lip, deciding to abandon her inner conflict. If need be, I can always take on another capable apprentice later. Not interested, Wu-Ming responded with a cheerful grin. Very well, since you wish to wait, you do not wish to learn? Tsunade nearly twisted her back in surprise. Why not? She asked, bewildered. Am I unworthy? Wu-Ming probed tentatively. Tsunade, who are you asking? Oh, you simply cannot learn. Namikaze replied earnestly. Tsunade, are you trying to fool me? The primary issue is that my chakra reserves are far too limited. Even if I were to learn, I could not utilize it. Namikaze spread his hands and smiled cheerfully. Mastering a healing technique would leave him utterly drained. Although high-level medical ninjutsu is remarkably effective, it would be of little use to him. Indeed, it would be wiser to wait and learn later. Go away, Tsunade replied irritably. The fleeting thought of taking on a disciple was swiftly extinguished once more. With such scant chakra, even mastering medical ninjutsu would yield minimal results. Perhaps it would improve once he reaches adulthood? Tsunade pondered. Never mind, let us see how it unfolds. Upon exiting the hospital, Namikaze released a sigh of relief. He had nearly voiced his desire to learn just moments ago. Currently, he had only mastered 3 medical ninjutsu: the exploration technique, healing technique, and mastery technique. The latter of which could only be considered half a technique as it was solely for examination purposes. The extraction technique, regeneration, and the subsequent Baika technique are all invaluable skills. The more he considered it, the more his heart ached. Yet, he truly did not dare to approach Tsunade too closely. After all, he had time for enlightenment and could seek out channels to learn gradually. This was the only way he could comfort himself. He would return to studying the little divine tree. Namikaze felt invigorated. Yesterday, he had conducted an experiment with Minato. Although the side effects were somewhat undesirable, the results were exceedingly potent. After being immersed in the little divine tree's medicinal liquid, Minato's hands became remarkably supple and agile, and his hand-sealing speed improved significantly. Based on current estimations, considering drug resistance, after approximately 5 more uses, Minato's hand-sealing speed could reach 5 seals per second. Continuing the training. Achieving 6 seals per second would not be a problem. With further adjustments, perhaps the effects could be even better. He contemplated as he walked. Upon returning home, the black cat, Yotsuba, was sprawled in her vine cat bed, fast asleep. Beside her lay a palm-sized scroll. This was the microscope, beakers, and other instruments Namikaze had procured. The little divine tree was indeed extraordinary. Utilizing the hospital laboratory might attract unwanted attention, especially since Tsunade had been frequently visiting the hospital of late. If someone were to trace it back to the little divine tree, it would no longer belong to him. He prepared some dried fish for Yotsuba and proceeded to the room behind his study. He intended to convert the storage room into a small laboratory. Its proximity to the study would facilitate the recording and retrieval of information. At this moment, the room had been cleared, leaving only a large rectangular table, which Namikaze used as his experimental platform. The lighting needed to be improved, and he required a temperature-controlled box, a refrigerator, and various experimental supplies. Namikaze scratched his head in frustration. He still needed to continue drawing explosive seals. Engaging in research and development was indeed a voracious beast that consumed wealth. This was merely the beginning, and it had already depleted his savings. Even selling arms wouldn't suffice. At the Hibiki residence, it was another day of rest. And this time, the visitor was Shauna. During the Saturday combat competition, Shauna had slightly bested him, a testament to the fruits of her late-night training. One glance at the dark circles around her large eyes revealed just how hard the young girl had worked. As he contemplated various thoughts, a sudden gust of malevolence swept toward him. Leaning aside to evade Shauna's ferocious punch aimed at his nose, Namikaze felt a lingering dread. Hadn't she previously only targeted panda eyes? Indeed, proximity to the crimson hue of the vermilion has its effects. Having spent considerable time with Kushina, I have unwittingly adopted the habit of striking noses. My right hand instinctively found its way to my forehead in an instant. A fleeting glimmer of pale green light flickered and vanished. In that moment, I stood frozen in place. What manner of technique is this? After a prolonged pause, I regained my mobility, glaring fiercely at Naruto. The move was originally intended to be the Chaos Rush, though Naruto remained uncertain. Tsunade possesses a similar technique, one that employs medical ninjutsu to disrupt the nervous system, thereby controlling the opponent's body. Naruto's version was derived from the Chaos Rush, aptly named Thunder Finger. Contemplating this, I stroked my chin in thought. Although its roots lie in the Chaos Rush, the Thunder Finger incorporates a novel probing technique. The speed of activation and the damage inflicted are both exponentially enhanced, rendering it a significant trump card. Those unaware of its intricacies would be ill-advised to approach, for a mere touch of my finger could potentially leave them paralyzed. Humph! I huffed disdainfully and stormed back to the corridor. My relentless training seemed to yield an ever-widening chasm between us, a feeling that sat heavily upon my chest. The exhaustion of both body and spirit rendered my eyes somewhat hollow, while the psychological burden fueled a tempest of agitation within me. Cautiously, Naruto offered me a glass of juice. I genuinely failed to comprehend why the Uchiha clan was so relentlessly ambitious, each of them seemingly fixated on confronting the heavens, the earth, and even the air itself. After a moment of hesitation, I gazed at Naruto, whose expression was inscrutable, yet his eyes betrayed a stubborn weariness. Unable to contain myself, I spoke. I've recently made some discoveries. What? I blinked back to reality, my eyes wide and vacant as I stared at Naruto. It took me a moment to react, and I found myself asking in surprise, is it something that can enhance my strength? Indeed, over the past week, all my moments of enlightenment had been devoted to researching the small divine tree. The potion had reached its second iteration. What do you desire? I asked with straightforwardness. There is no rush, as we are still in the experimental phase. After our lengthy acquaintance, I had provided him with ample support, and Naruto was not one to act solely out of self-interest. When can it be utilized? I was far more concerned with the timeline for enhancing my abilities. You can use it now, Naruto replied, his expression shifting to one of peculiar intrigue. However, there are some minor side effects. Recalling the last encounter with Minato, who had wept for half an hour in front of me, ultimately gasping for breath, Naruto's countenance became increasingly odd. It's merely a couple of sobs. The side effects shouldn't be too significant, right? Then let us proceed immediately, I declared with determination. Any success bears a cost, and such minor side effects are negligible. Naruto, too, felt a spark of excitement. After a week of modifications, he was eager to witness the efficacy of the new potion. This was merely the initial version, primarily designed to enhance the flexibility and dexterity of the fingers, thus accelerating the hand-sealing process. If the results are promising, we can later extend it to the entire body. Naruto elucidated. He brought forth a basin of pale green potion from the laboratory, meticulously explaining its usage and effects. I listened intently and, following his instructions, immersed my hands into the potion to practice the hand seals. The potion took effect swiftly. Though I could feel the resistance of the liquid, my hands became increasingly sensitive and agile. A flicker of joy sparked in my wide eyes. A cool sensation coursed through my hands, and I curiously gazed at the basin of potion. The chill surged up my arms as I looked towards Naruto. A normal reaction, indeed, is simply a normal response. Unmi feigned an air of nonchalance, though internally he was fraught with anxiety, his gaze fixated intently on Shana's eyes. He certainly hoped the young girl would not burst into tears. Should she weep uncontrollably before him, he might find himself facing her wrath later. An increasing chill enveloped him, as if his entire mind had succumbed to a refreshing coolness. Shana could not resist the urge to close her eyes. Unmi maintained his unwavering stare into Shana's eyes. Fortunately, she did not cry. Ahahaha, Unmi, that was quite unexpected, he exclaimed, unable to contain his laughter. This side effect is utterly absurd. And thus, Unmi watched the young girl laugh hysterically for half an hour. All right, that's enough. You could join the Uchiha quartet with that laughter. In the end, the girl uttered not a single word to Unmi, her icy glare piercing through him as she vanished in a puff of white smoke. Unmi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The potion had indeed worked, yet its side effects were rather awkward. This past week had not been in vain. At least she was no longer crying. Unmi felt a sense of helplessness. The problem was that he could not pinpoint where things had gone awry. The potion, named Life Number 1, had undergone several improvements, its efficacy increasing each time, yet the side effects remained unchanged. Naruto continued to wail, while Shana remained in fits of laughter. Unmi was quite frightened by the situation. If he were to use it, would he have to perform a bizarre act of alternating between tears and laughter? The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. Thus, he only administered it to Naruto and Shana, daring not to partake himself. The two, however, remained unfazed, their hand signs becoming increasingly swift, and the combat drills in class grew ever more fervent. Amidst this cacophony of laughter and tears, Unmi and his peers ascended to their third year, while the trio of friends, Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji, transitioned to their fourth year. With graduation approaching this year, they were fortunate that the front lines were not overly tense. Even after graduation, there should be a grace period. Unmi continued to dutifully play the role of the exemplary student, showcasing his talents at the Konoha hospital. Takamura Daiga discreetly informed him that whispers had circulated among the hospital's higher-ups about recruiting him to join their ranks. with Tsunade playing a significant role in this regard. Unmei felt a swell of gratitude. Although he was reluctant to become entangled with Tsunade, her actions warranted his appreciation. She had taught him medical ninjutsu and imparted her clinical wisdom, and now she suggested he join the Konoha hospital to focus on honing his medical skills. Recently, Tsunade had been subtly hinting at wanting him to approach her as a disciple, which he cleverly evaded. Should he concede to her offer? Unmei pondered, torn between indecision. Becoming a disciple of one of the legendary three, while perilous, certainly had its advantages. Just as Unmei hesitated on whether to respond to Tsunade's overtures, she abruptly missed a medical class. Subsequently, she remained absent from his sight for an entire week. Something was amiss. A foreboding sensation gripped Unmei. As anticipated, after 2 weeks of absence, the elective course on medical ninjutsu, which had existed for 8 months, was cancelled due to Tsunade's deployment to the front lines, leaving no one to teach. The village evidently still did not prioritize the training of medical ninjas. Was it truly so difficult to find a medical ninja to conduct the classes? They would prefer that the entire class of 23 individuals cultivate their combat prowess rather than becoming mere medical ninjas, relegated to logistical support. As for Tsunade's reasons for heading to the front lines, it is said that her brother sacrificed his life. The carefree and innocent youth ultimately met his demise. Although he never wished to alter anything, the reality of the situation left Namikaze feeling utterly powerless. The last renowned male of the Senju clan, indeed. The world of Hokage is far from a spirited anime. Beyond the protagonist's glow lies a realm rife with brutality and cold-heartedness. Rumors have it that the borders of the Sand Village are unstable, with several minor skirmishes occurring recently. Yamanaka Ino expressed his concerns. Are we really expected to head to the battlefield upon graduation? The expression on Namikaze's face was grim, leaving him silent. It was not a matter of if, but rather when. He sighed inwardly, recalling that if his memories served him correctly, the ensuing years would be fraught with conflict. Even he, upon graduation, would likely find himself thrust into battle. For now, he was grateful for his decision to remain a medical ninja, standing beneath the small sacred tree that overshadowed half the courtyard. Namikaze held a small wooden bucket in his left hand and a tiny brush in his right, diligently applying a concoction to the tender branches and leaves. The sacred tree grew at an astonishing rate, compelling him to devise methods to curtail its growth. Within the bucket lay a solution he had prepared to induce growth. The treated buds would absorb nutrients more readily, flourishing at an extraordinary pace. Once the leaves reached a certain size, he would pluck them to create life potion number 1. The sacred tree constantly absorbed natural energy, generating immense vitality. The induced buds grew rapidly, hastening the consumption of life force. It was akin to a pool where water is continuously added while small holes allow it to drain, thus maintaining a balance that slowed the growth of the sacred tree while simultaneously yielding abundant life potion number 1. In the laboratory, he gazed at the rows of refrigerated test tubes filled with leaf extract. With such a rich reserve, he could embark on developing life potion number 2. While life potion number 1 targeted the hands, life potion number 2 would enhance overall physical attributes. It utilized the life force of the sacred tree, employing natural energy. Ordinary ninjas could neither perceive nor harness natural energy. It was simply too volatile. However, after being absorbed and transformed by the sacred tree, natural energy became a gentler life force, easier to control and absorb. On yet another day of rest, Shauna coldly handed Namikaze a scroll. Here is the illusion technique you requested. His curiosity piqued. Namikaze unrolled it. This was not the first time Shauna had bestowed an illusion technique upon him. He could master ordinary illusions with a mere glance, often requiring no time for comprehension, of little utility. His extraordinary chakra control allowed him to learn any ninjutsu with consummate ease. The illusion technique of magical shackles A rank. Shauna sat cross-legged at the small wooden table, her body instinctively tensing. This was indeed that particular jutsu. Namikaze's eyes lit up. This was a top-tier illusion technique known as the Little Tsukuyami. Madara and Obito used it to manipulate the 4th Mizukage of the Mist Village. However, it seemed that the Sharingan was necessary for its execution. If you don't want it, then return it to me. In an instant, Shauna glared fiercely at Wuming. Her small face clouded with frost as she focused on the wooden basin before her. How could she possibly forgo it? Wuming hastily tucked the item into his waist pouch. Even if it proved unnecessary, it could serve as a valuable reference. Moreover, the principles behind this ninjutsu were intriguing, sparking a wealth of inspiration within him. However, at this moment, he could not afford to delve into the intricacies of illusion techniques. He retrieved a test tube and poured the light green potion into the basin. It was time to begin. Wu Ming suppressed a grin and spoke softly, "Let us commence." Shauna's eyes widened in astonishment as she extended her hands into the potion, swiftly forming hand seals. In the next moment, her expression contorted grotesquely, her skin beginning to twitch. Mwahaha, Wu Ming thought, "I want to laugh, but I mustn't. It could be fatal." He stifled his laughter, covering his mouth with his hands as his shoulders began to tremble. It was utterly irresistible, after all. There was no formal training in suppressing laughter at the Ninja Academy. Half an hour later, Shauna retracted her hands, her face as cold as ice, her gaze capable of killing. Wu Ming obediently presented her with 2 lunch boxes. The left box contained braised pork knuckle, and the right box also held braised pork knuckle. Shauna glared fiercely at Wu Ming, snatching one box in each hand before vanishing in a puff of white smoke. Was this petite girl truly the 5th member of the notorious Laughing Quartet? At the Konoha hospital, Wu Ming emerged from the operating room, feeling no different from the hospital doctors. He was now capable of independently attending to patients and conducting surgeries. In his previous life, such a scenario would have been sheer fantasy. From theory to practice, one could not expect to practice medicine without 7 or 8 years of rigorous study and experience. Even in the world of Naruto, where chakra provided an advantage, Wu Ming's accomplishments remained impressive. After disinfecting and changing his attire, Wu Ming stepped outside to find the cheerful figure of Fujimura Takahiro awaiting him. "Did you need something, senpai?" Wu Ming inquired with a smile. Upon entering the Konoha hospital, the first person he encountered was this Chunin, who had provided him with significant learning opportunities. A kindness he would always remember. Their relationship had flourished, thanks to Ishii Saburo. "Good news. We are about to become colleagues," Fujimura Takahiro said with a beaming smile. Wu Ming's eyes lit up with curiosity. Had the hospital made a decision? Earlier, he had received word that the hospital intended to invite him to join, and now it seemed the matter was finally in motion. "Come, I'll show you to your office," Fujimura Takahiro said, leading the way. On the 2nd floor lay a 30-square-meter office, sunlit and inviting. Inside, there was a desk, 2 chairs, and a filing cabinet. "What do you think?" Fujimura Takahiro said, grinning as he handed Wu Ming a document. "This is your appointment letter. IGA Chizoku, the Jonin, originally intended to deliver it personally, but he was summoned by the 3rd Hokage, so I have come in his stead," Fujimura Takahiro explained. IGA Chizoku was Fujimura's superior and one of the leaders at Konoha Hospital. "Please take good care of me," Wu Ming said with a smile as he glanced at the document. "You are still a student at the Ninja Academy, but you needn't attend classes. Simply participate in the exams. Upon graduation, you will be a genin, assigned to my team," Fujimura Takahiro added, waving his hand with a satisfied grin. He entered the Konoha hospital with Ming, observing the continual enhancement of the latter's medical skills. Now affiliated with his own team, the prowess of their medical techniques had significantly increased, much to the delight of Fujiwara Taiga. "Let's have barbecue tonight, my treat. I'll invite Teacher Ishii and Senior Agawahara too," Ming exclaimed joyfully. "No problem," came the reply. After a delightful evening of feasting and merriment, Ming spent the time smiling and listening to the 3 middle-aged men engage in idle chatter. Knowing it was past 9, he finally bid farewell to the 3 drunken companions and made his way home under the night sky. After a refreshing bath, Ming sat comfortably in the corridor, relishing the sight of the full moon. Having toiled for over 2 years, he had finally achieved his initial goals. A sense of pride washed over him. Not only had he acquired formidable strength, but he had also become a reliable medical ninja. He reminisced about the day he first arrived, when he fainted upon stepping outside, only to awaken in Konoha Hospital. "I wonder if someone up there is watching over me," he mused lazily, gazing at the bright moon. The moon in the ninja world was an artificial construct, sealing away Kagaya Otsutsuki. It was said that the descendants of Otsutsuki Hamura resided there, perpetually observing the entire ninja realm with their Byakugan. "I am but a mere invisible entity, unnoticed by these great figures," Ming chuckled. "In the future, when I gain more power, I must establish a hidden chamber, one sealed with barrier techniques to thwart any prying eyes. I have no desire for my actions to be exposed." After finishing a warm glass of milk, brushing his teeth, and rinsing his mouth, Ming lazily slipped beneath the covers. After a day filled with careful vigilance, this was the moment he cherished most, free from pretense, his happiest moment. After coordinating with Ishii Saburo and commencing his duties at the hospital, Unming finally became a formal member of Konoha Hospital after a couple of busy days. In the study of the Habu residence, on the desk before Unming lay a notebook, as usual, alongside a palmwood scroll inscribed with the A-rank Jinjutsu technique, magical restraint. This technique utilized a mental barrier to partition a designated area, imprisoning the consciousness of the target within it, subjecting it to torment and confusion. The framework of this mental space bore a resemblance to the space of Tsukuyomi. While the ninjutsu was potent, it required the amplification of the Sharingan, Unming pondered. Conversely, employing it against himself could circumvent the need for the Sharingan. Perusing the notebook, he meticulously organized his thoughts, using the tips of his right hand's index and middle fingers to gently tap his temples twice. A familiar cool sensation swept through his mind. He focused on manipulating his mental energy, partitioning the mental space, imprisoning consciousness, and altering the mental realm. A cascade of insights surged into his consciousness, colliding with one another. Various ingenious ideas captivated Unming, leading him to delve deeper into contemplation. Fortunately, he had predetermined his direction, aiming solely at the protection of the brain. A minute later, he tapped his temple 3 times, concluding his moment of enlightenment. It's done, Unming exhaled with relief. Given his dubious origins, he feared being ensnared by Jinjutsu. Now, he had finally comprehended the secret art of brain defense, which he termed the cerebral closure technique. The magical restraint constructed a mental space to imprison the consciousness of the target. He sought to reverse this principle to envelop himself within a mental space for protection. Immediately, Unming began to implement this technique. With the aid of the Sharingan, the magical shackles of Kahang require no hand seals. A mere gaze suffices. In the absence of Sharingan enhancement, one must possess extraordinary mental control. Closing his eyes, he subtly channels chakra to awaken his spirit, gradually constructing a small mental space within his consciousness. Within this unseen realm of thought, a familiar room manifests before him. A desk stands in front, a bookshelf looms behind, and a distant window frames the scene. In this mental sanctuary, he has replicated his study. Upon opening his eyes, a fleeting weariness crosses his features. The once bright gleam in his eyes now appears somewhat dimmed. Despite feeling drowsy from the mental exertion, a sense of joy still bubbles within him. As long as he does not encounter an illusion of the caliber of Tsukuyomi, other illusions will prove ineffective. Furthermore, it safeguards his mind from prying eyes. With the mental barrier established, a heavy burden is finally lifted from his heart. Now, even if Tsunade were to cast an illusion upon him, it would not disturb his consciousness. At the Ninja Academy, on a Saturday, he rarely visits the school, at the request of Ishii Saburo. In addition to the monthly theoretical exams and the weekly practical classes, he is still required to participate. Even medical ninjas must possess a certain level of self-defense capability. He does not refuse this obligation. Although the practical lessons have long since lost their significance for him, upon his arrival today, he notices that more than half of the boys in his class bear bruised and battered faces. Just as he contemplates the cause, an ominous sensation suddenly washes over him from behind. His pupils constrict instinctively. An enemy? Impossible. This is the Ninja Academy. A formidable ninja. Suppressing the tremor within, he adjusts his glasses and strides steadily into the classroom. As he turns towards his seat, a glimpse of crimson hair catches his eye at the doorway. The Nine Tails. It seems that during his absence from school, Kushina has become the Jinchuriki. No wonder he felt a shiver run down his spine. He approaches Minato with a sidelong glance toward Yuantai. What happened? Kushina is the one who hit them, Minato replies, a look of indescribable exasperation on his face. What mischief have these rascals gotten into now? Awestruck, he ponders how foolish these kids are, not remembering the consequences of their actions. Is blood red pepper that easy to provoke? Not at all. Kushina just suddenly started hitting people, Minato adds, perplexed. Randomly. So volatile. Could it be the result of recently becoming the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Sighing, he turns to Yuantai. What have you done now? Yuantai, sporting a bruised visage, looks as if he might burst into tears. I didn't do anything, he protests. Unconvinced, he counters, nothing at all. And yet Kushina strikes you? After a long moment of contemplation, Yuantai hesitantly explains, I merely called her blood red pepper in my mind, and she turned around and hit me. I didn't cry. All right, you didn't cry? He replies, suppressing a laugh. As if I wouldn't know whether you cried or not. Just then, Darkness envelopes his vision as a figure looms before him. A chill runs through him, every hair on his body standing on end. With acute senses, it feels as though he has been cornered by a ferocious beast. Even without activating his enhanced perception, he can sense the vibrant, almost fiery vitality emanating from this presence. It seems you are not afraid of me? Kushina coldly glared at Minato. The big sister is formidable, Minato exclaimed, raising his arm in enthusiasm. Could you at least have some dignity? Minato's voice was laced with mockery. No need to flatter me. I won't hit you. Kushina scoffed, curling her lip in disdain. She then turned to Minato, her face revealing a strange expression, before silently returning to her seat. That was close. Minato patted his chest, his face reflecting lingering fear. Stop pretending. She wouldn't stand a chance against you. Minato rolled his eyes. What on earth is wrong with Kushina? He added, worry etched on his face. Are you already worried? She asked, not even your wife yet. Wait, aren't you a bit young to be flirting? Minato teased. Why don't you just confront her? Let her hit you to vent her frustrations. It might just resolve the issue, he suggested slyly. Get lost. I'm not foolish, Minato retorted, though he chuckled, dismissing the banter. He squinted as he assessed Kushina in the front row before glancing back at the few unfortunate kids who had been beaten up. Randomly hitting people? That seemed unlikely. Those who got beaten were the troublemakers in the class, consistently treating Kushina poorly. Could it be that the Ninetales senses malice? However, isn't that a bit too sensitive? Just because someone internally muttered a curse, they get pummeled? Lost in thought, he suddenly noticed Kushina whip her head around to stare at him. Minato quickly adjusted his glasses, pretending to be nonchalant as he looked away. Is it impossible to even make a sarcastic remark? This emotional perception is utterly ridiculous. Oh. The Uzumaki clan possesses a secret technique called the Heart of Kagura, which senses emotions. I wonder if Kushina has awakened it. Perhaps wanting to show off in front of her, this time, Minato emerged victorious in their combat training. Minato, come home early this afternoon. I'll come find you. Minato declared enthusiastically. Under the influence of the Life Number 1, he had improved to 6 seals per second. His swift hand seals allowed for rapid execution of techniques, significantly enhancing his prowess. Despite the absurd side effects, Minato remained undeterred. After finishing the morning training, Minato returned to the hospital, where he had taken up residence. Aside from practicing medicine, he mostly spent his time in the library on the first floor, still striving to achieve his goal of reading through all the books. In the evening, at the Yubina residence, shortly after returning home, a loud knocking erupted at the door. Upon opening it, Minato welcomed him in and habitually inquired, "Did you manage to shake off Kushina?" "Don't worry. She went to beat up Yuntai again," Minato chuckled. "What a pity. Yuntai is too stubborn. Can't he just pretend to relent a bit? At least it would minimize the beatings. Wait, now that Kushina has the ability to sense emotions, he really can't pretend." "Huh. Come on, Minato, let's have a match," Minato declared, his fighting spirit ignited. "All right," Minato responded with a resigned expression, having grown weary of these battle enthusiasts. He pressed his hands together in a familiar gesture. "Listen." Then he spotted a small figure standing outside his wall, balancing on a few large stones, preparing to climb over. Whoosh! Bang! Crash! Minato blinked in surprise as tears suddenly streamed down his face. Through the blurred vision, he saw the familiar chessboard. "No way. Here we go again." With a fierce determination, Wei Ming declared, "Witness the grand transformation of the heavenly demon, perish." To which Minato Namikaze retorted, "What kind of nonsense technique is this?" Half an hour later, Minato, feeling utterly disheartened, rose to his feet. Wei Ming, with a beaming smile, ushered Minato to the door, discreetly slipping a test tube into his pocket before he departed. This was his newly developed serum, Life Number 2. He had hoped to observe its effects firsthand, but alas. All was disrupted by Kushina. One could only wonder at her remarkable patience. She had concocted an elaborate game of Go for half an hour, while her opponent merely leaned against the wall, observing for just as long. Truly a mischievous child. Hastening back home, Minato retrieved the test tube, filled with a vibrant green liquid, adorned with a label stating, "Life Number 2, usage, dilute in water, take a bath." Could this be the new remedy for the entire body? Minato pondered. How much water should he use? He found himself momentarily at a loss. A look of resignation crossing his face. One could not fathom why Wei Ming was so fearful of Kushina. The moment she appeared, Wei Ming would immediately play the ostrich. Sighing, he decided to give it a try. Surely, it couldn't be problematic. He filled the tub, added the concoction, and watched as the warm water transformed into a light green hue. Minato settled into the tub, his head just above the surface. The sensation was akin to consuming a peppermint, a refreshing chill enveloping his entire being. Ah, this is delightful. Wei Ming had made improvements. Remarkably, there were no side effects. However, just as he was reveling in this joy, a wave of despair suddenly washed over him. Oh no, the side effects are even more pronounced. Outside Minato's home, Kushina stood conflicted at the doorstep. Ever since becoming the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, she had discovered her uncanny ability to sense the malice of others. It was almost too acute. If someone merely thought of her as a fiery chili pepper, she would feel the hostility. Consequently, her male classmates bore the brunt of this newfound sensitivity. Although it later turned out to be a misunderstanding, the damage was done. What could they possibly do to her now? This experience had also led her to recognize a few true friends. Mikoto remained as kind as ever, while Shauna consistently displayed her tsundere nature. What intrigued her most was the bookish Wei Ming, whose emotions seemed to intertwine amazement, sighs, and indifference, yet he outwardly appeared to be quite fearful of her. Clearly, he was a master of deception. The most surprising of all was Minato, the feeble boy she had relentlessly pursued, who exhibited genuine concern for her well-being. After defeating Yuan Tai, Kushina instinctively made her way to Wei Ming's home, having discerned a pattern. Whenever Minato triumphed over Shauna and claimed first place, he would invariably return to play Go with Wei Ming. She could not fathom what was so captivating about that collection of black and white stones. No matter how many times they played, Minato had never once emerged victorious. Observing him exit Wei Ming's abode, she contemplated directly asking him why he cared for her, yet hesitated to approach. Following her instinct, she trailed him home, standing at the threshold, torn between advancing and retreating. After much internal conflict, she raised her hand to knock on the door. Wow, Kushina thought, did I hear that correctly? She withdrew her hand and pressed her ear against the door. Wah! She exclaimed, this pathetic boy, crying over a game of Go. Bursting into laughter, Kushina felt her spirits lift and strode away with a spring in her step. Tears streamed down the face of Namikaze Minato as he surveyed the room, feeling a deep sorrow. How could anyone dare to laugh at such a mournful moment? The intensity of his grief surged, causing him to weep even more profoundly. In the Uchiha residence, Uchiha Jin sat solemnly at the head of the room. Within the confines of the Ninja Academy, apart from Mikoto, only Uzumaki Kushina could be considered a fleeting friend. A Jinchuriki, perhaps? Uchiha Jin's eyes flickered with contemplation. It would be wise for the Uchiha clan to maintain a distance from Jinchuriki. He shook his head, deciding it best not to interfere. There was also Minato, with whom he had been in a constant rivalry for the top spot. Perhaps friends of a sort, Uchiha Tenai continued. It likely was not him. Uchiha Jin possessed Minato's information. A commoner ninja, gifted, yet diligent in his training. His life revolved around the academy's training grounds and his home, making it improbable for him to intersect with Kushina. Then to whom did he bestow the illusion technique? Uchiha Jin pondered. After a moment's hesitation, Uchiha Tenai remarked, I believe I have seen a ninja cat, Yatsuba, somewhere else. Summoning technique? Uchiha Jin's eyes narrowed. Where? Classmate of Kushina, desk mate of Minato, and a newly recruited medical ninja at Konoha Hospital, Uehara Minami, Uchiha Tenai replied. You seem quite familiar with him? Uchiha Jin inquired, his brow furrowing. This individual was one he had never heard of before. How could he capture Tenai's attention? It's Fugaku, Uchiha Tenai said curiously. Fugaku has been keeping an eye on this person. Why? Uchiha Jin's curiosity deepened. Fugaku suspects that Uehara Minami is the one who killed the sand ninja spy with steel balls. Uchiha Tenai chuckled. A mere academy student? Uchiha Jin shook his head dismissively. Suddenly, his movements halted. It may not be entirely impossible. The elements of the ninja cat, steel balls, medical ninjas, Fugaku's suspicions, and Kushina's unusual training method, when pieced together. Uehara Minami became quite intriguing. What else is peculiar about him? Uchiha Jin's interest peaked. Nothing of note, Uchiha Tenai responded, a hint of confusion on his face. I've observed him closely. He is an ordinary academy student, with only a slight aptitude for medical arts. He is somewhat reclusive, with few friends his age, and only maintains a good relationship with Minato, often playing chess together. Is that so? Uchiha Jin remained noncommittal. Perhaps we should summon Kushina and inquire directly? Uchiha Tenai suggested. Yes, that sounds appropriate, Uchiha Jin replied. his expression revealing newfound interest. "Uncle," Kushina greeted coolly before settling wordlessly onto a cushion. "Kushina, I hear you have been training diligently of late," Uchiha Jin said kindly. "You must remember to balance work and rest. Do not sacrifice future potential for short-term gains." His tone was earnest. Kushina's talent was already considerable, and with her intense training, her strength was advancing rapidly. Once she matures, she will undoubtedly become a pillar of the Uchiha clan. "Indeed," Kushina replied curtly. Uchiha Jin sighed, recognizing that his words seemed to have fallen on deaf ears. "I hear you have been studying illusion scrolls recently?" He ventured cautiously. It was precisely due to Shauna's fleeting glance at the A-rank illusion that it piqued his interest. Upon a brief investigation, he discovered that Shauna had not only borrowed illusions, but also possessed sealing techniques. Furthermore, she had previously exchanged items such as chakra metal from the family repository. These items seemed to be of no immediate use to Shauna, hence his curiosity was ignited. Shauna's eyes darted sideways, casting a glance at Uchiha Tiani. What was she about to inquire? With her large eyes, she gazed indifferently at Uchiha Xiandao. Coughing lightly, he noted how extraordinarily cold and straightforward the young lady was. Without waiting for any questions, Shauna declared that she had sent the items away. Their eyes met, and an expression of mutual understanding emerged. Unfazed by their silent exchange, Shauna swiftly formed hand seals. Initially, the two were bewildered, but in the next instant, their pupils involuntarily contracted. 6 seals in a second? Uchiha Tiani's face was a mask of disbelief. Typically, even seasoned jonin would struggle to achieve such speed. Yet Shauna was merely a third-year student at the Ninja Academy. You utilized illusion techniques to acquire such an ability? Uchiha Xian was equally astonished. He observed Shauna's hands, delicate, smooth, devoid of scars or calluses, entirely unlike those of someone subjected to rigorous training. Could it be that Yuhua Wuming had developed a certain elixir? A sudden thought struck Uchiha Xian, prompting him to speak up. "Is there something else?" Shauna retorted, but it bore an implicit acceptance. To concoct a potion that accelerates hand seal formation would denote exceptional talent in medical ninjutsu. Did he truly possess such prowess? Uchiha Tiani was perplexed. He had been surveilling Yuhua Wuming for several days, and the latter had exhibited nothing out of the ordinary. Shauna cast a sidelong glance at Tiani, her eyes slightly rolling, revealing a hint of disdain. "If you were able to uncover it, that would be remarkable. With Wuming's peculiar penchant for concealment, you wouldn't have detected anything, no matter how long you observed." Noticing Shauna's expression, Uchiha Xian's smile broadened. "There's no need to overexert yourself in training. Do remember to rest." Shauna nodded in acknowledgement and stood to leave directly. "Is there truly something amiss with Yuhua Wuming?" Uchiha Tiani questioned, still in doubt, while he looked at Uchiha Xian with conviction. "I have monitored him for a week, and there has been nothing unusual. Nothing unusual is, in fact, the greatest anomaly." Uchiha Xian chuckled. From Shauna's confirmation, he was certain that Wuming had developed some method to enhance seal speed. Tiani's surveillance yielded no results, suggesting that Wuming had indeed detected the following presence. "He discovered my tracking?" Uchiha Tiani was incredulous. After all, he was a jonin. It is not impossible. The existence of genius often eludes comprehension, Uchiha Xian remarked with a smile. Tiani hesitated, uncertain whether it was prudent to allow Shauna to maintain contact with Wuming. "Let us act as if nothing has transpired." Uchiha Xian remained unfazed. Cultivating relationships with geniuses would benefit the Uchiha clan greatly. Forming friendships would be even more advantageous. Shauna's talent and diligence were exemplary, and her thirst for strength was unparalleled. Perhaps one day, she would awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, rekindling the brilliance of that individual. In order to unlock the kaleidoscope, one must possess a close friend. The act of slaying a friend, with its heart-wrenching emotional agony, serves as a shortcut to advancing the kaleidoscope. At that moment, Shauna had discovered the key. "Uchiha Jin," he said with a mysterious smile, "when the time comes, I would not hesitate to take matters into my own hands for the glory of my clan. As for illusions and chakra-infused metals, they could be regarded as a form of advance payment. After all, every gift comes with a price tag." Unbeknownst to Wuming, he had been designated as the sacrificial key, all the while reveling in his own concealed success. In truth, without moments of enlightenment, he would merely be an ordinary individual. The Uchiha clan, having thrived since the Warring States period, possesses an immeasurable depth. Once they spring into action, even Wuming's most well-concealed secrets can be unraveled. At this moment, he was engaged in a state of enlightenment, employing a novel investigative technique to observe the little divine tree. He dared not utilize life number 1, for its side effects could be utterly disastrous. The thought of suffering a debilitating reaction, such as uncontrollable burping or flatulence, was mortifying. For the sake of dried fish, Yatsuba had taken up residence at his home, and if one cat learned of it, it would be akin to an entire congregation of cats being informed. What if one day he ventured into the realm of the ninja cats, only to be confronted by a throng of them, inquiring, "I hear you excel at flatulence." The mere image was amusing. Ah, natural energy. Wu Ming tapped his temples thrice and seized his moment of enlightenment. He too wished to absorb natural energy, but alas, he lacked the requisite ability. The little divine tree, with its unique origins, ingests natural energy as effortlessly as one consumes food and drink. Yet, that was an ability inscribed in the very genes of the little divine tree, akin to how fish breathe underwater and birds soar through the skies. Wu Ming was incapable of absorbing natural energy. He possessed no such organ. The Juga clan seemed to possess such an organ. This led him to ponder about Orochimaru. The cursed seal he developed is essentially a synthetic organ for processing natural energy, seemingly derived from the Juga clan. However, their abilities were not without flaws. The energy they absorbed was difficult to digest, often leading to madness. The sage mode of the 3 great holy lands is also not a perfect means of harnessing natural energy. They require chakra as a medium, serving as a buffer. In truth, I could utilize the little divine tree as a buffer. This brings us back to life number 1. Curse side effects. On a day of rest at the Yuhara residence, Shana appeared amidst a swirl of white smoke, immediately stating, "Konoha's Minato has utilized life number 2, hasn't he? Did you feel it?" In this week's practical lesson, the two of us were evenly matched. Shana exerted considerable effort just to narrowly win a single exchange. His strength and speed had improved to varying degrees, and his reaction time was swifter. Shana pondered, "What are the side effects?" He asked, slightly apprehensive. "What side effects? How could there possibly be any side effects?" Wu Ming shot Shana a discontented glare. Sighing in relief, Shana maintained a stoic expression and extended his hand, handed over. Wu Ming passed a small wooden box he had prepared to Shana. Upon opening the lid, he discovered 5 test tubes filled with a rich green concentrate of life no. 2 nestled among cotton. "You didn't deliberately lose to Minato last time, did you?" Wu Ming questioned, his expression one of skepticism. "Did you have Minato come early to test the medicine?" Enough with the chatter. In a moment, with a cold rebuke, she grasped the wooden box and then seated herself at the small wooden table, awaiting the recovery of Shirya. "I truly did not expect such a side of you, Shana," said Wei Ming, a hint of surprise in his voice. "Has the sun risen from the west? Why have you ceased to spar with me?" Observing Shana's unmoving demeanor, Wei Ming found it peculiar. Shana, not one to be foolish, had fought so many times without a glimpse of victory. She would not willingly subject herself to further torment. "Is this usable for Shirya?" Shana inquired, raising the wooden box and pointing at the black cat, Shirya. Wei Ming's eyes brightened. It was indeed a possibility. Shirya's chakra is insufficient. Utilizing the life potion number 2 could enhance Shirya's physical prowess, potentially increasing its chakra reserves, allowing for a more effortless execution of reverse summoning techniques. "It is worth a try," he mused with a mischievous glint in his eye, contemplating the amusing prospect of Shirya suffering side effects, which he could then exploit for himself. After all, if embarrassment were to ensue, they would share it equally. It would merely be a matter of mutual exposure. "I refuse. I do not wish to go mad." Suddenly, Shirya, who had been languishing in its cat nest, sprang to life, fur bristling, letting out a deafening howl before darting up the wall, vanishing from sight. "No side effects, really?" Shana held the wooden box, skepticism written on her face. "Of course not. Even Minato has used it. How could you slander me so?" Wei Ming retorted, exasperated. "I have had moments of enlightenment. Such flaws cannot exist. Besides, Minato never mentioned any adverse effects. If there were any, would he not inform me?" The probability leaned towards the affirmative, but, Shana. Suddenly, a cloud of white smoke erupted. The little girl, Shana, vanished. A look of bewilderment etched upon her features. Wei Ming's smile froze in place, his expression one of utter dismay. A disaster had unfolded. That very night, the quiet Uchiha residence was suddenly filled with raucous laughter, igniting a chaotic flurry of activity, even startling several pairs of Sharingan eyes. It was quite unexpected. In that same room, Uchiha Jin and Uchiha Tianni exchanged glances. "Is it confirmed?" It is Shauna, Uchiha Jin asked, concern etched on his brow. Has the pressure become too much? He had long cautioned about the importance of balance, and now it seemed she was on the brink of madness. Please hand over your responsibilities in the security department and return to teach Fugaku and Shauna fire release techniques. Uchiha Jin sighed, feeling helpless. We are Uchiha. We cannot solely focus on physical techniques. Very well, Uchiha Tiani replied, equally resigned. This young girl is exceedingly ambitious. Uchiha Jin felt a headache coming on. In the hospital, the Ninja Academy, and at home, Wei Ming traversed between these three locations, living a life akin to an ordinary villager of Konoha, serene and stable. Naturally, this included the laughter and tears of Shauna and Minato, along with the raucous cries of the black cat, Shirya. The matter of the Life Series potions remained a mystery. No matter how he adjusted the concentration, the confounded side effects persisted, leaving him hesitant to utilize the Life Series concoctions. Fortunately, he was not entirely without direction. Medical advancements, enriched knowledge, the transformation of Yang release, and the mysteries of the little divine tree had all contributed to Wei Ming's profound accumulation of skill. His breathing technique has finally taken a progressive turn. Once the side effects of the Life Series elixirs are resolved, I will promptly produce version 20. The long-awaited gathering by the banks of the Konoha River has commenced once more, yet the atmosphere feels somewhat off. Unmaku is diligently grilling meat, while Dingzu silently devours it in large bites. The others remain uncommunicative, creating an eerily strange ambience. Observing the expressions of Inoshikicho, it seems their spirits are rather low. Unmaku, this might be the last time we enjoy your grilled meat. Lugio eventually breaks the silence, offering a wry smile. What has happened? Unmaku inquires, concern etched on his face. Is something significant about to transpire in Konoha? The Inoshikicho trio is affected. Next week, we must head to the battlefield, Hachi grimly states, biting into a piece of grilled meat with a sorrowful countenance. Next week? But we still have a month until graduation. Can't we wait? Unmaku's expression darkens. His days are consumed in the tranquility of Konoha Hospital, nearly forgetting that this is the world of the Hokage. The words of the three awaken him. He has never strayed far from the brutal realities of war. Indeed, the front line is fierce. Our class will graduate next week and head to battle, Lugio concedes with a shake of his head. Unmaku falls into silence. All three are merely 10 years old, and he himself is only 9. At such a tender age, they are to be sent to the battlefield. What a cruel world this is. He cannot utter comforting words. He can only employ all his culinary skills to make this meal exceptionally delicious. As they prepare to part ways, Dingzu pats his stomach contentedly. With greasy hands, he claps Unmaku on the shoulder, saying, "Don't worry about us. We have been preparing for this moment. It's just a bit sudden." Unmaku gazes at Dingzu with a mix of admiration and melancholy. This carefree fellow has surprisingly become the most composed among them. I heard you've become a medical ninja. Work hard. Perhaps we'll rely on you to save our lives one day. Dingzu chuckles before shouldering the barbecue grill and striding away. Watching their retreating figures, a wave of bittersweet sadness washes over Unmaku. According to the original timeline, the trio should come to no harm. Yet, in this world, every moment brims with countless possibilities. No one can guarantee their survival on the battlefield. His connection with the Inoshikicho trio has been confined to barbecues and shared meals. However, after spending 3 years together, the impending separation, with life and death uncertain, stirs a profound sorrow within him. Do your best. Perhaps one day my medical ninjutsu will indeed save their lives, Unmaku muses, tinged with self-deprecation. Compared to these children heading to war, he, with the psyche of an adult, feels like a timid turtle. Yet, the thought of fighting for Konoha is utterly unappealing to him. He merely desires to live a simple life, aiding his friends to the best of his ability. That is sufficient. Fortunately, as a medical ninja, he need not risk his life directly. He can save others instead, a satisfaction to his conscience and a means of preserving his own life. He never anticipated the war would escalate so quickly, with a month hardly sufficient to prepare. Thankfully, being in the 3rd year exempts him from forced conscription. He reflects with relief. Upon returning home to the Yohana residence, Unmaku finds Shauna seated coldly at the corridor's edge, while in the nearby cat nest. Yatsuba is soundly asleep. Here comes the conclusion. It seems the life number 2 has been exhausted. What is the effect? Asked Wuming, who had not visited his home for an entire month and was unaware of the life number 2's efficacy. Recently, bluffing Shuemin had been avoiding him. Wu-Ming had been preoccupied with cataloging books in the hospital library and had not had the chance to inquire. "You will know once we spar," Shauna replied nonchalantly. "Oh, feeling a surge in strength and eager to reclaim your honor? Come, let me witness the results," Wu-Ming declared boldly as he strode into the training ground. With a swift motion, Wu-Ming raised his hand to shield his nose, startled by the sudden surge in speed and strength, at least a 20% increase. And this was merely after a month. His anticipation for the life number 2 grew exponentially. He adeptly countered and defended against the wind-like assaults. 20 minutes later, Shauna's assault began to slow, and Wu-Ming realized she had reached her limits. He needed to accelerate his breathing technique to the 20th level. The allure of the Life series was tantalizing. Contemplating his strategy, he positioned his right hand, with his middle and index fingers extended, to pierce through Shauna's attack trajectory and aimed for her forehead, ready to unleash his thunder finger to conclude the duel. Upon raising his gaze, he was met with a pair of crimson orbs, Sharingan. Bang! It felt as though his head had been struck with a hammer. Jinjutsu. A smirk of triumph appeared on Shauna's otherwise impassive face as she disregarded Wu-Ming's fingers and delivered a powerful blow to his nose. For this moment, she had endured a month of hardship, laughing maniacally in the dead of night. Rumors circulated within her clan that she had gone mad from her training. How could she face anyone after this? All of it was this guy's fault. Die, she thought, her fist mere inches from his nose, feeling the warmth of his breath. Buzz. A tingling sensation surged throughout her body as her fist could advance no further. "Ah, can't you let me land a hit?" Wu-Ming remarked with an amused smile. Observing Shauna's furious expression. "Waiting for me, are you?" Stealthily awakening the Sharingan and secretly binding yourself with Jinjutsu. "How much do you wish to pummel yourself? Alas, you simply cannot strike me. Fortunately, I possess the brain-sealing technique. As long as it is not on the level of Tsukuyami, the Sharingan cannot do anything to me." On the wooden corridor, Wu-Ming prepared a splendid feast to reward the little girl. He was eager to understand how she awakened her Sharingan. Could life know? To possibly stimulate her bloodline? Although the little divine tree was related to the sacred tree, this seemed rather extraordinary. "I don't know," Shauna replied casually. Quickly consuming her sticky pigskin, Wu-Ming moved the braised elbow closer to himself. "I don't understand what that means." Shauna's large, cold eyes fixed on him. "Fine. If you don't know, then you don't know." Wu-Ming obediently returned the dish to its place. This was a significant benefactor. He could not afford to offend her. Rumor had it that Shauna had driven herself to madness in her training. Upon hearing this, she had awakened her Sharingan that very night, laughing uproariously. Yotsuba had closely observed the entire process of Shauna's awakening, unhesitatingly betraying her master. Wu-Ming pondered the absurdity of her midnight laughter, especially considering that the entire clan was now aware of it. Isn't that akin to social demise? After all that commotion, was it truly your Sharingan that was awakened by social death? Ha ha ha. Unming, quickly take a sip of water, lest you burst into laughter. In a moment of decisiveness, Shauna delivered a playful slap to Yotsuba's rear. Yotsuba, with a huff, turned away to continue her chatter about dried fish. Unming struggled to contain his laughter, increasingly delighted by the sight of this little girl. It is often said that the Sharingan is a malevolent eye, requiring negative emotional stimuli to awaken. Yet, in your case, social embarrassment unlocked it instead, which is rather amusing. Is this not a tad disrespectful to your ancestors who attained enlightenment through the art of killing? Haha. On this new day, Unming cheerfully arrived at the Konoha hospital. Last night, he had another session of enlightenment. He had a preliminary plan for the breath technique 20. He intended to develop a special version of life number 3 for himself. Unming believed that the significant side effects of the life series were due to its high concentration. By lowering the concentration, the similar negative pressure effect would be unattainable, making it impossible for an average person to absorb the medicinal potency. However, with the breath technique, he could enhance the absorption rate, thereby reducing the concentration of the life series and avoiding side effects. Social demise was something that must be avoided at all costs. At most, one could merely enjoy the spectacle of others experiencing it. Reflecting on the remarkable effects of the life series filled Unming with elation. Though his good mood did not last long. Upon arriving at the hospital, he was summoned into the office by Tamura Ogawa. "Tamura-senpai, has something occurred?" Unming inquired. Noticing the serious expression on Tamura Ogawa's face, which filled him with a sense of foreboding. "Unming, the sand ninjas are attacking with excessive force. Their poison has caused us significant trouble. Lady Tsunade is overwhelmed and has decided to rally a group of medical ninjas to the front lines, Tamura Ogawa stated. His brow furrowed in concern. No way. Are we on the list for this summons? We are to head to the front lines with other ninjas next Monday, Unming exclaimed. Bewildered, Tamura Ogawa gave Unming's shoulder a resigned pat. Prepare yourself early. With a sigh, he added, do not hesitate to spend on necessary supplies. Acquire as much equipment as you can. Resources in the village are scarce, and as medical ninjas, we are primarily tasked with healing, leaving us with limited offensive gear. It is prudent to equip yourself well. It will afford you greater safety on the battlefield. Understood, Unming replied, his expression darkening. He had always envisioned a safe role as a medical ninja, yet he had not anticipated the intense demand for medical resources in times of war. After all, he was merely a third-year student. Consider yourself graduated early. Shortly, you will be registered as a Konoha Genin, and your status will improve significantly. Tamura Ogawa said with a bittersweet smile. If there were an alternative, he too would prefer to avoid the battlefield. The dangers of war were profound, especially when facing the sand ninjas, who were adept at utilizing poison. A single misstep could lead to these healers becoming casualties themselves. Upon exiting the office, Unming felt somewhat disoriented throughout the morning. Just yesterday, he was worried about Inuzuka, Shika, and Choji, and now it was his turn. In the afternoon, he visited the Hokage building, where he registered as a genin alongside a group of peers, all fourth-year students from the Ninja Academy, their faces alight with excitement. He possessed no inkling of the battlefield that lay ahead. Yuhuan's gaze was resolutely fixed upon the 4 scrolls before him. These were the last remnants of his parents. The Yuhuan couple, now a genin, he had officially joined the ranks of war, and the village had entrusted him with their belongings. Both were chunin. Having perished on the battlefield, their demise abrupt, with not even a final word left behind. To the present Yuhuan, they were merely 2 names inscribed on a memorial stone. He had not anticipated that he would receive their legacy in this manner. Perhaps he would buy a bouquet of flowers to honor them tomorrow, he sighed. This was not solely to commemorate the Yuhuan couple, but also to pay tribute to the original owner, who had long since departed. Among the 4 scrolls, one contained a sealing technique that encapsulated various possessions, including wealth, ninja tools, explosive tags, and forehead protectors. The remaining 3 scrolls documented 3 ninjutsu techniques: the Earth Release, Heart Decapitation Technique, Earth Release, Earth Flow Rampart, and Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Technique. The Yuhuan couple were adept in Earth and Fire Release, and it was likely that his innate chakra nature also leaned towards these elements, Yuhuan speculated. If only Wind Release were included, he could directly learn the art of spiraling sphere. It was most efficient to prioritize learning techniques that aligned with one's natural affinity. He would focus on these 3 ninjutsu first and consider others thereafter. As he picked up the scrolls and glanced at them, he found himself unable to absorb their contents. Over the past 3 years, Yuhuan had adhered to a disciplined routine, diligently enhancing his strength to avoid becoming mere cannon fodder. Yet, after much contemplation, he was to face the battlefield ahead of schedule. Even with ninjutsu laid out before him, he found himself devoid of the motivation to study. He set aside the scrolls and indulged in a relaxing bath, allowing himself to waste a moment of enlightenment for the first time. Without a care in the world, he nestled into the soft embrace of his bedding and fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, he intended to indulge in a leisurely sleep-in. However, 3 years of regimented living had conditioned Yuhuan to awaken promptly. His body felt pleasantly languid, and his mind was clear and vigorous. Was this the state of being without lingering fatigue? Previously, he had been ensnared in a perpetual haze of drowsiness. Today marked the first time he felt so revitalized. With his impending journey to the battlefield and the hospital affairs settled, there was no urgency to rush to work. It had been a while since he had attended the Ninja Academy. Fishing? He had little interest. He had grown accustomed to fishing and barbecuing with his companions, Inuzuka and Akimichi. Thus, he lay in bed, allowing time to drift by until his stomach growled, rousing him shortly after 10. He savored seaweed rice balls, fried eggs, ham, and a vegetable salad at a leisurely pace. He could not afford to succumb to despair. The reality of heading to war was set in stone. Preparations needed to be made promptly. The first order of business was to concoct an ample supply of inducement agents. Yuhuan gazed at the small divine tree that overshadowed half the courtyard. Without restraint, the tree would grow uncontrollably. This task could only be entrusted to Yatsuba. The Nico clan had numerous members in Konoha. By preparing the inducement agents in advance, he could enlist the Nico clan's assistance in applying them. At worst, they could help him create a batch of explosive tags for free. He had forged a contract with the Nico clan, yet apart from Yotsuba, he had yet to encounter any other ninja cats. Their relationship could be deemed a secure and stable collaboration, which Yuhuin found quite agreeable, simple, and comfortable. He gathered shuriken, explosive tags, a personal first aid kit, and essential supplies for daily living, along with life potions, his own life number 3, and Watergate and Shauna's life number 2. He possessed a small divine tree and the Shumi seal, enabling him to carry a multitude of items. As he embarked for the battlefield, the duration of his absence remained uncertain. Thus, Wuming resolved to exhaust his resources, bringing along as many supplies as possible. Indeed, tasks seemed perpetually unending. With a bitter smile, he rubbed his face. Donning his black-framed glasses to obscure the brilliance in his eyes, he rose and commenced his busy preparations. Taking up a money pouch, he stepped outside his home, purchasing 2 bouquets of fresh flowers, and followed the path etched in his memory to the cemetery. Placing the flowers before the gravestone of the Yushin couple, Wuming's demeanor turned somber. This marked his first visit in 3 years. For his predecessor, perhaps departing this world prematurely was a blessing, sparing him the horrors of war. Yet, as a time traveler, he lacked the standing to voice such sentiments. For him, all that remained was to live earnestly in his current identity. He tended to the weeds surrounding the grave, arranged the flowers as offerings, and bowed respectfully before turning to leave. Just before exiting the cemetery, Wuming noticed a vaguely familiar figure. With flowing black hair, pale skin, and striking purple eyeshadow. The mesmerizing golden snake-like pupils of Orochimaru pierced through the air. The mad scientist of the ninja world, indifferent to life, cold-blooded, and relentlessly pursuing immortality. With both parents deceased and his disciple perishing before him, the fragility of life sparked a certain thought within Orochimaru. Perhaps this was the beginning of his descent into a path of no return. As if sensing a gaze upon him, Orochimaru turned his head. Their eyes met. Wuming's calm demeanor concealed behind his glasses. Wuming slightly bowed his head in respect, and then turned to depart. Such prominent figures were of no concern to him. He merely wished to fulfill his role as a medical ninja. Orochimaru swiftly masked his complex emotions, noting the figure departing. Has silent movement become second nature? In that gaze, he recognized me. Orochimaru pondered for a moment, yet could recall no impression. He cast a glance at the gravestone adorned with flowers in the distance. To maintain such a serene gaze in this place was truly intriguing. From that day onward, Wuming secluded himself at home, tirelessly crafting explosive tags day and night. He compiled a shopping list, entrusting all his funds to Yotsuba, imploring the Nico clan to procure supplies on his behalf. Having never experienced war, a faint fear lingered within Wuming, compelling him to keep himself occupied, until a knock echoed at his front door. Konoha? Is it the weekend? Wuming wondered, perplexed. I am aware. Konoha's expression was grave. Today, there was a practical training session at the Ninja Academy, and Wuming's sudden absence prompted Konoha to inquire with Ishii Saburo. Learning of Wuming's impending journey to the battlefield. There is nothing to worry about. I am a medical ninja, not required on the front lines. It's quite safe. Wuming reassured with a smile, acknowledging that concern was futile. Come in. As Wuming opened the door, he found 2 others following closely behind. It was his classmates from the Uzumaki and Uchiha clans. Wuming regarded them with confusion. He could only categorize them as mere classmates. A relationship less significant than that with his lifelong rival, the chubby Yuan Tai. Moreover, one of them carried a bag, and they bore gifts. Hurry in. Since you're here, it would be impolite to send you away. He directed them to sit in the corridor and prepared some juice and snacks. Just as he was about to take a seat, another knock resounded at the door. Is that Shauna? Who might this be? Unmoving, he endeavored to mask his facial expressions, feigning confusion as he inquired. Those distinct nasolabial folds and the attire resembling a folding fan could only belong to the father of Erjuzi. There was no intersection between himself and this individual whatsoever. As always, he entered with a taciturn demeanor, as if returning home, simply pushing the door open and stepping inside. Uchiha Fugaku, on the other hand, followed with a beaming smile. I too shall venture to the battlefield. I have heard that classmate Hanyu is also heading to the front lines. I hope to intrude upon your time to make his acquaintance in advance. Should any injuries arise, I would like to rely on you, Mikoto. Uchiha Fugaku jested. You are too kind, senior. Please, do come in, Mikoto invited, leading him into the corridor. A few individuals had already gathered beneath the wooden corridor, engaged in conversation. Well then, at this hour, a meal is certainly in order. Mikoto encouraged them to continue chatting while he retreated to the kitchen. He did not rush to prepare the food. Rather, he clasped his hands together. Listen, centered within, he perceived all individuals within a radius of 100 meters. Indeed, it was impossible that no one was watching Kushina. 50 meters from his doorstep, 2 ninjas lay in concealment, observing. Furthermore, one even brazenly concealed himself within the canopy of a small divine tree, employing a unique hidden technique. Whatever. I shall be on the battlefield in 2 days. I have no time for your trivial matters. Mikoto withdrew his listening ability, dismissing all thoughts. Selecting 10 recipes of enlightenment to craft a sumptuous dinner, harmonizing meats and vegetables. The 6 of them gathered beneath the wooden corridor, indulging in food and drink. Mikoto, this is a gift for you. Midway through the meal, Minato produced a notebook from his pocket and handed it to Mikoto. This contains the complete records of the methods we researched together. I have nothing else to offer. Minato scratched his head, appearing somewhat bashful. Mikoto opened it and glanced inside, his eyes lighting up. Not only did it contain amplification techniques, but also a plethora of ingenious ideas. No wonder he was later able to develop the Rasengan. No, Minato. I am quite satisfied with this book. It will be very useful to me. Mikoto accepted it with utmost seriousness. Minato sighed in relief, revealing a joyful smile. Well then, Mikoto, I too have brought you a gift. Suddenly, Uchiha Fugaku beside him produced a tote bag. I heard that you enjoy using steel balls for weight training. So I specially commissioned a craftsman to forge a batch. The materials are unique, resistant to rust, and possess a hard texture that can withstand significant impact. Please use them with confidence. Mikoto pondered whether to accept or decline. Was this a subtle hint? He narrowed his eyes at Uchiha Fugaku, who wore a knowing smile. Glancing momentarily at Yatsuba, who was struggling with a small fish, and then shifting his gaze to the expressionless Shana. Ninja Cat? Shana? Goodness, I should have anticipated this. The Uchiha clan had formed a close alliance with the Ninja Cat clan. His covert communications with Shana had undoubtedly been discovered by the Uchiha family. However, it appeared that the Uchiha did not wish to interfere at this juncture. As for the matter of the Sand Ninja spy, it could only be regarded as Fugaku's conjecture. Mikoto managed to clarify his thoughts and readily accepted the steel balls. He was heading to the battlefield soon. Such matters were of little concern. Recently, the thunderous upgrades had rendered ordinary steel balls insufficient to endure the violent pressure. It is easy to shatter, which affects its lethality. This batch of high-quality steel balls may very well save his life. The expression on Fuyue's face grew increasingly joyful. He indeed lacked evidence, yet observing Wei Ming's demeanor, he was convinced that his suspicions were not unfounded. The mission that had weighed on his heart for nearly 2 years could finally reach a conclusion. It was my turn. My moment. This is my gift. Kushina hurriedly retrieved a large tote bag from behind her. I heard you enjoy chess, so I brought you a chessboard in pieces. Wei Ming replied. Heard? Surely you must have seen it with your own eyes. There's probably even some of your hair left on that wall behind you. However, I don't actually know how to play chess. I was merely humorously concocting that back then. Wei Ming cast a peculiar glance at Minato beside him, who responded with an equally bewildered expression. In light of this chessboard, you should be a bit lenient with Minato in future games. He already has a somewhat delicate disposition. If you make him cry from losing, he might truly become a bit effeminate. Kushina exclaimed with a mouthful of braised meat. Wei Ming remarked, isn't this a rather substantial piece of information? Making him cry? He turned to the utterly perplexed Minato. Could it be that the side effects of life too had allowed Kushina to perceive something? Smash. Your cup is of rather poor quality. Shana flicked the wood shavings from her hand and tossed the recently shattered cup into the trash. Wei Ming almost forgot that he had fervently assured Shana that life too had absolutely no side effects. Yet, Shana had laughed maniacally at midnight, leading to an embarrassing social demise. Having used life number 2 himself, Shana instantly understood the reason behind Minato's tears. It brought back memories of that initial scene. Oh dear, oh dear. Sensing the subtle shift in atmosphere, Mikoto Uchiha smiled softly. Wei Ming-kun, I have a ninja tool pouch for you. I hope it will prove useful. It was timely. Wei Ming gratefully accepted it, his face brimming with emotion. The one he had been using was a faded second-hand ninja tool pouch. Initially, he had been genuinely impoverished, but later, It became a facade of poverty when he could produce explosive tags. Mikoto Uchiha truly had a meticulous mind, noticing the worn state of Wei Ming's ninja tool bag. A thoughtful person indeed. This is for you. Coming back to her senses, Shauna tossed Wei Ming a scroll. What is this? He asked curiously. It's the shadow clone technique. Fuyue replied with a smile. This is the ninjutsu I recommended. It can substitute the original for reconnaissance and testing traps, making it exceedingly practical. Wei Ming's eyes brightened. It was simply too useful. With the original staying back, sending the shadow clones into battle would significantly enhance his sense of security. Wei Ming gazed at Shauna with deep appreciation. The young lady truly understands my heart. In the early morning, Wei Ming stood before a full-length mirror. He wore specially crafted blue-gray ninja shoes, black-fitted athletic pants, with white bandages wrapped around his calves. His upper body was clad in a black long-sleeve sweatshirt, topped with a standard green Leaf Village vest, and a ninja tool pouch secured at his waist. A Leaf Village headband adorned his forehead, his hands encased in gloves, while two gray custom wrist guards protected his wrists. Dressed in the quintessential attire of a Konoha genin, he would blend seamlessly into a crowd, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Wei Ming took a deep breath. Donning his black-rimmed glasses. Yatsuba, I entrust the household to you. I gently patted Yatsuba, who had her hands resting on the table. I have left ample dried fish and fish balls in the refrigerator for you. Remember to consume the fish balls first, as they have a shorter shelf life. How tedious. Yatsuba twitched her ears, displaying evident impatience. I am leaving now. Grabbing my grass-green backpack, I strode out of the room. At the doorway, I glanced back at the towering tree, a faint smile gracing my lips as I locked the door behind me. Upon arriving at the gates of Konoha, I found nearly 100 people gathered. Spotting Takamura Daiga, I nodded in acknowledgement and quietly joined the line. Soon, the personnel were assembled, and the third Hokage commenced the ceremonial proceedings with an impassioned speech. I remained hidden among the crowd, my head bowed in silence. I could recite the God of Shinobi and the Will of Fire by heart, yet the third's words elicited no reaction from me. After all, it was merely empty rhetoric. The combat ninjas, light and agile, swiftly departed, while I, along with the medical ninjas and logistical support, trudged along with our heavy supplies. Leading us was my direct superior, Iga Chizwa. Before stepping out, I glanced back and spotted Shauna and Minato among the crowd bidding farewell. I smiled gently, waved my hand, took a deep breath, and stepped beyond the gates. Once I was away from Konoha, an inexplicable tension enveloped me. It felt as though hidden eyes were watching, anticipating an ambush at any moment. I glanced around, and when I thought no one was paying attention, I clasped my hands together. Listen closely. A hum resonated as everything within a 120-meter radius was vividly etched in my mind. Ah, how reassuring. With my heightened senses, I no longer feared a sudden attack. Little Minato, are you frightened? Rather than beseeching the divine for protection, why not prepare a grand feast for us, so that your brothers may safeguard you? A teasing voice chimed in beside me. I turned in feigned surprise to find the familiar trio of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi. Just last week, I had been fretting over their early departure to the battlefield, and now here I was, on the verge of joining them. Brother Hayashi, is it truly you? I exclaimed with a facade of delight. The moment I activated my heightened senses, I noticed the three of them stealthily approaching from behind. Haha, Minato. Did you know? The moment we left the gates of Konoha, I thought of you. I never expected to see you so soon. What a twist of fate. Choji laughed heartily while clapping me on the shoulder. I see you were longing for my grilled meat. I rolled my eyes. Choji only grinned wider, his smile unwavering. Encountering friends at such a time is indeed a source of comfort. Once we reach our destination, come find me for whatever you wish to eat. I mysteriously remarked. I have brought along spices, tools, and ingredients. Really? Choji exclaimed with delight. I chuckled. I had exhausted my resources in preparation, and food was of utmost importance. After exchanging a few brief words, the trio of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi moved toward the periphery, as they were among the ninjas tasked with safeguarding the supply convoy. Watching their retreating figures, I quickened my pace to keep up with the main group, yet my smile gradually faded. The auditory perception of the world requires refinement. The method of activation through clasped hands remains unduly conspicuous. He possesses a clear direction, yet is merely a few moments of enlightenment away. It is imperative to develop the new auditory perception before reaching the battlefield. In times of perilous conflict, foresight is essential to evade danger. The natural energies in the world of shinobi are vibrant. The average physique is inherently robust. Due to their chakra, ninjas possess a physicality that far exceeds that of ordinary individuals. A group of 50 to 60, burdened with heavy supplies and scrolls, can still maintain an average marching speed exceeding 20 miles per hour. After a brief respite at noon, they continue their journey in the afternoon, only to find a suitable place to camp by evening. They traverse nearly 100 kilometers in a single day. With such speed and stamina, one could engage in far more than mere violence. Yet, their existence seems consumed by conflict. The training ninjas undergo is comprehensive, encompassing wilderness survival and camping techniques. In an open area, numerous bonfires quickly ignite. The group gathers around the flames, engaging in hushed conversation while slowly savoring the simple rice balls distributed to them. These rice balls, collectively prepared by the Hidden Leaf Village, lack in flavor. However, they contain shredded meat, peanuts, fats, essential vitamins, and are remarkably high in calories, enough to satiate hunger, making them ideal for sustenance on the march. As they dine, an enticing aroma of grilled meat wafts through the air. Upon glancing up, they observe a cluster of figures huddled around a bonfire at the edge of the camp, akin to squirrels, delighting in their grilled delicacies, steam rising enticingly. Is this truly fair? Everyone is gearing up for battle, consuming heavily salted and oily rice balls, while they indulge in succulent grilled meat. The rice balls suddenly lose their appeal. Tingchuan Taiha, feeling exasperated, approaches the bonfire. We are on our way to battle. Why are you indulging in grilled meat? Here. This is for you, along with some for the IGA Jonin. Please deliver it. Wu Ming chuckles, handing Tingchuan Taiha an oiled paper package. I didn't bring much, so please don't be offended, Wu Ming says, scratching his head shyly. Nearby, 3 individuals from the Yu Lu family cast envious glances at this chunin, their mouths busy devouring grilled meat, fearful of losing their prize. After tasting Wu Ming's grilled meat, the rice balls are indeed difficult to swallow. Very well. Let this be a one-time exception, Tingchuan Taiha remarks, strolling leisurely away with the grilled meat. By another bonfire, IGA Chizong observes Tingchuan Taiha. What is happening? A few youngsters brought some grilled meat. They likely find the rice balls unpalatable. Tingchuan Taiha casually replies, offering the oiled paper package. IGA Chizong furrows his brow. They are here to fight, not to picnic. It's those from the Akimichi clan. They probably only brought enough for a day. If they've eaten, then so be it, Tingchuan Taiha adds. The Akimichi clan? That makes sense. I've heard of their family's obsession with food. He casually takes a piece of warm grilled meat and bites into it. IGA Chizong's brow relaxes. They ought to be more discreet. Everyone else is eating rice balls. Their special treatment is unfair to the rest. Very well, I shall admonish them shortly, he concludes. Tingchuan Taiha hastily shoves another piece of grilled meat into his mouth, pleasantly surprised by Wu Ming's culinary skills. Just as he intends to reach for another piece, his hand encounters emptiness. Tingmura Taiha, with a furrowed brow, cast a glance towards the IGA shinobi who was nonchalantly holding an oiled paper bundle. Is this a quest for solitary indulgence? Is it truly necessary? Merely for a few pieces of grilled meat? Why are you still lingering here? Hurry and inform them. Do not expect any special treatment. Very well. You are the Jonin, and your word is law. The following day, the journey continued. The novelty of the first day had faded, replaced by a numbing rhythm of leaping and running, both body and spirit exhausted. The distance covered that day was considerably shorter than the previous. As dusk approached, the group set up camp with weary spirits. Sitting by the flickering bonfire, they finally exhaled a sigh of relief. After a day of running, they felt both fatigued and famished. Even the cold rice balls tasted remarkably delicious. Suddenly, a familiar aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air. Instantly, everyone turned their gaze towards the edge of the campsite. I thought you said there wasn't much to bring? How is there more? With a headache, Tingmura Taiha approached the bonfire. It was forcibly stuffed by Rokuhisa. He feared missing out on food if he didn't act first. There isn't much left, so please bear with it. Unmi once again presented an oiled paper bundle, casting a glance at a few individuals who were engrossed in their meat, ignoring him entirely. Tingmura Taiha rolled his eyes. I'm not stealing from you. Is it really necessary? Grumbling softly, he ambled toward IGA Chizo. Halfway there, he suddenly halted, stealthily unwrapped the oiled paper, and stuffed 2 pieces of grilled meat into his mouth, savoring the delightful taste. He lifted his gaze only to find IGA Chizo staring intently at him from a distance. Tengurataha thought, damn, another day without food. Reluctantly, he offered the oiled paper bundle to Iga Chizo, stating it was brought by that Nara kid. Apparently, his mother was worried about the Akimichi family snatching his food and secretly stuffed it for him. Very well, this is the last time, Iga Chizo replied, squinting his eyes to inhale the enticing aroma of the grilled meat. Delicious. It seems to have a similar flavor to yesterday's, suggesting they purchased it from the same place. On the third day, the group sought out another open area to set up camp. Once the bonfire was lit, they instinctively glanced towards the edge of the campsite. Fortunately, those few individuals had not brought grilled meat today. With relief, they retrieved their cold rice balls, savoring the scent of oil and peanuts wafting from them. These rice balls are actually quite nice, one remarked, just as an enticing aroma wafted through the air once more. The group exclaimed, damn. By the bonfire, Iga Chizo glared at Tengurataha. Is that grilled meat from the Yamamoto family? No, it's grilled fish. Is there even a distinction? We never stipulated that we couldn't bring our own food. Tengurataha replied, exasperated. He felt powerless against these individuals from the three great clans, especially since they had committed no wrongdoing. Iga Chizo glanced at the cold rice ball in his hand, then at the steaming, oiled paper bundle. Silently, he reached out to take it. Upon turning, he met the scrutinizing gazes of his companions and instantly furrowed his brows. What are you staring at? If you have the capability, bring your own, the group retorted. You've also betrayed us. By the bonfire, those who were satiated patted their bellies with satisfaction. Traveling alongside Unmi was truly blissful, remarked Dingzu, squinting his eyes with the contentment of a plump cat. I want that sleeping bag, Hachi remarked enviously, gazing at Unmi, who pulled a brown rope from around his neck. Hanging at the bottom was a small iron plate intricately engraved with elaborate patterns. Wei Ming's finger lightly touched the blank center of the plate. Bang! A wooden box, the size of a human head, materialized. Upon opening the box, he carelessly tossed its contents onto the ground. Bang! A large, soft sleeping bag expanded. Ignoring the envious gazes of the three bystanders, Wei Ming swiftly inserted an insect-repelling incense into the earth beside the sleeping bag, deftly burrowed inside, stretched luxuriously, and closed his eyes to sleep. I wish I had one, murmured Lu Jiu from the side. Just nearby, Dave Tengsuan rolled his eyes. With all this barbecuing and sleeping, one might think you're out for a picnic. How had he not noticed before that his little subordinate was so, pretentious? No, he was simply someone who truly knew how to savor life. Lying in the sleeping bag, Wei Ming did not rush to sleep. He tapped his temples twice with his right hand's index and middle fingers, activating his moment of enlightenment. A familiar coolness swept through his mind. The vibrations of perception explored. Employing the innovative techniques of solar probing and the mystical arts he had heard of, vast amounts of information began to merge and ferment in his consciousness. A minute later, he tapped his temples 3 times, halting the moment of enlightenment. Clenching his left fist, he gently struck the air. An invisible wave suddenly radiated from him. The movement of the wind, the rustling of leaves, the tremors of the earth, various sounds, both grand and minute, entered his ears and brain through vibrations. Combined with the feedback from natural energy, a 3-dimensional, colorful image materialized in his mind. Within a radius of 200 meters surrounding him, all sights and sounds were absorbed into his consciousness. This was the true embodiment of the observation haki. It was initiated with ease, expanded in range, while retaining the ability to morph the probing space. Let us call it the HeartNet. On the 4th day, by the campfire, Lu Jiu glanced at the expressions of those in the camp, his brow slightly furrowed. Wei Ming, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Dings was swallowed the fish ball in his mouth and asked with concern. Wei Ming cast a glance at a few disgruntled individuals not far away. Like the trio of the boar, deer, and butterfly, they were fresh graduates from this year. It's nothing. Ignore them, Wei Ming said dismissively, unconcerned by their stares. Continuing to use the campfire to heat his food. He was uncertain how many would survive this war. There was no need to care about their gazes. Wei Ming seems different now, Lu Jiu remarked, watching the busy Wei Ming with curiosity. The remarkable storage plate, abundant food, tents, insect repellent, disposable toiletries. Such thorough preparations didn't seem like preparations for battle, but rather a picnic. It was quite uncharacteristic of Wei Ming's usual demeanor. Wei Ming pondered. I don't want to suffer so much before I die. Although he had made ample preparations, should he encounter a tailed beast ball. No amount of readiness would save him. Lu Jiu fell silent. Even with the combined might of the boar, deer, and butterfly clans, they could not guarantee the survival of their direct descendants on the battlefield, let alone someone like Wei Ming, an ordinary person. Don't worry about others' opinions. I am a medical ninja. The most they can do is glare at me. Wei Ming winked and smiled. On the battlefield, medical ninjas are lifesavers. Who would dare to offend them? Moreover, they have done nothing wrong, merely enjoying better food and a more comfortable sleep. Even my direct superior has not uttered a word. Wei Ming chuckled. Lu Jiu rolled his eyes. Do you not understand why your superior remains silent? It is simply because you have silenced him with your culinary delights. Wei Ming laughed it off. In previous years, he had always kept a low profile, fearing he would be used as cannon fodder. Now, having become a medical ninja and stepped onto the battlefield, he no longer feared the worst. Perhaps, due to his lack of ambition. He might even deter certain individuals from trying to recruit him. As they chatted, Fujimura Taiho approached. Wei Ming, understanding the situation, offered him 2 oil paper bags filled with fishball skewers. Taiha took one bag but hesitated, returning it to Wei Ming. He then whispered, "Save that for me. I'll come back for it later." Wei Ming couldn't help but glance over. "What are you looking at? Who told you to make such delicious food? If you take it all, what will I eat?" Taiha shot a glance back at Wei Ming and then glared at Ding Zhua, saying to Lu Jiu beside him, "Keep an eye on this guy. Don't let him steal food." Wei Ming remarked, "For the sake of food, Taiha-senpai is quite something." Haha. Last time we ate out, we should have had you cook. Taiha, while savoring a skewer, sighed. "Once the war is over, I'll gladly let you prepare 10 meals." Wei Ming replied with a smile. "All right, once we return from the battlefield, we must indulge in a grand feast prepared by you." No one could guarantee their survival. According to Wei Ming's recollections, after the Second Shinobi World War, although Konoha emerged victorious, it suffered significant losses. For simple words encapsulated countless lives, and they might be among those lost. Realizing the atmosphere had grown heavy, Taiha understood he must not let the younger ones fall into anxiety, as it would affect their morale. He took a hearty bite of the fishball and said, "These past few days have been exhaustive. You all must be worn out. Tomorrow morning, we shall reach the frontline camp, and we can finally rest." He added, "If it weren't for the fear of encountering enemies while marching at night, we could have entered the main camp tonight. Here, we are safe. The camp is not far, and we need not worry about ambushes." As he spoke, Taiha exhaled in relief. The supply convoy was the most vulnerable to enemy attacks. Wei Ming couldn't help but give Taiha a sideways glance. Not fearing his own ominous words, one must be cautious on the battlefield. Clenching his left fist, he gently shook it, striking the air. "Mind SI." Instantly, a vision of the area within a 200-meter radius appeared in his mind. Fortunately, there were no enemies. The flags could not be carelessly planted. With that thought, he adjusted the shape of his probing space, transforming the hemisphere into a cylinder extending into the distance. Then, he widened his eyes in shock. In a grove 800 meters away, a group of masked ninjas was quietly lying in wait. Wei Ming turned and shot a fierce glare at Taiha. This flag cannot be carelessly erected. Concealed in the woods, they were either preparing for an ambush in the morning or planning a night raid. Should he directly inform the IGA Jonin that there were ambushers 800 meters away? Wei Ming immediately shook his head. The source of intelligence cannot be divulged. He is reluctant to reveal his capabilities. The guards of the camp cannot reach that location, making it impossible to detect the hidden ambush. A means to alert everyone must be devised. The ambushers are numerous, and Chuck's reaction is intense, with at least 3 elite ninjas among them. Thus, an immediate call for assistance is imperative. What course of action should be taken? Unname's mind raced. He needed to incite a disturbance, one significant enough to alarm the 2 leading elite ninjas into perceiving a crisis. From his ninja tool pouch, Unnamed retrieved a pea-sized green pill, glancing around to ensure no one was watching, and swiftly flicked it into the fire before him. A peculiar energy, only discernible to Unnamed, rapidly diffused into the surroundings. "Please, take your time to eat. I shall rest for a while, as I must keep watch later in the night," Takagawa Fujimura announced, standing up. As he spoke, he unconsciously took a deep breath, opening his mouth to stifle a yawn, only to be suddenly overcome by a wave of sorrow. A series of howls, reminiscent of wolves, erupted from his throat. Unnamed was taken aback. Had he administered too potent a dosage? The camp fell silent, everyone looking at Takagawa Fujimura with bewilderment. Takagawa. What is the matter? Iga Chizo asked, perplexed as he gazed at Takagawa. Surely, his old subordinate was not so fragile. I don't know either. Takagawa Fujimura stammered, tears streaming down his face like a torrential downpour. The group exchanged glances, and someone could no longer suppress a chuckle. Soon, a wave of laughter erupted, filling the air with raucous mirth. Iga Chizo's expression shifted. Stay alert, haha. Even Iga the elite ninja has fallen victim, Unnamed exclaimed, grinning broadly as he joined in the laughter. Suddenly, a red firework exploded in the sky with a bang. The ninjas swiftly positioned themselves according to their prearranged strategies. Iga Chizo repeatedly tossed antidote pills into his mouth, yet they proved ineffective, and he could not help but laugh uncontrollably. Though his mouth laughed, his heart grew colder. Their side consisted of nearly 50 individuals, but 3 to 4 dozen were medical ninjas and logistical staff. Only about 15 or 16 possessed combat prowess, half of whom were fresh graduates. He glanced aside. Apart from a few seasoned veterans, the others were filled with panic, their hands trembling as they clutched their shurikens. Regardless of who the enemy was, with them all incapacitated, a clash would undoubtedly result in heavy casualties. Iga Chizo could only hope for timely reinforcements to arrive at the camp. Until then, he would fight with all his might to protect this vital supply. 800 meters away, they had been exposed. Charge. Swiftly resolve this. Destroy the supplies first. Eliminate the enemies second, the leading elite ninja declared sternly. With that, he vanished in a flash, charging toward Unnamed and the others' camp. To intercept this supply convoy, he had led his men in ambush behind the Konoha front line for several days, enduring hunger and anxiety for this moment. Should they successfully intercept this batch of supplies, the Sand Ninja army would immediately coordinate an assault, likely overwhelming the Konoha defenses. He charged ahead, sparing no energy as he plunged into the supply camp. As long as he ensnares the opposing Jonin at the first opportunity, his comrades will successfully storm the camp and destroy the supplies. In an instant, they covered the 800 meters, and amidst the flames, he quickly identified the leading ninja. With a narrowed gaze, he raised his hand, preparing to weave the seals. Then he beheld the opposing Jonin, who howled to the heavens. Ha ha ha! An enemy attack. The Sand Ninja Jonin exclaimed, damn it! Could this possibly be a trap? In that moment of hesitation, the two squads swiftly closed the distance. A dozen Sand Ninjas, grinning menacingly, charged towards the crowd. Gathering their strength, they were about to hurl their shuriken when they lifted their eyes to see over 50 opponents, all laughing maniacally, their hands trembling with excitement as they clutched their kunai. The Sand Ninjas shouted, damn, this is a trap. How could a handful of them contend against more than 50 ninjas? With a wail of despair, the mighty Tamura Daiga lunged towards the Sand Ninjas. Immediately, one group of Sand Ninjas turned to flee. Blinded by tears, Tamura Daiga disregarded their retreat. Driven by a resolve of certain death, he charged ahead. A surge of courage rose within the 50-plus ninjas. They thought, since they were already poisoned and doomed, why fear anything? Killing one would be a gain. With raucous laughter, they surged forward. Hidden behind a tree, the unassuming Minai was taken aback. Were they truly forming a comedic ensemble to debut together? Even the Leaf's lower ninjas were this bold? They were medical ninjas, for heaven's sake. What madness was this? With a gentle tap of his fist against the air, he activated his mind's web. The entire battlefield was enveloped in his consciousness. Aside from the initial group of Sand Ninjas that fled, the remaining 2 squads quickly regained their composure. As soon as they clashed, they realized that this boisterous bunch was merely a facade. Minai, exasperated, watched as Tamura Daiga charged forward, weeping uncontrollably. Why was he running so fast? Even the Jonin could not match his speed. Was he trying to show off? Seeing Tamura Daiga on the brink of peril, Minai felt a twinge of anxiety. It was his own life-saving pills that had caused Tamura Daiga's overwhelming despair, indirectly instilling in him a resolve to embrace death. Since arriving at the Leaf's hospital, where he was well cared for, Minai could not bear to watch Tamura Daiga perish. He retrieved a steel ball the size of a peanut, and suddenly a massive chakra sphere appeared in his right hand, hollow and as large as 2 basketballs. In the next instant, the sphere abruptly contracted to the size of a ping-pong ball. Raising his right hand, he tilted it slightly towards the sky. Thunder roared. With a resounding boom, the small sphere detonated, propelling the steel ball within, which soared into the heavens with a deafening crash. On the battlefield, 2 Sand Ninjas exchanged glances, silently agreeing to charge at Tamura Daiga. As kunai and shuriken clashed, sparks flew. Tamura Daiga, not being a combat-oriented ninja, found himself in a dire situation. His vision blurred by tears. One sand ninja engaged him head-on, while another stealthily approached from behind. With a silent thrust, the short blade pierced through Tamura Daiga's green vest, a glimmer of triumph flashing in the sand ninja's eyes. To eliminate a chunin would significantly increase the success rate of their ambush mission. Lost in thought, a sudden, low, mournful howl pierced the air, sending a wave of acute danger surging through Sand Ninja's being, causing his pupils to contract instinctively. He attempted to evade, only to feel as though his skull had been struck by a colossal hammer. A sharp pain flashed, and half of his face was obliterated in an instant. Takemura Okawa was immediately drenched in the blood and brain matter that erupted from behind him. Startled, he trembled, nearly falling prey to the ninja before him, who sought to slice his throat. Behind the great tree in the camp, Umi had retracted his icy palm, probing at his buzzing ears. The thunderous roar was impressive, albeit excessively loud. If it continued, his ears would surely be left deafened. The synergy with his mental network enhanced the effectiveness of the long-range thunder, which perfectly aligned with Umi's inclinations. He had envisioned transforming the thunder into a pneumatic weapon akin to a handgun. While that ambition had yet to materialize, he had inadvertently crafted a sniper rifle instead. The outcome of his initial skirmish was remarkable. Within a range of 400 meters, he faced no challenges, though distances beyond that proved daunting. The intricacies of rifling, bullet design, and environmental factors demanded careful consideration. He could enlist the expertise of the Nico clan to customize armor-piercing ammunition. The propulsion power of thunder had yet to reach its zenith, surpassing even the explosive force provided by gunpowder in his previous life. In the future, he might even develop a chakra-powered rifled barrel, potentially realizing the dream of a sniper rifle within the shinobi world. Umi's reverie was abruptly shattered by the sounds of screams. The once numerous Leaf Village suddenly found itself grievously wounded. Blood, cries of agony, death, the brutal battlefield surged into his mind. Although it was not his first encounter with death, the unexpected ferocity of the conflict still left him shaken. Taking a deep breath, he pressed a steel ball into his palm, focusing intently on the trio of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi, as well as Takemura Okawa. He was determined to protect his friends and could no longer endure the bloodshed. Thus, he discreetly shifted his attention. Suddenly, a stirring in his heart alerted him. Several figures rushed into his perception. Cold, sinister, Orochimaru. Help had arrived. Umi withdrew his awareness. With Orochimaru's strength and the support of the rescue team, the Sand Ninjas would stand no chance of resistance. Just as he began to feel a sense of relief, his expression shifted to one of perplexity as he glanced down at his feet. Shikuin was a low-ranking Sand Ninja, lacking in prowess. Yet he excelled in stealth beneath the earth. He was one of the shadowy hands behind the assault on the Sand Ninjas. A third of the explosive tags were affixed to his person. His task was to infiltrate the camp stealthily during the Sand Ninjas' attack, planting the tags to obliterate all of Konoha's resources. He had anticipated a perilous mission, yet he was astounded by the frenzy of Konoha's defenders, who recklessly charged out, leaving the camp utterly deserted. But wait, there was one, a coward hiding behind the great tree. Shikuin carefully controlled his chakra fluctuations to evade detection by the sensing ninjas, silently creeping beneath the timid soul's feet. If he could swiftly pull the individual into the earth, he could suffocate them silently with the soil. As he raised his palm, poised to strike from below, an immense force suddenly surged from above. Crack! Accompanied by the faint sound of a skull fracturing, Umi withdrew his fist. Dusting off the soil from his knuckles, Umi's expression grew ever more peculiar. Had it truly been so effortless to perish? What a shock! The focus on the battlefield above ground allowed an enemy to emerge from below, a testament to the perilous nature of war. One moment of inattention could lead to death. Observing Orochimaru unleash his formidable prowess, it was swift how he eradicated the invading sand shinobi. Unmei hurriedly emerged from behind a tree, stealthily blending into the crowd, feigning a charge alongside the others. Those around him were lost in laughter, oblivious to the presence of a deserter among them. What is happening? Orochimaru inquired, his brow furrowed as he scrutinized the boisterous assembly. It seems the sand shinobi have employed poison, replied Iga Senso, forcing himself to suppress a twitch of his features. Orochimaru's eyes flickered with confusion. Poison? What kind of poison induces laughter without claiming lives? In that moment, he observed that many of the laughing individuals were gradually regaining their composure. They appeared dazed, yet there was no sign of impending death. Instead, they seemed invigorated, as if a pause button had been pressed. The once raucous Konoha ninjas returned to their normal states. Iga Senso sighed in relief, for stifling laughter was indeed a taxing endeavor. What kind of absurd poison has the sand shinobi concocted? He pondered, grateful that everyone appeared to be recovering. Just then, a sudden outburst of cries pierced the air. Orochimaru glanced over to see Fujimura Taka, tears streaming down his face. Had a comrade fallen? This thought softened Orochimaru's heart momentarily. The sincerity of such emotions evoked reflections on his own companions. Would they mourn him similarly if he were to perish unexpectedly? Not quite. Iga Senso interjected, his expression peculiar. He is likely still under the effects of the poison. Orochimaru remarked, while everyone else is laughing, you are weeping. Have you wandered into a pack of wolves as a mere husky? For the next half hour, under the gaze of the entire camp, Fujimura Taka continued to wail disconsolately, experiencing a thorough social demise. Unmi concealed himself securely behind Dingzhua, aware that the matter of poisoning must remain hidden from Fujimura Taka, lest it provoke a fierce confrontation. Suddenly, he sensed a chilling gaze upon him. Pretending to be nonchalant, he glanced up, locking eyes with a pair of golden serpentine pupils. Orochimaru, why is he staring at me? Unmi politely nodded in question, then subtly shifted his position to shield himself from Orochimaru's view, who subsequently withdrew his gaze, a slight smile gracing his lips. It was the intriguing youth he had encountered in the graveyard. While chaos ensued from the laughing poison and the sand shinobi's assault, this boy remained untouched, a source of great amusement for Orochimaru. The incident of the night raid was not far from the camp. Orochimaru commanded the cleanup of the battlefield. The bodies of the deceased were to be sealed and removed, while the uninjured bore the wounded on their backs. They would travel through the night, as he had originally come to assist the supply team. Unexpectedly, he had stumbled upon their distress signal. Otherwise, he would not have arrived so promptly. Fortunately, he had made it in time. Had he not, the fate of that small team would have been dire. The ninjas displayed no signs of fatigue from a day's journey followed by a fierce battle. Even the wounded appeared remarkably sprightly, save for the sorrowful Fujimura Taka. Orochimaru's gaze swept across the multitude of ninjas, contemplation evident in his expression. Could it be the side effects of the poison? No, rather it resembles its true effects. A collection of exhilarating potions, perhaps? What sort of adversary would resort to such potent toxins? Orochimaru withdrew his gaze, a playful smile gracing his features. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he once again scanned the assembly of ninjas. Where was that intriguing young lad from earlier? Ah, there he was, lurking behind the Akimichi boy. Has silent movement become second nature to him? Such habits of slipping into the blind spots of vision are quite remarkable. Orochimaru could not help but lick his lips in anticipation. Throughout the journey, Minato had remained hidden behind the figures of Ino, Shika, and Cho. He repeatedly sensed chilling gazes sweeping over him, his heart racing with fear. What is the deal with this persistent snake, fixating on me? He urged himself to remain inconspicuous, determined not to attract the attention of this cunning serpent. They marched on swiftly until they reached the Konoha camp at 1 a.m. Tsunade herself was present at the entrance to greet them. Upon seeing Orochimaru at the forefront, she let out a sigh of relief. This shipment contained a substantial amount of medicinal herbs and over 30 medical ninjas. Any mishap would be detrimental to the battlefield against the sand ninjas. Were they ambushed? Tsunade inquired, casting an eye over the disheveled group. A faction of sand ninjas had infiltrated the rear, intending to intercept the supply convoy. Fortunately, they were detected in advance and fortuitously encountered our reinforcement. It is not a significant issue, Orochimaru assured. That is a relief, Tsunade responded, her concern alleviated. She then turned her gaze to the medical ninja team, her brow relaxing as she noted the casualties. They were not too severe. With so many medical ninjas arriving, her burden had considerably lessened. Suddenly, a familiar figure flashed before her eyes, causing her to frown. Is that lad not from the 3rd grade? What is he doing here? Do you know him? Orochimaru followed her gaze, instantly spotting the youth who piqued his interest. His name is Uchiha Minato. I had intended to take him on as my apprentice. Unfortunately, with the outbreak of war, I had to bring him here, Tsunade explained, her expression complex. It seems his medical talents are remarkable, Orochimaru observed, his eyes narrowing. He graduated early to become a medical ninja. Tsunade grasped the implications and fell silent. The need for medical ninjas here is dire. The directive to transfer them was issued by her. What is his proficiency in drug formulation? Orochimaru inquired suddenly. It is rather average, Tsunade replied, looking at Orochimaru quizzically, puzzled by his question. His abilities are primarily evident in treating external injuries. Is that so? Orochimaru mused, a hint of intrigue glimmering in his eyes. For one who has honed silent movement to instinct, the art of concealment must be deeply ingrained within him. Moreover, he possesses the medical genius recognized by Tsunade. Crafting a collection of slightly mischievous poisons should pose no challenge. Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with intense interest. The initial ambush position of those sand ninjas must have been at least 800 meters away. Such exemplary perceptive abilities. After a night of relentless travel, the group was physically and mentally exhausted. The brief stimulating effects of life number 3 had completely worn off. As they entered the camp, they longed for a well-deserved rest. Tsunade promptly arranged for them to rest in the designated area. Minato, thanks to his breathing technique, possessed a robust physique and felt little fatigue. In fact, due to not utilizing the time for enlightenment, his spirit was even more vibrant than usual. Merely recalling Orochimaru's sinister gaze sent a shiver down Wuming's spine, prompting him to hastily depart from the camp entrance alongside the main group. What had he done to attract such a troublesome figure? With a heavy heart, he entered the tent and located his designated sleeping area. Though referred to as a bed, it was essentially a woolen blanket spread on the ground, topped with an inflatable mattress. The bedding and other essentials were uniformly distributed by Konoha, while individuals brought their own supplies. As Wuming arranged his bedding, the other 11 genin within the tent had already succumbed to slumber on their mattresses, the sounds of their snores echoing in the air. The cacophony made Wuming furrow his brow. The sleeping conditions were rather subpar. He couldn't help but reminisce about his student days in a past life, where a certain dorm mate snored like a brass bell, waking the other 5 at the stroke of 1 in the morning. Was he to endure such an environment nightly? He needed ample rest to replenish his spirit for his moments of enlightenment. Clearly, the conditions in the tent were far from ideal. He would have to make do for one night. Wuming shed his vest and slipped beneath the covers. With his right hand, he pressed his middle and index fingers together and tapped his temples twice. The familiar icy sensation washed over his brain. Concepts of decapitation techniques, earth-style wall techniques, and the subterfuge of sand shinobi collided within his mind. A minute later, he tapped his temples 3 times to conclude his moment of enlightenment. Earth-style? Just as he halted the enlightening session, Wuming's mind felt muddled, yet he still experienced a sense of joy in the myths of his former life. Earth-style was a remarkable method of mobility, akin to the earthly sage from the investiture of the gods. Upon acquiring 2 earth-style jutsu, Wuming resolved to develop earth-walking techniques. Shadow clones on the surface while his true self remained underground, with a web of consciousness enveloping the surroundings. Perfect. With a newfound sense of security, Wuming drifted into slumber with a satisfied smile. The following day, upon awakening, Wuming sensed the tense atmosphere of the battlefield. During the communal meal, once assigned to their respective areas, movement was restricted. Wuming was designated to the medical team, with the formidable Kawaguchi still his direct superior. The tasks at hand bore striking similarities to those at the Konoha hospital, albeit with more severe and numerous casualties. Each day, new patients arrived in the medical team. By the next day, they either departed on their own 2 feet or were carried away beneath white sheets. Wuming's chakra reserves were modest, relying solely on medical ninjutsu. He could only save a limited number before exhausting himself. Nevertheless, he adhered to his superior's directives, for in the face of perilous warfare, one must not be the first to stand out. Preserving half of his chakra, Wuming diligently exerted himself to use healing techniques to save lives. In the Konoha Camp's medical team's rest area, he overheard 2 genin conversing nearby. "Are you all right?" Wuming inquired. "A bit shaken," one replied, his face pale and visibly rattled. "You were merely lifting the injured outside the attack range, weren't you?" The other questioned, puzzled. "There was a sand shinobi feigning death. When we lifted him, Murakami-kun was ambushed and his spleen was punctured. He died on the spot." Kawaguchi trembled as he recounted. "Tomorrow, it will be your turn for field emergency aid. Be exceedingly cautious," the first one advised with concern. Wuming's expression changed dramatically. He had almost forgotten that the medical team was required to rush to the battlefield for emergency aid. Perhaps one day, I too shall be dispatched. But what if I were to be struck down by a shuriken? Or worse, what if I were to trigger an explosive trap? No, I must resolutely avoid the battlefield. The following day, Unmei approached Fujimura Taiga with a plan. Is it truly feasible? Fujimura Taiga expressed skepticism. You are aware of my skills, Unmei asserted. We could conduct a trial run for a few days. After a moment of hesitation, Fujimura Taiga replied, I will consult with the IGA Jonin. I await your news. Unmei breathed a sigh of relief. A quarter of an hour later, Fujimura Taiga returned in haste. We have only one day. Very well, Unmei frowned and nodded. The time frame is rather short. The two proceeded to the medical tent. Fujimura Taiga summoned 3 individuals. Unmei, these are the ninjas in our team who will employ healing techniques. Including myself, I leave them in your capable hands. Rest assured. Unmei inhaled deeply. To avoid the battlefield, he was prepared to unleash his ultimate technique. Forming hand seals, he invoked the shadow clone technique. Bang! Unmei's right index finger tapped his left wrist, where a storage tag was concealed. Bang! 2 packages materialized, containing surgical instrument kits he had meticulously crafted. The shadow clones and the original each took 2 individuals. Unmei was responsible for the injuries while the others focused on healing. Their roles delineated like an efficient assembly line. This was the medical strategy he had conceived while at the Konoha hospital. Right from the outset, their extraordinary efficiency was evident. In a single morning, they attended to nearly double the number of patients compared to other teams. IGA Chizoka noticed this immediately and rushed over to investigate. Impressive. IGA Chizoka's eyes sparkled. He observed that Unmei's methods for treating injuries were both simple and swift. Even the healing speed of the other 2 could not keep pace with Unmei's treatment. IGA Chizoka made a prompt decision to summon another group to assist. The efficiency of the medical team soared, even drawing the attention of Tsunade. Inside the Konoha camp's main tent, Tsunade jovially slapped Unmei on the shoulder. Laughing heartily, I had no idea you possessed such skills. Orochimaru, the commanding officer, regarded Unmei with keen interest. Thanks to Tsunade-sensei's excellent teaching. Along with the support of IGA Jonin and Fujimura's team, Unmei scratched his head in a habitual display of modesty, wearing a humble smile. Haha. Tsunade laughed heartily. I have decided to form a rapid response team centered around you to enhance the medical unit's efficiency. Will you face any difficulties? Tsunade inquired earnestly. On the battlefield against the Sand Ninjas, the most challenging threat is poison. She would need to expend considerable effort researching antidotes. But treating the injured would significantly alleviate her burden. At this moment, Unmei interjected. Narrowing his eyes, he suddenly had an idea. Could you help me find some materials on puppet techniques? What do you need puppet techniques for? Tsunade queried, puzzled. Unmei glanced at her, then cast a sidelong look at Orochimaru, who wore a cryptic smile. Based on the abilities I have displayed, I should not be assigned to the front lines, should I? Must I truly reveal my puppet strings for this? Alas, my current demonstrated value remains insufficient. Once a large-scale war erupts, I will undoubtedly be dispatched to the battlefield for emergency medical tasks. I must render myself irreplaceable, even if I must go to the battlefield to provide aid. I need not be at the front lines to carry the injured. Determined, Wuming extracted a bundle of iron wire from his ninja tool pouch. The wire coiled around his middle and index fingers, chakras surging upwards, and 2 puppet strings materialized before him. His fingers flicked, and the strings dove back into the pouch. Retrieving 2 surgical knives. With his left hand, he grasped a small piece of wood, while his right hand manipulated the surgical knives with the puppet strings. In swift motions, wood shavings flew, and soon, a 4-leaf lucky cat emerged in his grasp. Tsunade stared in astonishment at Wuming. If I master the Sand Ninja's puppet strings, I could single-handedly perform the duties of 2. Coupled with the shadow clone technique, that would amount to 4. Tsunade's eyes sparkled with excitement. This way, she could completely extricate herself and focus on developing antidotes. Clapping his hands, Orochimaru fixed his gaze intently on Wuming. You have nearly replicated the Sand Ninja's puppet strings solely on your own? Although he utilized conductive chakra metal wires, such ingenuity was remarkable. Tsunade's eyes burned with determination as she locked her gaze on Orochimaru. Leave it to me. Tomorrow I shall personally capture a Sand Ninja puppeteer. Orochimaru chuckled ominously. Tsunade dedicated herself to researching antidotes, employing her immense strength to counter puppeteers. the Sand Ninja puppeteer forces would be rendered half ineffective. The balance of war would swiftly tilt in favor of Konoha. Indeed, Wuming is a prodigy. As he departed the main tent and walked back to the rest area, a twinge of regret stirred within Wuming. Had he perhaps outshone himself a bit too much? He hoped not to attract Orochimaru's attention. It should be fine. I possess no extraordinary bloodline, so Orochimaru lacks interest in me, he reassured himself. Moreover, the current Orochimaru was still youthful, having only recently developed an obsession with immortality. Unlike in later years, when he would create techniques for body snatching and would seek out exceptionally gifted children to serve as vessels. For the sake of avoiding the battlefield, this level of risk remained manageable. Wuming suppressed his unease, recognizing that being swept into war was beyond his control. Upon returning to the rest area, he spotted Fujimura Day loitering at the entrance of his tent. What business did this fellow have? Previously, he had suffered a severe embarrassment, and recently, Fujimura had been exceptionally timid, avoiding the rest area whenever possible due to the crowd. Although everyone knew it was because of the poison, it was quite amusing to see others laughing at their affliction while he alone wept. Did this rugged man possess a hidden sentimental side? Greetings, Fujimura-senpai, Wuming said earnestly, ensuring that the man remained unaware of his role in the incident. Hey, little Wuming, has Lady Tsunade praised you? Fujimura Day exclaimed, patting Wuming on the shoulder with a hearty laugh. Much of the credit goes to you and the IGA Jonin, Wuming humbly replied with a smile. Your own abilities are commendable, Fujimura Day waved dismissively. You flatter me, Fujimura-senpai. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave to rest, Wuming said cheerfully, attempting to dismiss him. Wait, you were too busy seeing Lady Tsunade and haven't eaten, have you? Fujimura Day grinned sheepishly. I haven't eaten either. Shall we go grab a bite together? Are you addicted to mooching off meals? Wuming thought, exasperated. Since moving into the camp, this fellow had been incessantly seeking meals from him. Is it really necessary for a Chunin to act this way? My meal isn't the issue. It's just that the IGA Jonin hasn't eaten yet. Fujimura Day feigned a look of helplessness. Let us go, Wuming rolled his eyes. Your reasoning lacks sincerity. Without your coaxing, the composed and serious IGA ninja would never come to share a meal. Very well. Fujimura Taiga pulled Wuming along as they dashed away. Why are you running so fast? Wuming was nearly lifted off his feet. If we don't hurry, what if we run into someone? Fujimura Taiga replied irritably. Fujimura-senpai, be a little braver. So what if you're a bit loud and shed a few more tears? It's nothing to worry about. Wuming chuckled. Get lost. Now Fujimura Taiga ran even faster. Orochimaru acted with remarkable swiftness. The next afternoon, at the same time and place, Wuming trembled in fear as he faced the menacing Orochimaru. Under the gaze of his golden snake-like pupils, Wuming felt akin to a rabbit cornered by a fierce beast. Having established a notorious reputation within the ninja realm, he had undoubtedly shed much blood. This thought intensified his anxiety. He lowered his gaze, avoiding direct eye contact. This is the puppet technique you desired. Accompanied by Orochimaru's characteristic raspy voice, a scroll was tossed his way. Wuming raised his hand to catch it, feigning eagerness as he unfurled the scroll. With this scroll in his possession, he could legitimately utilize the puppet strings in the future. Having already developed his own unique puppet strings, he was mindful that, though composed of fishing line, they would be more resilient than those of the Sand Ninja. This scroll would allow him to validate and expand upon his knowledge. With this scroll, Wuming could confidently employ the puppet strings. Orochimaru suddenly spoke with a significant tone. He had a premonition. The puppet strings showcased yesterday were certainly not the entirety of Wuming's capabilities. This little fellow likely had already mastered the puppet strings. Wuming's heart raced. What was with this sneaky snake? Why did it feel as though there were layers to his words? Without your assistance, Lord Orochimaru, I would not have obtained this information. Wuming feigned gratitude as he looked at Orochimaru. Thank you, Lord Orochimaru. Heh. Orochimaru licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with amusement. What are you up to, Lord Orochimaru? Now that I have acquired the secret technique, I shall not disturb you further. I need to familiarize myself with this material quickly to enhance the efficiency of the medical team. Wuming prepared to leave, sensing that staying with this snake was unsafe. Tomorrow, Orochimaru suddenly stated, I expect to see results by tomorrow. The timing was too Wuming instinctively began to defer. He had already exposed enough of himself. If he were to return today with the secret technique and demonstrate a significant improvement by utilizing the puppet strings tomorrow, wouldn't that plainly reveal to Orochimaru that he had issues? Woming-kun, this is not a request, it is an order. Orochimaru maintained his enigmatic smile. Yet the firmness in his words sent a chill through Wu-Ming's heart. Lord Orochimaru, I truly cannot manage that. Wu-Ming immediately adopted a panicked demeanor, pretending to struggle. With the current efficiency of the medical team, we cannot provide Konoha with an overwhelming advantage. I require a more efficient medical team. I need Tsunade to have ample energy and personnel to concoct antidotes, and I need everyone to charge toward the Sand Ninja without hesitation. Orochimaru spoke casually, revealing his weariness of the protracted war. He aimed to swiftly conclude this war, or at the very least, to secure a decisive advantage that would allow him to extricate himself and pursue his aspirations. The expression on Wei-Ming's face darkened immediately. Orochimaru intended to actively escalate the intensity of the conflict, amassing victories at the cost of countless lives. As long as the medical team's efficiency was sufficiently high, for every 5 lives lost on their side, 10 of the Sand Shinobi would perish. This would rapidly deplete the enemy's war potential. You have but one night. The attack plan remains unchanged. If you fail, then go to the battlefield as a field medic, Orochimaru stated calmly. Upon witnessing Wei-Ming's medical ninjutsu prowess, he was convinced that it was Wei-Ming who had first detected the Sand Shinobi's ambush and had alerted the supply team about the poison. Possessing exceptional perception, stealth had almost become second nature to him, his strength far exceeding that of an average genin. He was a prodigious talent, yet exceedingly adept at self-preservation. To put it plainly, he possessed the capability but feared for his life. Orochimaru intended to exploit every shinobi's abilities to swiftly bring this war to an end. Wei-Ming was merely one among many. Yes, Lord Orochimaru, Wei-Ming thought bitterly, wishing he could crush this insidious serpent. The puppetry technique was easy to learn, but was it possible to significantly enhance the efficiency of the medical team? He was but one individual, and no matter how much he improved, there were limitations. With a grim expression, Wei-Ming exited the tent, burdened with concern. Even when he encountered Uchiha Fugaku on the way, he could only muster a few half-hearted responses before hastily returning to the rest area. Sukimura Takahiro understood that Wei-Ming had matters to attend to and did not intrude. He even suggested arranging a separate tent for Wei-Ming. Without a second thought, Wei-Ming declined. All genin resided in the large tent. He would not take a small tent alone. If any enemies were to infiltrate and attempt assassination, he would be the prime target due to his unique status. Upon returning to the rest area, Wei-Ming quickly freshened up and dove beneath the covers. He stealthily formed hand seals beneath the blanket, a faint ripple of chakra emanating. Doton, earth walking technique. The soil beside his mattress appeared to transform into a liquid surface. Seizing the opportunity while others were distracted, Wei-Ming deftly rolled off the mattress, his form swiftly sinking into the ground. The mattress remained occupied by a shadow clone of Wei-Ming, a mere illusion to deceive onlookers. With closed eyes, Wei-Ming enveloped himself in a layer of chakra, akin to a fish diving into water, rapidly burrowing underground. Under the influence of his mind's web, he could even nimbly evade the rocks concealed within the soil. In a mere breath, a sudden brightness enveloped him. Upon opening his eyes, an underground chamber revealed itself. The space was 3 meters high, approximately 30 square meters in area. Within lay an inflatable mattress and bedding, a desk nestled in the corner, and a pile of explosive tag materials scattered on the ground. Several battery-powered lights hung from the walls, illuminating the entire subterranean chamber. This was the secret hideout he had created using the Earth-style mansion technique. The so-called mansion was, in reality, merely an underground storage room he had devised from insights gained through 2 Doton techniques. Fearful of being attacked in his sleep while stationed at the battlefield, Wei-Ming had clandestinely established this hidden chamber just a day after arriving at the camp, complete with discreet ventilation holes to transform the basement into a concealed sanctuary. Every day, the shadow clone is tasked with deceiving others within the confines of a tent, while I find solace in slumber 5 meters underground. Orochimaru truly exhibits a lack of humanity. He expects me to single-handedly enhance the efficiency of the medical team. Is this not a blatant attempt to make my life difficult? Unwilling to hold back my frustration, I curse under my breath. The crux of the matter is that I cannot refuse. Given Orochimaru's temperament, he is capable of employing a strategy that sacrifices lives for victory. Consequently, every member of the medical team is summoned to the battlefield. This cannot happen. I must avoid the battlefield at all costs. With Orochimaru's ruthless tactics, the dangers of the battlefield will escalate exponentially. A moment's carelessness could lead to either death or severe injury. It seems I must perform the work of 4 individuals. I find myself in a state of vexation. Yesterday's bravado was merely that. I had intended to use puppet strings to slightly enhance our speed. 4 individuals simply will not suffice. I estimate we will require 6. According to Orochimaru's approach, marginal increases in efficiency are utterly futile. It appears I will need to create an additional shadow clone, were it not for my development of the breath technique 20, which fortifies my physique and subtly augments my chakra reserves. I would be incapable of producing so many shadow clones. The key lies in mastering the art of multitasking. Each chakra line must become a hand, enabling my left and right hands to function as 2 separate entities. With my right hand, I gently tap my temples twice. The techniques of the enchanted restraint, mental sealing, and the shadow clone's transformation converge within my mind. A secret art of mental division gradually takes form. I tap my temples 3 times to conclude the moment of enlightenment. Even though my mind is weary, I cannot help but exhale in relief. The chakra stirs the spirit. The technique of the library keeper. Within my mental space, next to the study crafted by the mental sealing technique, a duplicate study materializes. A consciousness identical to mine appears in the room. As I push open the window, I gaze at the perfectly mirrored study beside me. What do you feel? The original me rolls his eyes in response. You know very well. By emulating the shadow clone technique to create a second consciousness and utilizing the mental sealing technique to partition the storage of this second consciousness, a single individual instantaneously transforms into 2. Upon completion, simply opening the door to the study and stepping into the other room causes the 2 consciousnesses to seamlessly merge into 1, bringing back all the sensations of the second consciousness. This is a mental world variant of the shadow clone. With this technique, I can multitask, even treating 2 individuals simultaneously. At this point, I finally breathe a sigh of relief. The next day, I arrive at the medical team as usual. I locate Fujiwara Takahiro and hand him a document. What kind of trickery are you up to now? Fujiwara Takahiro queries, his face etched with skepticism. Although yesterday's medical assembly line plan was commendable, it was under immense pressure that he managed to bring it to fruition. Were it not for IGA Chizoku's support, he wouldn't have dared to attempt it for even a day. The medical assembly line plan 20 allocates medical ninjas more efficiently and expedites the treatment of the wounded. With my left eye, I observe Fujiwara Takahiro calmly, while my right eye surveys the entire camp. The sensation of controlling my body with 2 consciousnesses is remarkably novel. Last night, it was not long before the event began. I was so engrossed that I fell asleep in the deep of night, reluctant to part from the experience. What is the matter with your eyes? Fujiwara Takahiro had just lifted his gaze from the documents when he noticed the unsettlingly rotating right eye of Mumming, nearly causing him to leap in fright. In a flash, both eyes fixed intently on Fujiwara Takahiro. You must have seen it wrong. Fujiwara Takahiro exclaimed, Am I seeing ghosts? How could I have misjudged that? What is the plan? I shall seek out the IGA shinobi. With that, Fujiwara Takahiro dashed out of the tent. Shortly after, he returned, accompanied by the stern-faced IGA Chizong. Mumming-kun, this proposal is quite perilous. I see little chance of success, IGA Chizong stated solemnly. Mumming raised his hand, and 5 strands of chakra shot forth from the tips of his fingers. 5 surgical blades danced in the air. IGA Chizong gasped, nearly reaching for his kunai to strike. This was a battlefield of the sand shinobi. He feared Mumming might have been switched out by them. Lord Orochimaru taught me the art of puppetry. I can manage the work of 2, Mumming declared, waving the banner of his mentor. Henceforth, should anyone bring up puppetry, I shall assert it was Lord Orochimaru who instructed me. It is only fair that this crafty serpent bears some responsibility. Fujimura, what do you think? IGA Chizong found himself at a loss. I do not know, Fujiwara Takahiro replied candidly. Let us proceed as he suggests. A hoarse voice suddenly resonated from behind the 3. Mumming instinctively recoiled, goosebumps prickling his skin. The presence of this silent serpent was unnerving. Lord Orochimaru, the 3 offered a respectful bow. Chizong, follow his instructions, Orochimaru reiterated. I too wish to observe how Mumming-kun has progressed in his puppetry. Orochimaru regarded Mumming with a meaningful glance. This young fellow is rather cunning, attempting to attribute the source of his puppetry to me. Does this imply he indeed possesses considerable knowledge of the art? Orochimaru's interest was piqued. The war had persisted for so many years. The fundamental technique of puppet strings was documented across several great shinobi villages to varying extents. Yet, only the Sand Shinobi had dedicated puppet troops. For the essence of a puppeteer lies not merely in the strings, but in the diverse styles of puppets and their accompanying tactics. Compared to the Sand Shinobi, who possessed a rich heritage in puppetry, other villages could scarcely afford the substantial investment required for in-depth research. Yet, Mumming had managed to develop puppet strings in the Land of Fire, where puppetry was scarce. Intriguing. While lost in thought, the medical team had completed their personnel arrangements. 2 mobile hospital beds were set before Mumming, each attended by 2 lower-ranked ninjas proficient in basic healing techniques. Not far off, Mumming's 2 shadow clones were similarly accompanied by 2 teams. As the sun rose, the ninjas who had infiltrated the Sand Shinobi battlefield for assassination began to return in succession. The medical team sprang into action. To test the efficiency of the flowing medical unit, Orochimaru had arranged for the injured to be directed straight to Mumming's medical team. Soon, 6 hospital beds were filled with injured ninjas, some groaning in pain, others unconscious. Mumming took a deep breath, raised his hands, and 10 puppet strings sprang forth. His eyes darted left and right, each pupil fixating on a hospital bed. The puppet strings moved like hands, deftly manipulating the instruments at hand to conduct examinations, clean wounds, and administer treatment. In an astonishing display, a single individual adeptly tended to 2 injured patients simultaneously. While engaging in the delicate procedure, he articulated commands to 2 medical ninjas, instructing them to employ their healing techniques at precisely the right moments to staunch the bleeding and facilitate recovery. One by one, the patients were rapidly restored to health. The efficiency exhibited was remarkable, as they matched the pace of 7 or 8 entire teams, leaving Fujimura Taiga utterly astounded, murmuring to himself, when did Minming acquire such capabilities? Iga Chizo could not help but roll his eyes, bemused by the fact that this was a subordinate he had personally recruited, yet he was oblivious to their prowess. What a scatterbrain! Nevertheless, this young fellow's talents were indeed awe-inspiring. His exceptional abilities explained why Lord Orochimaru had taken an interest so early in the day. Observing Minming intently as he busied himself, the ability to multitask? A formidable mental acuity indeed. Tsunade had struck gold. Wait, hadn't she yet to formally take him on as her apprentice? Orochimaru licked his lips with intrigue. Truly, a rough diamond. It was not until the sun reached its zenith that the number of injured ninjas began to dwindle. After healing the last of the one-armed ninjas, Minming shook his head and retracted the strings of his puppets. The individual's arm had been severed for too long, and the wound had been tainted by the toxins of the Sand Ninja, rendering reattachment impossible. This led him to ponder about Agawahara from the Konoha Hospital's examination room, who had also lost both legs on the battlefield and been compelled to retire. Perhaps it was for the best. At least he would no longer be forced to fight. Clutching the edge of the bed, he dispelled his shadow clones, the accumulated fatigue crashing into his mind in an instant. Minming shook his head, and after a moment, he gradually began to recover. It was manageable. He dedicated time each day to moments of enlightenment, having inadvertently forged a resilient nervous system through the torment of aftereffects. An impressive capability indeed. Orochimaru approached Minming, expressing his admiration. Thank you for the compliment, Minming replied, squinting his eyes and feigning exhaustion. But it is still insufficient. Orochimaru shifted the conversation, asserting the efficiency of the medical team must be heightened. Minming's eyes widened in disbelief. Not enough? Come on, if you think you can do better, then by all means. His frustration was palpable, nearly transforming his gaze into that of a fierce fowl. Lord Orochimaru, is this perhaps a bit unreasonable? Iga Chizo interjected, frowning. Geniuses are often difficult to comprehend. They invariably discover a way forward, Orochimaru remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Minming with a smirk. I am not a genius, Minming muttered. I merely wish to hide away and serve as a humble medical ninja. Why is this cunning serpent fixated on me? Believe me, I could simply burrow underground and escape. Fujimura Taiga discreetly tugged at Minming's sleeve, reminding him, Lord Orochimaru speaks the truth. This esteemed individual wields considerable power and is quite capable of ruthlessness. We must tread carefully. Minming turned his left eye forward while his right eye swiftly darted to fixate on Fujimura Taiga. What is it? Are you trying to make me concede? After all the meals you've mooched off me, you still support him. Fujimura Taiga's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. There must be something wrong with your vision. You are mistaken. Returning his right eye to the center, Minming maintained his composure. Orochimaru, intrigued, observed Minming and remarked, Minming-kun, give it your all. You are aware of my plans. For the sake of everyone, for myself, and for you. With a sudden bang, I transformed into white smoke and vanished. What remained here was merely a shadow clone. In the central tent of the camp, Orochimaru focused intently on the sand table, meticulously strategizing the course of the impending war. Shortly after, Tsunade entered. Did you summon me? How is the progress on the antidote? It's somewhat troublesome. Chiyo's poison is quite formidable, Orochimaru remarked with a raised brow. We need to expedite this, he added, his expression tightening. Are you planning a large-scale assault? Tsunade's face paled at the thought. If a method to counter the Sand Ninja's poison could be discovered, Orochimaru would undoubtedly launch a comprehensive attack, leading to substantial casualties. This is an unavoidable circumstance, Orochimaru replied coolly. Noticing the flicker of compassion in Tsunade's eyes, he continued, the longer we delay, the greater the losses will be. Concluding this war swiftly is the greatest mercy we can offer to those involved. I understand. I will expedite the antidote's formulation, Tsunade stated, taking a deep breath. Good. Orochimaru nodded. Perhaps the casualties will not be as extensive as one might fear. A sudden light laugh escaped Orochimaru. Tsunade looked at him, puzzled. She had been engrossed in deciphering the new poison from the Sand Ninja and was unaware of the changes within the camp. The efficiency of the medical team was steadily improving. Orochimaru recalled the boy, Omegai. Under the duress of war, that fearful lad had demonstrated remarkable prowess, showcasing astonishing medical techniques. In terms of healing efficiency, Tsunade might even find herself outmatched. Has Omegai mastered the puppet technique? Tsunade's eyes brightened. His assembly line healing method is truly effective? Today, she had only treated 2 cases of poisoning, a pitiful number compared to the usual. She had initially thought Orochimaru had adjusted the battle plan to lessen the intensity of confrontation. It now appeared that Omegai had played a pivotal role. What method did you employ to make him learn so swiftly? Tsunade inquired with keen interest. The puppet technique was notoriously difficult to master. It required exceptional chakra control, akin to her own strength technique. To learn it, especially in a short time, and apply it effectively, both talent and effort were indispensable. I told him that if he failed to meet my expectations, I would send him to the battlefield. Orochimaru chuckled lightly. Tsunade couldn't help but laugh. That boy is terrified of dying. She had observed Omegai for over 6 months, intimately familiar with his modus operandi. Without a bit of pressure, how would he take the initiative? Seizing upon his vulnerabilities and compelling him to reveal his hidden abilities amused Orochimaru greatly. If he cannot learn, you wouldn't truly send him to the battlefield, would you? Tsunade suddenly asked. Of course. In this war, no one can escape. Going to the battlefield is merely a matter of time, Orochimaru replied calmly. Tsunade fell silent, pondering his words. In the underground chamber, Omegai sat at his desk. His brow furrowed in distress. Ever since arriving on the battlefield, matters had begun to spiral out of control. In an attempt to avoid revealing the puppet technique and thus evade the battlefield, he had inadvertently drawn Orochimaru's attention. After all, was it not simply a matter of performing emergency medical assistance on the battlefield? Hiding underground with the earth technique, while having shadow clones retrieve the wounded above, should pose no issue. It was a mistake to have submitted that treatment plan, thought Wuming, tinged with regret. But what if he encountered magnetic repulsion? What if he came across a tailed beast orb? Indeed, he was reluctant to step onto the battlefield. Wuming scratched his head in frustration. The pressing issue was that if he did not satisfy Orochimaru, he would still be compelled to fight. He did not believe Orochimaru was jesting. Yet, he only had 2 hands. Should he also employ his feet? Orochimaru was unreasonable. Wuming pondered indignantly. If only he possessed the puppet techniques of Sasori. In his recollection, Sasori had a skill called the 100 machine manipulation, capable of dividing hundreds of puppet threads to control numerous puppets simultaneously. If he could also produce so many puppet threads, it would be akin to having countless hands and feet. Perhaps he could craft a unique puppet, Wuming mused. He retrieved the puppet technique scroll that Orochimaru had given him. Within it lay not only the cultivation methods for puppet threads, but also various rudimentary puppet construction techniques. As he meticulously perused the scroll, he tapped his temples twice with his middle and index fingers. A wave of coolness swept over his mind. The limitations on the number of controlled mechanisms, the foundational structure of puppets, the selection of puppet materials. and the design of the puppet spider he had dissected countless times collided and generated a series of insights in his mind. A minute later, Wu Ming tapped his temples 3 times and ceased his puppet manipulation. A blueprint for a puppet materialized in his thoughts, a medical puppet spider. The following day, in the area where the medical team was stationed, Fujimura Taiha gazed helplessly at the documents in Wu Ming's hands. What new scheme was this? Back at the Konoha hospital, this young lad had not been so audacious. Each plan was bolder than the last, leaving him in a constant state of anxiety. I need to apply for a batch of materials. Wu Ming rolled his eyes and tossed the document to Fujimura Taiha. I'm helping you all. If this plan fails, we all have to go to battle. You're not a spy from the Sand Village, are you? Fujimura Taiha looked at Wu Ming with suspicion. You, a Konoha ninja, requesting materials to make puppets? Who taught you this? Fujimura Taiha was baffled. Oh, it was Lord Orochimaru, Wu Ming replied without hesitation, shifting the blame. Tales of Orochimaru's vast knowledge had long circulated, but he had not expected him to also possess skills in puppet creation. Fujimura Taiha marveled at this revelation. Indeed, quite impressive. Wu Ming replied insincerely, echoing the sentiment. Puppet materials? Orochimaru observed Iga Chizoku with interest. Hanyu Wu Ming intends to create puppets? Orochimaru was intrigued. He was merely attempting to extract and test Wu Ming's abilities, curious about what talents this young individual had concealed. He did not anticipate uncovering such remarkable skills. A native Konoha ninja, not only adept at puppet threads, but also capable of puppet creation, and with medical ninjutsu as his forte. Did he harbor even more hidden talents? Orochimaru could not resist licking his lips, his curiosity intensifying. Yes, thanks to Lord Orochimaru's guidance. I had no idea you were knowledgeable in puppet creation. Iga Chizoku admired Orochimaru. Orochimaru replied, how was I unaware that I could create puppets? Do you see? Iga Chizo gazed perplexedly at the suddenly somber Orochimaru. You are seeking a rational basis for your abilities once more? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and spoke in a low tone. He did not anticipate that Unmei would audaciously cast such responsibilities upon him. Moreover, he found himself unable to refuse. For the scrolls concerning the art of puppetry were indeed entrusted to Unmei. If you fail to meet my expectations, I shall send you to the battlefield tomorrow, Orochimaru remarked with a hint of menace. Iga Chizo instinctively retracted his neck, feeling an ominous sense that something significant was about to transpire. Burdened with an abundance of materials, he entered the tent of Tamura Okawa. This individual had appropriated an entire potion-making room as his bedroom, luxuriating in the spacious tent all to himself. Others could not reproach him, as this was, after all, his workplace. Unmei, have you incurred the wrath of Lord Orochimaru? Tamura Okawa expressed his concern. Perhaps you should seek a favor from Lady Tsunade. After a moment's hesitation, he advised, the battlefield is no place for frivolity. It's fine. I won't be going to the battlefield, Unmei casually dismissed, confident in the skills he had gained through profound insight. Even if I were, I could simply burrow underground. With my Earth-style techniques, I could delve hundreds of meters below, and I doubt anyone could extract me from there. I am untroubled by the prospect of battle, Unmei declared, feigning a sense of noble righteousness. I am, Tamura Okawa exclaimed in despair. Ah, here is a kindred spirit. Unmei's right eye swiftly turned to focus on Tamura Okawa. Look at you. Your eye truly seems to be malfunctioning. Tamura Okawa's voice shifted in pitch. You misinterpret. Unmei retorted, redirecting his gaze and returning to his meticulous assembly of materials. Although he had gained enlightenment concerning the puppetry of spiders, his initial attempts were clumsy. After much effort, he managed to construct one. Tamura Okawa paced anxiously nearby. After lunch, Unmei remained unhurried, carefully crafting spider puppets. Drawing from the morning's experience, he successfully created 3 by the afternoon. The next day, Unmei appeared at the medical unit with 4 spider puppets. First, he clenched his left fist and lightly tapped the air. Mindweb. He adjusted the spatial probe, focusing his attention on the injured personnel within the tent. The mindweb, an extension of the probing technique, served as a substitute for sight, significantly aiding in the diagnosis and treatment of patients. Next, he directed chakra to guide his spirit. Library administrator technique. His mental awareness split into 4, conjuring 4 identical study rooms within his mind. For the third step, he raised both hands, releasing 10 chakra threads that entwined around 2 spider puppets. Rise. The left spider puppet ascended into the air, hovering above two beds placed side by side. 10 legs of the puppet descended, each equipped with a variety of healing instruments. As the chakra threads pulsed, the 10 spider legs simultaneously attended to the two patients below. The right puppet executed the same maneuver. At this moment, Unmi single-handedly managed the treatment of 4 patients. Inside the tent, the lower-ranked shinobi, assisting Unmi with practical healing techniques, gaped in astonishment at the spider puppets floating mid-air. In Konoha, there exists someone skilled in puppetry? And this method of healing? It is truly astonishing. After the initial shock, they immediately began their frantic efforts to save lives. The pace was so swift that they barely had time to divert their attention. It was only by midday that they managed to send off the last patient. In the entire medical team, aside from themselves, there were only 2 other upper ninjas attending to the severely injured. This meant that their team accomplished the tasks of all the other groups combined. How impressive is Unmi? Oh, it is all thanks to everyone's assistance. Unmi habitually remained humble. Unmi's medical skills are remarkable. You flatter me. The village has taught me well. Unmi's modesty was somewhat insincere. How did Unmi acquire the art of puppetry? It's hardly worth mentioning. It was all taught by Lord Orochimaru. Unmi habitually deflected praise. Just as Orochimaru stepped into the tent, we had no idea that Lord Orochimaru is also a puppeteer. Orochimaru replied, I had no idea either. Very good, very good. Orochimaru said blandly. Unmi shrank back, feeling a chill run down his spine. Turning around, he saw Orochimaru entering the tent, his golden vertical pupils fixed intently upon him. Unmi has learned very well, Orochimaru said with a smirk. Thank you, Lord Orochimaru, Unmi replied, trembling. How to deal with being caught deflecting praise right on the spot. He could only muster the courage to brush it off. Orochimaru watched Unmi with keen interest for a while before finally retracting his gaze and leaving the tent. It was merely using his name. Surely Orochimaru wouldn't be petty about it. Unmi felt a twinge of anxiety, according to his past life memories. As long as it did not interfere with Orochimaru's pursuit of immortality and there was no bloodline he coveted, Orochimaru generally did not concern himself with ordinary individuals. Moreover, he had assisted in improving the efficiency of the medical team, giving Orochimaru even less reason to target him. After contemplating, Unmi felt a sense of relief. If he could create 2 more puppets and produce 2 shadow clones, the 3 of them could establish 12 medical lines. Orochimaru would have no justification for sending him to the battlefield. Unmi thought excitedly. In the late hours of the night, within the tent of the Takigakure River, Unmi held a surgical knife, its blade enveloped in a pale blue chakra, diligently controlling the chakra to enhance its cutting properties. The blade gently descended upon the damaged puppet before him. The specially crafted wood, as hard as metal, was immediately marked with a deep incision. After a series of cuts, he swiftly fashioned a circular plate. The materials of the Sand Ninja's puppets were indeed robust. Unmi tapped the circular plate with his fingers, satisfied. The materials he had previously used were not inferior, but he had not devised any secret techniques and could only maximize the inherent properties of the materials. After a few days of intensive use, one of his spider puppets had already been rendered unusable. He turned his attention to the puppets of the Sand Ninja, requesting Orochimaru to gather the broken puppets, dismantle, and repurpose them. A significant accumulation of damaged puppets had formed within the tent of the Takigakure River, resembling a veritable puppet junkyard. Nearby, Takigakure River rested his chin on his hand, drowsy. Unmi, where did you acquire this chakra metal? He squinted at the blue-glowing surgical knife. Having long wished to ask, how expensive is chakra-conducting metal? This young man actually used it to forge a surgical knife? What a waste. You mean this? Unmi shook the surgical knife. Indeed. Do you want it? Who wouldn't he want it? Chakra-conducting metal is a rare treasure. And which ninja wouldn't desire a weapon forged from such material? How about I sell it to you? Wuming said with a grin. Absolutely. Fujimura Taiga's spirits lifted instantly. Of course. Wuming declared with unwavering certainty. Or perhaps we should reconsider. You still need it. Fujimura Taiga hesitated, reluctant to part with it. Wuming raised an eyebrow, impressed by his consideration for others, then cheerfully reassured him. It's all right. I have plenty more. You have plenty more? Could this fellow be a hidden rich heir? Just tell me if you want it. How much do you want? Fujimura Taiga's face lit up with joy. If remelted and combined with other metals, it could undoubtedly be forged into an exceptional weapon. No money needed. Just let me take a few of your medicinal herbs, Wuming said with a smile. Fujimura Taiga looked hesitant, and after a long pause, he bit his lip and said, "All right, but not too many. These herbs belong to the village, and there are only a limited amount. Are you sure you want to trade?" Wu Ming asked with a teasing smile. "Yes. No regrets? Whoever regrets is a fool. That's what you said." Wu Ming tossed a scalpel to Fujimura Taiga. "Be careful. What if you break my scalpel?" Fujimura Taiga glared at Wu Ming. All right, your scalpel." Wu Ming rolled his eyes and pulled out another scalpel. Buzz. A pale blue chakra enveloped the scalpel once more, and the resilient puppet material swiftly molded under the scalpel's precision into the desired shape. "You really have it?" Fujimura Taiga's eyes widened in disbelief. "You're quite wealthy, aren't you?" "Hee, I have my share too." Fujimura Taiga chuckled foolishly, channeling chakra into the scalpel. This is a bit challenging. Perhaps the chakra is insufficient. Let's try again." Still not working? Maybe I didn't control the speed well. Let's try once more." After a considerable time, Fujimura Taiga glared at Wu Ming with a dark expression. "This is just an ordinary scalpel." "Indeed." Wu Ming stifled a laugh, feigning astonishment as he looked at Fujimura Taiga. "What did you expect? I thought this was chakra metal." Wu Ming shook the scalpel, once again enveloped in chakra, and asked with a teasing tone, "Regret it yet?" Fujimura Taiga felt a pang of frustration. Wu Ming was in high spirits, his movements becoming lively. This was the unexpected result of his realization regarding puppet strings. Typically, to coat a weapon with chakra, the material must be capable of conducting chakra. However, through his epiphany, Wu Ming had ingeniously devised a version of puppet strings made with fishing line as the core and chakra as the outer layer. If fishing line can conduct chakra, then certainly a scalpel can too. And to think he could also take advantage of Fujimura Taiga's herbs. What a delightful surprise. Swiftly assembling a spider-like creation, Wu Ming grabbed a sheet of white paper and jotted down a list of various herbs. "Fujimura-senpai, don't forget to bring these along with the puppets to the tent tomorrow," Wu Ming said, looking at Fujimura Taiga with a sense of satisfaction, as if seeing a naive benefactor. "No way, you can take them yourself." Fujimura Taiga replied with a frown. "You can't wander around the camp at night. I can't just carry it back like this," Wu Ming said with a cheerful grin. "You don't mean to stay with me, do you? There's only one bed, and I absolutely want to give it up." Fujimura Taiga gazed at Min Ming with an intensity akin to that of a vigilant guardian against thieves. "Do not fret, as long as you do not forget my belongings," he remarked, and with a resounding bang, he transformed into a cloud of white smoke and vanished. A shadow clone. Fujimura Taiga's expression darkened further. "Here I am, sacrificing my sleep in the dead of night to accompany you, only to discover that you are merely a shadow clone. The most disheartening part is that I have been outwitted by a mere shadow clone. That little rascal." With Min Ming's emergence, Tsunade initiated a significant reform within the medical division, segmenting it into two groups, A and B. Group A comprised solely of jonin, tasked with attending to critically injured individuals or those afflicted by rare poisons. Group B, centered around Min Ming, consisted of chunin and genin, collaborating with experienced medical ninjas for preliminary diagnoses and triage. The efficiency of the medical division surged remarkably. With the assistance of a spider puppet, Min Ming adeptly treated multiple patients simultaneously, managing his responsibilities with ease. What was initially expected to continue in this manner was abruptly interrupted by the onset of genuine warfare. The influx of injured ninjas escalated unexpectedly. The entire medical division was suddenly engulfed in a whirlwind of activity. From dawn until dusk, despite Min Ming's robust physical condition, he could not help but succumb to fatigue. The lower-ranked ninjas responsible for combat healing visibly exhausted themselves. Meanwhile, the flow of patients continued unabated. As night fell, the violence of battle intensified, and the severity of injuries escalated. This situation was untenable. Min Ming glanced at the 12 lower-ranked ninjas responsible for healing techniques. Even with a shift rotation, the relentless application of healing techniques had rendered them utterly fatigued. The arrival of more wounded individuals was incessant. Min Ming furrowed his brow. If the lower-ranked ninjas could not sustain themselves, the efficiency of treatment would be severely compromised. Failing to meet Orochimaru's expectations would inevitably draw him onto the battlefield. From his ninja tool pouch, he retrieved a life number 3 concentrated pill. By altering the properties of the chakra exchange pills and applying gentle heat, the concentrated pill released a scent detectable only by him. Within the tent, the lower-ranked ninjas visibly brightened at the sight. Min Ming hastily moderated the heating process. Observing their renewed vigor without further change, he let out a sigh of relief. If they erupted into uncontrollable laughter, it would undoubtedly betray their condition. The Life No. 3 concentrated pill is an adjunct to breathing technique 20. By heating the concentrated pill, its effective components slowly vaporized, allowing them to be absorbed through breathing technique 20. With careful control over the heating and stabilization of concentration, there would be no unwelcome side effects. With the revitalizing effects of the Life No. 3, these individuals should be able to endure. Moreover, it would equally benefit the patients. Lost in thought, Fujimura Taiga rushed in, exclaiming, "Minming! Another large batch of injured ninjas has arrived." His face was etched with anxiety. "We are vastly understaffed." As he spoke, he suddenly felt an overwhelming wave of sorrow, tears streaming down his cheeks. The lower-ranked ninjas within the tent were taken aback. Is he truly crying? Previously, there were whispers that Fujimura-senpai possessed a tender heart, but they thought it was merely a rumor. Who would have anticipated such sentimentality from the robust Fujimura-senpai? Minming replied, "You approached me of your own accord, so you cannot blame me. Senior Fujimura, you must gather your strength. In these dire moments, it is imperative that we remain resilient." A lower-ranked ninja, responsible for healing techniques, gazed fervently at Fujimura Taiga, passionately encouraging him. The sentiment echoed that of Ishii Saburo. This only deepened Fujimura Taiga's sorrow. "Why are you crying again, Senior Fujimura?" Yumin feigned a look of concern, pretending to inquire. Fujimura Taiga replied, "I have no idea. I thought today was merely an exception." Little did he know, the ensuing 3 days would bring an ever-increasing number of injured ninjas. Yumin even witnessed the same individuals returning for treatment multiple times in a single day. They were healed in the morning, only to be sent back to the battlefield by the next dawn. Orochimaru was mercilessly depleting the Sand Ninjas' war potential by sacrificing the lives of the ninjas. The lower-ranked healers were utterly exhausted. Had it not been for the support of Life No. 3, several might have collapsed on the spot. Yumin was compelled to increase the concentration of Life No. 3. Fortunately, within the medical tent, aside from the unconscious injured personnel, there were only medical ninjas enveloped in the effects of Life No. 3. No one seemed to notice its influence. However, Fujimura Taiga, who was acutely sensitive to the life potion, had taken refuge in the tent under the pretense of concocting medicines and had not been seen by anyone for 3 days. The scene that day, reminiscent of a public execution, made Fujimura Taiga wish he could vanish. He lacked the courage to face anyone. By enhancing the concentration of Life No. 3, the lower-ranked healers found renewed vigor in performing their healing arts, allowing the injured ninjas to recover more swiftly. Yet, for an ordinary person, suddenly thrust into such an environment, it could provoke adverse effects. Thus, Yumin took precautions to ensure that no one entered during treatment sessions. With concerns alleviated, Yumin unabashedly released Life No. 3 within the treatment room. The intensity of the war escalated. The medical team worked tirelessly, nearly around the clock. Yumin had only 4 hours of rest each day, fragmented into short intervals. Orochimaru's strategy was to exchange injury for injury, leveraging Konoha's remarkable medical efficiency to counter the Sand Ninja at any cost. Yumin felt fortunate for his choices. Although much had been laid bare, he was spared from the battlefield. In such a high-stakes conflict, regardless of one's rank, be it elite ninja or novice, commoner or noble, grave dangers loomed. Take, for instance, the individual lying on the hospital bed, Uchiha Fugaku. He had been stabbed in the abdomen, suffering severe blood loss, his complexion pale as a ghost. Thankfully, he had not been sent to battle. Yumin felt a chill of apprehension. If even the Uchiha's junior clan leader faced such a fate, what chance did an inconspicuous individual like himself have? In recent days, most of the patients seeking treatment were clan ninjas, while the commoner ninjas constituted merely a fraction. The thought sent shivers down Yumin's spine. It wasn't merely that fewer commoner ninjas were injured. Many had perished directly on the battlefield. With inherent disadvantages in talent and training resources, they became mere fodder once thrust into combat. This was the outcome Yumin had been striving to avert. As he pondered, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Yumin chose to remain oblivious. He had witnessed too much during these days. Some were friends, others relatives, all eager to enter the treatment room to see their injured loved ones. In order to protect the secret of Life No. 3, Wei Ming resolutely barred the intruder from entering. With the Uchiha clan's young leader already lying incapacitated, it was inevitable that the other Uchiha would soon arrive. First, They needed to attend to this young man. The clan known for their crimson eyes was not to be trifled with. Just as he contemplated taking action, Uchiha Fugaku leisurely opened his eyes. Upon seeing the puppet spider suspended above with 10 claws gripping a gleaming blade, his eyes instantly transformed into a fierce crimson, 3 tomos spinning wildly. A malevolent grin uncontrollably split his face, and he erupted into a savage laugh. Ahahaha, let the puppet perish. With a sudden burst of energy, he attempted to leap up and strike the puppet spider. Wei Ming, quick as lightning, stepped in front of Uchiha Fugaku's sickbed. His hand, resembling an iron band, firmly grasped the young man's neck, forcefully pushing him back onto the bed as he sprang into the air. With practiced precision, he extended his thumb and pressed it against Fugaku's carotid artery. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes widened in shock, his head tilted, and he abruptly lost consciousness. The lower-ranked ninjas in the treatment room glanced over casually before returning to their tasks, having witnessed this routine before. Oh, another unfortunate soul. Haha, and an Uchiha at that. Indeed, as expected from a prominent family, his position after being knocked unconscious is remarkably elegant. Do not speak carelessly. It's not that he was knocked out. This is Lord Yuhua's exclusive anesthetic technique. Wei Ming cast a sidelong glance at the chattering lower-ranked ninjas. Each bore dark circles under their eyes, yet remained animated in conversation. Is the concentration of life number 3 too high? He adjusted the temperature of the chakra, promptly lowering the concentration of life number 3. These ninjas had been working tirelessly for days, their senses dulled by fatigue. However, those outside were not similarly affected. The moment Uchiha Fugaku had opened his eyes and laughed wildly, Wei Ming recognized that demeanor all too well. It was strikingly similar to that of the young lady from the Shana clan. The concentration had reached the limits of what an ordinary person could endure. If one day, the mighty Takagawa from the Fujimura clan were to burst in, what chaos would ensue? Why did the thought bring a smile to his face? Surely, it was due to the heightened concentration of life number 3. Just as he was reveling in his thoughts, a commotion erupted outside the tent. Accompanied by a few sharp commands, someone suddenly threw aside the curtain and rushed in. A pair of blood-red eyes fixed intently on Wei Ming, the 3 tomos swirling ominously. Damn it, what have you done to my clan's young leader? A deafening buzz echoed in his head, as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer. In his mental realm, 12 study rooms vibrated simultaneously before returning to normalcy. Illusions, and illusions cast by the Sharingan. Were the Uchiha truly so brazen? Within the Leafs camp, to unleash illusions upon their own medical ninjas? As he watched the enraged Uchiha rush to Fugaku's bedside, Wei Ming felt a surge of anger. Silently, a concentrated pellet of life number 3 appeared in his palm, its scorching chakra enveloping it, as a miniature thunderous airbag manifested, releasing a potent spray of life number 3 toward the crimson-eyed intruder. The Uchiha clan, fixated on Wei Ming with furious glares, suddenly felt a wave of sorrow wash over them. Young master, tears streamed down like a torrential flood, cascading uncontrollably. Before long, tears streamed down, and the anguished cries echoed as one collapsed before the bedside, overwhelmed with emotion. The instigator of this turmoil, Uchiha Minoru, was taken aback by the intensity of the reaction. Just as he contemplated reducing the emotional intensity, a throng of individuals afflicted with red eyes burst into the room. Upon witnessing the sorrowful figure weeping at Fugaku's bedside, a chill passed through his heart. The clan leader is dead, someone shouted, inciting a chorus of shocked expressions among the Uchiha, their Sharingan flaring to life as they rushed to the bedside, wailing in despair. Minoru thought to himself, this is certainly not my fault. They are the ones crying. It is often said that the Uchiha are creatures of emotion, and this sentiment rings true. Did they not take a moment to observe carefully before lamenting? With a newfound calmness, he discreetly administered a dose of life serum number 3 to stabilize Fugaku's condition. As he controlled the spider puppets to treat other injured individuals, he dedicated a portion of his consciousness to observing the Uchiha clan mourn, a bemused smile on his face. It seemed that the Uchiha were indeed sensitive to the life-enhancing concoctions. Not long after, the recently unconscious Fugaku stirred awake, gazing blearily at the crying faces surrounding him. Utterly bewildered, what transpired here? Minoru leaned in closer, cheerfully remarking, they are mourning for you. Their feelings are quite sincere. Uchiha Fugaku, astonished, exclaimed, young clan leader, you're alive. At the back of the crowd, an Uchiha unable to reach the bedside stared in disbelief. Uchiha Fugaku then questioned, Were you truly hoping for my demise? Upon realizing their error, the Uchiha collectively ceased their weeping, expressions of joy replacing their sorrow. Yet, one remained an exception. Uchiha Tiani, the one Minoru had addressed, continued to sob, breathless and overwhelmed. Brother Tiani, I am fine. Please do not be disheartened, Fugaku said, deeply touched. But I simply cannot help it. Tiani was equally perplexed. He did not wish to cry. It was just too moving. Fugaku, this brother is truly devoted. Minoru, controlling the spider puppet, clapped in amusement. Tiani glared at Minoru, filled with a desire to throttle him. Was this truly the moment he wished to shed tears? Just as he opened his mouth to explain, a gentle breeze swept past, and tears unexpectedly burst forth from his nose, splattering Fugaku's face. Fugaku froze, and a wicked grin spread across his features, revealing a fierce laughter. Minoru, quick on the uptake, swiftly pressed his thumb against Tiani's neck, determined to stifle any further laughter. It would not do to reveal the effects of life serum number 3. However, the sight of tears and snot on Tiani's face was rather unseemly. He would have to clean himself up once he was fully awake. Out. Take your morning outside. Minoru had no fondness for this group, who had approached him with illusions, and he unceremoniously ushered them away. The crowd of red-eyed individuals glared at him, incensed. What is this? Do they truly wish to mourn for him? Minoru raised his hands, and the spider puppets he had been preparing to treat immediately halted. If you do not leave, I shall refuse to heal anyone. Let us see who can outlast whom. A multitude of Uchiha eyes widened in disbelief, ultimately departing the tent in indignation. Unmei curled his lip, truly befitting the haughty lineage of the red-eyed clan. The cold-faced little girl, Shana, was far more agreeable. Shaking off his thoughts, Unmei swiftly maneuvered his puppet spider to staunch the bleeding of Uchiha Fugaku. If left unattended, they would soon be lamenting his demise. At the Sand Shinobi frontline camp, Chiyo scrutinized the statistics in her hands, her brow furrowing in a deep furrow of concern. The casualties were alarmingly high. Sister, Konoha's losses are significant as well. Hayuzo offered a word of comfort. No, I've noticed that some Konoha ninjas, injured on the first day, reappear on the battlefield by the third. This is unusual, Chiyo pondered thoughtfully. Are you referring to Tsunade? Hayuzo sighed, equally troubled. Poison was the specialty of the sand puppet masters. Alas, they had encountered Tsunade, who excelled in antidotes. A single application rendered their poisons ineffective. Moreover, she possessed immense strength. One punch could shatter a puppet, making her a formidable adversary against their puppet troops. The rapid recovery of Konoha's injured led Hayuzo to immediately consider Tsunade. Not her. Chiyo firmly shook her head. No matter how formidable, she is but one person. Hayuzo contemplated for a moment. Are you suggesting that Konoha has sent a contingent of exceptional medical ninjas? Close enough, Chiyo reflected. Lamenting Konoha's substantial resources in cultivating medical ninjas en masse. Orochimaru aims to exhaust us. Hayuzo's expression darkened. Have spies infiltrated our ranks? Chiyo's eyes flashed with a serious glint. Is your intent to dismantle Konoha's medical system? Hayuzo's eyes brightened. I will arrange it swiftly. Note the names of those spies. Their families must be prioritized for protection. Chiyo spoke gravely. Infiltrating Konoha's camp to commit murder left little hope for survival. At the Konoha frontline camp, Unmei arrived at the medical tent as early as ever. Heart Network. Book Room Administrator Technique. 2 shadow clones. Habitually engaging in a series of ninjutsu, Unmei was prepared to commence a new day of work. Despite having gone to bed at 2 in the morning, he remained vibrantly energetic. The breathing technique, in conjunction with life number 3, was gradually and steadfastly transforming his physique. Even Unmei had lost awareness of his own physical capabilities, only cognizant of his heightened strength, sharper reflexes, and invigorated spirit. This enabled him to maintain his vitality in the relentless medical team, adeptly restraining Fugaku by the neck and guiding him back to the sickbed. Just as he contemplated Uchiha Fugaku, the latter appeared before him. Thank you, Unmei-kun, for your treatment. Uchiha Fugaku expressed his heartfelt gratitude, feeling an inexplicable sensation, reminiscent of their acquaintance. From the initial Sand Ninja espionage incident, to later private observations, and subsequently, through his cousin Shana, a formal connection with Unmei was established. They could not be deemed friends, merely acquaintances. Yet, he had not anticipated that it would be Unmei tending to his wounds this time. The treatment process was equally peculiar, filled with laughter and tears, bizarre, and surreal. He vaguely recalled being knocked unconscious by Unmei twice. But how could that be possible? After all, he had awakened the 3 Tomo on the battlefield. Moreover, someone had doused him in water, leaving him with a strange feeling. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. Uchiha Fugaku dismissed certain thoughts swirling in his mind. I am ready to depart. You have sustained internal injuries. It would be prudent to rest for another day, advised Minoru. Medical ninjutsu can stimulate rapid cellular division and growth, expediting healing. However, such practices can severely deplete one's vitality. Externally, no issues may be apparent. Yet one may experience increased fatigue and a notable reduction in chakra levels. A period of recovery is essential for restoration. My clansmen are still fighting on the front lines. I cannot be a coward, Uchiha Fugaku remarked with a smile. Minoru shook his head in resignation, believing that the Uchiha clan possessed a peculiar mindset. Each member was fiercely competitive, charging recklessly into battle. Their young clan leader lay in the medical unit, yet a group of warriors surged toward the battlefield, claiming it was to avenge him. He found it difficult to comprehend this combative mentality. Would it not be better for everyone to live peacefully and comfortably? Take care. Minoru wished him well, considering that Fugaku was the cousin of the young girl from the Shana family. Should he perish on the battlefield, she would surely be disheartened. As Minoru watched the fully armed Uchiha Fugaku depart, he retrieved a new puppet spider. After extensive use, he had destroyed one the previous day. Fortunately, he had prepared 7 or 8 spider puppets in advance, ready for immediate deployment without wasting time. While he was busy, he felt someone part the curtain. Upon looking up, he recognized a familiar face, Tagakushi Daikawa. Not long ago, this fellow had inadvertently inhaled life number 3, leading to an outburst of tears and a mortifying social demise. He had subsequently hidden away in his tent for 4 or 5 days, fearing ridicule. Now, he had the audacity to appear in the medical unit. How curious. Had he built up his courage? Was he no longer afraid of being seen? Minoru stealthily crept behind Tagakushi Daikawa and suddenly slapped his shoulder, grinning mischievously. Tagakushi-senpai. Why aren't you running away? There are quite a few people here. Thankfully, he hadn't released life number 3 again. Otherwise, he would have caused another embarrassing incident. Tagakushi Daikawa jumped in shock, spinning around to glare at Minoru. Once he comprehended Minoru's words, he grew tense. Minoru suppressed a laugh. Indeed, he was still that prideful Tagakushi-senpai. Just as he prepared to deliver another teasing remark, he noticed Tagakushi's expression darken suddenly. He drew a knife and struck Minoru directly. Hey, I was merely teasing you. Is that really necessary? Minoru exclaimed. With a bang, he transformed into a puff of white smoke and vanished. Tagakushi Daikawa's expression shifted dramatically, and he charged at the nearest shadow. Without hesitation, he plunged the knife into the back of another figure. The wounded individual turned in shock, only to find an equally astonished Tagakushi Daikawa. At the same moment, chaos erupted in the medical unit, with 2 tents being blown skyward. Boom! Minoru reappeared, once again dissipating into white smoke. Tagakushi Daikawa's pupils constricted as he turned to locate the final Minoru, who hid in the corner of a tent. Just as he charged forward, a pale fist tore through the canvas, driven by a violent gust of wind, and struck him fiercely at the neck. Crack! Minoru couldn't help but flinch at the sight. That neck was undoubtedly broken. At this moment, Wuming finally grasped the situation. The individual before him was not the genuine Taiga Tofu. The face bore the appearance of shattered porcelain, marred by discontented cracks from which fine white sand trickled down. A sand ninja spy? Even within the medical unit, one could fall victim to assassination. The battlefield was perilously treacherous. Wuming stood in the corner, his face etched with trepidation. The curtain was drawn aside once more, and Tsunade strode in with purpose. Upon seeing Wuming clutching a spider puppet to his chest, cowering like a quail in the corner, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. This lad's medical ninjutsu was indeed remarkable, but it was his lack of courage that prompted her to scoff. Observing his deathly fearful demeanor, Tsunade felt a surge of irritation. She marched up to Wuming and forcefully clapped him on the shoulder. Be a man, kid. Show some courage. Bang! A large cloud of white smoke erupted before Tsunade. She stared in bewilderment at the vanishing Wuming, turning her gaze to the empty tent. She pondered where his true self could be if all 3 were merely shadow clones. Surely he hadn't hidden himself away in some obscure corner out of sheer fear? Tsunade's expression darkened. This behavior was quintessentially in line with his character. At the Konoha camp, within the medical unit, Chaos reigned. Explosions, flames, and uproar filled the air. Tsunade charged forth, swiftly dispatching several sand ninja spies. More elite opponents soon emerged from the shadows, effectively eliminating the attackers on the medical unit. You guessed it right. Chiyo had indeed sent agents to assassinate the medical ninjas. Tsunade's expression remained grim as she remarked coldly, "I should thank her for allowing me to eliminate these spies." Orochimaru chuckled. The recent battles had inflicted severe losses on the Sand Ninja, while Konoha capitalized on the prowess of its medical ninjas, tipping the scales of victory in their favor. Anticipating that the Sand Ninja would attempt sabotage in the rear, Orochimaru had strategically allocated personnel to root out spies. Not only at the Konoha camp, but also among the supply transport teams, he had made similar arrangements, waiting for the Sand Ninja to step into his trap. Be careful. If the Sand Ninja feel cornered, they might target you, Tsunade warned with a frown. I'm more concerned about them not coming, Orochimaru replied confidently. At the peak of his strength, he believed he could hold his own even against the third Kazekage. Is Wuming all right? Orochimaru inquired. Hatsuharu Wuming had single-handedly increased the efficiency of the medical unit several-fold, granting Orochimaru the confidence to confront the Sand Ninja head-on. That kid is just fine, Tsunade replied irritably. All three in the medical unit are shadow clones. His true self is likely hiding somewhere. All shadow clones. Orochimaru's interest was piqued. Isn't his physique lacking? He suddenly asked. Otherwise, I would have taken him as my apprentice long ago. Tsunade rolled her eyes, feeling quite conflicted. She valued Wuming's medical talents. Yet his physical condition constrained him to the role of a mere medical ninja. Not necessarily, Orochimaru remarked with a knowing smirk. Tsunade, bound by her preconceived notions, failed to recognize a crucial aspect. Maintaining 3 shadow clones throughout the day indicated that his chakra reserves were not lacking, and could indeed be considered exceptional. The chakra quantity is ample, thus it is unlikely for one's physical constitution to be deficient. A frail body, absent of any extraordinary lineage, is improbable to possess an abundant chakra. He would indeed make a commendable disciple, Orochimaru remarked with profound significance. Let us discuss this once the war has concluded. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. Even if I were to take on a student now, I lack the time to instruct him, and he would have no time to learn from me. Orochimaru chuckled softly. That may not necessarily be the case. In the medical team's rest area, within the underground chamber, although situated below ground, the air was remarkably dry and fresh. The illumination rendered the chamber bright, devoid of any sense of stuffiness or oppression. Wei-Ming sat at a desk, diligently crafting explosive tags. In the upper left corner of the desk, an incense burner emitted the gaseous life number 3 from its crevices. The entire chamber resembled a high-pressure oxygen capsule, suffused with a high concentration of life number 3. If Takagawa from the Tengokushi were to enter here, he might faint from the experience. However, Wei-Ming was capable of utilizing breathing technique 20 to inhale and absorb life number 3 without any adverse effects. Fortunately, he had attained enlightenment regarding life number 3 and the breathing technique before leaving the village. Otherwise, he would struggle to endure this war, he thought gratefully. To avoid the battlefield, he needed to maintain 3 shadow clones as medical ninjas. It was precisely breathing technique 20 that endowed him with sufficient chakra. Since the intensity of the war escalated, aside from eating, washing, and using the restroom, he spent most of his time in the underground chamber. Whenever free, he would sketch explosive tags. With the existence of the Shumi seal, he was not concerned about the inability to set them down. After organizing the explosive tags on his desk, Wei-Ming rose from his seat. Not far away stood a rocking chair, where Wei-Ming comfortably reclined and closed his eyes. His consciousness delved into the mental space, and Wei-Ming found himself in the study of the closed book of his mind. At that moment, the study had undergone a significant transformation. The space expanded, and the walls were lined with shelves brimming with books. Casually pulling a book from the shelves, Wei-Ming began to read leisurely. He had yet to finish the text from the Konoha Hospital's library. Before departing from Konoha, Wei-Ming had deliberately spent 2 moments of enlightenment to transfer the remaining books into his mind, storing them in the study formed by the mind closure technique. Now, they served as a perfect diversion from boredom. As he was engrossed in reading, a sudden jolt coursed through his body. Intense pain erupted from his internal organs, lower back, and shoulders, causing Wei-Ming to spring up from the rocking chair. This is unbearable. The agony from physical training was something he could scarcely endure. This time, He had received 3 lethal strikes, and it was a miracle he refrained from cursing. This cursed battlefield is truly perilous. Wei Ming quickly formed hand seals, summoning a shadow clone to emerge from the underground chamber. He refrained from heading to the medical team, knowing Tsunade was present and that there would be little concern. Moreover, should he encounter a sand ninja again, he might be stabbed anew, which would be excruciating. I hope Takagawa is unharmed, he pondered, recalling how he had been attacked by a sand ninja disguised as Takagawa. Hastening towards Takagawa's tent, even before entering, he heard an off-key melody resonating from within. Goodness, he's singing now. Cautiously controlling his footsteps, Wei Ming quietly parted the curtain and entered. Takagawa sat at the experimental table, concocting medicines while bobbing his head and humming a tune. As he reached the more fervent parts of the song, he couldn't help but dance with exuberance. In a moment of self-indulgence, I looked up to find the enigmatic Wei Ming grinning at the entrance, caught off guard. Well, it's not even mealtime yet. What brings you here? Tenjin Day stammered, attempting to divert the conversation. I have come to exact my revenge, Wei Ming replied with a mischievous smile. You just stabbed me to death. So how do you propose we handle this? Tenjin Day stood in bewilderment. When did I stab you? I was unaware. Nothing too extravagant. Just a few medicinal herbs will suffice. Wei Ming's intentions became clear. He merely sought to procure some free supplies. Absolutely not. You were so engrossed in your song that you must have missed the chaos outside, Wei Ming remarked with a knowing grin. There's a sand ninja spy wreaking havoc in the medical unit, and many are looking to settle the score with you. What is happening? Tenjin Day asked, suddenly anxious. Is anyone injured? Please tell me there are no fatalities. Not quite, but there are 2 severe injuries, Wei Ming said gravely. However, I have a good rapport with those 2. Just look, I can get you whatever you desire. Can you resolve this? Tenjin Day inquired, panic rising in his voice. Absolutely, Wei Ming replied confidently. And with that, he cheerfully began selecting medicinal herbs while Tenjin Day's expression reflected a mixture of pain and disbelief. Who are those injured individuals? Do I know them? Are their injuries serious? After a moment of contemplation, Tenjin Day finally asked. You do know them, indeed. Their conditions? Quite severe. They were practically turned to ash on the spot, Wei Ming chuckled. Ash? What does that mean? Tenjin Day sensed something amiss. Surely, those 2 cannot be your shadow clones. Indeed. You are quite astute, Wei Ming replied with a grin, clutching the herbs as he made his escape. The chaos of the Sand Ninja's assassination attempt soon subsided, only for Orochimaru to launch a retaliatory strike. The Sand Ninja suffered significant losses, and Konoha was not spared from damage either. Wei Ming's medical unit became engulfed in activity once more. He continued to send his shadow clones to work while he himself remained hidden in an underground chamber, engrossed in books and crafting explosive tags. Each moment of enlightenment was devoted to mastering the knowledge contained within the texts. This busy yet fulfilling existence alleviated the monotony of the underground hideout, and for a time, he found joy in it. Sahara was a lower-ranking sand ninja, a spy sent by Chiyo to the Konoha encampment. He did not participate in the assault on the medical unit. The nature of his mission made such a self-destructive attack futile. Sahara was Chiyo's trump card, hidden from the awareness of his companions. The instant he entered Konoha, he employed the sand concealment technique to bury himself underground, meticulously suppressing his chakra to remain undetected. This was both his gift and the reason he was dispatched for this task. Listening to the anguished cries echoing from above, Sahara felt a wrenching pain in his heart. The fallen comrades were oblivious to their true mission, to sacrifice their lives to divert Konoha's attention, thus granting him an opportunity. Suppressing his sorrow, Sahara remained hidden underground. As time passed and the night deepened, he awakened from his concealment, his eyes filled with a fierce hatred. Following the daytime purge of spies, the Konoha encampment had momentarily relaxed, presenting him with the perfect opportunity. Sand concealment technique. The soil transformed into flowing sand as Sahara glided through it, moving stealthily beneath the surface. He exhibited remarkable patience, exerting his utmost effort to control the fluctuations of his chakra as he stealthily approached a tent. This was the resting area for the Konoha medical unit. He retrieved an explosive tag from his ninja pouch and buried it beneath the tent. Cheyenne raised his gaze toward the ground. Let your lives be the offering to honor those fallen predecessors. Fueled by intense hatred, Cheyenne stifled his agitation and painstakingly inched toward another tent. His intent was to meticulously place explosive tags beneath the entire medical unit, intending to send these Konoha bastards skyward. He toiled until around 2 in the morning, his eyes bloodshot and filled with fervor as he moved toward the last tent. This location he had scouted previously. It was merely a dwelling for ordinary medical personnel, more akin to nurses than battle-ready shinobi, responsible for the initial treatment and subsequent care of the injured. Even if these individuals survived, they would scarcely influence the tide of battle. Yet, Cheyenne was resolute in not letting a single Konoha medical staff member escape. Each one present meant additional suffering for the Sand Ninja. As he cautiously maneuvered beneath the tent, ready to extract the explosive tag, he suddenly felt the ground below give way. The soil, transformed into sand, collapsed instantaneously, sending Cheyenne tumbling into an underground space. The gentle light momentarily discomforted his eyes. A wave of dread surged within him. How could there be an underground chamber beneath the Konoha encampment? Enduring the stinging in his eyes, Cheyenne struggled to open them, revealing a small subterranean chamber of over 40 square meters. To his astonishment, he spotted the bewildered Miming sitting half upright on a bed, staring back at him. Panic surged through Cheyenne. Almost instinctively, he lunged at Miming, poised to strike fiercely, when an overwhelming wave of sorrow suddenly washed over him, blurring his vision with tears. In the next moment, a searing pain struck his abdomen, propelling him backward with a resounding crash against the hard wall. The agony rapidly radiated from his back and abdomen throughout his body. With a gasp, he spat out a mouthful of blood, desperately trying to focus his tear-filled eyes to discern his adversary. Yet, he felt as though all his strength had been drained, collapsing to the ground. Miming, clad in his pajamas, stared in confusion at the now silent stranger. Only then did he fully awaken to the reality of the situation. He had been peacefully sleeping in the middle of the night when he opened his eyes to see a tear-streaked man charging at him. Without a second thought, still groggy, he instinctively threw a punch. Since the inception of his breathing technique, he had never stopped refining his physical prowess. The extent of his strength was a mystery even to him. With a single punch delivered with the force of his training, the intruder fell silent without uttering a sound. Dead? Surely, he couldn't be a Konoha ninja? Miming clenched his left fist, swiftly striking the air. Heart network. A resonance filled the air as a colorful, spherical vision enveloped his mind. The Konoha camp lay eerily quiet, save for the vigilant sentinels on patrol. Most were lost in slumber. Sand Ninja? Miming noted the forehead protector obscured beneath the intruder's tousled hair. He had been stealthily approached. Had it not been for the sudden noise of the fall or the life-preserving trap within the chamber, his own life might have been forfeit. He hastily relocated the underground chamber 5 meters deeper into the earth overnight. Had it not been for the fear of disturbing the protective barrier beneath the hidden leaf camp, he would have eagerly burrowed down 50 meters. The battlefield was fraught with peril. The following day, Naruto diligently dispatched his shadow clones to work as usual. The war raged on with unrelenting ferocity, and every day, wounded soldiers were brought in. Naruto discreetly probed for information about the previous night's events, but gleaned nothing. The individual in question was likely a remnant of the surprise attack on the Hidden Leaf's ninja, merely a stroke of bad luck for him. Yet, that very remnant had found its way into the underground chamber. A sense of impending danger surged within Naruto. In the ensuing days, he felt compelled to create a shadow clone to keep vigil over his surroundings while he slept. After 3 days of uneasy tranquility, he finally felt a modicum of relief. This was not a sustainable solution. Reclining in a rocking chair, he narrowed his eyes to rest. The strain of enlightenment was draining his energy, and maintaining 3 shadow clones simultaneously brought about immense fatigue. The necessity of sustaining a clone while sleeping left him languid throughout the day. He felt as if he had reverted to the lethargy of 3 years ago when he first arrived in the Hidden Leaf. Back then, the burden of enlightenment had rendered him equally listless. He needed to devise a means to enhance the underground chamber's defenses. He contemplated adding a protective shell to it, with sealing techniques being the optimal choice. However, he lacked the means to acquire such knowledge. Should he seek Tsunade's tutelage? Tsunade, a direct descendant of the Senju clan, was the granddaughter of the esteemed Uzumaki Mido, a master of sealing techniques. The secret art of Yin sealing was among her specialties. Becoming Tsunade's disciple would not be arduous in learning the sealing techniques. Yet, whether she would accept him as a student remained uncertain. He sighed, reflecting on how convincingly he had played the part to evade trouble in the past. As a result, Tsunade had deemed him unsuitable due to his perceived frail constitution, abandoning any intentions of taking him on as a pupil. He dismissed the thought. After pondering for a while, Naruto relinquished the idea. Compared to sealing techniques, he was reluctant to involve himself in the potential complications Tsunade might bring. Seek Orochimaru? What a preposterous notion. Naruto startled at the sudden thought. That was a mad scientist. Someone far beyond the reach of his modest abilities. Thus, he resolved to conceal himself in a manner unforeseen by ordinary individuals, much like Sasori's Hiriko. An epiphany struck him. He forsook sleep, closed his eyes, and entered his mental space. From his mental study, he retrieved a notebook densely filled with the intricacies of puppet structures. To ensure Naruto's medical efficiency, Orochimaru had been diligently gathering remnants of puppets. Captured enemies had also provided insights into puppet techniques through conscious interrogation. All of this knowledge was bestowed upon Naruto, with the sole requirement that he maintain the proper functioning of his medical team. Unbeknownst to him, Naruto had amassed a wealth of knowledge regarding puppet techniques. He could now attempt to create a new puppet. The spider's utility had become singular, and its shortcomings were increasingly apparent, thus presenting an opportunity to resolve both issues simultaneously. With his right hand, he pressed his middle and index fingers together and tapped his temples twice. The form of Sasori's Hiriko, various puppet structures, the existing puppet components in his possession, and an array of puppet-related knowledge flooded his mind. A brand new puppet outline gradually took shape. Naruto tapped his temples 3 times to halt the process of enlightenment. Ignoring the faint throbbing in his mind, he quickly recorded the puppet structure. With just 2 more iterations, it would be fully realized. At the Sand Ninja camp, as the frontline commander, Chiyo possessed a private tent. This space served as both her sanctuary and her workshop. One side of the tent was cluttered with puppet parts, while the other was laden with toxic materials. At this moment, Chiyo's expression darkened as she scrutinized the document. Damn Orochimaru. Damn Tsunade. The operation had failed. Ebiashi spoke in a somber tone. All infiltrators have perished. External signs indicate that Konoha has not sustained significant losses. The Sand also faced defeat, Chiyo lamented. This was a prodigy she had high hopes for, tragically lost to the ravages of war. After a moment of silence, Ebiashi suddenly remarked, Sister, there are peculiar voices within the village. What are those old fools scheming now? Chiyo replied coldly. The elders are suggesting that the 3rd Hokage deploy the tailed beasts. Ebiashi's expression mirrored her own discontent. Chiyo's eyes flared with indignation. Are they blaming us for our inability to secure a victory? Tailed beasts, which cannot distinguish friend from foe, should not be employed so recklessly. Ebiashi fell silent. What does the 3rd Hokage say? After a long pause, Chiyo regained her composure. There has yet to be any concrete news, Ebiashi whispered. The 3rd Hokage is wavering. Chiyo sighed. The elders represent the interests of the majority of clans in the village. As the war drags on without any tangible gains, their patience is wearing thin. The 3rd Hokage is also under immense pressure. Tailed beasts. Chiyo furrowed her brow tightly. It is easy to unleash them, but retrieving them is a troublesome affair. Only the 3rd Kazekage's magnetism can subdue the tailed beasts. Is the 3rd Hokage truly preparing to enter the fray himself? Chiyo contemplated silently. Perhaps it is for the best, staking everything on a final gamble, giving it their all. Victory or defeat would yield a definitive outcome. After enduring daily glimpses of catastrophic losses and watching promising talents perish one after another, she too had grown weary. At the Konoha camp, in the tent of Fujimura Oka, nearly half of the space was consumed by puppet remnants. The other half was filled with various medicinal herbs and preparation tools. Fujimura Oka's personal space consisted of merely a wooden stool. Even at night, he had to temporarily stow away some herbs before laying out his bedding on the ground. With a face full of resentment, he gazed at the bustling Munin. Why do you insist on occupying my space? If you merely asked, Lord Orochimaru would surely arrange a separate tent for you. Munin, wielding a scalpel enveloped in a soft blue chakra that emitted a faint hum, effortlessly sliced through the tough wood of the small divine tree. This was a branch he had intentionally severed from the divine tree before coming to the battlefield, perfectly suited for crafting a new puppet. Upon hearing Fujimura Oka's complaint, Munin paused thoughtfully, then looked earnestly at him. I am content here. I am not. Fujimura Oka rolled his eyes in exasperation at Munin's words. Then I shall move out to make space for you. Fujimura Oka huffed. That won't do. Munin immediately rejected the idea without hesitation. If you move out, it would only signal to others that this is my tent, wouldn't it? That would make it a living target, inviting spies and assassins. Is it not yours now? Fujimura Oka retorted irritably. No, in the eyes of others, this is your tent. I merely come here occasionally to discuss work with you. The likelihood of being targeted for assassination is significantly reduced. Why fear a mere shadow clone and assassination? Fujimura Taiga shot a glare at Minoru. But I fear pain. Minoru retorted. Early in the morning at the Konoha medical team, Minoru arrived at the treatment group. He did not hasten to disperse his shadow clones. Instead, he gently tapped the air with his clenched left fist to first activate the sensory network. This had become a habit of his after the assassination attempt. Before undertaking any task, one must first gather information. He then retrieved a scroll from his pocket. Summoning technique, exquisite puppet. With a resounding bang, an enormous puppet, towering at nearly twice the height of a person, materialized. The puppet sported an adorably clumsy cat head and was draped in an oversized white robe adorned with a large red cross on its back. Below the robe was a plump, oval body, flanked by two small paws that swayed back and forth. A thick purple rope encircled its waist, connecting to a matching purple bow on its back. This charming creature resembled a lucky cat. The medical team members were quickly captivated by this delightful giant. IGH Izoku, seldom seen in the medical group, could not help but display curiosity upon witnessing the puppet. Minoru, is this a new medical puppet? The large red cross on its back clearly indicated its purpose. The durability of the spider puppet was inadequate, Minoru explained. In his early days of puppet crafting, he had been reluctant to use precious materials from the small divine tree, relying instead on salvaged parts from discarded puppets on the battlefield. Now, as his puppet-making skills had become increasingly refined, he sought to design a secret sanctuary for himself, opting for high-quality materials without restraint. He not only utilized the small divine tree, but also requisitioned a significant amount of materials, employing the finest salvaged components from previous puppets. Despite its toy-like appearance, this puppet boasted formidable defensive capabilities, capable of withstanding several explosive tags with ease. Now let's get to work. You will soon be promoted to Chunin. IGA Chizoku remarked with an odd expression before departing. He still found it challenging to adjust to Minoru's puppetry. A puppet master emerging from the Konoha camp felt somewhat dissonant every time he witnessed it. Minoru, unperturbed, focused on his task. During the healing process, many dazed ninjas awoke and instinctively attacked the spider puppet, a signature of the puppet masters from Sunagakure. This was also one of the reasons for the high attrition rate of the spider puppet. However, he was preoccupied by another matter. Promotion to Chunin? Isn't that rather hasty? He had no desire for such an elevation. After all, he would only be turning 10 in 4 months. A 10-year-old Chunin, even in wartime, would certainly draw attention. Fortunately, my promotion is based on healing, Minoru reassured himself. The criteria for ascending ranks among ninjas were multifaceted. Strength, experience, and the volume of missions all held weight. During times of war, the quantity of tasks and achievements played a more significant role. He had treated hundreds of injured individuals, and the news of his impending promotion from IGA Jonin was merely a byproduct of his healing efforts. Could I possibly defer this? Minoru pondered privately. Before he could devise a suitable plan, a surge of people interrupted his thoughts, compelling him to abandon his contemplation. As the puppet strings unfurled, the four-leaf clover-shaped cat puppet swiftly transformed. On the small paws, the flesh pads revealed openings, from which dozens of thumb-thick, flexible steel cables protruded. At the forefront of these cables, the puppet's hand grasped an assortment of medical instruments. This time, without the need for shadow clones, he could accomplish all prior tasks single-handedly. Aided solely by the feline puppet. After a day of diligent work, the medical team ensured that the area was spotless. He positioned the large puppet squarely on a hospital bed, where a meticulous young nurse took the initiative to wipe away any stains, even offering to make it a garment. He found it difficult to comprehend the intentions of these young ladies and could only politely decline. Nevertheless, several of them lingered, unwilling to depart. Does it have a name? Dear sir? They inquired. A name? He replied, gazing into their sparkling eyes. If he were to claim it had none, would they remain to deliberate upon a name? It shall be called Wuya. He abruptly interrupted their thoughts, designating it as the brother of the black cat, say. Disappointment flickered across the young girls' faces. Yet they continued to discuss Wuya for a considerable time before finally retreating, exhausted. He too departed with the others. Soon, silence enveloped the medical team's tent. Half an hour later, the ground within the tent stirred unexpectedly, akin to a stone cast into water, creating ripples. He silently emerged from the earth, heart net. Closing his eyes to sense his surroundings, he realized he was alone. He then approached the large puppet. Curling his fingers, he rhythmically tapped on Wu Ye's forehead. With a crisp sound, Wu Ye's perfectly aligned head suddenly split open like a lotus flower, revealing a large opening that connected directly to its oval abdomen. He quietly slipped inside, and the cat's head seamlessly closed behind him. From the wrist-sealed wooden plaque, he retrieved a small lamp, its gentle, warm glow illuminating Wu Ye's abdomen. Pleased with this space, he noted that it was compact yet not stifling, allowing him to sit without bumping his head, akin to a capsule hotel. The walls were adorned with specially crafted sound-absorbing leather, and the external material comprised small divine tree wood. Not only was the material sturdy, but it also effectively insulated against chakra fluctuations. Previously, he had only known that small divine tree wood could conduct chakra, but during the creation of Wu Ye, he unexpectedly discovered that enveloping it with this wood could also isolate internal chakra. As a result, the likelihood of detection by others was significantly diminished, unless the Byakugan users from Konoha were specifically scanning for Wu Ye. Otherwise, it would remain undetected. What a relief. Who would suspect that he was concealed within this colossal figure? Taking refuge, he placed a life number 3 concentrated pill into a specially designed evaporator overhead, creating a resting chamber rich with life number 3. He nodded in satisfaction, burrowing into the cozy bedding, and soon drifted into slumber. Who could have imagined that this seemingly medical puppet was, in fact, his bedroom? The war raged on fiercely. Orochimaru, indifferent to human life, relied on the efficiency of his medical ninjas, employing a self-harming strategy to clash with the Sand Ninjas. Within the medical team, he had already encountered Uchiha Fugaku 3 times. The young head of the Uchiha clan received such treatment, illustrating just how fierce and brutal the war had become. As time progressed, the scales of war increasingly tipped in favor of Konoha. Despite the heavy casualties endured, the morale within the ranks of Konoha remained remarkably high. In stark contrast, the Sand Ninja encampment was shrouded in despondency. Chiyo, dragging her weary form, returned to her tent. As the frontline commander, the leader of the puppet army, and the head of the medical team, the burden of battle and the care of the wounded rested heavily upon her shoulders. Were it not for the silent support of her brother, Aizo, she would have faltered long ago. Yet, the relentless struggle, which seemed to inexorably plunge toward the abyss of defeat, filled her with a profound sense of helplessness. Entering the tent in a daze, her expression suddenly shifted. There was someone present. Before she could assume a defensive stance, she recognized the figure within the tent, third Kazekage. Her brother stood beside him. Chiyo exhaled deeply, but a pang of anxiety gripped her heart. It appeared that the third Kazekage could no longer withstand the pressure from the village elders and had come to personally bring an end to this war. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a calm figure, sending a chill down her spine. The Jinchuriki of One Tail, Shikaku. In the dead of night at the Konoha encampment, Orochimaru sat within his tent, illuminated by the dim glow of an oil lamp casting light upon the desk before him, which bore the statistics of the losses sustained in the battles. They could still endure. Orochimaru let out a sigh of relief. The brutal clashes were initiated by him, and now neither the Sand Ninjas nor Konoha could afford to retreat. The ferocity of the fighting was beyond even his expectations. The number of casualties continued to rise, and even Orochimaru, with his cold disposition, could not help but feel a sense of foreboding. He owed a debt of gratitude to that young wretch, Uzumaki. Orochimaru mused. He had merely aimed to apply pressure, seeking to extract potential from Uzumaki to tip the scales of this conflict. Unexpectedly, he had reaped a tremendous surprise. Uzumaki's medical team had taken on nearly half of the treatment responsibilities within the Konoha encampment, allowing the ninjas to continually re-enter the fray. This was what had enabled him to swiftly gain the upper hand. In no more than 3 days, the Sand Ninjas would undoubtedly collapse. Orochimaru declared with confidence. Tsunade would lead the dismantling of Chiyo's puppet forces, while he himself held the line against Aizo. Victory was within reach. Yet, the more certain he felt, the greater his anxiety grew. The morale of the Sand Ninjas was visibly low, while Chiyo remained strangely inactive. Given such dire circumstances, a prudent leader would immediately seek negotiations to preserve their remaining strength rather than continue to clash recklessly with Konoha. What other trump cards did the Sand Ninjas possess? Was the third Kazekage truly coming to the battlefield? Orochimaru furrowed his brows. The third Kazekage was renowned as the strongest wind shadow in history. adept at manipulating iron sand through his magnet release bloodline limit, with devastating lethality. On the battlefield, he excelled at clearing the area of adversaries. For ordinary lower-ranked ninjas, encountering him often meant certain death. Orochimaru had devised strategies targeting the third Kazekage on multiple occasions, yet his heart remained heavy with worry, as if an ominous cloud loomed overhead. The reason he continuously monitored the inventory of personnel and resources was to meticulously strategize his forces, preventing any sudden appearance of the third Kazekage. Just as these thoughts occupied his mind, a piercing alarm echoed from outside the tent. It was a signal agreed upon with the Hyuga clan members, indicating the highest level of alert. When it sounded, it meant either a large-scale invasion or the approach of a formidable enemy. The third Kazekage. How dare he launch an attack on the camp? Orochimaru could not help but lick his lips. To venture alone into the enemy camp required not only immense courage, but also formidable strength. Though he deemed it improbable, Orochimaru had nonetheless devised contingency plans for such an eventuality. Since he dared to come, he would ensure that there would be no return for you. Just as he contemplated activating his preordained scheme, a wave of chakra, filled with an overwhelming sense of dread, surged forth like a tsunami. Not far from the camp, a colossal figure suddenly emerged. Under the moonlight, the immense shadow loomed over half of the Konoha encampment. A piercing roar shattered the night. Orochimaru's pupils dilated in alarm. A tailed beast. The entire space resonated with a low hum. A massive sphere of chakra ascended into the air. At last, Orochimaru comprehended the source of his unease. The tailed beast bomb. In the stillness of the Konoha camp, a chilling alarm abruptly pierced the silence. Instantly, a primal terror enveloped the encampment. Following a shrill, furious roar, a gigantic chakra sphere hurtled towards the Konoha camp like a cannonball. The signature technique of the tailed beast bomb. Triple Rashomon. Orochimaru unleashed his chakra without restraint. Boom. Accompanied by a thick cloud of white smoke, 3 enormous iron gates, each towering over 10 meters and several meters thick, materialized. The dark iron gates were adorned with grotesque statues of hungry ghosts and Asuras, resolutely obstructing the path of the tailed beast bomb. Almost instantaneously upon the emergence of the Rashomon, the tailed beast bomb collided with the gates. Bang, bang, bang. 3 deafening explosions resonated as the heavy iron doors collapsed. The tailed beast bomb was deflected by the inclined slope of the gates, soaring past the center of the Konoha camp. Boom. The earth trembled, and a gigantic mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. In an instant, a corner of the Konoha camp was utterly obliterated. The ninja in that direction had no hope of survival. Orochimaru cast a fleeting glance, a sense of relief washing over him. That area housed the Konoha medical tents, which at this hour were occupied by only a handful of guards and severely injured personnel. Retreat. Orochimaru commanded loudly. He then bit into his palms and slammed them fiercely onto the ground. Summoning technique. Bang. A fearsome, purple behemoth materialized with a sudden emergence. 10,000 snakes. A tailed beast? Orochimaru, have you lost your mind? Is this something I can contend with? Silence. Stall for time. In this dire moment, Orochimaru had no leisure for frivolous banter with the 10,000 snakes. Almost simultaneously with his summoning, a great cloud of white smoke billowed nearby, revealing a blue and white creature. That was Tsunade's summoning beast. Orochimaru felt a slight sense of relief. A glance at the disarray below in the camp filled him with silent ire. The sudden appearance of the tailed beast had disrupted his meticulously laid plans. The advantages gained from a month of arduous battle were obliterated by a single tailed beast bomb. Now, he could only strive to delay and buy time for Konoha's evacuation. Inside the belly of the 5 leaves, the rich essence of life No. 3 permeated the entire space. Unming lay nestled in soft blankets, blissfully asleep. The day's exertions had drained him of energy, and he quickly succumbed to a deep slumber upon lying down. At that moment, an ominous, invisible wave surged forth. The wave brushed against Unming's body, flowing past like water gliding over rocks. The slumbering Mu Ming remained utterly unaffected as he lay within. In the next moment, a tremendous shockwave surged forth, obliterating the tent in an instant. The puppet, Wuye, was like a solitary boat adrift in a tumultuous sea, effortlessly swept away by the violent gusts. Its massive form soared gracefully through the air, following a beautiful arc, and gently exited the Konoha camp. With a resounding thud, it plunged into the ground, sending soil flying. The abruptly awakened Mu Ming, roused from his deep slumber, had no time to react before he collided forcefully with the puppet's inner wall, losing consciousness in an instant. Oh no, am I really done for? The battle, having lasted merely half an hour, came to a swift conclusion. Thanks to Orochimaru's contingency plan, the majority of Konoha's ninja managed to retreat successfully. However, he had not anticipated that the third Hokage would hurl a tailed beast into the fray, resulting in a hasty and devastating toll, leaving behind a scene littered with bodies and a ravaged camp. A piece of iron sand, no larger than a tabletop, soared high above. From below, it appeared as but a mere speck. The third Kazekage stood expressionless atop the iron sand, arms crossed. As the biting cold winds made his ceremonial robes billow dramatically, he refrained from pursuing the advantage. That was the responsibility of Chiyo and Kuratsuchi. His priority was to ensure the safe retrieval of the tailed beast. Below, within the Konoha camp, Shikaku continued its rampage with unbridled fury. Having been confined in darkness for years, Shikaku was filled with pent-up frustration and savagery. Each time it was released, it could hardly contain its desire to unleash destruction upon everything in its path. After 2 hours, Shikaku gradually began to calm. The ground bore no resemblance to the former Konoha camp. The trees and rocks had vanished without a trace. Within a radius of over 10 kilometers, it was as if the area had been mercilessly bombarded. The third Kazekage exhaled a sigh of relief. Truly, the power of a tailed beast was staggering. With an overwhelming amount of chakra, he watched as Shikaku incessantly expelled tailed beast bombs, radically altering the landscape. It was no wonder that the major ninja villages were willing to take immense risks to develop Jinchuriki techniques. This power was unparalleled. If Shikaku was so formidable, what then of the Nine Tails? A sense of unease gripped the third Kazekage. The Sand Shinobi had been the first to deploy a tailed beast, leaving him to wonder if Konoha would retaliate in kind. After a brief pause, Shikaku's massive form gradually diminished until it vanished completely. The third Kazekage breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the Shikaku could be partially controlled by the division's abilities, sparing him the necessity of forcibly suppressing the beast, thus easing his burden somewhat. He gently lowered the iron sand, seeking out the unconscious Bunfuku lying on the ground. In the depths of the forest, Mu Ming groggily regained consciousness. The pain in his head jolted him awake. Memories flooded back, the thunderous explosion, the violent upheaval, the crash upon landing. The Konoha camp had been ambushed. He had been blasted away. This was now a battlefield. A trio of alarming thoughts struck him like a thunderclap. What to do? He had always sought to avoid the front lines, yet war had struck with merciless swiftness. He needed to flee immediately. Instinctively, Mu Ming clenched his left fist and lightly struck the air. Heartnet, the visage of a woman in her 50s, marred by traces of blood, suddenly materialized in his mind. Damn it! Mu Ming nearly leaped in fright. The heartnet felt as real as witnessing it with his own eyes. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the expressionless visage of an elderly woman, reminiscent of a scene from a horror film, nearly causing Wei Ming to lose control of himself in fright. Paralyzed, he took a moment to comprehend the situation. Wu Yi had been discovered, and by none other than a sand ninja. In his mind, he could see the woman's lips moving, evidently engaged in conversation with those nearby, yet he heard not a whisper. Was the soundproofing truly that effective? Wei Ming found himself both amused and exasperated. Initially, he had gone to great lengths to ensure a peaceful slumber, never anticipating that it would nearly ensnare him in peril. With the exchange happening right before him, he had remained utterly oblivious. Had he not consulted the intelligence network beforehand, he might have unwittingly delivered himself into their hands upon his earlier escape. He hastily focused on the intelligence network. The vibrations transformed into auditory information that resonated within his mind. Whose puppet is this? Chiyo inquired, her dissatisfaction evident. Is this contraption even worthy of being called a puppet? She rapped her knuckles against Wu Ye's substantial abdomen, her expression darkening. Such fine materials were squandered on a mere toy. Which extravagant fool, with an excess of wealth, had gone mad? It must be a puppet from Konoha, chimed in the ever-gleeful Hozuki. The puppet doctor? Chiyo's understanding dawned. She had heard rumors of a puppet master from Konoha who was also a medical ninja, and her curiosity was piqued. Reports indicated that the individual had self-taught the art of puppetry by dismantling damaged puppets collected from battlefields and had created puppets to assist in medical ninjutsu. Hozuki recalled fragmented information from his memory. Raising an eyebrow, Chiyo remarked, "Can this shabby thing truly be classified as a puppet?" Wei Ming interjected, "How can it not be called a puppet? This is a creation that took me several moments of enlightenment to devise. Were it not for his inability to contend, he would have eagerly engaged in a spirited debate. He believed Wu Yi to be rather impressive." Chiyo gave Wu Yi a gentle push. Quickly, Wei Ming adhered himself to the base of the puppet, fearing that any swaying might reveal his presence within Wu Yi's belly, which would lead to significant trouble. Miraculously, this towering puppet swayed and then stood upright once more. Was it truly a weeble? It was indeed nothing more than a toy. Chiyo found herself both amused and perplexed. How had the Konoha puppet doctor diverged so dramatically from the intended path? A weeble? Wu Yi, I certainly did not design this feature, Wei Ming responded, utterly bewildered. Looking down at himself, he realized that by positioning himself at the base of the puppet, he had inadvertently become its counterweight. Carry it back, Chiyo commanded. Increasingly amused by the sight of the large cat's clumsiness, her eyes sparkling with delight. This puppet material is quite peculiar. Should I consider redesigning it? Hozuki inquired curiously. No. I intend to present it to Sasori as a gift. Chiyo replied with a mischievous grin. Oh, indeed, it does appear quite splendid. Hozuki, gazing at the large cat, couldn't help but smile. Meanwhile, hidden within Wu Yi's belly, Wei Ming felt utterly blindsided. He grasped the implication. Chiyo intended to send him into the Sand Ninja Village. How had he, as a medical ninja, suddenly found himself on the brink of infiltrating enemy territory? Was this not tantamount to courting disaster? Escape directly? With Chiyo and Hozuki lurking outside, how could he possibly flee? Unbeknownst to others, he firmly anchored himself at the base of the puppet, opting to function as a mere counterweight for the time being. In the Konoha camp, the third Kazekage awaited in silence. The pursuit by the Sand Shinobi was drawing to a close, and he had already observed the puppet army advancing towards this location from the heavens above. Soon, he witnessed Chiyo burst into the Konoha camp. Gazing at the peacefully reclined Funboku, a look of profound relief graced Chiyo's face, indicating that everything had proceeded smoothly. The third Kazekage's expression turned peculiar as he cast his gaze behind Chiyo, where two individuals were hoisting an enormous puppet. With a cat head, white attire, and a bow, it resembled more of a grand toy than a puppet. Chiyo was inclined to collect this peculiar creation, for the spoils of the pursuit were considerable. This was the handiwork of the puppet doctor. Lacking offensive capabilities, it was designed solely to assist medical ninjas. Chiyo beamed as she looked back at the large cat. The night's ambush had been exhilarating, with the Sand Shinobi slaying countless enemies. The pent-up frustration of being oppressed for a month was finally unleashed, and the tide of battle had dramatically shifted in favor of the Sand Shinobi. With steady resolve, they could wear down Konoha. This is a gift I have prepared for Sasori, Chiyo joyfully remarked. It is sturdy and simple in structure, ensuring Sasori can engage with it for a long time. The third Kazekage understood. Chiyo was introducing her grandson to the art of puppetry. Sasori would undoubtedly become a genius puppet master. Of course, Chiyo proudly asserted. She was a puppet master, her son and daughter-in-law were puppet masters, and her grandson was destined to be a prodigy in the craft. Let this grand creation serve as his introduction. Chiyo nudged the puppet, Goyo, as she envisioned its potential. Goyo tilted, then quickly rebounded, swaying charmingly, while within its belly. I dared not breathe. With both feet securely fastened to the puppet's base, he curled up cautiously, dutifully assuming the role of a counterweight. One Chiyo could easily handle him, let alone with the addition of the Sea Elder. Now, with the third Kazekage involved, the situation was dire. With a vast chakra lying on the ground, escape seemed impossible. Beneath the moonlight, a wide expanse lay open. A throng of Konoha ninjas gathered together, surrounded by flickering campfires. Except for the wounded who moaned in agony. An oppressive silence enveloped the group. They had suffered their most devastating defeat since the onset of war, and morale was at an all-time low. The casualties were countless. Nearly everyone mourned the loss of comrades or friends. Orochimaru examined the personnel and supplies report in his hands, his brow furrowed in a deep crease. In this single battle, all advantages had vanished. Damn those tailed beasts. Orochimaru seethed internally. Were it not for the QB recently changing hosts, he would have been tempted to request a similar intervention from the Sand Shinobi. The influence of such formidable weapons on the course of battle was insurmountable. As dawn's light began to break, Tsunade finally dragged her weary body to the main tent. What of the injured? How long until they can return to the battlefield? Orochimaru inquired with urgency. Do not expect anything in the short term. We lack sufficient medical ninjas, Tsunade replied, her countenance grim. Unmi was nowhere to be found, and Orochimaru's expression darkened. The chaos of the previous night rendered disappearance almost synonymous with death. Tsunade had recognized Unmi as potential early on. Although she ultimately did not take him as a disciple, she had kept a watchful eye on him for quite some time. The sudden loss of someone so familiar was profoundly unsettling. The thought of her younger brother, Shinshu, inevitably crossed her mind. We must urgently request reinforcements. The medical team is under immense pressure. Tsunade endeavored to suppress her melancholic emotions and redirect her focus to the present moment. Orochimaru remained silent. The efficiency of the medical team plummeted following the loss of Yuheng Wuming. It was only after truly losing Wuming that Orochimaru recognized the magnitude of the other's contribution. No one knew where he was hiding. He should still be alive. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. In such moments of concealment and self-preservation, he found it hard to believe that the other could have perished so abruptly. Tsunade could only silently pray. The destructive power of the tailed beast bombs was overwhelming. Meanwhile, the very Wuming that Orochimaru and Tsunade were constantly preoccupied with was currently nestled in the belly of Goyo, soundly asleep. He had been carried back to the Sand Ninja camp. To remember the route, he kept his heart network open along the way. The scenery was quite breathtaking, and had it not been for his presence in enemy territory, this journey would have been rather enjoyable. Upon arriving at the Sand Ninja encampment, Goyo was unceremoniously taken into Chiyo's tent, after which no one paid him any mind. Wuming, feeling anxious for a while, eventually succumbed to boredom and infiltrated his mental space to peruse books for a while, before finally yielding to drowsiness and drifting off into a deep slumber. Even in sleep, he remained firmly attached to the base of the puppet. If the tumbler were to suddenly topple over, revealing his living presence, it would certainly lead to quite a spectacle. He slept soundly, oblivious to the world, and upon awakening, felt remarkably refreshed. Since entering the Konoha camp, he had been in a constant state of motion. Initially, he expended chakra daily on practical healing techniques, leaving him physically and mentally exhausted. Later, as he established the medical group, he was either engrossed in research on puppetry or engaged in healing the sick. As the war escalated, he worked tirelessly, managing at most 4 hours of rest each day. Even with the powerful body granted by the breathing technique, he could not stave off mental fatigue. It had been a long time since he had slept so comfortably, and the fact that it was within the Sand Ninja's camp felt almost miraculous. Clenching his left fist, he lightly tapped the air. A vibrant vision unfolded before him, and suddenly, the expressionless face of an elderly man appeared. Goodness! Wuming barely restrained himself from throwing a punch. Fortunately, he quickly regained awareness of his situation and remained still and silent. This person was likely Hozo, Wuming pondered. At that moment, the man was meticulously dusting off the dirt from Goyo with a brush. His own master had never shown such attention to detail. Was he truly intending to present it to Scorpion as a toy? It was evident that this was a puppet. Why did everyone treat it as a mere plaything? Sitting quietly in the belly of Goyo, Wuming controlled his heart network to scan the entire camp. The Sand Ninja encampment, much like Konoha, was nestled within a dense forest. The trees had been felled in the center, creating a vast clearing. Numerous Sand Ninja moved about in the open space. The sky was overcast, and even during the day, the light remained dim. This place belonged to the Land of Rain, yet it had become a battlefield between Konoha and the Sand Ninja, ravaged without mercy. Such is the tragedy of small nations. Even a year ago, when Hanzo the Salamander had defeated the 3 ninjas of Konoha and reached a truce, it had done little to alter the fate of the Land of Rain. The heart network formed a line, rotating and scanning around the encampment. Simultaneously, he stored everything he observed into the space of his study, preparing for a future escape. In a corner of the Sand Ninja camp, a solitary tent captured his attention. The nearest tent was a good 200 meters away, standing there like a lone horse, distinctly out of place. A sweep of his mind's net revealed a significant chakra presence, Shikaku, an enviable amount of chakra, indeed. Yet, these beings were pitiable, despite their formidable powers. They remained shackled by that very strength, confined to a small space for decades. No wonder they erupted in fury upon release. What intrigued him further was the Jinchuriki, Fu. The chakra emanating from him was peculiar, calm and serene, devoid of any mental fluctuations, reminiscent of a plant. Yet, He was certainly not an unconscious entity. As Fu became the focus of his attention, he suddenly opened his eyes, gazing directly at him. Instantly, he withdrew his mind's net, his back dampened by sweat. Could he have been discovered? Within the tent at the camp's edge, Fu's gaze pierced through the canvas, scanning the distance. Moments ago, he had sensed a probing presence, distinct from all previous observations. There was no fear, reverence, or disgust. Rather, it carried a thread of curiosity, admiration, and sorrow. It was a gaze he had never encountered before. "Shikaku, you felt that too, right?" Fu whispered. "What are you sensing?" "I felt nothing," Shikaku retorted, somewhat huffily. The tailed beasts could sense the malice of others, and in the entire Sand Ninja camp, not a soul harbored goodwill towards him. Each individual who laid eyes on Fu concealed fear and disdain within their gaze, igniting Shikaku's anger on his behalf. They had been companions for over 50 years, having been together since Fu was a child. I can speak harshly to Fu, but no one else may. As for that benevolent gaze, it evidently did not belong to a Sand Ninja. The notion of a non-Sand Ninja lurking within the camp was indeed amusing. He would not expose the presence. A smirk crept onto Fu's lips. "Shikaku, are you actually concerned for humans?" he teased. After decades of companionship, Fu understood well that this massive creature was far less formidable in spirit than he appeared. He was rather childlike, viewing the world in black and white. Was he attempting to protect that kind gaze? "I care about humans?" "Nonsense," Shikaku bellowed. "For Fu's sake, helping the Sand Ninja once is sufficient. Beyond that, don't even think about it." In the Sand Ninja camp, within Chio's tent, the affairs were numerous. As high-ranking members of the Sand, Chio and Iraq had an endless list of tasks to attend to daily. Seizing a moment when the tent was unoccupied, he leaped out from within the 5 Leaves belly, employing earth release techniques to burrow 5 meters underground. Thank goodness for the Earth Mansion Jutsu, he thought with relief. Otherwise, the sensation of eating, drinking, and relieving himself inside 5 Leaves would be unbearable. He pressed down on his wrist, sealing the card. With a flurry of sounds, vacuum-packaged food, a dining table, utensils, a bathrobe, a bathtub, toiletries, and a multitude of items materialized. In a secluded area, the character known as Wei Ming has crafted a private restroom using his unique earth technique. This is not a whimsical endeavor for long-term preparations, but rather a necessity dictated by circumstances. While his earth manipulation skills are indeed formidable, they are hindered by the presence of barriers beneath the Sand Ninja encampment. Should he dare to burrow downwards, it would undoubtedly draw attention, as every household likely harbors a few adept Earth-style ninjas. Once discovered, he would be swiftly extracted. For the time being, it is prudent to remain hidden. Chio intends to gift the colossal puppet, Wuya, to Scorpion as a plaything. Only upon exiting the Sand Ninja encampment will Wei Ming find an opportunity to flee. He must devise a means to counteract the sealing techniques. An idea suddenly strikes him. Wuya, being of substantial size, would necessitate sealing within a scroll for transport. However, the fact that a living person is concealed within Wuya complicates matters, as conventional sealing techniques would not suffice. If forcefully sealed, his chances of survival would be slim. With his right index and middle fingers pressed together, he taps twice upon his temple, a refreshing sensation sweeping through his mind. The intricate details of the Sumeru sealing techniques unfurl before him. Employing sealing techniques to combat other sealing techniques appears to be the most effective approach. After a minute of contemplation, Wei Ming exhales in relief. Wuya is already inscribed with Sumeru seals containing an array of medical instruments, effectively serving as a large repository. With some modifications, it could disrupt and repel sealing attempts, alleviating his fears of being sealed away. With his worries temporarily assuaged, Wei Ming attends to his personal hygiene, indulging in a meal and a bath. Once refreshed and donned in a bathrobe, he emerges from the underground, ensuring no trace remains on the surface before quietly re-entering Wuya. Later that night, Chio, weary from the day's exertions, returns to her tent. Sitting at her workstation, she finally allows herself a moment of respite. Commanding battles, coordinating supplies, and tending to the wounded leaves little room for rest. The instant her eyes open, she is engulfed in busyness. At her age, such relentless tension throughout the day takes a toll, and only at night can she find solace at her desk. The neatly arranged puppet-making tools before her bring her comfort. If not for her passion for puppetry, she would not have achieved her current stature. She hopes that Scorpion will also embrace the art of puppetry. As her gaze drifts to the towering figure of Wuya, measuring over 3 meters, She rises to inspect the intricate patterns etched across its belly. How many sealing techniques have been inscribed here? The increased volume must be intended for additional seals. Chio shakes her head in disbelief. This is not the work of a conventional puppeteer. Inside Wuya, Wei Ming awakens after a long slumber, stretching widely. Since arriving on the battlefield, he has never experienced such tranquility. Managing to sleep for an entire day, clenching his left fist, he gently strikes the air. The image of a stoic old woman suddenly invades his mind. Wei Ming muses to himself. What is the deal with this elderly figure? Each time he opens his eyes, her visage confronts him. Were it not for his strong mental fortitude, he might have succumbed to panic and revealed himself. With a frown, he exchanges glances with Chio, who is less than half a meter away. Both of them locked in a silent stare. Having navigated through the initial panic, Wu Ming harbored great confidence in Wuya. The formidable soundproofing allowed him to emit sounds without fear. The timbre of the small divine tree effectively isolated chakra, granting him peace of mind regarding discovery. You may scrutinize as you wish. Should you discern anything, I shall concede defeat, he declared, utterly unperturbed. The mechanism situated at Wuya's head was deliberately crafted through a moment of enlightenment, representing his profound mastery of puppet techniques, intertwined with unique mechanical structures from his previous life. Chio, upon her first examination, failed to discern the mechanism and remained baffled thereafter. Regardless of Chio's circling around him, Wu Ming's attention was captivated by a puppet on Chio's workbench. The Jinsong 10, he mused, clad in white robes, adorned with 2 crimson horns, and featuring a half-open mouth engraved with a complex sealing technique. An advanced sealing technique, perhaps? If only I could pilfer some knowledge. Chio was preparing to maintain and repair the Jinsong 10, which ignited a spark of excitement in Wu Ming. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Turning to Chio, who continued her orbit around Wuya, he felt a surge of frustration. What are you gazing at? Hurry up and get to work. He was eager to uncover the mysteries of the Jinsong 10. After several rotations, Chio attempted to trigger some of the sealing symbols on Wuya's abdomen. With a sigh and a shake of her head, she persisted in neglecting the repairs of the Jinsong 10, inciting Wu Ming's desire to leap out and chastise her. Such was the nature of generational favoritism. He found himself at a loss. In contrast to his own puppets, Chio evidently prioritized the gift prepared for her grandson. Do as you will. I refuse to believe you will forever neglect the puppets. Wu Ming sulked within Wuya's belly, retrieving the chakra-conducting ink he had prepared earlier to inscribe a sealing technique within Wuya. He needed to preemptively address the sealing symbols. After all, should he find himself trapped within a scroll one day, it would be utterly suffocating. By the time he completed the sealing technique, Chio had retired for rest. Failing to uncover the secrets of the Jinsong 10, Chio merely applied a bit of lubricant and added some weapon toxins. It could only be deemed routine maintenance. There's always tomorrow, Wu Ming reassured himself, unhurried. Concealed within Wuya's belly, he was temporarily safe. Venturing out would only heighten the danger. He had prepared himself for a prolonged struggle, grateful for the ample supplies he had amassed. Wu Ming circled and cast a satisfied glance at the counter-sealing technique, nodding in approval. He planned to activate it when no one was around the following day, thereby rendering himself immune to the sealing techniques. After tidying up, he suspended his belongings above him and sat cross-legged, feeling somewhat at a loss. Since arriving in Konoha, his schedule had been incessantly packed. On the battlefield, he had been perpetually occupied. For the first time, he found himself with leisure and was uncertain of how to spend it. Perhaps I shall read, he contemplated, recalling that the Konoha Hospital's library housed several novels. Wu Ming was grateful that before departing Konoha, he had scanned all the books from the hospital into his personal library space. This was his method of further developing the ability to unlock his mind's potential. Rapidly scanning and storing information in his mental space occupied a minimal amount of mental energy. Yet it provided him with a portable library. Unfortunately, the storage was merely visual. To learn and comprehend, he still needed to delve into each book individually. Whenever he had free time, he could retreat into his mental space to read. Each day, a moment of enlightenment allows him to swiftly comprehend and absorb the knowledge contained within the pages of his books. The monotonous medical information transforms into something intriguing. Having completed only half of his goal of perusing the library of the Leaf Hospital, he seizes this opportunity to fulfill a minor objective. Under the luminous moon, in the stillness of the night, all have succumbed to slumber except for the vigilant sentinels on duty. within the cramped confines of the 5 leaves. The unspoken yet contemplative figure of Wu Ming sits, heart as tranquil as a placid lake, savoring the pages he peruses. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of the Sand Shinobi encampment, another solitary silhouette is seated in the heart of a tent. The stoic Fuku sits in silence, as if he has been in this position for eternity. A mere glance at him imparts a profound sense of calm to those nearby. He is neither asleep nor fully awake. Having coexisted with Shikaku since childhood, they have transitioned from initial antagonism to a harmonious companionship. He has discovered the path to coexistence with Shikaku, as well as his own means of survival. Old man, are you not curious? Shikaku's sharp voice resonates within his mind. Not in the least. But I haven't said anything yet. How can you not be curious? No matter what you say, my curiosity remains unfazed. In the sealed space of Shikaku, Fuku maintains an expression of serene composure. Old man, don't you ever get bored sitting there all day? Shikaku retorts in a flustered tone. Yes. Fuku replies with a mischievous smile. Ah, you old fool. Don't think I'll help you out next time. Shikaku exclaims in exasperation. I don't believe you. Fuku says with a triumphant grin. You surely cannot resist the urge to venture out and play. Old man, stop provoking me. One day, I will devour you just like I would a cookie. Fuku falls silent for a moment, then smirks. Have you even ever tasted a cookie? You're just spinning tales. In the Sand Shinobi encampment, within Chiyo's tent, Wu Ming awakens slowly in the morning. Habitually, he employs his mind's web. The sun has already risen above the horizon. Chiyo has left the tent early to attend to her duties. Thanks to the surprise attack from the previous night, the Sand Shinobi have gained a significant advantage, causing the Leaf Village to retreat in disarray, reminiscent of the previous month's battlefield dynamics, albeit this time with Sand Shinobi in the ascendancy. Ensuring the surroundings are clear, Wu Ming's adorable feline-like petals unfurl. He lightly leaps from within 5 leaves, and the moment his feet touch the ground, it is as though he has plunged into water, seamlessly merging with the earth below. His mastery of the earth-style technique has grown increasingly proficient. In the underground chamber, Wu Ming enters the restroom, first addressing his physiological needs before proceeding to wash his face and brush his teeth. He has even hung a mirror in this modest lavatory. Even in enemy territory, one must strive to maintain a certain quality of life. He muses cheerfully. After freshening up and donning a new outfit, he returns to the chamber to enjoy his breakfast. He reaches for the ceiling wooden plaque, expertly channeling his chakra. With a resounding thud, a square wooden box, large enough for a head, materializes. Constructed from the wood of the small divine tree and enhanced with a special sealing technique, it serves to preserve freshness. Originally developed for a specific purpose, as long as it remains sealed, a portion of braised pork knuckle placed inside will retain its flavor for up to 5 months, maintaining its quality for a year, and only beginning to spoil after a year and a half. The side effects of the Life series are difficult to articulate. For over a month, the little girl had neglected him. The small preservation box crafted by his own hands was a thoughtful gift that proved to be immensely helpful. Before departing from the hidden Leaf Village, he had fervently prepared a plethora of supplies. It was precisely because of this preservation box that he felt secure in storing copious amounts of food. He feared becoming destitute in the ninja world, lacking clothing and sustenance. And now it indeed came in handy. It is always prudent to be prepared. Let me see what delightful breakfast awaits today. He mused as he eagerly opened the wooden box. In pursuit of nutritional balance and sheer enjoyment, the contents were meticulously categorized into 3 main meals: breakfast, lunch, and dinner, with each wooden box containing a unique assortment. When he stored the food within the sealing card, he deliberately shuffled the order, ensuring that every unboxing would be a delightful surprise. Today's offerings included sesame pork floss rice balls, fried eggs, milk, and a vegetable salad, a nostalgic combination. When he first arrived in the Hidden Leaf, he survived on meager orphan welfare. This particular combination was the first recipe he had intuitively crafted, embodying both flavor and nutrition. Taking out the slightly chilled vegetable salad, he closed the wooden box once more, cradling it on either side. He channeled chakra into the box, allowing it to permeate the food, and skillfully controlled it until it became heated. Having learned the fire release technique, he had begun experimenting with chakra nature transformation, albeit in a rather unconventional manner. While others aspired to master powerful jutsu, he had turned his technique into a microwave for the ninja world. After 3 minutes and 20 seconds, he lifted the lid again. A gentle plume of white smoke rose, accompanied by the fragrant aroma of sesame, prompting him to nod in satisfaction. The timing was impeccable. He took a gentle bite of the rice ball. Ah, as delectable as ever. No wonder it was a recipe born from his own epiphany, perfectly aligned with his palate. Old man, have you ever tasted a rice ball? A sharp voice suddenly pierced the stillness of the space. It was Shikaku. Every day, Funbuku replied, squinting as if caught between sleep and wakefulness. Is it delicious? Shikaku inquired. Well, that is subjective. Each rice ball has a distinct flavor, Funbuku slowly articulated. It depends on the choice of ingredients and the chef's skill. If I had to rank them, the rice balls made by that chef 19 years ago were the finest. A nostalgic expression crossed Funbuku's face. He was one of the rare good souls who didn't mix sand into the rice balls. Isn't that person the one cooking for you now? Has he passed away? Shikaku asked curiously. Funbuku glanced at Shikaku's imposing figure. He wasn't that fortunate. Was it in war? How tragic, Shikaku mused. No. It was even more lamentable. He was turned into a meat patty by some capricious giant. Funbuku replied with an air of calm. Shikaku shrank his large head. Is this somehow my fault? No way. It must have been that little imp stealing my power, leading to an uncontrolled backlash. Shikaku feigned bravado, though guilt flickered in his eyes. Do you not recall causing a ruckus 19 years ago? Funbuku teased. You were quite volatile during that period. Enough. That could not possibly be me. Shikaku retorted defiantly. Funbuku chuckled softly, a gentle expression gracing his aged face, making Shikaku feel uneasy. After a long pause, Shikaku finally spoke again. What does a rice ball taste like? Funbuku contemplated for a moment. Well, it should taste somewhat akin to a small cookie. Have you not tasted small cookies before? It's that flavor. Shoha. So, you can't get over the matter of the little cookie, can you? You old fool. One day, I shall swallow you whole, just like a rice ball. Shoha exclaimed in a fit of rage. Oh, you've actually eaten rice balls? Funfu responded, his face a picture of astonishment, his eyes gleaming with mischief. I can't believe it. After satisfying his hunger, Weiming utilized the earth-walking technique to immerse himself underground, emerging from a concealed chamber and diving back into the safety of the 5 Leaves domain. Although the confines of the 5 Leaves were small, they provided a shield against prying eyes, far more secure than an underground mansion. It was time to get to work. Adjusting himself into a comfortable position, Weiming closed his eyes and entered a mental space. Unlike his usual habit of reading, he sat at his desk lost in contemplation. The techniques of brain sealing, room administration, and information scanning were simultaneously occupying his mind, proving to be somewhat overwhelming. The brain sealing technique carved out space, creating a study. The room administration divided the mind to form a conscious avatar, while information scanning also required mental division to record data. The 3 techniques could seamlessly merge into a singular art, conserving the energy spent on multiple divisions of the mind. Previously, at the Konoha camp, he had been too preoccupied with saving lives to ponder this deeply. Now, hidden within the Sand Ninja camp, he had the perfect opportunity to grasp this new skill. With his right hand's index and middle fingers pressed together, he tapped his temples twice. Instantly, a cool sensation swept through his brain. He meticulously reviewed the initial magical binding techniques, the later shadow clone techniques, and the evolution of new ninjutsu from their roots. The integration of the 3 ninjutsu became increasingly intricate. After a minute, Weiming concluded his meditative reflection. He brought his hands together, channeling his chakra to guide his spirit into the grand library technique. Buzz. The consciousness space underwent a remarkable transformation. 12 identical studies emerged simultaneously, forming a circular connection. Each study was flanked by a pebble path leading to a central courtyard, where a vibrant tree towered majestically, its expansive canopy shading the entire area. Weiming's main consciousness sat in one study, gazing outward, content with the familiar surroundings. With a thought, an identical version of himself stepped out from within. The left side of Weiming's face remained serene, while the right side contorted into an odd expression, his eyes darting curiously. The sensation of dual focus resurfaced, enabling him to fend off illusions, store information, and utilize his conscious avatar for multitasking. All desired functionalities were now intact. Weiming felt a wave of relaxation wash over him, akin to the delightful relief of shedding heavy winter garments as spring's warmth enveloped the air. Maintaining 3 spiritual techniques simultaneously had indeed posed a considerable burden. How about we play some landlord? The newly created avatar suggested enthusiastically. But we are in enemy territory. Dear brother, you wish to play landlord? Wei Ming furrowed his brow. Have you completed your small tasks before we play? All right, he replied, promptly creating another avatar. The three identical figures gathered together, surprisingly engaging in a jovial game of landlord. As night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, Chio returned to the camp, her weary body dragging along. Soon enough, given the current circumstances, the war will swiftly reveal its victor, Chio thought with satisfaction. Time has dragged on for too long, and all the sand ninjas have begun to feel a weariness of war. In such moments, one must not let their guard down. A single misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences, much like the situation with the opposing Leaf Village, where the tailed beasts breached the camp, transforming a promising situation into utter ruin. Opening the sealing scroll, Chio retrieved the 10 puppets of Chikamatsu, and as was her custom, began to maintain the puppets. With frequent battles, the puppets had suffered significant wear and tear, but fortunately, they were of a long-established model, allowing for standard parts to be replaced. Skillfully substituting the worn components, Chio produced a second puppet. Sniffing the air, she steeled herself, focusing intently on the puppet before her. The sealing technique of the three treasures had sustained damage. Since her youth, Chio had studied and utilized the 10 puppets of Chikamatsu, having replaced parts countless times. She was intimately familiar with the intricacies of the three treasures technique. Taking out a special ink, she lifted her brush and began to inscribe the technique onto the custom parts. Inside the belly of the 5 leaves, the timid Namikaze held his breath, fixated on Chio. He cautiously controlled his heart network, fearful of being discovered by her. The three treasures technique. The ninja villages have monopolized the knowledge of ninjutsu. As a commoner, Namikaze had no means of access. Moreover, the Sand Ninja's three treasures sealing technique was particularly elusive. He committed every detail of the symbols and the order of strokes to memory, allowing him to finally exhale. It was not in vain. This revelation made the frustrations of hiding within 5 leaves seem trivial. Alas, he had only acquired a third of the knowledge. Namikaze, feeling a twinge of greed, yearned for the opportunity to see it all. At that moment, his desire to escape the Sand Ninjas became less urgent. What a splendid opportunity. Chio was the commander of the puppet army. The arts of puppet manipulation, puppet creation, and poison development were tantalizing to contemplate. Within the opulent underground lair of the Sand Ninja camp, Namikaze extracted a wooden box from the sealing card. As he pried open a tiny gap, joy instantly illuminated his face. It was a double delight, braised pork elbow. He had prepared many elbows in the past, but they had all been snatched away by Shauna. He had lost track of how many were sealed within his card. A pleasant surprise indeed. With practiced hands, he cradled the box and activated the chakra microwave. Accompanied by gentle crackling sounds, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Unable to contain himself, Namikaze opened the box and eagerly indulged. Having infiltrated the Sand Ninja for several days, he had glimpsed a portion of the three treasures technique the previous night. He had already grasped 2/3 of the entire technique. Furthermore, he discovered that the 2 parts he acquired were fundamentally similar. The differing details merely served to assist in the fusion of the 3. Even if he could not obtain the final third, he believed he could achieve enlightenment through inspiration. The 3 treasures technique. Reflecting on the bounty of his journey, the tender and delicate braised pork elbow tasted even more exquisite. Chio needed to repair puppets almost daily, and she had gained a general understanding of the 10 puppets of Chikamatsu. The 10 puppets represented the pinnacle of Sand Ninja puppetry, showcasing the essence of puppet army techniques. With these references, Namikaze felt he could even design puppets rivaling the 10 puppets. With a joyful heart, he took a large bite of meat, squinting in blissful delight. After swallowing his food, Namikaze opened his eyes, ready to continue enjoying his meal. As I lifted my gaze, I beheld 3 enormous characters emblazoned upon the wall not far from the dining table. Is it delicious? The smooth, hard earthen wall had vanished, replaced by a layer of fine yellow sand. The sand had risen to form 3 large, clearly defined characters, the size of a dining table. Oh, and there was also a large question mark. I stood frozen in place, my heart racing. This was a revelation. Before I could react, a swirling mass of fine sand burst forth from the wall, coalescing in midair. A large eye appeared, seemingly conjured from thin air. My heart skipped a beat, and my complexion grew even paler. In my memories from a past life, this was none other than Gaara's signature reconnaissance technique. Using sand to form an eye, he could see whatever the eye beheld. Gazing into this large orb, I wondered if I had been ensnared by the third Kazakage. This was a disaster. The eye, having sensed my mounting panic, narrowed slightly. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but I thought I detected a hint of amusement within it. Was I akin to a mouse caught by a cat? My despair deepened, and the elbow I held in my hands lost its appeal. The wall shifted, the sand flowing anew to form a message. Do not be afraid. I am not a good person. I felt a surge of dread. The eye's expression grew more amused. Is it delicious? The wall displayed the same 3 characters once more. Stiffly, I nodded. My mind flooded with memories of espionage dramas from my previous life. Ties binding me in a cross, whips cracking, branding irons searing, the tiger chair, chilly water. It was all over. This world of shinobi was far too perilous. What information could I divulge to Konoha to avoid such tortures? My thoughts raced. Jiraiya is a lecher? Tsunade has a gambling addiction? Or perhaps the third Hokage is fond of peeping into women's baths? What use were these revelations? The eye circled around, intrigued. Fixed upon the half-eaten braised elbow in my grasp, its gaze filled with curiosity. May I have a taste? The wall's message altered once more. Give, give, give. I raised my hands high, presenting the braised elbow. If I could please the third Kazakage, perhaps I could escape with fewer lashes. A whirlwind of fine sand erupted, enveloping half of the braised elbow and forming a sandball the size of a head. Then it gently sank into the sandy wall, vanishing as if into a placid lake. You should return quickly. It seems Chiyo is heading back to the tent. The wall's message changed again. I paused, perplexed. What did this mean? Was this individual not the third Kazakage? Why then did he caution me to be wary of Chiyo? Clenching my left fist, I lightly tapped the air. Mind's eye. Indeed. Chiyo was swiftly making her way toward the tent. Without a moment to ponder further, I hurriedly burrowed from the ground and leaped into the belly of the giant cat. Swiftly closing its mouth, huddled within, I watched as Chiyo dashed into the tent, rapidly gathering various medicinal materials before rushing back out, my mind awash with confusion. She had clearly spotted me, yet chose not to capture me, even warning me to be cautious of Chiyo. Was this truly not the third Kazakage? Or was there some deeper scheme at play? Hiding in the belly of the giant cat, I furrowed my brow into a deep furrow. Should I flee now? On the fringes of the sand ninja territory, a solitary tent stood alone. The tent was adorned with seals of sorcery, ready to be activated with just a hint of chakra. Surrounding it, both visible and concealed, over a dozen elite ninjas vigilantly observed. Merely 5 meters beneath their feet, a swirl of yellow sand flowed cautiously, reminiscent of subterranean waters, circumventing the tent's underground barrier and infiltrating within. Old man, you decrepit fool, cease your slumber, exclaimed Shikaku, brimming with enthusiasm. I've procured some delectable treats for you, devoid of any sand. You must taste them at once, within the confines of the mental space. Funboku opened his eyes, bewildered by the antics of the large cat stirring within him. Before him, the ground rippled like a tranquil surface of water, a faint pulse of chakra emanating. Had it not been so close, he would scarcely have noticed this subtle energy. Curiosity piqued in Funboku's gaze. What was Shikaku up to, being so cautious as to avoid detection by the outside ninjas? This behavior was uncharacteristic of his usual brash demeanor. A ball of yellow sand levitated in midair, layers of sand peeling away, releasing an alluring aroma the likes of which he had never encountered before. It was radiant, succulent, and fragrant. Funboku stood entranced, having been imprisoned for a lifetime, his meals generally consisting of simple rice balls that merely sustained him without ever being delightful. The half-eaten piece of pork before him was an entirely new experience. Merely inhaling its scent filled him with a complex array of emotions, and he couldn't help but shed a tear. Perhaps this was the essence of beauty in the world. Hurry and eat. Is it not delectable? Has that rascal deceived me? Shikaku's expression shifted dramatically. I shall report him, he declared indignantly. No, it must be exquisite. This is a flavor I have never experienced. Funboku's face radiated with joy. He reached out, tore off a morsel the size of his thumb, and savored it. Thank you, Shikaku, he said, after a moment of silence, laughter escaping his lips. Well, it's nothing much. How does it taste? Describe it to me, Shikaku chuckled. It is the finest flavor known to mankind, Funboku replied earnestly. Huh. As long as you enjoy it. I shall procure a rice ball shortly. It should also be delightful, Shikaku mused jovially. That lad must be utterly flabbergasted. Let us hope he doesn't flee. I must keep a watchful eye. Meanwhile, Yumin was hidden within the belly of the 5 leaves, his heart racing with anxiety. He dared not retreat to the grand library for fear that, in the blink of an eye, a horde of sand ninjas would surround him. He had opened his mental web throughout the entire sand ninja encampment, resolved that at the slightest hint of disturbance, he would flee, even if it meant taking a risk. He could not afford to remain idle. As nightfall approached, his stomach grumbled, yet no one came to trouble him. Who was that person? If they discovered me, why have they not come to seize me? Could they be so kind-hearted? Absolutely impossible. They declared themselves no good. He placed a hand on his empty stomach. A look of resignation upon his face. Perhaps I should wait a little longer. Hiding within the 5 leaves still offers a glimmer of hope, concealed within this underground mansion. Should a sandstorm bury me, that would truly spell my end. In the dead of night, Chio returned to her tent, as usual, repairing her puppets and preparing poisons. Wei Ming observed her with keen attention, acutely aware that this might be his last opportunity to do so. As Chio eventually succumbed to sleep, Wei Ming found himself too anxious to rest. Throughout the night, he meticulously scanned the sand ninja camp until the early hours of the morning. Exhaustion finally took its toll around 4 or 5 o'clock, and he leaned against the belly of Wuya, drifting into a light slumber. In a secluded corner of the camp, within a solitary tent, Shoha sensed the peculiar tension dissipate, prompting a rather ungracious honk from a nearby creature. "Shoha, you seem rather pleased," Fanfu remarked, observing the joyful beast. "Heh, I've discovered a rather amusing little fellow. The food he eats is what I pilfered from him. He was too frightened to come out for a meal all day. Huh, tomorrow, I shall continue my thievery." Fanfu added nonchalantly, "Which unfortunate soul has drawn your attention? How pitiful." He then calmly advised, "Steal more. Just watch." As the sun rose high in the sky, Wei Ming awoke languidly, roused by hunger. He had barely eaten the previous day, consumed by anxiety and only managing to sleep in the early hours. His stomach was empty, and despite the energy provided by the Life 3 mist, he felt ravenous. A person is like iron, and food is like steel. He needed to eat, for without strength, escape would be impossible. He pressed the sealing card on his wrist and retrieved a preserved wooden box. Reluctant to eat in Wuya's belly for fear of leaving an odor or being discovered by Chio, he cast those worries aside, hoping the contents of the box would not emit a strong scent. Upon opening the box, a sigh of relief escaped him. It contained a familiar rice ball set. Its aroma subtle. To minimize the smell, he refrained from using chakra to heat it. Grabbing a rice ball, he took a delightful bite. Ah, as delicious as ever. The flavor, coupled with his ravenous hunger, made each mouthful even sweeter. Just as he savored the taste, a sudden series of knocks echoed above him. Wei Ming's body tensed instinctively. Oh no, it has finally come. A fierce glint flashed across his face as he prepared to fight. The knocking continued, 3 gentle taps reverberating through the air. The excellent soundproofing rendered him unable to hear clearly, yet he sensed the vibrations, which did not seem particularly forceful. It felt as though someone was stealthily knocking at the door. Were the sand ninja truly this polite? He clenched his left fist and struck the air. Mind network. A colorful vision emerged, revealing a large-eyed creature circling Wuya. Its eyes blinked playfully, brimming with disdain, occasionally tapping 3 times atop the cat's head. The demeanor and movement were unmistakably akin to knocking at a door. The large-eyed creature seemed to have completed its rounds, settling above Wuya's head, tapping 3 times intermittently, devoid of any impatience. Even when nearby sand ninja approached, the creature would hide behind Wuya, wary of being discovered. Wei Ming was utterly baffled by this turn of events. What is the meaning behind those large eyes? This is indeed your territory, Sand Shinobi. With such carefulness, who is the real outsider between us? And what is with your incessant knocking? Are you here to visit? Wei Ming had been crouching in Wuya's belly for half an hour. Meanwhile, that large-eyed creature had been diligently knocking for the same duration. Wei Ming felt exasperated. He had finished his meal while the creature continued its persistent knocking. Such patience. It neither attempted to capture him nor reported him. What could it possibly want? He was certain that this large-eyed being was definitely not the 3rd wind shadow. The 3rd used iron sand, not yellow sand, and it could not possibly be an ordinary sand shinobi. They had no means to learn this sandai technique. Could it be a spy, residing within the sand shinobi yet with allegiances elsewhere? Seeing the creature still tirelessly knocking, Wei Ming reluctantly opened Wuya. The large-eyed creature immediately soared into the air, its eyes darting around, sneakily peering into the space within Wuya's belly. Wei Ming could only roll his eyes. with such large eyes. No matter how stealthy it tried to be, it was no different from being blatant. The creature glanced at Wei Ming, then shifted its gaze to the ground. Wei Ming, momentarily confounded, tentatively pointed at the ground. Does this mean I should go to the underground chamber? The large-eyed creature bobbed up and down, as if nodding. All right then, off we go. At least there is no immediate danger. After closing Wu Ye's great cat head, Wei Ming leaped down, swiftly burrowing underground. The large-eyed creature followed closely, transforming into a fine sand that sifted into the earth. Who are you? Wei Ming asked cautiously. The fine yellow sand once again cloaked the wall before him, spelling out words. What does this mean? Oh, I understand now. You cannot hear me speak. You don't read lip movements, do you? Wei Ming retrieved paper and a pen from his sealing card and wrote 3 bold characters. Who are you? After finishing, he glanced at the large-eyed creature beside him, then looked up at the wall. Guess. I damn well guess your sister. Where on earth did this unseemly creature come from? Speak up. What do you want me to do? Wei Ming rolled his eyes, yet felt a sense of relaxation, judging by the demeanor of this large-eyed creature. It likely wasn't a sand shinobi. Perhaps it truly was a spy from another nation. The fact that it hadn't reported him suggested it might have some ulterior motive. Have you eaten? The writing on the wall began to change. Oh, how polite. I have eaten, Wei Ming replied with a smile that conformed to societal expectations, responding courteously. How is it that even in the world of Hokage, such customary pleasantries still exist? I haven't eaten. Wei Ming thought. All right, I misunderstood. Why should I care if you haven't eaten? Then he noticed the large-eyed creature staring at him, blinking incessantly. Fine then. Wei Ming resignedly pressed down on the ceiling wooden plaque. Bang! A preserved wooden box appeared amidst a puff of white smoke. Wei Ming opened the box to reveal pan-seared fish, a mixed grain and vegetable salad, and a fried egg. Ah, this is one of the earlier recipes. The fish was caught from the Konoha River, tender, boneless, and delicious. Why isn't there any rice ball? The large-eyed creature floated above the wooden box and took a glance, causing the writing on the wall to change, overflowing with disdain that made Wei Ming roll his eyes yet again. Everyone is a spy. It is a privilege to receive even a meager meal from you. Yet you still find fault. Such a lack of appreciation. This is a recipe I have divined. Each dish a masterpiece of exquisite flavor. If you are fortunate enough to taste it, take joy in that. Alas, it appears we must make do with this for today. The words on the wall shifted once more, imbued with a sense of reluctant obligation. Don't let me discover your true identity, or I shall surely report you. The Sand Ninja Camp is no place for lingering. I must devise a swift escape. With such a watchful eye upon me, it is only a matter of time before I am exposed. A swirl of yellow sand rose from the ground, sealing the wooden box and pushing it before me. Isn't this sufficient? Why push it back? I thought, glancing up at the wall in confusion. Heat it. Very well. I have been scrutinized for more than just a day or two. Even my own version of a microwave is aware of it. No, the mental network must be revised, having been observed for so many days without realizing it. As I pondered, I skillfully heated the food. After 4 minutes and 11 seconds, I withdrew my hand. Watching the yellow sand envelop the wooden box and disappear into the ground, I felt a peculiar unease. This fellow must not be appearing merely for a morsel of food. Surely, it cannot be so degrading for a spy. Regardless, I must hasten to find a way to flee. Perhaps I should employ the earth-walking technique? If the Sand Ninja's reaction is delayed, I could burrow deep enough to evade detection. As I contemplated this possibility, that watchful eye floated closer, fixing its gaze upon me. The text on the wall transformed once again. Do not even think of escaping. Otherwise, I shall report you. How dare you attach yourself to me? I exclaimed. Cursed spy. Do not let me discover who you are. Chio returned to the tent late at night. As she approached, she could not suppress a sudden twitch of her nose. She glanced toward the workshop on the opposite side of the tent. Could it be that a vial had leaked? What an odd scent. Chio excels in the art of poison crafting. In truth, every puppet master is also a master of toxins. Distinguishing the aromas of various herbs and substances is an essential skill for puppet masters. It felt as though I had encountered this scent before. Chio sniffed again, only to find the odor had dissipated. Shaking her head, she dismissed the thought. Crafting poisons can lead to unpredictable reactions, resulting in strange and peculiar smells. She sat down at her workbench, continuing to repair the puppets. Meanwhile, hidden within the belly of Goyo, I diligently absorbed her techniques. I resolved that I must enhance Goyo in the future. The more I observed, the more ideas flooded my mind, and my hands itched to perform a significant transformation. Perhaps I could achieve enlightenment through the three treasures absorption technique. I stroked my chin in contemplation. I had acquired two techniques, yet the final one eluded me. However, with the time for enlightenment at hand, I felt confident in my ability to deduce it. Today seemed devoid of extraordinary plans. During this period, I had largely utilized my moments of insight for reading. I indeed wished to refine the mental network, but lacking references or direction rendered the process rather arduous. First, I would complete the three treasures absorption. I glanced at Chio. Today, she was merely performing routine maintenance on the puppets, with no new techniques in sight. Without hesitation, I positioned my right hand's index and middle fingers together, tapping my temples twice. A familiar coolness enveloped my mind. Two sets of the three treasures absorption technique were unfurled, illustrating the sequential strokes meticulously. With the knowledge of sealing techniques distilled in his mind, Wei Ming swiftly analyzed the three treasures absorption. After a minute, he tapped 3 times on his temples, halting the moment of enlightenment. It appeared that the three treasures absorption could indeed be stacked. Wei Ming pondered thoughtfully. The three treasures absorption was akin to an explosive talisman, resembling a ninjutsu of wind released through sealing techniques. The more explosive talismans he inscribed, the deeper his understanding became. To him, these talismans represented a form of fire ninjutsu executed through sealing techniques. One of the absorption techniques lacked sufficient suction power. Beyond 3 sets, the structure of the technique became exceedingly complex. No wonder it was limited to 3 treasures. 3 sets provided just the right amount of power, stability in structure, and relative simplicity, making it suitable for inheritance and learning. However, with a moment of enlightenment at his disposal, he was unperturbed by complexity. He could certainly devise a 4 treasures absorption or even a 5 treasures absorption. Glimpsing the vast interior space of the 5 leaves, inspiration struck Wei Ming. As the sun rose in the morning, his biological clock awakened him. He jumped into the underground mansion, swiftly addressing his personal hygiene needs. Donning a casual outfit, he pressed down on his wrist with his left hand. Bang! Bang! 2 wooden boxes materialized before him. Upon opening the boxes to inspect the contents, he selected a favored dish and placed it on the left side. Then, cradling the wooden box in both hands, he adeptly altered the nature of his chakra to heat it. One set took 17 seconds, while the other took 4 minutes and 3 seconds. He set the box on the ground. A vortex of yellow sand manifested out of thin air, and the box gradually sank into the earth. Ignoring this occurrence, Wei Ming opened his lunchbox and began to relish his breakfast. This lifestyle had become his routine over the past fortnight. Wei Ming had confirmed that the large-eyed creature before him was indeed motivated by a desire for sustenance. Why was there no rice ball yet? The yellow sand on the wall undulated, revealing a line of text. Wei Ming channeled chakra through his feet into the wall, causing the fine yellow sand to shift. Being able to eat was already a blessing, yet there were still picky demands. To facilitate conversation, Wei Ming tentatively inquired about the manipulation of sand. To his surprise, the creature generously imparted this knowledge to him, rendering his prepared inquiries useless. With a moment of enlightenment, he swiftly learned the art of sand manipulation, albeit only for writing. Aren't you tired of hiding in that little black cloth toy every day? The large-eyed creature curiously asked. Little toy? Do you misunderstand the concept of size? Wei Ming retorted. Could a sand ninja puppet possibly rival 5 leaves in grandeur? I have books to read. It keeps me occupied, Wei Ming casually replied while eating. You're lying. There are no books in that toy of yours. The large-eyed creature glared at him. Lack of knowledge. I have books in my mind, Wei Ming cheerfully responded. Then, a prolonged silence ensued. Impossible. You couldn't possibly retain that many books in your head, the creature resumed after a while. Did that fellow just ask if anyone else was around? Is there someone else aware of my existence? Why hasn't anyone reported me? Wei Ming's expression grew peculiar. Having coexisted for half a month, he increasingly found the large-eyed creature peculiar. It exhibited a severe lack of common sense, at times as innocent as a child, yet at other moments, crafty as a cunning fox. Believe it or not, Wei Ming replied nonchalantly. After half a month of companionship, the initial tension had dissipated. It was unlikely that the large-eyed individual would report him. On the contrary, the remarks exchanged between them reflected an exceedingly adverse perception of the sand ninja. Who exactly was this person? Just as he contemplated probing further into the other's identity, the large-eyed figure abruptly fell from the air, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Again? This was not the first time he had witnessed such an occurrence. The large-eyed one was likely in a similar predicament, hiding in fear of being discovered. Otherwise, it would not have ventured forth for a morsel of food. Misfortune unites those who share a common plight. At the edge of the Sand Ninja camp, within a solitary tent, a wooden box lay before Funfu. He extracted a piece of beef, its spicy aroma tantalizing his taste buds, causing his mouth to salivate and awakening his appetite. "Someone's here," Shikaku suddenly shouted. Funfu hastily stowed away his chopsticks and plate into the wooden box. A swirling vortex of sand abruptly emerged beneath the box, engulfing it in an instant. Quickly wiping his mouth with his sleeve, Funfu took a deep breath, clasped his hands, and sat cross-legged, exuding an air of a venerable monk. Moments later, faint voices were heard from outside the tent, accompanied by a subtle fluctuation of chakra. The barrier enveloping the tent parted. An elderly man with partially white hair entered. "Funfu, I've brought you your meal," said Hokkaizo, placing the tray near Funfu. "Oh, a rare visitor. What brings you to see me?" Funfu replied joyfully. He and Hokkaizo were old acquaintances, having been a Jinchuriki since childhood. Few had the privilege of seeing him, and even fewer could maintain a nonchalant demeanor in his presence. Hokkaizo was one of those rare individuals. "You seem to have put on a bit of weight," Hokkaizo remarked in surprise. Funfu's heart skipped a beat, nearly undoing a lifetime of discipline. Put on weight? How could I not? He thought. With every meal consisting of rich meats and no exercise, it would be peculiar not to gain weight. "Oh, the food at the front lines is quite good," Funfu replied ambiguously. Hokkaizo fell silent. The assertion that the food at the front was good? Any other ninja would assume such a statement was a sarcastic jab at the monotonous and greasy meals. However, when Funfu said it, Hokkaizo believed it to be true. As a Jinchuriki, Funfu was not well regarded, and the meals provided by the Sand Village were barely sufficient to stave off starvation. In contrast, the frontline camps offered high-fat, high-calorie sustenance to sustain the ninja's physical strength, making such food far more delectable. Consuming too many high-calorie meals without adequate exercise could certainly lead to weight gain. Reflecting on the life of his friend, Hokkaizo felt a tinge of bitterness rise within him. "Rest assured, upon returning to the village, I will ensure the quality of your meals," Hokkaizo stated earnestly. "What on earth are you imagining?" Funfu responded, his face adorned with a calm smile, exuding an air of inscrutability. "Then I shall entrust you with that responsibility." His tone conveyed a sense of tranquility and indifference, perfectly complemented by his serene demeanor, which led one to believe they were in the presence of a wise monk. "Let us eat." Hokkaizo set the tray down before Funfu, and, sitting cross-legged opposite him, picked up his chopsticks to join in the meal. Amidst the tumult of battle, tranquility can only be found in the presence of this old friend. Unconsciously, a subtle, piquant aroma wafted past my nose. "What scent is this?" muttered Hai Laozong to himself. Funfu immediately broke into a fine sheen of perspiration, yet maintained an outward calm as he bit into a morsel of salty, greasy rice ball. He inhaled, wearing a perplexed expression. "Surely not?" Hai Laozong paid little mind to this, noticing Funfu's hesitation in eating, and inquired, "Eating so little? I'm getting old. I can't consume much anymore. I still have half a plate of cold beef to finish. I must save room." Hai Laozong fell silent once more. The tailed beasts have always been a source of instability. To prevent them from going berserk, the Jinchuriki must expend tremendous effort to keep them subdued. Funfu had battled alongside tailed beasts for a lifetime, his body and spirit now riddled with scars. One wonders how much longer his friend can endure. "Damn old man. Why hasn't he left yet? Shall I throw him out?" In the ceiling space, Shohei exclaimed boisterously. Now, let us not be so rash. Patience is a virtue," Funfu calmly advised. "Wait until he finishes eating. If he refuses to leave, then we can cast him out." "Very well." Hai Laozong felt a chill run through him, his hair standing on end, glancing around in bewilderment. "Why do I have such an ominous premonition?" Funfu squinted his eyes and smiled. Within the belly of Wu Yi, Wei Ming tapped his temple thrice, pausing for a moment of contemplation. A brand new suction technique was conceived. By layering 9 suction techniques, the pulling force intensified. Wei Ming surveyed the spatial confines of Wu Yi's abdomen, calculating how to inscribe the technique, preparing to make some modifications for Wu Yi. Attaching it to 2 cat paws would suffice. Once activated, it could instantly draw enemies within reach. Wouldn't this resemble a wind release version of Shinra Tensei? Once the enemy is drawn near, I can unleash a thunderous strike upon them and see if they survive. With his plan in place, Wei Ming produced chakra-conducting ink and began inscribing the technique within Wu Ye's belly. Compared to the Tin Shin of Qin, Wu Ye's size was more ample, allowing Wei Ming to fully unleash his creativity. Thus, the Eye of Wind was born, layered with 9 suction techniques. After half a day, Wei Ming completed the intricate inscriptions, dense with seals covering Wu Ye's abdomen, extending from the base to its dual claws. Both sides could activate the wind hole through the openings beneath the paw pads. Satisfied with his handiwork, the puppet suddenly began to tremble. Startled, Wei Ming quickly steadied the ink pot, adhering firmly to the bottom. His left fist struck the air. Heart net. At an unknown moment, Chio had returned to the tent. Thankfully, he hadn't activated the wind hole technique just yet. Otherwise, with Chio so close, he would surely have been discovered. But what is he doing? Chio unfurled a large scroll, half a meter in height. With both hands, he unleashed 10 strands of chakra to connect with Wu Yi, then exerted force to lift Wu Yi onto the scroll. Sealing technique? Huh. Seal it if you can, and I'll concede defeat, Wei Ming thought smugly. He possessed counter-sealing techniques. In an instant, half of Wu Yi was absorbed into the scroll. Wei Ming felt as though his heart nearly leapt from his chest. He leapt up, pressing his hands and feet against the inner wall, clinging to the heights. What was once a standing position transformed into an abyssal darkness, resembling the mouth of a bottomless pit. The counter-sealing technique has failed? Unmi, filled with uncertainty, widened his eyes. Fixated on the dark abyss below, the black hole ascended rapidly, slowing only after enveloping half of Goyo. Unmi dared not relax, his gaze steadfastly locked onto the shifting void. When it reached 2/3 of its ascent, the black hole ceased its rise entirely. Unmi exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the counter-sealing technique had taken effect, or he might have met an inexplicable demise. Outside, Chio furrowed her brow, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. The sealing process had reached its midpoint, the difficulty escalating sharply. It was akin to filling a rubber ball with water. Initially, it was effortless, but as the ball filled, adding more water required immense pressure to counteract the ball's constricting force in order to expand it further. She now felt that same strain, as if the sealing space were insufficient, demanding that she forcibly compress Goyo inside. Yet, as the sealing reached 2/3, no matter how much effort she exerted, she could not seal it even a fraction further. The overwhelming resistance made Chio perspire. Retracting her chakra, she gradually released Goyo, no longer forcing the issue. She had an inkling that if she pressed on with the sealing, she would only risk rupturing the sealing scroll. It shouldn't be like this. Chio leaned closer to Goyo, contemplating. The scroll she had prepared was a large one used by the Sand Ninja for transporting goods. Although Goyo was substantial, its size was trivial in comparison to the bulk of supplies. Was it due to these sealing symbols? A hypothesis began to form in her mind. Each sealing symbol represented a spatial dimension. Goyo was adorned with numerous sealing symbols, which collectively created an astonishingly vast space. The ingenuity of its creator was truly remarkable, she thought with a wry smile. Her initial intention was to have the returning team deliver a gift to her grandson. Little did she anticipate the sealing's failure. Now, she would have to wait until the war concluded or personally return to the Sand Ninja to bring it back. Ever since the sealing had failed, Chio had relocated Goyo to a corner. Unmi felt the weight lift from his chest. Chio's abandonment of the sealing plan brought him relief. Yet the timing of Goyo's departure from the camp seemed indefinitely postponed. Fortunately, provisions were ample. The food stored within the sealing card was sufficient for a year, provided he remained discreet. It was wise to maintain a steady hand. One day, Unmi nestled within Goyo's interior, absorbed in a book, when a sudden series of thuds echoed from outside. Reluctantly, he opened his eyes. Peering out of Goyo's head, he encountered the large, round eye staring back at him. Rolling his eyes at the orb, Unmi leaped down and burrowed underground. "How idle can you be?" he quipped, manipulating sand to express his thoughts on the wall. "Very idle." The large eye replied candidly, "So idle that I'm nearly frantic." "You certainly lead a comfortable life as a spy," Unmi remarked, rolling his eyes again. "I am not a spy," the eye corrected him earnestly. "Fine, fine, if you say so," Unmi replied, disinterested in further debate. "What do you want?" he inquired, shifting the sand's form. A strange sense of déjà vu reminiscent of chatting on QQ or WeChat washed over him. "Nothing much. Just bored out of my mind." The eye confessed. "Are you really reading?" the eye asked, skepticism lacing its tone. "Staying cooped up in this cramped Dark space all day, without any diversion, would drive anyone mad. I had been hiding for nearly 2 months, showing no signs of mental instability. Believe it or not. He shrugged. Must I inform you that a library resides within my mind? He mused. Could you perhaps show it to me? The large-eyed one inquired, curiosity gleaming in his gaze. Alas, I cannot reveal it. The books are all nestled within my thoughts. Indeed, this fellow seemed to be idly languishing. Which village's spy is this, so lethargic day by day? Is your village chief aware of your state? Oh, the disappointment was palpable in the large eyes. After spinning around in the air for a moment, excitement surged once more. Shall we engage in a game of Gamoku? No time for that, came the unimpressed reply from Wei Ming. It was unclear where his companion found such vigor. On the day they were introduced to Gamoku, the large-eyed one played tirelessly with him throughout the day. Had it not been for Chiyo's late return, they might have played all night. Akin to a youth besotted with the internet. Why not seek out that old man for a match? Wei Ming inquired cautiously. After spending considerable time together, he had gleaned quite a bit of information from the large-eyed one. For instance, he was currently in the company of the elderly man referred to as the dead old man. He was not permitted to move freely or act impulsively, as if ensnared. Surely, he could not be a captured spy? That would entail constant interrogation, which certainly didn't align with his current leisurely demeanor. The old man is asleep. The large-eyed one lamented. Awaken him to continue our game, Wei Ming mischievously suggested. If he wishes to sleep, he may not do so until we finish. I called out, but he remains unresponsive, deep in slumber. The large-eyed one expressed with frustration. That old man is probably feigning sleep. It would be rather miraculous if you could rouse him, Wei Ming remarked, bemused by the naivety of his companion. It seemed the elderly man was indeed quite vexed by the large-eyed one's incessant chatter. However, if the old man truly feigned sleep, would that not mean he would turn to annoy Wei Ming instead? Truly, he was a cunning old man. Do you have any new games? The large-eyed one asked with eager anticipation. None whatsoever, Wei Ming replied decisively. I would be mad to disclose a new game to you. How bothersome. A formidable word appeared on the wall. The large-eyed one began to circle the 40-square-meter small chamber, causing Wei Ming to feel dizzy. Where on earth was he? It felt as if he were teetering on the brink of madness. Enough of that. Cease your spinning. I shall devise a plan, Wei Ming urged hastily, wishing to stop this incessant motion. Otherwise, he could very well spin in the underground chamber all day. What plan? The large-eyed one abruptly inquired, invading Wei Ming's personal space. Do not disturb me, Wei Ming exclaimed, pushing the large-eyed one aside and settling at his desk to ponder. Could I possibly open the Grand Library to others? The essence of the Grand Library lay in the magical binding technique, initially intended to ensnare others, drawing them into a mental space and manipulating their perceptions. Furthermore, this illusionary technique boasted an exceptionally high ceiling. It was said that Uchiha Madara utilized this technique to control the Nine Tails, and later, both he and Obito employed it to manipulate the Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village. Not only was it not difficult, but it was also rather straightforward. Wei Ming's thoughts began to crystallize. Regrettably, the time for epiphany had elapsed for the day. Otherwise, he would have grasped it immediately. Return tomorrow. I shall devise a means for you to peruse the volumes in my mind. Wei Ming rose, signaling it was time for departure. I can enter your mind? The large-eyed one exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm as he leaned closer to Wei Ming. Clearly, he held a genuine interest in the books and was eager to delve into Wei Ming's thoughts. Away with you. Make haste. Wei Ming rolled his eyes in exasperation. Casually pulling out a preserved wooden box, he tossed it to the large-eyed figure before leaping out of the secret chamber and diving into the depths of the 5 leaves. First, he attained enlightenment at the Fengshua point, then meticulously inscribed the formation, yet his mind was utterly fatigued, throbbing with pain. There was no time for idle banter with the large-eyed one. All he yearned for was to nestle into the 5 leaves and indulge in a rejuvenating slumber. When he awoke, the night had deepened. Stretching languidly, he yawned comfortably. Tiredness beckoned him to sleep, hunger urged him to eat, and with nothing else to do, he would often retreat to the library to peruse books and delve into intriguing ninjutsu research. Though he found himself in the heart of enemy territory, it was, indeed, a rare moment of tranquility for him. He clenched his left fist and struck the air. A kaleidoscopic vision emerged. Chiyo had commenced her restoration work. What initially seemed to be routine maintenance quickly revealed the development of something novel. Chiyo appeared to be attempting to create a special sealing technique. Intrigued, He pondered that if one mastered enough techniques, perhaps they could eventually forego the need for hand seals altogether, merely combining hands and invoking whatever they desired. The puppeteer's attacks relied solely on their puppets. Hidden weapons, blades, and poisons were traditional methods of assault. Clearly, Chiyo was not a conventional puppeteer. She was endeavoring to innovate new techniques, drawing shadows from the three treasures, yet predominantly exploring other methods, all aimed at employing techniques to manifest ninjutsu. The Sand Ninja surely possessed numerous similar sealing techniques. This thought led him to reminisce about the Red Sand Scorpion. In his memory, the adversary had transformed him into a human puppet, capable of spraying high-pressure water blades from his hands, as well as fierce flames, all made possible through a sealing scroll affixed to his back. This mechanism seemed to share a lineage with the three treasures. Was it a form of defensive technique? He vaguely discerned its potential. He urged Chiyo on internally, lamenting the fact that she was growing older and, being on the battlefield, her energy was stretched too thin. After merely summarizing and testing 3 proposals, she hastily tucked away her notes. "Why have you ceased?" he thought, feeling a surge of discontent. Chiyo yawned, collapsing onto her bed fully clothed, eager to fall asleep swiftly to replenish her energy for the demanding tasks of the following day. However, as she lay there, she found herself unable to drift off. Too much pressure? That seemed implausible. The greater the pressure, the faster she typically fell asleep, and the higher the quality of her rest. She turned over, attempting to continue her slumber. Suddenly, she realized not only was she wide awake, but she also felt increasingly energized, even on the verge of laughter. What on earth? Observing Chiyo, who was tossing and turning in her futile attempts to sleep and ultimately resorting to studying new techniques instead, he couldn't help but smile in triumph. You can always trust life number 3. At that moment, Chiyo had just completed the testing of one of her proposals, and it had succeeded. With a broad grin, she threw her head back and laughed heartily. All right then, this damn side effect is never going away. Chiyo immersed herself in her research until 2 in the morning. He, too, had noticed the time. As dawn broke, Chiyo emerged from the tent, brimming with vitality, while he remained in a drowsy slumber. Despite the presence of life number 3, it could not shield him from his mental exhaustion. The sun had just begun to rise above the horizon. A familiar rhythmic knocking echoed from the top of the 5-leafed head. Wei Ming, jolted awake, reluctantly opened the cat head and leaped underground, followed closely by the large, bulbous eyes. Have you thought of a solution? The yellow sand swirled in midair, forming a lengthy string of characters. Wei Ming brusquely pushed aside the large eyes obstructing his view and began to attend to his personal hygiene, exuding a palpable irritation at the lack of awareness displayed by this creature. After leisurely consuming breakfast, which left the large eyes in a state of agitation, Wei Ming tidied up the refuse before finally retrieving a scroll to inscribe some text. What is this? The yellow sand danced around him, coalescing into another string of characters. Ninjutsu. Wei Ming replied succinctly. The large eyes instantly betrayed a look of distress. Does it require hand seals? I can't do that. Of course it requires hand seals. Wei Ming replied with an exasperated glance at the large eyes. He wasn't like a towering figure able to summon whatever he desired. Though it required merely a single hand sign, it was unavoidable. The art of the library card. This was a new ninjutsu conceived by Wei Ming, merging the techniques of the librarian's consciousness division, the magical binding that ensnares another's consciousness, and the experience shared through shadow clones. The practitioner of the library card technique could project a portion of their consciousness into Wei Ming's library. Since it was merely a projection of consciousness, even if captured by Wei Ming, it would not incur harm. Likewise, due to its ephemeral nature, Wei Ming felt no apprehension about disturbances within his mental space. Thus, they could converse face to face. Isn't this akin to transitioning from text chatting to video chatting? Wei Ming thought, feeling a peculiar sense of curiosity. He was rather interested in meeting the large eyes, for it would be a pity not to make the acquaintance of such a seemingly lazy spy. Perhaps they could even discuss the philosophy of lethargy. Inside the edge camp of the Sand Ninja, a wooden box levitated, dragging a scroll along with it. Fin Fu skillfully opened the box and retrieved a plate. Preparing for a meal. Fish balls. Quite a delightful flavor, Fin Fu savored slowly. Don't rush to eat. Help me examine this ninjutsu, Shoha urged impatiently, tearing open the scroll with yellow sand. As Mr. Wei Ming said, only love and good food should not be forsaken, Fin Fu replied leisurely. Do you believe I will bury all the food? Shoha retorted, growing anxious. Fen Fu shrugged. All right, don't be hasty. Let me set down my chopsticks first. With a cheerful gulp of the fishball, he pushed the fresh-keeping wooden box aside and began to scrutinize the scroll. Well, can I learn it? Shoha asked nervously. Fen Fu remained silent, rereading the scroll before finally looking up. Are you certain the creator of this ninjutsu is a child? Of course. I see him every day. He is but a little squirt, Shoha replied with dissatisfaction. Indeed, genius is a perplexing phenomenon, Fen Fu mused. Is this ninjutsu truly remarkable? Shoha inquired with astonishment. It's merely a technique for meetings. Is it really that exaggerated? Do you know who was the last person I encountered with such innovative thinking? Fen Fu asked. It wouldn't be that scoundrel from the Sandgate, would it? Shoha replied with a fierce tone. He is indeed ruthless, certainly not a good person. Fen Fu objectively remarked. He is indeed one of the rare geniuses in the history of Sunagakure. Just him? Shoha scoffed, a look of disdain crossing his face. Fen Fu chuckled lightly, disregarding Shoha's sulking, and continued, the manipulation of sand and the art of puppetry are the hallmark ninjutsu of the sand shinobi, and their creator is none other than Sabaka no. Controlling sand isn't difficult. I can do it too. That guy, Wei Ming, learned it effortlessly. I absolutely refuse to acknowledge that bastard Sabaka no as a genius, Shoha huffed angrily. Fen Fu smiled, knowing he wouldn't attempt to persuade Shoha to forgive Sabaka no. For the latter had often used Shoha as a subject in his experiments to develop the art of sand manipulation. Fen Fu himself could not forgive Sabaka no either. It was precisely because Sabaka no sought to study Shoha's power that he became a Jinchuriki, living a life akin to that of a prisoner. Although the current outcome was not entirely unfavorable, Fen Fu often pondered whether his life would have been entirely different had he not been a Jinchuriki. If Wei Ming learned it easily, that further proves he is also a genius, Fen Fu remarked. Regardless of what genius means, is this ninjutsu even useful? Shoha retorted impatiently. Fen Fu paused for a moment. Shoha, you are unique. Are you certain you wish to meet Wei Ming? Not me, us. Shoha declared nonchalantly. What if he cannot accept your identity? Fen Fu inquired. As a tailed beast. Shoha was perceived as a fearsome monster by those unaware of his true nature. Absolutely no problem, Shoha replied confidently. Fen Fu looked at the stout figure before him with a smile, appreciating for the first time how much trust Shoha placed in someone. Perhaps I should meet him first. Fen Fu suggested. Why don't you trust me? Wei Ming will be perfectly fine. Shoha insisted, anxious to meet someone interesting and curious about what thoughts resided in his mind. Is that library real? He thought to himself, and if Wei Ming dared to deceive him, he would dig up all the trash buried underground to disgust him. That is not appropriate. Fen Fu shook his head. What do you mean it's not appropriate? Shoha glared. Do you believe I want to pluck out all your whiskers? Fen Fu's brow twitched in annoyance. Pluck my whiskers? Who taught you that? That brat, Wei Ming. He suddenly felt as if his own child had been led astray by a mischievous peer. Can you perform hand seals? Fen Fu asked calmly. I can't. Shoha glanced at his claws, his face filled with despair. Oh, what a little rascal, I'll handle you. Do not worry, Wei Ming is a genius. He will resolve this issue, Fen Fu reassured with a smile. Yes, he will definitely solve it. Hurry and learn, old man. Go ask him what to do. Shoha perked up immediately. Fen Fu nodded with a smile. Indeed, he needed to meet Wei Ming first, not because the ninjutsu was difficult to learn, but because Shoha was a tailed beast. He needed to ascertain Wei Ming's character on behalf of Shoha. Having finally acknowledged a human, Shoha's hard-won trust must not be shattered. He was growing old, while Shoha seemed nearly immortal. Shoha required new friends to help him navigate the darkness of his confinement. Today, Wei Ming exhibited an unusual behavior by remaining in the underground chamber instead of immediately retreating into Wu Ye's belly. He wished to observe the effects of the library card technique. The mind web enveloped an area of over 100 meters. Suddenly, a mass of chakra entered Wei Ming's field of vision. Had it not been for the fact that the entity was underground, Wei Ming would have nearly retreated back into Wu Ye's belly in fright. That spherical chakra approached directly into the underground chamber. Wei Ming reached out and caught the gentle chakra, which swiftly permeated his body. He immediately sensed the presence of another individual within the library. The earth technique emerged from the underground and leapt into Wu Ye's belly, prompting Wei Ming to close his eyes and enter the library. In the center of the courtyard, beneath the shade of a small divine tree, stood a bald old man with white eyebrows and beard, quietly gazing upward at the towering tree. Rays of celestial light filtered through the gaps in the leaves, illuminating him. Upon seeing him, Wei Ming was instantly captivated by the aura of tranquility that surrounded the old man. Slowly approaching from behind, Wei Ming smiled and remarked, "Isn't my library impressive?" The elder turned, looking at Wei Ming with a hint of surprise. "Truly remarkable. At such an advanced age. Why do you not return to the village to enjoy your twilight years?" Wei Ming was intrigued. Ninjas seldom indulge in self-care. They are a bunch reliant on their youth. There are hardly any ninjas who, despite their age, remain active outside. The village chief is a rascal, refusing to let me rest properly. Fan Fu chuckled amiably. "Are you not a big-eyed fellow?" Wei Ming sensed something was amiss. The big-eyed ones are typically hyperactive, yet this old man exuded calmness. "How did he describe me?" Fan Fu inquired curiously. "Old coot," Wei Ming replied, using the common term associated with the big-eyed ones. "I only know you are an old man. The big-eyed one is quite tight-lipped." Wei Ming shrugged. "That fellow tight-lipped? Spare me the lies. Young one, which village do you hail from that you would come to Sunagake here as a spy?" Fan Fu expressed skepticism, suspecting that Wei Ming's village chief was also a rascal. To produce a library card, and a series of wondrous ninjutsu, the individual could be considered a genius. Was it not foolish to send such a talent to another village as a spy, risking his potential for defection? "Oh, I am from the Cloud-Hidden village. Our village chief has always been a reckless man," Wei Ming stated candidly. Fan Fu squinted and smiled. "Cloud-Hidden?" He surveyed the 12 identical studies around them. "Cloud-Hidden does not possess such architectural style. This lad is not being truthful. Which village do you belong to, old sir?" Wei Ming asked curiously. "Oh, I am from Konoha," Fan Fu chuckled. Wei Ming thought, what a crafty old man. This old coot certainly did not speak the truth. The big-eyed one was right. He is indeed an old fox. In the depths of night, within the tent of Chiyo, she was fervently sketching a technique on a scroll. Recently, she had been bursting with inspiration, advancing the development of new techniques at an accelerated pace. It seemed as if she had rediscovered the vigor of her youth. Once immersed in the creation of puppet techniques, she found herself brimming with inexhaustible energy. In a corner of the tent, within Wu Ye's belly, Wei Ming's mind web focused intently on Chiyo. "Carefully regulate the concentration of life number 3. I cannot afford to induce those ghastly side effects again. Hurry up. Once the research is complete, I will immediately halt it." Chiyo had been developing new techniques for quite some time. With the stimulation of life number 3, the speed of her research had accelerated, and she was now beginning to see a rough outline of her work. At 2 in the morning, after Chiyo had rested, Minma retracted his heart web. One cannot always rely on Chiyo. What is most suitable for oneself is indeed the best. Minma raised his right hand, aligning his index and middle fingers, and gently tapped his temple twice. A familiar cool sensation surged through his mind. Information regarding chakra transformation, the nature of wind release, intertwined chakra structures, and the arrangement of techniques continually converged and collided. A spherical ceiling technique outline emerged, awaiting Chiyo to complete the crucial core arrangement, after which Minma's new technique would be finalized. With a smile, he contemplated. Chiyo needed to consider the size of the puppet, meticulously calculating every inch of space. However, the enormous form of the 5 leaves allowed for more freedom in design, significantly diminishing the difficulty of development. Now, only the core technique remained. For 5 consecutive days, the old man appeared punctually at Minma's library. He did little beyond occasionally perusing books and aimlessly chatting with Minma. Minma found this leisurely interaction quite enjoyable. He was not a true spy, free from the burden of overthinking when silence prevailed. Although the old man possessed a rather irritable disposition due to his age, he exuded a calming aura that Minma appreciated during their light-hearted exchanges. Has the big-eyed fellow yet to master the book certificate technique? Minma leaned against a pillar in the corridor outside the study, one hand holding a book lazily as he observed. Fenneku sat cross-legged beside him, habitually clasping his hands, exuding an air of tranquility and leisure. "He is a bit slow," the old man remarked with a wink and a smile. "Don't let him hear you say that." Minma chuckled, "or he might pluck out your beard." Fenneku stiffened. "No wonder the old crane has been threatening me with his beard lately. It's all your fault. Could it really be that difficult to learn?" Minma questioned, a hint of skepticism in his voice. The jutsu he had intuitively grasped had already factored in the difficulty of execution, not much greater than the shadow clone technique. Why then had it taken so long for the big-eyed one to learn? It seemed evident that his chakra control was quite poor. In Minma's recollections, Naruto had struggled with the shadow clone technique due to the Nine-Tails interference, which hindered his chakra regulation. The shadow clone technique required precise chakra control, and similarly, the book certificate technique demanded meticulous manipulation. Truly deserving of the person who developed the book certificate technique, Fenneku sighed, his sharp insight evident. Previously, he had indeed worried about Minma's character. Now his concern shifted towards the abilities of the old crane. How could a tailed beast of such stature fail to master such a simple jutsu? Having an excess of chakra can also be a hindrance. However, it should improve soon. There has been some progress in the past few days, Fenneku smiled. All right, let him not expect to achieve mastery in one bite. He could inject a bit less chakra to sacrifice the duration of the book certificate while improving the success rate, Minma lazily suggested. He had previously looked forward to meeting the big-eyed one, only to be stalled at this juncture. I will convey your message, but be prepared, Fenneku cautiously advised. How could one meet without mental preparation? Minma rolled his eyes, well versed in the nuances of such matters. Memories from his past life reminded him that incidents of online meetups gone awry were far from rare. He's quite the heavy-set fellow, Fenneku remarked with a grin, emphasizing the word heavy. Who isn't? Minma replied dismissively. After all, he wasn't particularly slender in his previous life either. After all, this isn't about finding a partner. Who really cares about his physique? The large-eyed individual is quite adept at the art of puppetry, yet Chiyo has excelled, her research progressing at an astonishing rate. Finally, after 3 days, she has completed her work. Chiyo gazes at her accomplishments with immense satisfaction, overflowing with a sense of achievement. This is precisely why I am dedicated to the art of puppetry, she muses cheerfully. The joy of creating an entirely new puppet structure drives her, filling her with relentless enthusiasm. Within the confines of Goyu, Onmei retracts his fingers from his temples. The barrier technique has finally been perfected, and a smile graces his face as he reflects on his success. In contrast to Chiyo's nimble and compact techniques, Onmei's barrier technique is far more grandiose in both its formation and its effects. Naturally, it also consumes a considerable amount of chakra. However, its power is formidable. It is unfortunate that there are no similar techniques like the 4 purple flames formation for reference. Otherwise, its potency could be even greater, Onmei thinks greedily. There will always be opportunities for refinement in the future, he reassures himself. Life is long, and he will find a way eventually. If not, he can always rely on his sudden insights. With confidence, he declares that he is unafraid, thanks to his advantageous abilities. Tomorrow, he will commence work on equipping Goyu. That night, Onmei drifts into a deep slumber. The following day, shortly after Chiyo departs, he hastily consumes his meal. He sends a portion of his consciousness to converse with the old man, while he himself dives into Goyu's interior, armed with chakra ink. This time, he can only draw on her head, as her abdomen is already occupied by the wind cavity and the counter-sealing technique. What purpose does this technique serve? Within the mental realm, Bunfu gazes upward toward the sky, where Onmei's perspective is reflected. It is merely a defensive barrier, Onmei proudly states. With this addition, Goyu becomes sturdier, significantly increasing her chances of escape. Chiyo is truly unfortunate. All her hard work in developing these techniques will ultimately benefit another, Bunfu remarks cheerfully. Well, perhaps I shall express my gratitude to her when the opportunity arises, Onmei chuckles. After all, she is the one who brought me back. The large-eyed individual has nearly mastered the technique. You shall meet them tomorrow, Bunfu suddenly interjects. Finally learned it. With such skill, do you really intend to act as a spy? Wouldn't that make you an easy target? Onmei scoffs, visibly unimpressed. The average person would indeed struggle to catch him. Bunfu recalls the massive physique of Shikaku, with an almost limitless supply of chakra, and shrugs. Oh, this hefty fellow has some skill after all. Onmei queries with curiosity. If learning a ninjutsu is this challenging, what other abilities could he possess? Is he perhaps specialized in taijutsu? That would indeed be an impressive feat, Bunfu replies meaningfully. On the following day, the weather is splendid, with the rare clear blue skies of the land of rain. Onmei rises early, having completed his morning routine, and quietly awaits in the underground chamber. As the sun ascends, the sand shinobi finish their breakfast and gradually emerge from the camp to embark on their missions. A large and a small chakra presence enter Onmei's awareness. The smaller one exudes tranquility, while the larger one radiates a fierce restlessness. The old man was not mistaken. The large-eyed individual possesses considerable prowess, Onmei muses, raising an eyebrow. Just from sensing this chakra, He can tell that the other possesses an immense reservoir of chakra. How enviable. The amount of chakra he has is indeed his Achilles heel. As I reached out to grasp 2 orbs of chakra, I, Mu Ming, emerged from the underground chamber and once again sought refuge within the womb of the 5 leaves. Closing my eyes, I ventured into the library. Upon stepping outside, I was greeted by the sight of a colossal figure, towering at nearly 2 meters, reclining beneath the small divine tree. Its body, reminiscent of condensed yellow sand, bore mysterious azure patterns, a rotund belly, and a rather foolish visage. My body froze in place, my eyes widening uncontrollably. This was none other than Shikaku. I had anticipated the potential for a disastrous encounter, yet I had not expected it to be so utterly devastating. They say one cannot discern if the figure on the other side of the screen is human or ghostly. Indeed, it was decidedly not human. Was this a surprise or a shock? Shikaku cradled its belly with both hands, wearing a triumphant grin, as if reveling in a successful prank. The familiar mischievous temperament of this rascal made me roll my eyes in exasperation. This was no surprise, it was a fright. My gaze shifted to the old man beside me, who wore a smile that suggested he was eager to witness my dismay. That wicked old man. Meanwhile, the old man, Fukuzumi, shrugged nonchalantly, sporting a self-satisfied expression as if to say, "What are you going to do about it?" I couldn't help but chuckle at the 2 rascals. In the deep of night, Chiyo returned to the tent, her weary body dragging itself to the workstation. She resolved to develop a new type of poison. Reinforcements from Konoha were steadily arriving, as the battlefield once again fell into a stalemate. The advantages gained from Shikaku's surprise attack were gradually dissipating, and Chiyo felt the weight of pressure mounting. Creating a new poison could suppress Konoha's fervor, provided Tsunade could not devise an antidote. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, she could no longer find the state of mind she once possessed. In the past, while researching defensive techniques, she could toil until the early hours without feeling the slightest fatigue, awakening the next day as if she had returned to her youth. Thoughts swirled chaotically in her mind. After finally concocting the potion, she missed the optimal extraction moment due to distraction. Alas, age was catching up with her. Chiyo sighed ruefully as she tidied up the remnants of her concoction before stepping away from the workstation. She needed to rest. Otherwise, tomorrow would be quite arduous. Within the library's confines, the 3 of us, including Shikaku, sat beneath the courtyard's grand tree. It seemed that Shikaku had a particular fondness for leaning against the small divine tree. According to my memories from a past life, the tailed beasts were born from the splitting of the divine tree. Shikaku had every reason to be drawn to it, but at present, it was merely a projection of the small divine tree. I found this perplexing. I casually tossed down 2 playing cards. Fukuzumi extended his arm straight, tilted his neck back, and squinted for a long moment before finally speaking. This is quite challenging for my old eyes. Every time I play a card, I have to scrutinize it for ages. It's my turn now, it's my turn. Boom! Shikaku exclaimed, using its massive claw, akin to a fan, to toss out 2 small jokers, gripping them delicately as if they were mere toothpicks. Fatso, can't you play properly? Fukuzumi is the landlord here. We're on the same team. So why are you playing against me? Am I not allowed to play? Shikaku scratched its head, looking innocently at Fukuzumi. Of course you can. It's your turn. Not his. Fukuzumi encouraged with a smile. Wretched old man. Say, Mu Ming, why are you not afraid of me? Shikaku suddenly asked mid-game, its expression calm, though its small eyes remained fixed intently on me. Beneath the jovial visage of Finfu, his eyes flickered lightly, scanning over the silent Wu Ming. You do not consume humans. So what is there to fear? Indeed, he held little trepidation towards Shoha. The technique of the library card was his own creation, even though Shoha was a tailed beast. It could not wreak havoc within his library. Besides, you are trapped within this old man's belly. How could you possibly emerge to bite me? Wu Ming chuckled heartily. If you were to spring forth, the unfortunate first victim would be the sand ninja. Although a tailed beast, your aura is far more serene compared to that of a certain ferocious fox. When Kushina had just become a Jinchuriki, Wu Ming would feel his hair stand on end merely by approaching her. That menacing presence was unmistakably formidable. Is that so? Shoha replied, scratching his head with a chuckle. Funfu, brimming with mirth, suddenly teased, Aren't you a cloud ninja? How could you possibly come across the 9 tails? Wu Ming rolled his eyes. Yet you claim to be from Konoha. Yet here you harbor Shoha within you? The 2 exchanged knowing smiles, reminiscent of an old fox observing a young one. Another weary night unfolded. Chio sat at her workstation, rife with frustration. She could no longer attain her previous state of creativity. The vivacity and bursts of inspiration she once experienced were now but a wistful memory. Was this the final flicker of brilliance? Chio mused, self-deprecatingly. As she aged, her capacity to develop new techniques dwindled. The burdens of a busy schedule and the pressures of war consumed much of her energy. With the passage of time, her innovative thinking waned. That recent state had indeed felt like the last surge of vitality. She sensed a foreboding. If no extraordinary circumstances arose, she feared she would never regain that heightened state of inspiration. The prospect of developing new techniques seemed almost impossible. How she longed for that exhilarating feeling, akin to a euphoric high, yet devoid of any adverse effects. Chio sighed in resignation. Perhaps I should rest. Tomorrow holds much in store. With a heavy heart, she tidied her workstation and, fully clothed, laid down upon her bed. In the liminal space between wakefulness and slumber, a sudden flash of insight illuminated her mind. Chio sat upright abruptly. Something was amiss. That state was unequivocally abnormal. Her expression turned grave, given her age and physical condition. Such an exuberant state could not manifest without an exceptionally strong inner drive. Yes, exuberance. An unnatural exuberance. Poison? That seemed unlikely. There were no signs of poisoning. Rather, her body felt invigorated. What on earth was happening? Within the spirit library, 3 individuals sat beneath a grand tree. I'm all in, Shoha exclaimed, raising his playing cards high before slamming them down upon the table. Why are you going all in? Fanfu glared at Shoha, exasperated. We are on the same team. Wu Ming quietly revealed 4 twos. I too am all in. He then looked at the perplexed Shoha with a grin. Forget about this old man. Go ahead and play recklessly. Fanfu huffed in frustration, his face flushed with indignation. Wu Ming chuckled, reveling in the turn of fortune. This is the wheel of fate. This year, it favors my household. Who encouraged you to play recklessly, after all? You're facing the consequences now. With Shoha's interference, Wu Ming, the landlord, unsurprisingly emerged victorious. Old man, how do you even play cards? The landlord wins again. Shoha bellowed in exasperation. Fengfu struggled to catch his breath, nearly overwhelmed. How dare you criticize me? With your level of skill, you speak of tailed beasts. In the study behind the 3 individuals, the consciousness of Wei Ming was absorbed in a book. Hearing the commotion beneath the tree, he chuckled and shook his head before returning his focus to the text. In the adjacent studies, 2 more fragments of Wei Ming's consciousness were diligently organizing ninjutsu materials. The inspiration for the librarian stemmed from the shadow clone technique. Just as shadow clones can share experiences and assist in training, the librarian can likewise share knowledge to aid in learning. The main consciousness could indulge in leisure while the fragments pursued education. As long as they could endure the fatigue brought on by the clones, he could revel in enjoyment while excelling academically. Old man, I have a question. Wei Ming suddenly spoke at the card table. As a member of Konoha, why am I not captured? He found it puzzling. Although he had not participated in the slaughter, many sand shinobi had perished at the hands of those he had healed. Shikaku was one thing. He would relish the annihilation of the sand village. Yet Fengfu was a bona fide citizen of the sand village. That is of no concern to me. Fengfu responded with calmness. You are a sand shinobi. How can it not concern you? Wei Ming gazed at Fengfu in astonishment. Have you ever seen a prisoner empathize with a guard? Fengfu replied nonchalantly. Moreover, this prisoner has committed no crime. He has been imprisoned since childhood, enduring the torment of Shikaku for over a decade, never once sleeping soundly in his youth. Wei Ming's eyes widened in realization. I do not harbor hatred for the village. Yet do not expect me to express gratitude, Fengfu stated calmly. Understood, Wei Ming nodded. You seem quite fond of ninjutsu, Fengfu remarked, glancing at the 3 busy clones. Do you not find ninjutsu to be remarkable? Wei Ming countered naturally. Indeed, it is remarkable, but not to such an extent. Fengfu gestured toward the distant clones. This is bordering on madness. Heh, you wouldn't understand, Wei Ming said with a mysterious smile. That is a power that transcends the mundane. The allure of extraordinary power to an ordinary person in this world is utterly irresistible. Initially, one might pursue ninjutsu for self-preservation, but as time passed, passion took precedence. Most individuals in this world regard ninjutsu merely as a tool for killing, equating it with weapons and firearms. However, for Wei Ming, the sheer wonder of ninjutsu was enough to captivate his heart. Perhaps it is this love that gives rise to such wondrous techniques, Fengfu mused. surveying his surroundings with a hint of nostalgia. The Sand Clan was also filled with geniuses, yet they utilized their talents to fulfill their ambitions. They studied ninjutsu solely to enhance the power of the Sand Shinobi and solidify their own authority. The young lad before him was different, heating food with ninjutsu, techniques for libraries, and methods for library cards. None of this resembled a conventional ninja. Feng Fu smiled softly. Had he been a traditional ninja, they would not have engaged in such a conversation. This ninjutsu is indeed peculiar. I have never encountered anything like it, Shikaku remarked, glancing enviously at the little divine tree. That is merely a sign of your limited experience, Wei Ming retorted without mercy. Who says I lack experience? I have encountered the Sage of Six Paths, Shikaku replied defiantly. I have met that old man too, Feng Fu added. Unfazed, Wei Ming remarked, isn't he just an old man with horns? His face is all wrinkled, resembling a monster. Shoha, taken aback, stared at him in disbelief. Fun Fuku, equally astonished, glanced at Wei Ming. Clearly, Wei Ming's description aligned with the true visage of the Sage of Six Paths. You wouldn't comprehend even if I told you, Wei Ming chuckled. Where did I see him? I encountered him on my computer. Don't even mention the Sage of Six Paths. I've seen his mother too. Every morning, I first attend to my personal hygiene, then connect with the consciousness avatars of Fun Fuku and Shoha. Before comfortably nesting within the belly of Wuya, I indulge in games while also dedicating time to study ninjutsu. Life here is leisurely and delightful, far more comfortable than in the Konoha camp. Shoha remained fixated on the rice balls, yet the variety of food in the preservation box was a mystery even to Wei Ming. Opening the box would compromise its freshness, so he could not select in advance but had to rely on chance. That day, as usual, Wei Ming took out 2 lunchboxes. Upon opening them, his brow lifted. 2 rice ball sets? Finally, he had what he desired. He heated the food, and the rich aroma of sesame pervaded the underground chamber. Your rice balls. Wei Ming manipulated the sand to form a string of characters, placing one of the boxes on the ground. A sand vortex swiftly engulfed the wooden box while Wei Ming leisurely savored his breakfast. After a while, the Heart Network detected 2 chakra signatures approaching. Seizing these 2 chakra sources, Wei Ming, as per routine, emerged from the underground and dove into Wuya's belly. Both humans and beast, engrossed in their playful activities, remained oblivious to the fact that shortly after Wei Ming entered Wuya's belly, Chiyo, filled with concern, walked into the tent. Who could it be? The more she pondered, the more she felt something had been amiss recently. Chiyo retraced her steps, systematically eliminating suspicious intervals. Eventually, she concluded that the issue lay within her own tent. Cautiously entering, she observed her surroundings, a faint fragrance wafting through the air. That familiar scent caused her expression to shift. It was not a bizarre smell resulting from a mixture of potions. It was sesame, the same aroma as the sesame paste she had prepared for her grandson. Someone had been dining within her tent. With a sharp intake of breath, Chiyo cast a dark look towards the corner where Wuya was nestled, standing over 3 meters tall, with a substantial belly capable of concealing a person. Cursed be it. The Sunagakure camp basked under an exceptionally clear sky. The azure expanse bore no clouds, while a gentle, dry breeze swept across the camp, lifting the spirits of the Sunagakure ninja accustomed to the arid desert. Inside Wuya's belly, the trio, including Shoha, reveled in their merriment, still engrossed in their game of do-di-ju. Although Wei Ming wished to teach them more mini-games, his previous life as a recluse had limited him to card games like do-di-ju. He had never played mahjong and only knew how to play gamoku. Wei Ming tightly grasped his playing cards, occasionally glancing back. To his surprise, Shoha was cheating. This fool was sneakily peeking at his cards. Fun Fuku, seated opposite him, clearly observed but remained silent. Those 2 rascals. Seizing the moment, Wei Ming raised his hand and threw a bomb. You can't take it. No. Haha, I'm out of here. You've lost. Unperturbed, Wei Ming cheerfully discarded his final card. Once again, he emerged victorious as the landlord. You cheated. You blocked my view of your cards. And I couldn't see how many you had left. Otherwise, I would have certainly blasted you. Show, he exclaimed, his face full of indignation. Indeed, this round does not count. Fun Fu chimed in, grinning broadly. In any case, I have won. Wei Ming replied, shaking his head with a smug expression. Let's go again. Show, he huffed, clearly agitated. Just as Wei Ming was about to nod in agreement with a smile, he suddenly froze in place. Bang! A consciousness clone in the study abruptly vanished. Gentlemen, we can no longer continue this game. Wei Ming sighed, his feelings complex. Shoei scratched his head, utterly bewildered. Have we been discovered? Fun Fu's eyes widened. Worry etched across his face as he looked at Wei Ming. Wei Ming forced a smile, his lips twitching slightly. Wasn't this anticipated? Chiyo is, after all, a seasoned and formidable ninja. It is already a stroke of luck that I managed to evade her for over 3 months beneath her very nose. Although these 3 months had been spent in hiding, they had not been entirely unpleasant. Free from the anxiety of battle and the burden of late-night toil, he spent his days reading and playing cards, engaging in idle chatter with these two misfits. Life was even more delightful than in Konoha. Yet, inevitably, it had come to a limit. Wei Ming suppressed his tumultuous emotions and began to devise an escape. Outside, Chiyo glared fiercely at Go Yi. The esteemed elder of the Sand Ninja, commander of the puppet army, and frontline officer had allowed the enemy to hide in plain sight for over 3 months. Developing new ninjutsu under the opponent's very gaze, and even with their assistance. What a disgrace. Wind release, vacuum blade dance. With hands like lightning, she swiftly formed the hand signs. Taking a deep breath, she forcefully exhaled. A torrent of enormous chakra surged forth, swiftly transforming in midair into several colossal wind blades that materialized out of thin air. Like arrows loosed from a bow, they hurtled towards Go Yi's puppet. Die! Inside Go Yi, Wei Ming, who had been meditating with closed eyes, suddenly opened them. A visceral sense of impending doom surged through him, akin to placing his neck in the jaws of a ferocious beast, causing his hair to stand on end. Clenching his left fist, he struck the air with urgency. Mindweb. A kaleidoscopic vision unfolded before him. Numerous gigantic wind blades descended from above. Should they strike, Go Yi would undoubtedly be torn to shreds. In this critical moment, Wei Ming found himself surprisingly composed. The medical team, tirelessly working day and night to heal others, had forged within him an indomitable spirit. Though he had not faced the brutal battlefield, he had spent each day racing against death. The more dire the situation, the calmer he became. Whoosh! His figure suddenly shot upward. With a powerful strike of his right hand upon the top of Go Yi's head, chakra surged forth recklessly. Barrier technique. Buzz. The air trembled as a semi-transparent blue spherical barrier materialized out of thin air. Almost instantaneously after the barrier appeared, bang, bang, bang. The massive wind blades struck with fury. Boom. The wind blades shattered, and a tempest raged, tearing the tent into shreds in mere moments. You scoundrel! Chiyo's expression darkened further. This familiar barrier technique made her wish to shred the puppet before her into minuscule pieces. To use her own developed sealing technique against her was a blatant mockery. Little did she realize that what she thought was a surge of inspiration had merely rendered her a pawn, her research serving as a garment for another. Chiyo suppressed the tumult within her, casting a cold gaze upon the spherical barrier. The adversary had made enhancements. With the colossal cat puppet now capable of deploying more techniques and boasting greater defenses, rendering it impervious for the time being, Chiyo narrowed her eyes. She lacked formidable offensive capabilities, a common flaw among puppet masters. Against mid-tier shinobi, her cunning traps and insidious poisons had proven effective, yet when facing elite opponents, she found herself devoid of a decisive strike. Contemplating the ninjutsu at her disposal, Chiyo remained uncertain of breaching the barrier's defenses. Then I shall ensnare you, she resolved fiercely. Raising her hands, she deftly manipulated 10 chakra threads that shot forth like arrows. The transparent filaments danced and intertwined, forming a vast net that gracefully descended upon the barrier technique. If she could just hold on for a moment until the third arrived, a barrage of sand and iron would surely seal the enemy's fate. Within the belly of the Five Leaves puppet, Unmi looked up, calmly observing the puppet strings that tightly bound the barrier. Do you wish to trap me? With the third and countless sand ninja present, falling into such a snare would be tantamount to certain death. My time is running short. With her right hand maintaining the barrier, her shadow clone took control of her left, launching 5 chakra threads. The pads of the 5 Leaves paws suddenly retracted, revealing a dark abyss from which dozens of black steel cables surged forth like a flood, each armed with sharp surgical blades, charging towards Chiyo. Chiyo's expression shifted as she struggled to maintain the puppet strings, leaping back 7 or 8 meters to evade the onslaught of cables. At that moment, the massive cat head of 5 Leaves split open, revealing numerous seams, blooming like a lotus. Unmi's right hand held the barrier steady while her upper body emerged from the puppet's belly. Her left hand was raised, and she locked onto the target with her mind's web. With a hum, a colossal chakra air sphere, a meter in diameter, suddenly materialized. In the blink of an eye, it compressed to the size of a ping-pong ball, with threads of liquid coalescing at its center, where gleaming steel beads surged and swayed. Thunderous. Chiyo, witnessing the cat head unfurl, was taken aback to discover her opponent was but a child, her mind racing with uncertainty. Then, she saw the child's left palm aiming directly at her, a wave of fatal menace washing over her. I will die? I cannot evade it. I will surely perish. Her acute battle instincts prompted her to raise her arm immediately. As if wielding a war rope, she forcefully flicked the chakra threads. The supple strands transformed, resembling a pliant wax rod, the elastic force rebounding upon Chiyo. It was akin to a whip being cracked, the accumulated power granting the tip enough velocity to cut through the air, with Chiyo as the swiftest point. Bang! With a resounding explosion, a multitude of steel beads hurtled through the air. Chiyo soared, narrowly avoiding the barrage of beads, propelling herself dozens of meters away, her heart racing as she steadied herself. Her back drenched in sweat. So close. Just a fraction of a moment more, and she would have been turned into a sieve. She glared fiercely at Unmi. Damn it. You little leaf brat. In the mental library, 3 individuals sat beneath a grand tree, gazing up at the shifting shadows of the sky, which reflected Unmi's perspective. It is not immediately apparent, but you are quite formidable, managing to force Chiyo to retreat, Fubuki remarked in awe. At merely 10 years of age. With the passage of time, one might speculate that he could ascend to the heights of a village's shadow. Is that truly so? I might as well yawn. For my power is far greater, Shoha scoffed dismissively. Wuming rolled his eyes, aware of his own standing. After all, he was just a mere mortal. He merely seized the initiative. In a direct confrontation, it would undoubtedly be his demise. Wuming possessed a clear and sober self-awareness. How could an untroubled recluse from a past life possibly contend with a battle-hardened Chiyo? I shall take my leave now and bestow upon you a gift, Wuming declared, extending his hand to extract a portion of his spiritual consciousness, transforming it into a sphere. This was a reverse utilization of the library seal technique. Much like the shadow clone technique, which creates a duplicate capable of carrying information, the library seal can also divide consciousness to transmit and convey information, proving exceedingly convenient. Fubuki accepted it, instantly feeling a string of text appear in his mind. You would part with the library technique for me? Fubuki gazed at Wuming in astonishment. It is merely a simplified version. Wuming waved his hand dismissively. Sufficient for you to establish a game room. Splendid. Shoha, who had just been feeling dejected, instantly brightened. Fubuki shot a glare at the oblivious Shoha, turning back to Wuming with concern. Is it truly manageable? Wuming blinked his left eye and grinned. Just wait and see my methods. Hurry, hurry, let us see it in action. Shoha urged excitedly, eager for the spectacle. This fellow was hoping for Wuming to create chaos among the Sand Shinobi, and if he could annihilate them entirely, that would be even better. Ah, then you shall see. He had been preparing to flee for quite some time. Outside, Wuming, with an expressionless face, flicked his left hand. Accompanied by a whistling wind, the steel cable swiftly retracted. Wuming cast a glance at the disoriented Chiyo before turning and leaping into the belly of the 5 leaves. The cat's head swiftly merged. Chiyo, perplexed, understood one thing. She absolutely could not allow him to escape. Bang! A burst of white smoke erupted, and 10 white-clad puppets materialized beside her. The 10 people of Nara. One individual manipulating 10 puppets, agile and powerful. This was Chiyo's pride. However, her expression soured immediately. Over the past 3 months, she had not only repaired but maintained the 10 people of Nara multiple times. The secrets of the puppets had been fully observed by the adversary. I will not allow your escape. Should the knowledge of the 10 people be divulged, the Sand Shinobi Puppet Master Battalion would suffer a catastrophic blow. Yet, before she could launch an attack, she noticed the large cat's dual claws rotating, the paw pads oriented towards the sky. In the next moment, a potent suction force erupted. The deep howl caused Chiyo's face to change dramatically. The 3 treasures absorb. This guy had indeed deciphered the secrets of the 10 people. Bang! A loud explosion resounded as the base of the 5 leaves suddenly rotated and contracted, splitting open a hole the size of a human head. A transparent sphere emerged, abruptly bursting forth, unleashing a violent gust of wind. It was as if an invisible thread bound the 5 leaves, pulling it forcefully into the air. Attempting to flee, Chiyo's expression shifted drastically. The three treasures absorb. Three puppets stacked in a triangular formation, lying in midair, aimed at the five leaves. A tremendous suction erupted suddenly, stirring the air into streaks of white. The massive form of five leaves came to an abrupt halt. Hidden within the cat's head, Wei Ming peered through a hole below, catching sight of Chio's gaze, sharp as a blade. Do you think to use the three treasures to thwart me? Wei Ming's expression remained impassive. His right hand pressed firmly against a swirling pattern on the neck of five leaves. Wind hole 9 extremes. The cat's claws suddenly intensified their suction. The sound of the wind swiftly grew sharp and piercing. Boom, boom, boom. The air balloons at the tail end exploded in succession. The powerful thrust pushed against the three treasures, climbing higher and higher. Wind hole, thunderous roar. This is Wei Ming's puppet version of the lunar step. Chio, desperately expelling chakra, could only watch in despair as Wei Ming leapt into the sky, swiftly escaping the range of absorption. You must return, you've strayed too far. And your consciousness clones cannot fully return. In the library space, Wei Ming shrugged and smiled. Fen Fu gazed at the little fellow with a complex expression. The other party had always regarded him as an ordinary old man, showing neither awe nor disdain for his identity as a Jinchuriki. This was an attitude he had never experienced among the Sand Shinobi. No wonder Shikaku enjoyed staying here. This time, whether he would return was uncertain. He wondered if he would ever have the chance to see this rare little friend again. Someone once said that parting is merely a prelude to reunion. So do not be sorrowful, I will come to see you. Wei Ming chuckled. It is settled. If you do not come, I will seek you out in Konoha. Shikaku replied earnestly. Be cautious. The real danger in this camp is not Chio, Fen Fu warned. I am aware. Wei Ming looked up at the sky. There. A small dot floated in the air. Master of magnet release, controller of iron sand, the strongest wind shadow of the Sand Shinobi. Farewell. Farewell. Boom. Dust scattered as Fen Fu and Shikaku vanished. Wei Ming's smile faded, his expression turning grave as he gazed at the sky. Buzz. Suddenly, his vision darkened. A massive black iron sand brick materialized out of thin air. The edges of the black brick swirled with air currents, white smoke wafting around. With incredible speed, it slammed towards five leaves. If it connected, five leaves would surely be shattered to pieces. Such rapid magnet release. His left hand swiftly flicked out 5 puppet strings. 5 small air balloons appeared, encircling the tail of 5 leaves. Within the realm of consciousness, 5 consciousness clones materialized instantly, each controlling 1 air balloon. Boom. 1 small balloon exploded abruptly. The ascending 5 leaves made a sharp turn, shifting from a direct ascent to a horizontal flight. Boom. Boom. 2 large air balloons exploded in succession, propelling 5 leaves rapidly away from the base of the black brick. Buzz. Just as he escaped the shadow, a massive inverted pyramid plunged towards 5 leaves. Wei Ming's mind network was fully open, closely monitoring everything surrounding 5 leaves. The small air balloons continued to burst, rapidly altering direction. 5 leaves soared nearly parallel to one side of the pyramid. Before Wei Ming could breathe a sigh of relief, a mass of black clouds loomed overhead. Wei Ming was forced to turn downwards, swiftly evading the iron sand clouds. Iron sand bricks, iron sand pyramids, iron sand clouds. Iron sand cones, various colossal iron sand constructs pursued 5 leaves, relentlessly bombarding him. The 5 leaves resemble a small boat amidst a colossal wave, rising and falling, seemingly on the verge of capsizing, yet managing to evade disaster at the last possible moment. Chio, watching from below, gritted her teeth in frustration. The enemy proved too nimble. Although the third's colossal attacks possessed remarkable power, they lacked the agility to effectively lock onto their target. In midair, the third, arms crossed and countenance stern, finally released his grip. A glimmer of cold determination flashed in his eyes. He would not permit anyone to act insolently above the Sand Shinobi. Swiftly, he formed hand seals. Buzz. A vast expanse of iron sand rapidly coalesced in the air, rolling and surging like ocean waves. Iron sand rain. The swirling, floating iron sand constricted, converging and elongating, giving rise to numerous palm-length, pointed, spindle-shaped projectiles that filled the sky in abundance. Accompanied by an unending, low rumble, the rain of projectiles cascaded towards the heavens. The black projectiles pierced through the air, rushing towards Unmei like a dark tide. Wind hole 9 extremes. At this moment, Unmei spared no chakra. The wind hole operated at full power, unleashing a series of thunderous explosions as it surged upwards. However, after only 100 meters, he was overtaken by the iron sand projectiles. Barrier. Buzz. The circular barrier technique manifested once more. In the next instant, a deluge of projectiles enveloped the 5 leaves entirely. The entire camp had been stirred by the colossal commotion, with individuals scrambling out of their tents, gathering in a cluster. A head-sized eye floated silently in a corner of the camp. Within the spiritual realm, Shikaku shared a vision with Funo. This is bad. Little Unmi-ai has been struck by the third's iron sand. Shikaku fretted anxiously. Old man, please help him. Just a moment longer. Funo clenched his right fist, eyes fixed intently on the sky. In the next moment, amidst the sea of black iron sand, a pale blue pearl soared abruptly into the air. Like the moon rising above the sea, or a dolphin breaching the surface with a ball. From below, the pale blue pearl appeared to be tossed skyward by the waves of iron sand. Funo immediately felt a wave of relief. Yet Chio seethed with rage. That was her invention, a defensive technique capable of withstanding the third's iron sand attacks, something to be proud of. Yet, she felt deeply humiliated. Her own technique had been usurped and turned against the third Kazekage. The thought made her wish she could soar into the sky and smash that behemoth to pieces. In the sky, Unmi-ai, pale-faced, fixated on the sand sea below. He realized he was ultimately too young. The wind hole and barrier techniques had been deployed in succession, and his chakra was running low. Continuing to entangle himself would certainly lead to his demise. He finally grasped the strength of the world's top-tier ninjas. In the distant sky, the third Kazekage stood firmly atop the iron sand. Even from afar, Unmi-ai could faintly sense the third's locking gaze. Being able to fly was troublesome. Were it not for the third Kazekage, with the 5 leaves ability to soar, he would have long since escaped. Then let him be distracted, unable to attend to me. Unmi-ai steeled himself. He struck the head of the 5 leaves, emerging from its belly, and stood upon its form. With his consciousness clone in control, the 5 leaves continued to ascend vertically. A fierce gust blew from behind, causing his sleeves to flap noisily. His right index finger pressed against the seal card on his wrist. Bang! A tome, roughly the size of an A4 sheet and as thick as a palm, materializes. Entirely crafted from solid wood. The weight of the book is considerable, with both its cover and pages composed of 2mm thick planks of the sacred tree. Perforated on the left side, it is bound together by a series of gleaming steel rings. This is an artifact made from the trunk of the sacred tree, specifically designed for sealing purposes. With both hands raised, the book is opened, and chakra surges forth. Sumi formation activate. In an instant, a multitude of shadowy figures burst forth. Accompanied by the release of the seal, a cloud of white smoke reveals no less than 10,000 shuriken suspended in midair. Each shuriken bears a core hole filled with a round bundle of explosive tags. Swiftly closing the book, the wielder forms hand seals. Fire release, Dragon Star Cluster. A massive surge of chakra erupts from his mouth, transforming into a multitude of fireballs, each enveloping a shuriken. The shuriken, now in free fall, gains astonishing speed as they are propelled by the fireballs, trailing long tails of flame as they hurtle towards the sand ninja encampment. The flames rain down from the heavens, darkening the sky as they resemble meteorites descending upon the earth. The ever-composed third Kazekage finally shows signs of distress, unleashing chakra with reckless abandon. Black iron sand quickly coalesces into a cloud, enveloping the central area of the encampment. In the instant the iron sand cloud forms, the shuriken collide with great velocity. The sounds of explosions and roaring flames resonate, shaking the very air. The entire camp is engulfed in a cacophony of detonations. The third Kazekage's eyes bulge, bloodshot and filled with fury, as he exerts every ounce of strength to sustain the iron sand. The explosive tags continue to detonate for 20 seconds before gradually subsiding. At this moment, the figure of 5 leaves has diminished to a mere speck in the sky. Unmi-ai hastily retreats into the depths of 5 leaves, his face as pale as parchment, chakra teetering on the brink of depletion, having squandered years' worth of explosive tags. He finds himself at a true impasse. Do not even think about escaping. A furious roar echoes ominously. Unmi-ai's heart plummets. His mind unfurls like a fan, sweeping towards the encampment below, where he sees 3 figures with bloodshot eyes, standing atop the iron sand clouds, unhesitatingly ascending into the sky. It is over. Unmi-ai feels as though he has plunged into an icy abyss. Ah, little Unmi is indeed impressive, Finba chuckles. It's merely average, Shoha retorts, arms crossed and lips curled in disdain. From here on, it is up to you. Finbu joins his hands in prayer and sits cross-legged. Have mercy on my old bones. And keep the commotion to a minimum. Enough of your prattling. Shoha waves dismissively. In the next moment, an overwhelming chakra surges forth. Dense yellow energy rapidly envelopes Finbu, stacking upon itself to form an enormous entity. The barrier seals above the spacious tent are instantly torn to shreds. Ha! This lord is back. A piercing roar ascends into the heavens. The sand ninja, recently devastated by the explosive tags, gaze in despair at the edge of the camp. With its haunting blue patterns and towering stature of nearly 10 meters, the aura of chakra emanating from the tailed beast instills terror. The tension that had gripped the hearts of the sand ninja snaps like a frayed string. Ah! A chilling scream pierces the silence. The once quiet encampment erupts into chaos as countless lower-ranked ninjas swiftly flee, while only the higher-ranked shinobi maintain their composure, their resolve unyielding. Shoha gazed at the frenzied sand shinobi, unable to contain a hearty laugh as he clutched his belly. A cluster of chakra subtly detached itself, soaring into the sky. With a smile gracing his face as he observed the diminishing dot above, Shoha turned and fled. He had no interest in engaging in trivial skirmishes with these insignificant pests, as that would only exacerbate the plight of his companion, Fuku. But he could certainly run. He doubted they would not pursue him. No sooner had he escaped the encampment than he felt an overwhelming pressure descending from the heavens, turning to behold the dark iron sand sea that obscured the sky. Shoha chuckled triumphantly. Suddenly, he lunged forward, a gust of yellow sand swirling around him, causing his form to vanish completely, leaving behind an elderly man peacefully resting on the ground. The third Kazakage descended from the sky, his eyes bloodshot as he beheld the slumbering Fuku, his lungs nearly bursting with rage. He had resolutely abandoned the chase to track down Shoha, mentally preparing for an intense battle. Yet, before he could even arrive, Shoha had already retreated. Am I the subject of a jest? After exhausting himself, failing to capture the enemy, and having the tailed beast retreat without a fight, the third Kazakage felt his composure shatter. In his mental realm, Shoha rolled with laughter, realizing that witnessing the third Kazakage's frustration was far more amusing than merely defeating him. Perhaps upon returning to the sand village, he could indulge in such games again. With a mischievous glint in his eye, he contemplated the possibilities. Fuku, observing the grinning Shoha, couldn't help but shiver, unsure of what scheme was brewing in that mischievous mind. Once a proud-tailed beast, he now found himself engaged in deceitful games, tormenting the third Kazakage while fixating on his whiskers, behaving like a child. It was all that scoundrel, Wuming's fault. Wuming stared in astonishment at the swirling chakra before him. How had Shoha arrived? A quick scan of the ground revealed Shoha's massive form scampering along, tail held high in glee. The third Kazakage, with blood-red eyes, hastened his pursuit atop the swirling clouds of iron sand. Wuming couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Reaching out to catch the chakra, his consciousness returned to the mental library. Little Wuming, how will you express your gratitude? Shoha reclined against the small divine tree, arms crossed with an air of pride. Wuming smiled. Your escape was quite dashing. Shoha chuckled. Of course, who do you think I am? Wait, escape? Are you implying that I am cowardly? I was merely diverting the enemy's attention. Indeed, that's precisely what I meant. I was complimenting you, Wuming replied with a grin. Something feels off about you. Shoha muttered under his breath. Thank you, Shoha, Wuming said earnestly. He was nearly depleted of chakra, and without Shoha's diversion of the third Kazakage, he would have surely perished. Oh, it was nothing, just a trifling effort, Shoha shrugged nonchalantly. Allow me to present you with a gift. With that, he raised his hand, sending forth a burst of chakra. Wuming instinctively caught it, a flurry of ninjutsu information flooding his mind. The data was chaotic, yet it contained glimpses of many sand shinobi techniques. This is a record of the Sand Gate scoundrel studies on manipulating sand techniques. Is it useful? Shoha questioned uncertainly. Extremely useful, Wuming exclaimed with delight. Though it lacked specific techniques, it was rich with the principles of various jutsu. With some time for contemplation, he would soon be able to craft a ninjutsu uniquely his own. Remember to come back and check on the old man Finfu, Shoha remarked, scratching his head with a smile. No problem, Wuming replied earnestly. By the way, I left something for Finfu in my secret chamber. Do keep an eye out for it. Wuming added with a grin. Really? Shoha's face brightened. I'll go right away. With a bang, a cloud of white smoke enveloped him, and he vanished beneath the small divine tree. What a remarkable journey this is. Looking up at the sky, where the network of hearts lay visible, the Sand Ninja camp was now completely out of sight. It's best to leave first. Adjusting the direction of the 5 leaves, he transformed the vertical ascent into a horizontal glide. Pressing a button inside the owl's head, the large bow on the back of 5 leaves suddenly burst open. A white airbag inflated rapidly, swelling to 3 times its original size. It was filled with a special gas capable of lifting 5 leaves aloft. He had calculated the weight precisely, ensuring it would elevate 5 leaves into the sky. Wei Ming reclined within the head of 5 leaves, silencing the thunder and reducing the wind whole chakra. Only a gentle breeze escaped from the end, gradually propelling 5 leaves further away. In the main tent of the Sand Ninja camp, the 3rd Hokage sat solemnly in his elevated position, surrounded by an oppressive atmosphere. Chiyo Hozuki and a cadre of elite jonin stood below, mute and apprehensive. After a prolonged silence, the 3rd Hokage managed to quell his tumultuous emotions. As the leader of the village, he must confront even the most perilous situations. Glancing at Chiyo's ashen face, he refrained from placing blame. That would only exacerbate the situation. What is the casualty report? He asked, casting a difficult glance at Hozuki. Hozuki, wearing a peculiar expression, hesitantly responded, 32 minor injuries, 2 broken legs, and no fatalities. Are you jesting? The 3rd Hokage gazed at Hozuki in disbelief. With such a grand display during the day, half the camp bombarded, and yet this is all we suffer? Most injuries were self-inflicted mishaps, and the 2 broken legs resulted from misjudged landings during the evacuation, Hozuki explained, his face flushed with embarrassment. Evacuation? What utter nonsense. Is that not simply fleeing? The enemy caused chaos, yet not a single one of them was harmed. Our own ninjas were so frightened they fled, and in their haste, they broke their legs. Silence enveloped the tent, an awkward atmosphere prevailing. The 3rd Hokage's face reddened with humiliation, his toes digging into the ground as if he could etch a 3-room apartment into the earth. What a disgrace. In the dead of night, Chiyo stepped into a new tent, suspiciously surveying her surroundings, lifting the tablecloth to inspect beneath it before finally relaxing. The thought of someone stealthily lurking nearby for over 3 months sent chills down her spine. How on earth had that little brat managed to survive? Chiyo murmured to herself. In the Sand Ninja camp, even basic necessities like food and water posed challenges. She had not heard any reports of theft from the logistics team. Was the puppet doctor from Konoha merely a child? Even now, she found it somewhat unbelievable. The 5 leaves puppet, the Sanbao absorption technique, the defensive barrier. Without anyone to instruct them, the opponent had nearly mastered all puppet techniques. Such innate talent was something she had never encountered before. What a pity they were born in Konoha, Chiyo thought, her teeth clenched in frustration. Reflecting on the battle damage statistics of the day, Chiyo's countenance darkened further. Amidst the chaos, not a single life was lost within the Sand Ninja camp. Despite the ferocity and terror of the explosion, the majority of the attacks were directed towards the vacant spaces of the camp. The injuries sustained by the Sand Ninja were either self-inflicted or the result of being frightened by Shikaku. It seemed that all the commotion had led to a self-harm tally of 800. Had they shown any mercy? Those wretched rascals. On the outskirts of the Sand Ninja camp, within a tent, the ceiling barrier grew increasingly stringent. Funuku remained seated in his customary meditative posture. The interior of the tent was enveloped in silence until around 2 in the morning, when suddenly, a fine sand vortex emerged before him, revealing over 20 wooden plaques. Quick! See what they are, Shikaku urged impatiently. Boom! A puff of white smoke surged forth, materializing a familiar preservation box before them. It was a rice ball set, and the familiar aroma of sesame elicited a gentle smile from Funuku. This is for you, he remarked. Shikaku crossed his arms, an expression of dissatisfaction on his face. There's some for you too, Funuku replied with a chuckle. Little Wuming provided the library techniques, leaving behind a few mini-games as well. Really? Shikaku exclaimed, jumping for joy, his ears perking up involuntarily. Meanwhile, within the depths of Wuming's stomach, he had drifted aimlessly in the skies for 3 days, completely disoriented. To evade pursuit from the Sand Ninja, he had decided to float westward for 2 days, toward the direction of the Land of Wind. Before tracing a large arc in an effort to circumvent the Sand Ninja camp, now drifting eastward. This marked the 4th day of his aerial journey. Yet he still failed to recognize any familiar landmarks below. Since arriving at the front lines, Wuming had immersed himself in the medical team, lacking any combat experience or knowledge of the surrounding terrain. Now, blinded by uncertainty, he could only drift eastward, contemplating how amusing it would be if he were to float directly to Kanahigakure. Lost in thought, a distant rumble of explosions echoed through the air. Wuming's expression shifted as he instinctively focused his senses. The glimmer of blades flashed, blood sprayed, and the sunlight illuminated the crimson liquid in a way that sent shivers down his spine. Just as he caught sight of the scene, he trembled in fear. The speed of the blades was astonishing, sending chills coursing through him even from mere observation. A young ninja with white hair moved with a cold demeanor through the rainforest, pursued relentlessly by over 10 ninjas from the sand. Flames, the clash of blades, the rush of wind, and the sound of explosions swiftly claimed lives, causing Wuming to feel a chill of dread. He immediately activated the wind hole technique, propelling himself away with a series of bursts. Although he recognized that the white-haired ninja was from Kanahigakure, the multitude of sand ninjas behind him rendered Wuming powerless. Better to prioritize his own survival. With that thought, he swiftly directed the 5 leaves to veer away from the escape route of the leaf ninja. As night fell, Wuming descended to the ground. Just as he had done in the preceding days, he dispelled the counter-sealing technique, sealing the 5 leaves, and invoked the earth-walking technique, sinking underground. With the earth mansion technique, he delved 10 meters beneath the surface, where the soil churned, shifted, and molded into a spacious room of over 40 square meters, complete with a bathroom. Previously, the mansion technique could only create a basement, but now it had expanded to include a restroom. Who knows, perhaps in the future, he might even develop a 3-bedroom, 1 living room technique. There is no need for excessive caution. Unbeknownst to him, Wuming was contentedly pondering. Moreover, the room was situated underground, providing far greater secrecy and safety than that wooden cabin above ground. After attending to his personal hygiene, Wuming donned a loose bathrobe and relished a sumptuous dinner. For the past few days, he had been floating high above for safety's sake. Only at night did he dare to descend for meals and rest. Having satisfied his hunger and thirst, Wuming stretched lazily, preparing to ascend once more to the skies. Indeed, he dared not sleep underground. The thought of being buried alive while in slumber was too daunting. The skies were preferable. Few could soar like him. Habitually extending his mind's web, Wuming suddenly froze. Just above the underground mansion, a silver-haired ninja sat cross-legged. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the Leaf Village ninja he had encountered during the day. What a curious coincidence. Yet, fate does not always align. This individual was being pursued by sand ninjas. Associating with him would surely bring trouble. Silently employing the earth technique, the ground rippled like water as Wuming gradually sank into the earth, swiftly choosing a direction to maneuver. After running for a good half hour, Wuming once more utilized his mind's web for observation. Not detecting any figures, he finally emerged from the ground. He chuckled to himself. It's not that I don't wish to assist you. Rather, our fates do not intertwine. Wuming retrieved a sealing scroll, preparing to extract the 5 leaves to ascend for sleep. Just as he bent down, a chill crept across his neck. A gleaming blade was poised against his carotid artery. His left hand clenched and trembled lightly. Mindweb. A stern, silver-haired youth stood coldly behind him. What a surprise to see you again. I surrender. Do not strike. I am also from the Leaf. Wuming shouted loudly. Kakashi couldn't help but roll his eyes. Of course I know you're from the Leaf. Otherwise, why would I be chasing you? He was now the frontline commander of the Leaf, well-versed in the details of all frontline ninjas. Upon seeing the large cat floating above during the day, he had his suspicions, having infiltrated behind enemy lines to disrupt supply routes. He had been pursued by sand ninjas for days, severely wounded and on the brink of exhaustion. Thus, he fled in this direction, hoping to find the puppet doctor, Wuming. Moreover, it seemed the other party could also fly. Who are you? Kakashi instinctively verified his identity. I am Minato Namikaze, a freshly graduated student. I will do my utmost to assist you. Of course, within reasonable bounds, Wuming replied earnestly. Kakashi responded with frustration. What the hell, Minato Namikaze? Wuming, I have at least 20 ninjas behind me. What are your thoughts on escaping this pursuit? He emphasized Wuming's name. Wuming thought, goodness, this person knows me. If he knows me, why is he still holding a knife to my neck? Can the pursuers fly? Wuming feigned nonchalance, as if the earlier impersonation was not his doing. No, Kakashi replied after a moment of silence. This individual had quite the thick skin. I can fly, Wu Ming exhaled in relief. Perhaps you could lower the knife first. And then we can discuss matters in flight? Wu Ming tentatively suggested. The figure behind him remained silent. Could you at least give me a definitive answer? Wu Ming sighed, uncertain of this mysterious individual's intentions. Silence enveloped the surroundings as Wei Ming observed intently, squinting his eyes and gripping his knife, his complexion a shade of blue. Breathing faintly. Remarkably, he stood there, on the verge of losing consciousness. What a formidable character. They nearly frightened me to death. With a swift motion, he evaded the threat of the blade, exhaling a breath of relief. Severely injured and poisoned, encountering me was his only misfortune. Otherwise, he would have been left to his doom. Releasing Wu Ye, Wei Ming adeptly ascended into the sky with the white-haired ninja. He was well aware that over 20 sand shinobi were still in pursuit behind him. Kakashi Hatake awoke abruptly, frozen by the chilling wind surrounding him. As he opened his eyes, he was taken aback. Below him lay a dark forest and a moonlit water surface. He was in the air. Reaching out, he felt the coarse steel cables woven into a large net, which ensnared him perfectly. "Awake, are we?" A voice suddenly echoed from above. The petals of Wu Ye unfurled like a cat's ear, revealing Wei Ming's half-figure as he greeted Kakashi, suspended beneath Wu Ye's belly. "You fractured 2 ribs, been afflicted by 7 types of toxins, and your internal organs have sustained severe trauma. I shall attend to your injuries now, if you permit," Wei Ming said cautiously. His caution was warranted. This individual, despite recognizing him, had brandished a blade at his throat upon their first encounter. Clarity was essential, otherwise, should he operate on Kakashi without proper communication, he risked being misconstrued and accidentally harmed. Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement. With a steady heart, Wei Ming leaped into the basket woven from steel cables and commenced his treatment on Kakashi. He meticulously cleaned and stitched external wounds, realigned bones, dissipated bruises, and neutralized toxins. Watching Wei Ming extract the antidote, administering it orally and intravenously, Kakashi marveled at his skill. The notoriously troublesome poison from the sand shinobi was effortlessly resolved. The other injuries had been addressed and the toxins neutralized, yet the damaged cells remained. They would have to return to the camp, where a medical ninja could perform cell extraction to eliminate the necrotic tissue. Wei Ming sighed in relief, for he had yet to master the extraction technique. "How did you come by these antidotes?" Kakashi inquired, suddenly furrowing his brow. This was rather peculiar, having cultivated 7 types of poison. It was fortuitous that Wei Ming possessed the exact antidotes. Was he perhaps an agent of the sand shinobi? Was his ambush part of a larger conspiracy? "Oh, as a physician, it is quite reasonable to carry a few antidotes," Wei Ming replied, looking at Kakashi with curiosity. "One person carrying 7 antidotes seems excessive, don't you think?" Kakashi retorted, his expression impassive, subtly gripping the hilt of his knife on the right side of his thigh. 7. No, that certainly wouldn't suffice. Unfortunately, due to a shortage of medicinal materials, I only prepared 56 types, Wei Ming lamented, a look of regret on his face. Primarily, the herbs from the Dai region of the Vine Village were all documented. A bit of darkness was acceptable, yet too much could lead to trouble. Kakashi's hand, clutching the knife hilt, stiffened. 56 types? What medical ninja carries 56 antidotes? Insane. Under the luminous moonlight, Wu Ye floated serenely in midair, swaying gently with the breeze. Wei Ming pressed down on the sealing card on his left wrist. Bang! A plume of white smoke appeared, accompanied by 2 air cushions, thick blankets, and pillows. The air cushions were laid beneath, topped with the thick blankets, allowing the senior to make do for the night. With a look of guilt, Minori handed the items to Shikamaru. "What about you?" Shikamaru asked, bewildered. "I have more." Minori indicated towards the ample space within Goha's belly. "How many sets did you bring?" "There must be at least 3, Shikamaru remarked. "Why would you need so many bedding supplies for a battlefield?" "Perhaps 7 or 8, Minori replied, a hint of pride in his tone. "Just in case. And now, it has come in handy, hasn't it?" Shikamaru remarked. "Your preparations seem rather excessive." The space within Goha was limited, and tonight, it was indeed the senior who would have to endure a bit of discomfort, Minori apologized. "Endure?" Shikamaru pressed down on the soft mattress and felt the thick new blanket. Beneath him lay the vast earth, above him, the boundless starry sky. This treatment was far more pleasant and comfortable than anything he had experienced in Konoha. "Is this really discomfort?" "Rest well, senior," Minori said, turning back into Goha's belly. The space within Goha was quite spacious. Two people could indeed sleep comfortably, and ninjas, trained for such circumstances, could fall asleep swiftly even while seated. Yet, sharing a space with another was never as comfortable as being alone, and Minori had no intention of sacrificing his comfort for anyone else. He curled up, sealed off his chakra, and quickly sank into a deep slumber. The following day, Minori was roused from his sleep. Goha swayed like a small boat amidst towering waves. With a gentle fist, he tapped Mind Link. As his colorful vision unfurled, a sudden gust of wind propelled Goha forward uncontrollably. Below in the hanging basket, Shikamaru's complexion was pale, his gaze fixed intently on the ground. When will these people cease their onslaught? Minori emerged from his cocoon, yawning languidly as he complained. Shikamaru glared at Minori. The sand shinobi had appeared in the dead of night, persistently attempting to assault Goha. Shikamaru had spent a sleepless night, anxious about being attacked by the sand shinobi. Eventually, they began utilizing wind techniques to push Goha westward, attempting to drive them into the territory controlled by the sand shinobi. Shikamaru became frantic. If they reached enemy territory, they would be at the mercy of their foes. Yet, despite his frantic efforts against the puppets throughout the night, Minori remained utterly unresponsive. Shikamaru was fuming, while Minori slept soundly, seemingly indifferent, which left Shikamaru feeling a suffocating pressure in his chest. Is something the matter, Senior? Minori asked, perplexed by the intense scrutiny. Nothing. Shikamaru retorted coldly. What did you do to provoke their relentless pursuit? Minori inquired, seemingly intrigued. Shikamaru's lips curled into a cold line. Before he could articulate his thoughts, Minori raised a hand to halt him. Perhaps it's best if you refrain from sharing. I have no desire to know. Shikamaru was momentarily taken aback. If you don't wish to know, then why ask? Minori thought to himself, relieved. To be pursued by so many. This senior must have committed significant acts, and it was best for him to remain uninformed to avoid entanglement and trouble. We cannot venture into the territory of the sand shinobi, Shikamaru reminded, suppressing his frustration. There are those among them who can fly. We certainly cannot return. If the third Kazekage spots us, no one will divert his attention. Let me down, Shikamaru said coldly, fixing his gaze on Minori, observing the fierce white-haired youth. A flutter of unease gripped Wuming's heart. What was he planning to do? Commit murder? Truly, the world of ninjas is characterized by its brutal simplicity in resolving conflicts. Your injuries have yet to heal. There is no need for such trouble. Wuming pressed down on the intricate seal. Wind release. Air hole. A low, mournful howl of wind began to resonate. As Wuming adjusted his technique, the 5 leaves ascended, gradually rising above the reach of the sand ninja's wind techniques. Then, accompanied by a sorrowful sound, they drifted slowly toward the east. I can eliminate them, Kakashi Shigeru remarked with a frown. The primary directive entrusted to him upon being dispatched to the front lines was to incapacitate as many of the enemy's living forces as possible. Wuming could not help but roll his eyes. Why does everyone seem to be such a muscle-bound fool? Do they not notice their pallid complexion? Are they truly unafraid of death? As night fell, Wuming conducted a search with his heart's web, finding no trace of the pursuing sand ninja. Only then did the 5 leaves settle. This is not the Leaf Village encampment, Kakashi Shigeru observed as he surveyed the surroundings. I am aware. Wuming replied as he sealed the 5 leaves away. Why have we halted? Kakashi Shigeru inquired with a furrowed brow. To eat, of course. Are you not hungry? Wuming looked at the white-haired elder with curiosity. I have military rations, Kakashi Shigeru replied tersely. His implication was clear. They could travel through the night and simply consume military rations if hunger struck. This was the standard practice for a ninja on a mission. They're utterly unpalatable, Wuming retorted with a roll of his eyes. That substance was meant for rapid energy replenishment in dire situations, and the taste left much to be desired. Earth release, underground technique. The ground instantly transformed into a watery surface. Elder, grasp my shoulder, Wuming instructed. Kakashi Shigeru stared at the ground for a long moment, a flicker of intrigue passing through his eyes before he grasped Wuming's shoulder. The two swiftly descended 10 meters underground. Earth release, grand mansion technique. A chamber of over 40 square meters, comprising 1 room and 1 bathroom, materialized. Kakashi Shigeru gazed in astonishment at the underground hideout. Is this the secret technique the enemy employed to conceal themselves underground last night? Intelligence reported that Yuhang Wuming had been missing for 3 months, and the enemy's puppets had been retrieved by the Sand Ninja's puppet brigade. According to Orochimaru's speculation, Yuhang Wuming was likely hiding within a puppet taken to the Sand Ninja. Now it seemed that the enemy had likely utilized this earth release technique to hide among the Sand Ninja. Yet, it appeared that the Leaf Village lacked such a technique. Kakashi Shigeru's gaze flickered. Could it be that the enemy developed it themselves? It is quite possible, he mused, recalling the enormous flying puppet. It was said that the enemy had dramatically increased the efficiency of the medical team with that very puppet. If a Leaf Ninja could independently devise puppet techniques, it would not be unreasonable for him to create an earth release technique as well. What a genius! Yet, watching Wuming bustling about, even taking a bath and changing into pajamas, Kakashi Shigeru felt a throbbing in his temples. Is this a battlefield? It feels more like a picnic. In terms of basic necessities, what else could he possibly have neglected to prepare? Neglecting his duties. Kakashi Shigeru scoffed. What did you say, elder? Wuming, oblivious, was engrossed in devouring a braised pork knuckle and did not catch the words. Noticing Kakashi Shigeru still scrutinizing the secret chamber, he spoke up. Do not worry, elder. Unless there exists a formidable perceptive ninja, we are, for the time being, safe. Please, hasten to freshen up so we may dine. As the enticing aroma infiltrated his senses, Hatake Sakomo swallowed hard, yearning to produce an emergency ration pill and impart to the youth before him the true essence of a ninja's conduct. Yet, the delicious scent was simply too alluring. In the sky, the five-leaved creature stirred within, and Wuming opened his eyes, stretching luxuriously. They had been airborne for 5 days, and according to the directives of the silver-haired elder, they should soon return to the Konoha encampment. Discarding his oversized nightwear, Wuming donned a clean set of black clothing, layered with a Chunin vest, and secured his forehead protector. He transformed into an unremarkable Konoha ninja. Upon retrieving a mirror for a cursory examination, Wuming instinctively smoothed his spiky hair, ultimately resigning in defeat. He then donned a pair of long-neglected black-framed glasses, finally feeling satisfied with his appearance. Apart from his distinctive hairstyle, he was merely an ordinary member among countless Konoha ninjas. Uncertainty gnawed at him regarding the circumstances awaiting his return. An interrogation was inevitable. Would they allow the Yamanaka clan to probe his mind? Wuming pondered anxiously, reflecting that his solitary 3-month sojourn should not warrant undue scrutiny. Descending into the hanging basket, Wuming found the silver-haired elder reclining comfortably on the cushion, gazing at the clouds drifting across the sky. He presented a wooden box containing a heated breakfast. Elder, may I inquire about something? Wuming asked with a cheerful demeanor. To this day, he remained oblivious to the elder's identity, having neglected to ask at their initial meeting, and subsequently refrained from doing so, wary of the figure who had once held a blade to his throat. It was prudent to avoid provoking such a formidable presence. Hatake Sakomo accepted the wooden box, his body tensing at the question. He was tempted to hurl the box back, yet the tantalizing aroma continued to entice him. Contemplating the flavor of the emergency ration pill, he felt his throat constrict. If it were not a matter of confidentiality, sharing should not pose a problem. Speak. Hatake Sakomo replied impassively. You are likely aware of my situation. For someone like me, what is the procedure upon returning to Konoha? Wuming queried, his anxiety palpable. He was reluctant to ask, but could not quell his worries. The unknown was indeed a source of trepidation, though still unaware of the elder's true identity. Wuming sensed he was a skilled individual, likely privy to significant information. Should the scrutiny process prove unfavorable, he could always flee. The corners of Hatake Sakomo's mouth twitched upwards momentarily before he quickly suppressed it, reflecting that this youth had indulged in comforts for days, appearing far from the demeanor of a ninja, only to recall his fears now that they were returning to base. The process entails a personal statement of the mission, an interrogation team reviewing the mission report, and the intelligence team corroborating the information. This procedure must be completed within a month, followed by a 6-month observation period and a 3-year monitoring phase. If all is in order, the files will be sealed. Hatake Sakomo shared the procedure candidly. Wuming's expression soured immediately at the revelation. Without mentioning the interrogation team's review or the intelligence board's information gathering, just observing for half a year and paying attention for 3 years has caused considerable distress for Wuming. He harbors too many secrets. Being scrutinized so closely inevitably leads to exposure. Kagaki Sakomo gazed with keen interest at the shifting expressions of the young lad before him. It is not just Wuming who finds this process vexing. Even a battle-hardened jonin would struggle with it. The responsibility for this situation remains unclear, and Wei Ming, furrowing his brow, pondered what the review personnel might prefer. Kigaki Tsukumo frowned, wondering if Wei Ming was contemplating bribing the reviewers. That would be unacceptable. Even the absence of issues could become problematic if bribery were involved, Wei Ming muttered to himself. Kigaki Tsukumo nodded, internally acknowledging Wei Ming's awareness of the gravity of the situation. If only he knew the identities of the reviewers' family members. Wei Ming stroked his chin, deep in thought. Kigaki Tsukumo's expression darkened. Was Wei Ming considering some convoluted scheme? Never mind. Perhaps seeking out Lady Tsunade is the best course of action, he thought as Wei Ming irritably scratched his head. This review was indeed unavoidable. However, if he could present some merit, it might lessen his punishment. He hadn't spent his time at the sand shinobi camp idly. While the puppet technique and sand manipulation might be difficult to articulate, he had committed many of Chiyo's poison formulas to memory. Presenting these to Tsunade would be precisely what was needed. In that case, even Orochimaru would remember his contribution. After all, if the opponent faltered in command, and he provided them with sand shinobi poison formulas, it would bolster their resolve for a rematch. Kigaki Tsukumo's face stiffened. He felt the urge to vehemently object, insisting that such underhanded tactics were utterly futile. Yet, seeking Tsunade could indeed prove beneficial. Under the guidance of the silver-haired ninja, Wei Ming no longer floated aimlessly. They soon arrived at the new Leaf Camp. Following the recent sand shinobi ambush, the Leaf Camp had to retreat. Although they had gradually gained the upper hand, the front lines had not yet returned to their original positions. 2 kilometers from the new camp, Wei Ming descended with the 5 leaves, securely sealing them with a sealing technique. Entering the camp in such a conspicuous manner would be entirely contrary to Wei Ming's persona. Cautiously following the senior with silver hair, Wei Ming approached the camp. After a short distance, they were surrounded by 3 ninjas wearing cat-faced masks. Umbu? Wei Ming's heart leapt to his throat. His hands, hanging at his sides, twitched restlessly. At the slightest hint of danger, he would immediately employ the earth-style technique to burrow underground. The 3 masked ninjas rushed towards the 2. And just as Wei Ming could no longer resist the urge to use his ninjutsu to flee, they abruptly halted and knelt on one knee in unison. How is the camp? The silver-haired senior inquired in his characteristically calm voice. Everything is normal, the lead cat-masked ninja replied coolly, revealing nothing of his identity through his tone. Sand shinobi, Kigaki Tsukumo uttered. The lead cat-masked ninja immediately understood that Kigaki Tsukumo was inquiring about the movements of the sand shinobi. 6 days ago, a tailed beast went berserk. An unknown enemy attacked the sand shinobi. Someone attacked the sand shinobi? Kigaki Tsukumo's eyes brightened. Who could it be? It would be advantageous if someone had witnessed the event. As he contemplated this, Kigaki Tsukumo instinctively glanced back at Wei Ming. This young lad had escaped from the sand shinobi 6 days prior. He surely knew something. Unfathomable confusion enveloped Wei Ming as he felt an unsettling tingling on his scalp. Our meeting is imminent. Shikamaru's lips curled into a fleeting smile before vanishing entirely, and he strode purposefully into the camp. 2 feline-masked ninjas trailed behind him, leaving only one to fixate on Wei Ming. Follow me, the cat-faced ninja stated coldly. Wei Ming was utterly bewildered by the situation. The white-haired ninja he had rescued appeared to be quite formidable. Who were these 3 feline-masked ninjas? Were they from the Umbu or the Root? Would he be taken back without any explanation, perhaps locked away in a dark room? And what was the meaning behind the earlier encounter with the white-haired ninja? Soon, Wei Ming would uncover the meaning behind it all. Inside a solitary tent, upon his return, he found himself placed under soft confinement. He had initially intended to seek out Tsunade, but now, apart from the few feline ninjas, he encountered no one. Could it be that he was to be dealt with in silence? As he wrestled with his thoughts, contemplating whether to escape using ninjutsu, the curtain of the tent was drawn aside. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Shikamaru Nara, the current commander of the Konoha camp. I am here to review the circumstances surrounding your 3-month disappearance. Share with me everything you know about the Sand Ninja camp, Shikamaru stated, his expression impassive. Yet his eyes glimmered with intrigue. Wei Ming thought to himself, so this white-haired individual is Shikamaru? The very person I saved on the way. The frontline commander? What of that duplicitous snake? Had he been ousted due to the war's failure? How amusing. However, his amusement was short-lived. Following Shikamaru's appearance, 2 more feline-masked ninjas arrived to interrogate him about his 3-month journey. Hinata Wei Ming, I expect you to answer our questions truthfully. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. The ninja on the left stated coldly, his sharp gaze unwavering, enveloping Wei Ming in a chilling aura of menace. Was this the infamous killing intent? It felt rather underwhelming. Though the man's gaze was uncomfortable, it did not exert any true pressure on him. Wei Ming reflected on how, upon his arrival, he had fainted at the sight of a spy ninja being killed. Now, enveloped in killing intent, he felt remarkably unfazed. Nevertheless, he shivered in compliance, using a breathing technique to subtly control his pores, making his hair stand on end, presenting an image of a frightened innocent. He was undergoing an interrogation. Appearing too calm would undoubtedly raise suspicion. Do not be nervous, the other cat-faced ninja gestured reassuringly. You, Wei Ming, are a rare, genius medical ninja, whose contributions to Konoha are well acknowledged. You shall certainly not endure any unfair treatment. The ninja on the right consoled Wei Ming. Thank you, Wei Ming responded, feigning a sigh of relief. He mused that this interrogation was rather mundane, having seen similar scenarios in countless dramas from his past life. It was merely a play of facial expressions to lower his guard, allowing them to extract information gradually. Just as he pondered this, an unusual force penetrated his mind. Here it comes again? Caught off guard, Wei Ming thought. They resort to Jinjutsu at the slightest provocation. Thankfully, I have the library. Unbeknownst to him, his body relaxed while his consciousness tightened within the mental library, his pupils dilating unconsciously, plunging him into a state of bewilderment. Two cat-faced ninjas exchanged glances, both recognizing the delight mirrored in each other's eyes. Once ensnared by the illusion, the subsequent interrogation would be a mere formality. Young Master Wei Ming, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, you brilliant medical ninja. Could you enlighten us on how you came to master the art of puppetry? Inquired the ninja on the right with a cheerful smile. How pleased are you? Wei Ming responded, beaming with a grin. The cat-faced ninja raised an eyebrow, contemplating. This seems rather off, doesn't it? The ninja on the left, unable to contain his curiosity, glanced at his companion, silently questioning the reliability of the illusion. The right ninja squinted, scrutinizing Wei Ming, and noticed his sluggish movements and dilated pupils, resembling a somnambulist. It was indeed a manifestation of the illusion's effects. The cat-faced ninjas breathed a sigh of relief. The interrogation illusion he had cast was intricate and subtle, akin to a gentle breeze, capable of softly infiltrating the mind and gradually extracting hidden secrets. The subject, entranced, would drift in a liminal space between dreams and reality. Dialogue could not be forceful. It must flow naturally, coaxing out the required information. Though Wei Ming's peculiar demeanor raised some doubts, he nonetheless complied,